in Tianfeng City, inside a classroom at the Great Xi'an Nation's 5th Academy. While his classmates were freaking out about the upcoming awakening ceremony, this guy was just chilling, staring out the window. See, 10 years ago, Zhang Zi got isekai'd from Earth to this world crawling with demonic beasts. Here, humans fight back by awakening their talents. These talents are split into 7 tiers, from D rank all the way to triple S rank. The higher the rank, the crazier the power, and killing demonic beasts becomes a piece of cake. Only those who awaken an A-rank talent have any real hope of making it. Right now, there are only 10 minutes left until the awakening. It's all or nothing, decided in this one moment. Zhang Zi hits a button on his watch, and instantly, it shoots out a bolt of lightning. The space around him warps before he can even react, but when he opens his eyes, a little elf girl pops up, welcoming him to the demonic realm. Turns out, she's his guide elf. Zhang Zi, totally stressed, asks if this is some kind of demonic realm for newbies, like a training ground. The little elf girl cheerfully tells him to pick a name and an outfit. He thinks to himself, everyone says the demonic realm is dangerous, so I better hide my real identity from everyone. The elf girl happily agrees to his request. In a flash, she blasts out some energy that wraps around Zhang Zi's body. The energy transforms into a black outfit, and man, he looks seriously badass now. The elf girl starts giving instructions. Rakshasa, it's time to awaken your talent. Just place your hand on the crystal ball, and your talent will appear on it. Following her instructions, Zhang Zi places his hand on the crystal. Right then, all he could think was, give me an A rank. The crystal ball glows brighter and brighter, but then the light just blinks out, leaving Zhang Zi completely stunned. Seeing no other reaction from the ball, he asks the elf, is that it? What rank is my talent anyway? The elf stares at the crystal ball, her face a mask of shock. Her silence makes his face go pale. Cold sweat drips down his face, his expression twisted. Don't tell me he didn't even get a rank. But reality is crazier than dreams, because Zhang Zi actually awakened a triple S rank. Hearing what the elf girl said, he can't believe his own ears. The elf explains that Zhang Zi awakened a triple S rank skill-type talent, something that only exists in legends. And in this world, no one has ever seen anyone with such an insane skill. Zhang Zi is seriously lucky. After hearing that, Zhang Zi is ecstatic. Just awakening an S-rank talent is enough to get into the most prestigious universities. His future is looking bright now, and yet, he awakened a triple S rank. This means he's finally got a chance to change his fate. The elf points to an info panel in front of them, which displays his stats. Summoning Art, triple S, level 1. Experience, 0 out of 1000. Cost, 10 vitality points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Effect, after killing a target, you can summon a clone of that target. This clone is a perfect copy of the original, has no time limit, can be leveled up, and can reach a maximum of the 5th stage. Zhang Zi is blown away after reading this. This summoning art is just too OP. At level 1, he can summon 10 clones. All he has to do is kill one monster to summon another one. If that's the case, couldn't he build a whole army of monsters later on and lead a legion of bosses? Just thinking about it makes him weak in the knees with excitement. Then, he taps a button on the panel to check out his character sheet. Name, Rakshasa. Demon Kingdom ID, 24751176. Health, 100. Vitality, 110. Damage, 1 to 10. Speed, Strength, Constitution, and Agility are all 10 out of 10. Only his Spirit is 11 out of 10. Skill, First Stage Summoning Art, triple S rank. Equipment, none. Overall evaluation, newbie. He's a bit surprised after seeing that. Is his Spirit stat a little higher than normal because he's a Transmigrator? After that, the elf waves goodbye to Zhang Zi as her mission is complete. The demonic realm starts to fade away, revealing a clear blue sky and bright sunlight. Below is a huge arena with 4 pillars arcing lightning between them. A female teacher raises her hand and yells, all you newbies, get over here. We're teachers from the Demonic Realm Management Bureau, in charge of briefing you students, but the students don't seem to hear the teacher over their own noisy chatter. Seeing so many new people gets Zhang Zi hyped. This is the real demonic realm. Just then, a bunch of students are gathered around some guy, showering him with praise. The dude points to his own face with a smug grin and introduces himself as Dali Quan, A-rank talent. The 2 guys next to him are totally impressed. Even though their talents are B rank, they were already pretty satisfied. To think someone actually awakened an A rank, that's just amazing. Another guy feels insecure about his D rank skill. The teacher says sternly, everyone, line up. We'll start handing out weapons now. A moment later, the new students are lined up neatly, receiving their weapons one by one. The teacher warns them to remember this well. The demonic realm is not a game. If you die, it's game over. He's seen way too many people come to the demonic realm thinking it's all fun and games, and of course, every single one of them ended up paying a heavy price. This demonic realm is both a battlefield and a lawless land. You newbies don't just have to watch out for demonic beasts, you You have to watch out for other people too. This place is crawling with lowlifes and murderers. The female teacher, holding a stack of documents, chimed in. And another thing, you all better remember this. If you want to leave the demon realm, you have to come back to this altar. It's only from the altar that you can return. It was Jiang Zi's turn to get his weapon. He was wearing a black cloak with a hood pulled over his face. The teacher, while jotting down notes, asked Jiang Zi to register his innate skill rank first and then choose a weapon. When the teacher asked, he just said his innate skill was D rank. He thought to himself, good thing I hid my real talent rank. In a treacherous place like the demon realm, you can have the highest talent and still get stabbed in the back. The only way to make it is to be the strongest. The male teacher asked Jiang Zi what weapon he wanted, and he picked up a bow and arrow, while the people below started whispering and mocking his talent rank. Jiang Zi took a bow and a quiver of arrows. This is a long-range weapon. Its attack power isn't high, but it's pretty safe. At the same time, the system panel popped up with the bow's stats. Dalbergia Wood Longbow. D quality, damage 10 to 20. Special effects, none. Durability, 100 out of 100. The teacher looked at him and said cryptically, the careful ones live longer. After a while, the female teacher wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a sigh of relief, finally done handing out the weapons. Among all these people, only 3 had awakened A rank or higher talents. Seriously, they're getting worse every year. Meanwhile, the newbies excitedly ran into the forest yelling, watch me go on a freaking rampage. But Jiang Zi was just practicing shooting at a target, clueless that he'd already caught the teacher's eye. Jiang Zi looked at the arrows he'd shot. Only one had hit the bullseye. This bow was way harder to control than he'd imagined. After so many shots, only one hit the center. In a real fight, you don't get that many chances to screw up. Right now, he didn't even have a single summon. He absolutely couldn't afford to be reckless. First things first, he had to get better at archery. Then he looked for a chance to strike and try to get his first demonic beast summon. After a long while, he'd shot a countless number of arrows. Jiang Zi's gaze was fixed forward, his back straight. His eyes locked onto the bullseye. He drew the bowstring and fired an arrow straight at the center. The arrow hit its mark. Seeing this, Jiang Zi breathed a sigh of relief, and the system displayed archery proficiency level 4, accuracy, 80%. You could clearly see the scratches on Jiang Zi's hands from all the archery practice. Once he felt it was good enough, Jiang Zi pulled up his face covering and stepped into the forest. There were 2 demonic beasts with ferocious faces and glowing, blood-red eyes. Another beast had a flame-like mark on its forehead and golden eyes. The first stage of the demon realm contains several types of monsters. The violent rabbit, agile, good at dodging, low defense. The lava turtle, high defense. The shadow wolf is the boss of the first stage monsters. It's agile, has high attack power, and its skill is Shadow Quad Strike. It launches 5 consecutive attacks on a target while also adding burn and bleed effects. Just then, 2 newbies were getting chased down and attacked by a lava turtle, making them panic and scream for their lives. The lava turtle aggressively chased the 2 newbies, scaring them so badly they turned pale and shrieked in terror. Then, it stomped hard on the ground, making the 2 newbies lose their balance and get thrown aside. The lava turtle let out a roar. Before it could stomp the kid to death, an arrow flew in from somewhere but just bounced right off. Seeing this, Jiang Zi waved his hand to get the lava turtle's attention. Hey there, cute little turtle, let's play a game. It glared at Jiang Zi. Getting a loving look like that, he started sweating bullets. Times like these, silence is golden. A second later, the lava turtle was hunting him relentlessly, dead set on chasing him to the end, kicking up clouds of dust wherever they went. Jiang Zi ran for his life, screaming as he fled. After running for a while, he was getting close to the altar. He sped up, luring the lava turtle closer to the altar. Sensing the approaching beast, the altar immediately shot out a bolt of lightning, striking the lava turtle hard. Seeing it was weakened, Jiang Zi immediately fired 3 arrows straight into its back, draining the last of its health. The lava turtle then began to disintegrate into tiny pieces, and the system showed that Jiang Zi had received a low-grade strength demon soul orb. Jiang Zi wiped his hand. The system displayed the Demon Realm's guide. After a monster from the Demon Realm dies, it will randomly drop a demon soul orb. The quality of these soul orbs is divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Soul orbs of different colors have different attributes. Red is for strength, green is for constitution, blue is for spirit, and yellow is for agility. Absorbing these soul orbs will grant you their corresponding attribute. Jiang Zi had killed a lava turtle, which meant he could now summon a replica of it. The system then asked if he wanted to summon. Jiang Zi shouted, "Summon!" Then a huge surge of energy appeared in front of him, and from that energy, a lava turtle emerged, letting out a massive roar. Seeing this, Jiang Zi couldn't help but let out a huge, happy laugh. He reached out and patted its face, cheerfully messing around with the lava turtle. Hey, this is my very first summoned beast. Scene change. Over here, a group of people were fighting a violent rabbit. One guy who'd been hit in the face was on the ground, groaning in pain. The other two were tense, bracing themselves for its next attack. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. They realized someone was coming up from behind, and when they turned around, they totally freaked out. We're screwed. There's a lava turtle behind us. It was death from the front and death from the back, so the dude with the bloody nose got up, ready to throw down. But what was even crazier was that there was someone sitting on the lava turtle's back. Jiang Zi, riding on the turtle's back, was totally gloating and chuckling to himself. He shouted out to them, "What's up, my bros?" The three guys on the ground had no clue what the hell was going on. Monsters in the demon realm are supposed to attack on sight, so why wasn't this turtle doing anything? If that was the case, did it mean you could actually tame monsters in this place? The guy standing next to him was super impressed, but the dude who just got beaten up said there was nothing to be impressed about. He got this bright idea to try and tame the violent rabbit that was menacing them from behind. If he pulled it off, that rabbit could carry them out of there. Seriously, this guy didn't know his own limits. Weak as hell, but still trying to show off. The second he finished talking, the rabbit gifted him another smack, knocking out a few of his teeth. Seeing their bro get his whole grill busted by the rabbit, the other two jumped in to fight it. But then, the rabbit suddenly froze and started powering up, getting ready to go into a berserk state. Seeing this, all three of them screamed in terror. "We're so dead. What kind of rabbit is this freaking violent?" One of the three seemed a bit more chill. He told the other two not to freak out, because the rabbit was low on health. The three of them rushing it at once could definitely finish it off, but just their luck, two more of them showed up. Seeing that many rabbits, all three of their faces went ghost white. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Jiangzi was just cruising around on his turtle, thinking to himself how the sunset over the plains was seriously gorgeous, so beautiful it could totally calm your soul. While he was chilling and watching the sunset, Jiangzi suddenly heard desperate screams for help. It was those three dudes from before, their faces pale, booking it at top speed. As they ran past Jiangzi, they even shouted a warning. "Turtle bro, don't just stand there. Run." Jiangzi turned around to see what the fuss was about. The sight of three violent rabbits' faces made him lose his mind and start screaming. As he dodged, Jiangzi ordered the turtle to attack the rabbits with its tail. The turtle whipped its tail once, taking a huge chunk of health from all three rabbits. Jiangzi was shook when he saw that. He couldn't believe his own damage output was weaker than his summoned beasts. But then the turtle lost the upper hand. It was getting ganged up on by the three rabbits, and Jiangzi started to panic. The turtle's too slow. Even with its high defense, it can't tank hits from three of these rabbits at the same time. I gotta find a way to split their attention, fast. Getting pissed off, the turtle whipped its tail again. This time, the three rabbits took even more damage than before. Seeing his chance, Jiangzi pulled out his bow and finished one of them off. Then he took out the second one. After the shot, Jiangzi didn't forget to give his little turtle buddy some props. Just then, the berserk rabbit leaped up and smacked the turtle hard on the head. Seeing this, Jiangzi started cussing out that jerk of a rabbit. He swore there was no way he was going to let his first ever summon die like this. After saying that, he fired an arrow at it, but the damage was pathetically low. It barely even scratched it. He yelled out for his turtle, which was busy gnawing on some other rabbit's ear in the distance, to come back and help. Just then, the turtle leveled up to level 2, whipped its tail, and instantly killed the violent rabbit. Jiangzi held the 3 crystal cores and happily celebrated his win. A notification popped up, 3 violent rabbits defeated. You can now summon 3 replicas of the rabbits. The system asked if he wanted to summon them. Without missing a beat, Jiangzi yelled summon, and 3 rabbits appeared. Seeing them, he couldn't help but grin like an idiot. He now had 4 summoned beasts. Suddenly, a message popped up in the class group chat. The teacher was telling all students to immediately return and assemble. Seeing the notification, he was confused, wondering what the big rush was all about. After everyone had gathered back at the altar, a teacher stood up to make an announcement. "All right, everyone, what'd you think of the first floor of the demon realm? After all these days of training, I'm guessing none of you had any trouble, right?" He warned them that the first floor's boss, the Shadow Wolf, was not something they could handle on their own. That's why the school has brought in a special guest, a high-level demon realm expert. She's going to lead you to take down the first boss, the Shadow Wolf, and open the gate to the second floor. Liu Yueyang then stepped forward to introduce herself. Someone in the crowd recognized her as the upperclassman who awakened an S-rank talent last year, the one who got recommended to Qingde University. Yueyang continued, saying she hoped they wouldn't underestimate the first floor boss, because it was a lot tougher than they thought. "If you're coming with me, you all follow my orders. If you go off on your own, you deal with the consequences yourself." After that, Yueyang invited everyone to join her party. Jiangzi saw her stats window pop up, but all the important info was censored. He wondered who was stronger, her or his summons. Man, if he could use this chance to capture the Shadow Wolf for himself, that would be awesome. The sun was streaming down through the dense forest as Yueyang led the newbies deeper inside. Jiangzi thought to himself that he had to keep his true power under wraps for now. He couldn't just bust out his summons, or he'd freak everyone out. Just then, two violent rabbits jumped out from the bushes, and at the same time, a lava turtle charged in, growling. A girl saw this and yelled for everyone to fight together. Yu Ying grabbed her daggers and made her move. With a swift move, she slashed down the monster, blocking her path. The two guys in the party saw this and were completely floored. And yet, she completely wiped out that mob of monsters with a single sword strike. Totally lives up to her rep as an S-rank awakened. Yu Ying shot them a look. Cut the crap, let's move. Zhang Zi watched this and thought to himself, damn, she's the real deal. Looks like trying to steal the boss from her is a total non-starter. They trekked from morning till late at night when a wolf stood on a towering rock, tilting its head back to howl at the moon. One of the male students in the newbie group. Just then, a weird portal materialized in front of them and Yu Ying. Yu Ying turned her head to the side and warned them that this was a skip-level gate, which meant the phantom wolf was about to show up. If you don't want to die, keep a safe distance and don't even think about attacking it without my say-so. Right after that, a wolf's claw shot out from inside the gate. At the same time, the gate erupted with dark energy, and the force whipped Yu Ying's cloak around like crazy. The others had to shield their faces. Then, a super thick, dark fog rolled in, so dense they couldn't see where the phantom wolf was. Yu Ying gripped her sword, totally focused. Just then, the wolf zipped around her at insane speed. Then bam, it lunged right behind Yu Ying. It bared its sharp fangs to attack Yu Ying, but she was already onto it. She then leaned back to dodge, and the wolf's face slammed right into a rock, missing her by an inch. Without even flinching, Yu Ying looked like a total badass as she swung her sword behind her, spinning around to unleash a ton of slashes at the phantom wolf that formed a golden arc of energy. She successfully sent the wolf to meet its maker. Right after, the wolf's body started to disintegrate into dust, and the fog began to clear. The newbies who saw this couldn't help but cheer, hyping up how damn good Yu Ying was. The boss was toast. The guy at the front who got a full HD view of the action recognized it as Yu Ying's S-rank talent, Slash of Light. This skill hits a designated target with a slash, and with each consecutive hit, the damage doubles. The final doubled slash triggers a finishing blow, dealing massive damage. Level 1 Slash of Light hits the target with 3 consecutive slashes. Level 2 Slash of Light hits the target with 5 consecutive slashes. Yu Ying held a magic soul orb in her hand and said, "Looks like everyone got the key to the first floor." After that, Yu Ying raised her hand and hit the close button on the system panel. A notification popped up, and then Yu Ying crossed her arms. She urged everyone to hurry through the first floor portal because the boss would respawn in an hour, and her job was done. Now she had to get back to the 5th floor to kill its boss. Suddenly, something made the girl in white gasp. She warned Yu Ying, "There's something behind you." Hearing that, she immediately whipped her head around to look at the portal. Seeing what was happening, Yu Ying instantly realized it was a sign of a new boss. She was totally confused. How is this possible? It hasn't even been an hour. The gate erupted with a powerful energy that radiated outwards. Seeing this, Yu Ying couldn't help but feel a chill. No, this killing intent. It's different from before. Just then, a massive, ferocious phantom wolf stepped out of the gate. Its face was pure evil, and its eyes glowed with a malevolent light. It was an elite-level phantom wolf. When they realized it was an elite, everyone freaked out. How the hell were they supposed to deal with an elite-level wolf? Someone else tried to calm everyone down, saying not to worry. Anyway, while she was thinking, it lunged again, switching its angle of attack. The surprise attack was too fast, and Yu Ying couldn't dodge in time. That last hit was pretty heavy, and the system immediately notified her that she was bleeding. She was losing 1% of her health every 10 seconds. If she didn't stop the bleeding soon, she'd die. Seeing this, Yu Ying was pissed, but didn't know what to do. The wolf was just too damn fast. Even though she tried to dodge, she still got clawed. But the tougher it got, the more determined she was not to lose to some wolf. With that thought, she went on the offensive again with her skills, but the wolf was quick enough to dodge them. The two of them kept fighting, neither one giving an inch. As Zhang Zi was running, he looked back, wondering what was happening over there. The guy running with him yelled at him to hurry up. "Hey, don't just stand there like an idiot, let's go." But Zhang Zi had other ideas. An elite phantom wolf was a rare sight. You don't get to see one every day. As he was thinking, a few other people ran past, yelling at him, "You moron, you got a death wish or something?" Meanwhile, Yu Ying was getting her ass handed to her by the phantom wolf. She clutched her wound, thinking, "I've been fighting like a beast this whole time, and it's still at half health." Seeing Yu Ying was getting tired, the wolf seized the opportunity and lunged at her again. She tried her best to dodge and charged in to use Slash of Light, but she'd lost too much blood, and her stamina was so low she couldn't even use the skill anymore. The phantom wolf stared at Yu Ying for a moment, then lunged at her with lightning speed. It attacked her relentlessly, knocking her to the ground. Just as she had given up and accepted her fate, a volley of arrows slammed into the boss, forcing it to back off. "Zhang Zi?" That's one of the freshmen. Why hasn't he bailed yet? Liu Yuing was just sprawled out, waiting for some prince to come carry her off to be healed, while that guy was over there poking the bear. Liu Yuing, worried, yelled at him to stop messing with the beast. Like an addiction he just couldn't kick, Jiang Zi sprinted around the forest. He'd only messed with the thing for a second, and now it was chasing him so hard he was about to run his pants off. As he ran, he thought to himself that this elite boss still had half a health bar. If he charged in now, it'd be a total suicide mission. But he'd come this far, how could he not go for it? He couldn't die now. If he died, who would take care of his Mui Mui? First, he had to lure it to a more open area where his summoned beasts would have the advantage. But this wolf was way too fast. Jiang Zi was about to collapse. The wolf lunged to attack, but luckily, he made it to the clearing just in time. Jiang Zi spun around him and brought out his summon to block the wolf's attack. Meanwhile, Liu Yuiying was chugging a health potion, thinking to herself that Jiang Zi had lost his mind. How could a newbie like him even think of taking on an elite boss? She decided she had to hurry and go save him. Then she continued to bandage her wounds. First, she had to stop the bleeding fast. She hoped that Zhang Zigai could buy her a little time. Just then, a voice rang out. Verdant blessing. The wooden staff in the person's hand glowed with a green energy that enveloped Liu Yuiying, healing her. Liu Yuiying turned her head and saw the little princess smiling. And it wasn't just her, their entire party was here. The man in black and the woman in purple started scolding Liu Yuiying. Are you completely insane, taking on an elite monster by yourself? Even if it's just a first-floor elite boss, how did you think you could beat it alone? Liu Yuiying bowed her head in embarrassment and apologized, since this was, after all, only the first floor. From behind, another young man with a board strapped to his back spoke up, asking Liu Yuiying where the elite boss went. At that moment, Liu Yuiying suddenly remembered Zhang Zhe and answered in a panic. That's right, a newbie just lured it away. The whole group was completely stunned to hear that a newbie like Jiang Zi actually dared to kite the boss. Over on Zhang Zi's side, he was ordering his summoned beasts to attack the boss. The magma turtle and 3 violent rabbits immediately charged toward the shadow wolf on his command. The 3 violent rabbits then relentlessly attacked the elite wolf, while the magma turtle swung its tail, knocking the shadow wolf flying and pinning it against a tree. Seeing this, Jiang Zi celebrated inwardly. Even though the shadow wolf was fast, getting ganged up on by 3 violent rabbits would definitely slow it down. After taking so much damage, the boss began to fight back. A powerful energy erupted from the shadow wolf's body. It glared at the 3 violent rabbits and the magma turtle with eyes full of killing intent, then lunged forward to attack them directly. It created trails of energy that wrapped around Jiang Zi's summons. From the back, Jiang Zi saw this and immediately raised his bow, a look of panic on his face. Its damage output is higher now, too. I've got to let the summons tank the hits to avoid getting one-shotted. Suddenly, one of the rabbits shot forward like an arrow towards the shadow wolf. At the same time, Jiang Zi saw this and was totally shocked. Did the violent rabbit just level up? He shouted his command. Just like that, surround it. Magma turtle, you tank the hits. Violent rabbits, keep wailing on it for me. The shadow wolf leaped into the air and slammed its claws down on the magma turtle's head, making it cry out in pain. Just then, mist drifted across the sky, covering the moon. After a long battle, the violent rabbit's health was almost gone. At the same time, the system announced that a violent rabbit's health had hit 0 and it had died. Jiang Zi was stunned. Before he could even react, the shadow wolf pounced on another violent rabbit, killing it instantly. He gritted his teeth, absolutely furious, and cursed the wolf under his breath. Damn it, we've been fighting this long and it's still not dead. It's perfectly fine, but I'm beat as hell. The violent rabbit leaped up and threw a punch at the shadow wolf, but it dodged with ease. 2 seconds later, the magma turtle viciously whipped its tail into the boss, making it let out a horrific screech before it finally croaked. At the same time, the system announced that the elite wolf had been defeated. In the end, his 2 remaining summons only had a sliver of health left. The shadow wolf disintegrated, dropping 4 soul orbs and 2 pieces of equipment. The system announced 4 mid-tier soul orbs, 1 wolf fang necklace, and 1 wolf bone dagger. Zhang Zi couldn't help but be amazed when he saw this. Of course, it's an elite boss, so it actually dropped mid-tier soul orbs. Jiang Zi picked up the equipment with both hands. He could use the necklace, but even though the dagger had high damage, he wasn't a melee fighter, so it was useless to him. He decided he'd sell it for cash when he got home. Jiang Zi reached out and patted the head of the only surviving violent rabbit. Even though he'd lost 2 summons, he had a triumphant smile on his face. After all, you can't catch a wolf without making a few sacrifices. He held out his hand and shouted the summoning command. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant energy vortex appeared in front of him, radiating intense power. Immediately after, a ferocious shadow wolf emerged from the energy vortex, its eyes shooting out 2 cold beams of light. The system announced, Shadow Wolf, level 1 out of 5, experience 1. Jiang Zi was floored when he saw the system panel. These stats are insane. This thing is seriously the strongest being on the first floor. Jiang Zi put a hand on his hip and let out a sigh of relief. It's getting late, gotta head back. I've got school tomorrow too. Over here, the little princess waves her hand, shouting that she found something. They head over to a pile of rubble, and sure enough, it's covered in scratch marks from a shadow wolf. They guess that Jiang Zi must have run this way. They've already searched the entire area and haven't found any other tracks. The young man in blue touches the scratch marks on the ground, impressed. Lu Yuying turns and walks away, saying she'll go back to school tomorrow to find Mr. Lu Wei. She figures Zhang Zhe must be one of his students, so if he's really dead, the teacher would definitely know. But she feels a heavy weight in her heart. If Jiang Zi really died, it would all be her fault. That night, Jiang Zi sits on his bed checking out all the stuff he collected. He needs to hurry up and sell some of it on the online market tonight. Just then, the system announces 61 low-grade Demon Soul Orbs and 25 mid-grade Demon Soul Orbs. Jiang Zi takes out a Demon Soul Orb from the system to try absorbing it. After he absorbs it, his whole body glows with red energy as his power steadily increases. According to the guide, as his own power increases, his strength in the real world will also increase. He decides to test it out at the dojo tomorrow. The next morning, his little sister, Mui, is making him breakfast. By the time he comes downstairs, she's almost done cooking. Jiang Zi scratches his head, totally helpless. Didn't I tell you not to cook anymore? You're not listening at all. As Jiang Zi brushes his teeth, he thinks about how Mui's body is starting to get weaker. He's determined to make more money, no matter what. He wonders if he should tell them that he awakened an SSS-ranked talent. But after thinking it over, he decides it's best to keep his talent a secret. Mui, not hearing him mention anything about his talent upgrade, starts to get a little worried. Seeing how late he came back yesterday, she assumes his talent awakening didn't go well. She turns to him and says, "The demon realm is so dangerous, maybe you should stop going. I'll take care of the rent." After breakfast, Jiang Zi walks out of the house, slings his backpack on, and doesn't forget to remind her to study hard. Let me worry about the money. As soon as Jiang Zi steps into the classroom, he hears a couple of guys sighing, looking all gloomy about their own talents. Jiang Zi opens the online market on his phone. The Demon Soul Orbs were a hot item. For real, they're all completely sold out. Time to transfer and withdraw the cash. Today, he'll hit the Demon Realm and farm some more Soul Orbs. He's stoked that he's almost got enough for his sister's surgery. Mr. Lu Wei stands at the podium, seriously telling the students to quiet down. Just then, Lu Yuying, dressed in a cute and trendy outfit that shows off her perfect figure, stands at the front of the class. The students whisper among themselves when they see her. On the stage, Mr. Lu Wei announces with a serious tone that there was a little incident yesterday during the boss fight on the first floor. She wants to know who helped her lead the boss away. She wants to thank this student personally. Hearing this, the students are all a bit surprised, but Jiang Zi just ignores it and keeps playing on his phone, not wanting to blow his cover. Seeing that no one is fessing up, Lu Wei and Lu Yuying step out of the classroom to talk. Mr. Lu Wei tells Lu Yuying that the person she's looking for probably isn't in his class. She then tells him to let her know if he gets any info. Inside the classroom, the students are all buzzing, gossiping about the person who helped Lu Yuying out. Wang Yang pushes up his glasses and gives Jiang Zi a smug grin. Heh, I know who it was. Hearing that, Jiang Zi breaks out in a cold sweat and asks, "Who was it?" Wang Yang explains that after the boss appeared, everyone ran away, but only one person ran against the crowd. That doesn't prove anything. Maybe they just panicked and ran the wrong way, right? Wang Yang covers his mouth and whispers about how he went to the demon realm yesterday to grind. He met two interesting girls. Seeing him start to ramble, Jiang Zi quickly cuts him off, saying he has to get to his part-time job at the dojo. Wang Yang hears this and sighs. "Does your sister need more money again?" "Don't worry, I can still handle it." Wang Yang nods, telling him to look him up if he goes to the demon realm. His username is Handsome Fatty. The bell rings, signaling the end of class, and students start scrambling out of the room. A little while later, Jiang Zi arrives at the dojo and starts cleaning up. He thinks to himself, just a few more demon soul orbs, and he won't have to work here anymore. At that moment, a crowd is endlessly praising Zhang Hao, saying he's truly the strongest student at the 5th Academy, as expected. I mean, he actually hit 507 kilograms, which is even higher than Qingda Martial Arts Academy's requirement. On top of that, he awakened an A-ranked talent. His future is wide open. "It's nothing, really," Zhang Hao says modestly while bandaging his injured hand. "There are tons of masters out there stronger than me." One of the students thinks he's being way too humble, saying that aside from the upperclassman Lu Yuying, he's the most badass one here. Zhang Hao remains incredibly humble. He says he wouldn't dare compare himself to the goddess Liu Yuying, the genius girl who awakened an S-ranked talent and was recruited directly by Qingda Martial Arts Academy. Hearing this, Jiang Zi thinks to himself that she really is amazing. Then, He throws a punch at the punching bag to test his own strength. The number 497 flashes on the screen. He can't help but be shocked by this. Just adding one attribute point made him this strong. He's already this powerful after absorbing just one high-grade demon soul orb. He's definitely got to go to the demon realm tonight. Jiangzi looks at a text from his sister on his phone. She tells him she's going to a friend's house tonight and will be back late, so he'll have to figure out dinner on his own. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the demon realm, tons of people are gathered near the altar. Jiangzi looks at the system panel. There are 7 summoning slots left. It's still too early to rush to the second floor. The second floor is way too dangerous. He'll wait until he's collected 10 summons before making a move. Then he held out his hands and summoned his wolf pet, taking it to go hunt some mobs. Just then, a lava turtle opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. Jiangzi and the wolf saw it and immediately attacked together. Ambushed by him and his wolf, the lava turtle shrieked in agony. The violent rabbit couldn't escape its fate either, getting easily wasted by him and his wolf pet. Before long, he'd farmed a ton of mobs. Finally, that's enough. Now I can head to the second floor. Just then, someone in the distance screamed for help. Hiding behind a tree, he saw tons of panicked people running out of the portal. Their faces were filled with terror. Seeing this, he was pretty shocked. Isn't that Wang Yang? Wang Yang was running for his life, screaming in terror. Hey, big bros, please don't kill us. We're seriously just noobs. We don't have anything valuable on us. The 2 guys behind them heard this and just burst out laughing. Ha ha, we know damn well you're noobs. We don't care about the garbage you're carrying. But nabbing you little brats to threaten your families in the real world for ransom money? That's a whole different story. Jiangzi watched from behind a large tree. Once your identity is exposed in the demon domain, you're pretty much guaranteed to be targeted by criminals. You get kidnapped and extorted, and at that point, even calling the cops is useless. Usually, even if the full ransom is paid, it's rare to get the person back. To protect their identities, they'll almost always kill their victims to silence them. Wang Yang panicked. Wasn't this the same guy who was just bragging to those 2 girls about driving a luxury car in the real world? With that, he used his skill. Instantly, a magic circle radiating a red aura appeared beneath the feet of Wang Yang and the 2 girls, freaking them out. The leader pressed an axe to Wang Yang's neck, telling him to spill his family's information if he wanted to live. Seeing this, Wang Yang's face went pale with fear, but he still kept his mouth shut. The leader looked down at Wang Yang's arm, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hey. Just then, Jiangzi fired an arrow that nailed the leader's arm, making him grit his teeth in pain. He spun around furiously and roared. Damn it, what bastard with a death wish dares to sneak attack me? From behind a bush, Jiangzi, dressed in all black, stepped out. He angrily called them pieces of trash. One of the goons immediately charged at him, and Jiangzi instantly turned and bolted. The leader and his goons, one by one, chased after Jiangzi, oozing with killing intent. Jiangzi saw the towering mountain range ahead and thought to himself that he'd been here before. The terrain was treacherous and surrounded by mountains, with only a single path forward. After a long chase, they finally cornered Jiangzi in a large valley and started taunting him. Haha, go on and run. Why'd you stop running? You walked right into a trap, you idiot. The leader clasped his hands behind his back with a sinister grin and told his lackeys not to let him die too quickly. He wanted them to torture him slowly, saying it'd be a waste to kill him right away. They had to squeeze all his intel out of him first. Hearing this, Jiangzi wasn't scared at all, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. The leaders slowly advanced on him, axe in hand. They weren't afraid of being found out simply because if they kill someone here, no one in the outside world will ever know. Jiangzi knelt, one hand on the ground, and stared at them with ice-cold eyes. Perfect. My babies, it's time to play. The next second, countless summoning circles appeared on the ground, and hordes of lava turtles and violent rabbits poured out, surrounding them. The leader saw this and panicked, wondering how the hell this guy had so many monsters. That, plus the treacherous terrain, made them decide it was best to bail. With that, the leader and his goons made a run for it. Just then, a purple fog appeared right in front of them, catching them completely off guard. Within the fog, a pair of cold eyes radiated killing intent, and then the shadow wolf emerged majestically from the mist. The leader and the goon beside him saw this and were so scared they could only grit their teeth. Their faces went white with fear because this wasn't some normal boss, it was an elite-level boss. From behind, a completely expressionless Jiangzi made a cool gesture with his finger. Seeing that, the thug's limbs started trembling as they scrambled to run forward. The shadow wolf opened its jaws, baring its sharp fangs, and lunged at them, attacking with deadly agility that left them bloodied and in agony. A lava turtle slammed its tail hard into 2 of the goons. Before the leader could even recover, he saw 2 enraged rabbits leaping toward him, and he screamed in terror. Just then, the clouds parted, allowing the moonlight to shine down. Jiangzi stared at them coldly. A system notification appeared. Item, Berserker Axe. Rarity, rare. Damage, none. The effect is that within a 3-meter radius, any target that enters will receive a berserk status for 100 days. Durability, 1 out of 1. Zhang Zi saw this and thought to himself that this was some seriously good stuff. It could be a trump card in a critical moment. After that, he puffed out his chest and walked forward. A moment later, he reached the portal leading to the second floor. Wang Yang and the two girls ran over, calling out to Zhang Zi. Hey, hero! Wait a second. I knew you were still alive. Thank you so much for saving us. Wang Yang grabbed Zhang Zi's hand and said tearfully that there are so few good people like him these days, and he absolutely had to repay him. He then offered 1 million and asked if that was enough. He just waved his hand, refusing, and said that he just didn't want to see those scumbags continue to hurt people, then told them to be more careful from now on. Zhang Zi waved his hand, stepped into the portal, and said he'd see them later. Wang Yang and the two girls were moved. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration, calling him their idol. The second floor of the demon realm turned out to be a crypt, with tons of people in the main square trying to squat up. As for Zhang Zi, he checked out the monster list for this floor, which included poison spiders, blood-sucking bats, and the boss, Devourer X. Every single one of them was stronger than the mobs on the first floor. He hadn't gone far before he walked straight into a spider web as big as he was. He jumped back, startled, and came face to face with a 10-eyed poison spider. Zhang Zi summoned his violent rabbits, and 2 savage bunnies charged right at the poison spider. The spider opened its mouth and shot webs, trapping one of the rabbits, then spat out some bright green poison. The white rabbit's fur turned green after getting hit, so Zhang Zi summoned his whole crew to take the thing down. After a chaotic beatdown, the poison spider ran out of health, but Zhang Zi had to sacrifice one of his violent rabbits. And to top it off, the damn spider only dropped 2 low-grade demon soul orbs. What a total ripoff. But hey, at least he could now summon a poison spider, a life for a life. The spider was level 1 out of 5, with 300 health, and damage between 100 and 500. It had no skills, only a defense move. Its 2 stats were way higher than the rabbits and the turtles. Zhang Zi continued deeper into the dungeon. For a long stretch, he only ran into that one spider. But just then, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes watched Zhang Zi from the darkness. The second he let his guard down, 2 ferocious blood-sucking bats lunged out. Zhang Zi instantly summoned his phantom wolf and the turtle to act as shields. Good thing his summoning speed had increased, or he would have been ambushed without a clue. Alright guys, let's get him. The blood-sucking bats swarmed the turtle and started draining its blood, making it squeal in pain. Zhang Zi's other summoned creatures were also getting their blood siphoned by them. The bats were healing as they leached blood, getting more and more aggressive the longer they fought. Zhang Zi immediately summoned his new poison spider, which shot webs and poison at the bats, temporarily stopping them in their tracks. The poison damage also countered the bats' lifesteal, giving Zhang Zi the opening he needed to turn the tables. After that, Zhang Zi managed to take out both blood-sucking bats. He sat and meditated for a moment among his summons. Man, it took several of his creatures just to kill 2 bats. It looked like only the strong would survive till the end. Now, counting the 2 new bats, Zhang Zi had 8 summons in his crew. He figured that was a pretty solid lineup, so he headed straight for the boss. Meanwhile, in a deep cavern, a bunch of other players were gathered. Are these guys insane? The boss is public property. Since when did it belong to them? We're all trying to get stronger to protect our home, and these scumbags are selling out their country for money? Zhang Zi showed up just in time to catch the drama, hearing all the pissed-off whispers around him. A group of guys walked out from the boss area, slammed a post into the ground, and yelled, "Everyone shut up and look at the requirement board." A nearby party complained, "Pan-An, 10 demon soul orbs? That's way too greedy." The guy snapped back, "This is a protection fee. Got it? You dare complain about the price? We've got 1 spot left for the boss fight. Who's in?" From a distance, Zhang Zi waved his hand and yelled, "I am." A moment later, he walked closer and asked, Hey boss, I'm new to the demon realm, so I don't have many demon soul orbs. Can I pay with gold bars instead?" The guy heard him and shot back, "What? Gold bars?" Zhang Zi explained, "Yeah, my family, grows a lot of gold bars. Just get me in on the boss fight and help me get the key to the 3rd floor, and all that gold is yours." The guy immediately threw an arm around his shoulder and whispered, "Look kid, you better not be bullshitting me. If there's no gold when this is over, you'll regret it." He lowered his voice and replied, "Boss, I wouldn't dare." The guy burst out laughing and announced, "All right, let's go. I'll show you how we take down the Devourer X boss." Zhang Zi just replied humbly, "Okay, thank you, boss." But inside his head, he already had a plan. Just you wait. Once they had a full party, the guy led the group into the boss room. Someone was already waiting inside. He announced, "Captain, the team's full. Let's do this." This guy's name was Jin Superman, and his class was Skilled Brawler. Hearing the report, he turned and said, "Got it." Seeing this, Zhang Zi thought to himself, "I remember Liu Yuing's class was also Skilled Swordswoman. Anyone with a title like that is a total badass. Meanwhile, the goon reminded him loudly, "In a minute, when the captain fights the boss, you just sit quietly on the sidelines and watch." Before long, the whole party went through a small door and entered a massive boss cavern. Everyone looked up, totally blown away. Whoa, this cave is huge. This is actually insane. Right in front of them, the silhouette of the boss appeared, starting with its huge yellow leg. Jiang Zi leaned forward to get a better look. When he saw it, his eyes went wide with shock. This was his first time seeing such a monster of a boss. The boss this time was a giant X. Its sluggish eyes looked down on the party with contempt, and it had two small wings on its back. Jiang Zi couldn't help but blurt out, "Holy crap, Devourer X is massive." Jin Superman just smirked, flexing his ripped muscles as he warned everyone. "Everyone back up, I'm about to pull the boss." He then dropped his shirt on the ground behind him. A split second later, Jin Superman launched himself into the air. With both fists ready, Jin Superman shot towards the Devourer X boss. His eyes were laser-focused with determination. This clearly wasn't his first rodeo. Jin Superman leaped up and slammed a punch right into the boss's chin, unleashing a flurry of punches that made the giant monster stagger. The other party members could only gape in awe. That's insane. The boss already lost half its health in just one combo. While Superman Teen was furiously spamming his moves, Trung Trok was secretly observing and gathering intel. Flame Combo Fist A, Level 1, 612 out of 1000 experience, consumes 10 stamina points, 60-second cooldown effect. For a short time, launches multiple attacks on the target. But just then, unable to take the beating anymore, the sky-devouring toad opened its massive mouth and shot out a fireball. Superman Teen quickly leaned to the side to dodge. The fireball slammed into the cave wall, sending rocks and debris crashing down, and the party scrambled to get away. Using his experience, Superman Teen leaped up and continued to use his flame combo fist, smashing it right down on the boss's head. Trungtrak calculated silently. The sky-devouring toad is at half health. I need to time this perfectly to steal the kill. Meanwhile, Superman Tin pulled back his fist and roared as he punched, die. As he spoke, he rained down punches on the sky-devouring toad's head, making its health drop like a rock. It opened its mouth and cried out in agony. Trungtrak raised his bow and took aim. Now's my chance. Right after that, he let go. 1 second later, just before Superman Teen could land the finishing blow, Trungtrak's arrow buried itself in the boss's eye, dealing 52 damage. A charged attack performed by Rakshasa. The sky-devouring toad roared in pain, using its last bit of strength to throw Superman Teen off its back. Then it turned its head and stared straight at Trungtrak, who was standing there with a bow in his hand. The lackeys were startled and started yelling curses. "Son of a bitch, didn't we tell you not to attack?" The other guy reminded them, "Don't let him kill the boss or we won't get all the loot." The sky-devouring toad changed its target. Seeing the boss run off, the lackey immediately called out to his captain. He just stood there, with his arms crossed and replied, "Forget about him." Superman Tin scoffed. "A noob actually dares to steal my boss kill. Looks like he's just asking to die. Nobody lay a finger on him. Just let the sky-devouring toad turn him into mincemeat." Meanwhile, Trungtrak was running, glancing back to observe the boss. Superman Tin's goon stood there, mocking Trungtrak. He really doesn't know his own limits. An archer trying to solo a boss? That's hilarious. Another one chimed in. "Who the hell does he think he is, stealing our boss?" The others around them added, "Even if he manages to kill the boss, there's no way he's getting out of here alive. Superman Tin's crew won't let him go." Meanwhile, he was having a real hard time dodging the sky-devouring toad's attacks. While dodging, Trungtrak used summon, calling out his monsters for defense. A vampire bat, a poison spider, and a lava turtle immediately appeared, charging towards the sky-devouring toad. With so many new targets, even though they were weak, their numbers made the sky-devouring toad a little confused. The onlookers asked in surprise, "This guy can summon monsters?" Superman Teen saw this and thought to himself, "Summoning arts? Huh. I've never seen anyone with this kind of talent skill before." There were too many attacks, forcing the sky-devouring toad to just take the hits, while the poison spider continuously attacked and injected it with venom. Then, the vampire bat on its back kept draining its health. Right at that moment, Trungtrak drew his bow and fired off a few more arrows to pile on the damage. His arrows hit it square in the head, causing it to collapse. Its body turned green and began to evaporate. System notification. You have defeated the sky-devouring toad. He smiled, pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Superman Tin's lackey's jaws dropped in shock. He actually killed the boss? No freaking way. How could a total noob pull that off? Trungtrak walked over to the loot in front of him. He thought, damn, for a high-grade Lord-level boss, the drop rate is insane. As he was picking up the Demon's Soul Orb, Superman Tin's crew walked up behind him. The man in the lead spoke up. "No wonder you had the guts to steal my boss. Turns out you've got some skills." Superman Tin's lackey spoke arrogantly. Hand over everything you've got, throw in 10 gold bars, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of here alive. Tring Track was pissed. You dare say I stole your monster? If you clowns weren't blocking the entrance, I could have killed it all by myself. He thought, these guys are charging a ridiculous fee. I'm not going to waste my breath on them. Fighting the boss just now killed my vampire bat, and my lava turtle took a lot of damage, but I still have my iron-fanged wolf on standby. Dealing with these guys shouldn't be a problem. Superman Teen said, Kid. He stared at him intently, but that's completely useless against me. As he finished speaking, he charged up his flaming fist, leaped into the air, and took down the vampire bat with a single punch. It fell to the ground and slowly disintegrated. A notification popped up, Vampire Bat has died. Then he crushed the bat under his foot. Tring Trax was a little angry but didn't know what to do after witnessing that kind of power. He didn't stop there, taunting him, even if you summon more. In front of a real pro, they're nothing but clay pigeons. Trung Track frowned and glared at him. He thought, the plan was just to kill the boss and get the loot. Suddenly, someone ran over from a distance, raising their hand to stop them. Wait a minute, he held out an identification card. I'm from the Demon Realm Management Bureau, a discipline inspector. Don't you dare cause any trouble. According to the system, his name was Vastnet of Heaven. Trung Track looked at him and thought, a discipline inspector? These guys are from the upper echelons of the Management Bureau. They investigate carefully and gather evidence. They adjudicate acts that violate the rules. The position may be low-ranking, but the power they wield is immense. Looks like I won't have to get my hands dirty after all. Old Third whispered from the side, Captain, if this guy exposes that we bribed Cow Trung Hoa, we're in deep shit. We might as well just go all the way and finish the job. The disciplinary officer spoke up. I've recorded every word and every move you've made. This is all going straight to my superiors. I'm telling you guys, now's your chance to turn back. Surrender at the Management Bureau, now. Jin Superman said nothing, just cracked a smirk. Then he stepped forward, full of menace. Too bad, you're not getting that chance. Sensing the danger, the disciplinary officer flinched back. What? You're gonna kill me? To shut me up? Just then, the disciplinary officer pulled out an ice staff. Then he told Jiang Zi, don't worry, I'll protect you. He added, your talent is seriously practical. I think you've got a ton of potential. After we deal with these punks, I'll introduce you to my leader. One of the goons charged, swinging his sword down, but the staff in the disciplinary officer's hand started to glow. He then glared at the guy and unleashed Frost Ray. That player was instantly frozen solid, losing 275 health. Lao San realized that's an A-rank mage talent, but Jin Superman looked totally unfazed. Don't sweat it. A talent like that has a 60-second cooldown. Plenty of time for me to wreck him. Then he ordered, everyone, get him. Lao San was right there with him, grabbing his mace and rushing at the two of them, yelling kill. With a mace in each hand, he swung hard, but the disciplinary officer instantly ducked out of the way. He then shot a kick right into the guy's gut, sending him stumbling back and dropping his weapons. The disciplinary officer smirked confidently. I graduated at the top of my class from Wudai University. You think I'm just some weak bookworm? My buddies will be here any minute. But Jin Superman just blew off the threat. For him, there was no turning back now. The disciplinary officer pointed at him. I'm telling you, surrender right now. You're not getting away with this. Lao San smirked. Surrender? Dream on. Then, a golden light shot from his hand toward his boss. Jin Superman started powering up as energy poured into his body. He turned to his guy, nice one, Lao San. His whole body was covered in a layer of golden mana. He kicked off the ground and shot forward. He channeled fire into his fists, flame wings then blitzed the disciplinary officer at insane speed. The tip of the officer's staff lit up, and he fired another frost ray. But it was useless, bouncing right off Jin Superman's hardened body. That was his magic resistance talent, a B-rank skill that lasts for 10 seconds. The disciplinary officer was floored. How is that possible? No way. He then turned to Jiang Zi, saying, you, run. This guy's too tough. We can't beat him. Jin Superman rushed them, roaring. Don't even think about escaping. Jin Superman unleashed a fire punch at them, yelling, go to hell. The disciplinary officer was basically toast, just throwing up an arm to shield his face. He squeezed his eyes shut, unable to watch the hit land. Suddenly, a huge lava turtle appeared, using its tough shell to block the attack, leaving the officer completely stunned. Right after, a poison spider shot a web at Jin Superman, making him leap back to dodge it. Just then, Jiang Zi stepped forward and said confidently, disciplinary officer, I'll handle this. The officer asked, shocked, what? You're gonna fight them? Jiang Zi's hands started glowing as he replied, who said I'd be the one fighting? He held out his hands to summon his monsters. The ones fighting them will be these guys. As he spoke, a deadly aura filled the air. Jin Superman's goons were confused. Why'd it get so foggy all of a sudden? That's when the elite Iron Fang Wolf appeared, its wicked aura washing over everything. Lao San and his crew were stunned. That's an Iron Fang Wolf, and it's an elite. And it wasn't just the Iron Fang Wolf. Behind him, another massive, familiar shape appeared, the sky-devouring serpent. Meanwhile, Jin Superman was struggling to rip apart the spider webs with his bare hands. Jiang Zhe stared him down, his eyes blazing with resolve. He gave the order, Sky-Devouring Serpent, it's your turn. The whole crowd freaked out. He can summon the Sky-Devouring Serpent. They were totally speechless. Like, what the hell is going on? Why are the bosses from Floor 1 and Floor 2 both showing up here? It's obviously that guy who summoned them. I can't believe a talent that broken exists, it can even summon bosses. The others started murmuring. That's just way too OP, summoning a boss like that. I bet that dude's talent is at least A rank. Someone else argued, nah, it's gotta be S rank or higher. Lao San asked nervously, boss, what's the plan? That little punk summoned 2 giant bosses. Jin Superman answered, we're past the point of no return. He made a call, I'll handle the monsters. You guys go take care of that kid. The second he finished talking, he jumped at the boss to attack. The disciplinary officer warned Jiang Zi to be careful. Jiang Zi ordered, Sky-Devouring Serpent, Iron Fang Wolf, go. As soon as they got the command, the 2 bosses let out ferocious roars and got ready to strike. The Iron Fang Wolf charged in, slashing with its claws, but he calmly deflected the blows. Using the dodge to his advantage, he leaped up and slugged the Sky-Devouring Serpent right in the face, wiping out 1/3 of its health. The power was insane. He then jumped up and hit the Sky-Devouring Serpent again, and this time it was left with barely any health. Jin Superman smirked with confidence. Just means I gotta kill a few more monsters, is all. Jiang Zi thought to himself, damn, this guy's the real deal. He's planning to take out the serpent first, then go after the wolf. From a distance, his goons got cocky and laughed out loud. You really think you can take down our captain? Third Bro smirked. You think we haven't killed the heaven-swallowing boss like 1,000,000 times already? You really think summoning one measly boss is enough to win? The proctor thought to himself, damn, this kid's a monster. Super Arrow's defense is pretty low. Looks like he can't hold out for much longer. Jiang Zi pulled something out, saying, looks like it's time to show you guys what I can really do. The item he took out was a talisman. The proctor recognized it. It was a berserk talisman. He then tossed the talisman at the Iron Fang Wolf and commanded, go on, time to go on a rampage. The command talisman immediately slapped onto the wolf and fused with its body. The berserk energy from the talisman slowly dissolved and entered its body. Its entire body lit up like a predator on the hunt, filled with a murderous aura. Officially entering a berserk state, it let out a roar directed at Super Arrow. His aura was totally crushed, and he felt a hint of fear. The killing intent coming from this wolf was insane. The goons standing around realized it was a berserk talisman. The boss went berserk. This is way too dangerous. Infused with a massive surge of power, the Iron Fang Wolf moved closer, staring down its target, ready to strike. Super Arrow wondered, so this is the berserk state? I haven't even done anything to it. Why'd it just randomly trigger? Sensing the danger, he quickly jumped back toward his teammates, but the Iron Fang Wolf's eyes never left him. As he jumped back, he glanced over his shoulder, thinking, in this state, there's no way I can win. Better to just save my own skin. But it wasn't going to be that easy. Jiang Zi spoke up. Trying to run? It's too late for that, little man. In its berserk state, the Iron Fang Wolf was incredibly fast. With just 2 or 3 leaps, it was nearly on top of Super Arrow. Then, it unleashed its sharp claws at its target. Darkness enveloped him. Sharp, dark slashes. Those were the Iron Fang Wolf's claw attacks striking Super Arrow, causing him to grimace and scream in pain. It attacked relentlessly, swiping at his vital spots, leaving him no chance to react. Its speed was terrifying, its gaze razor-sharp. Standing on the sidelines, Third Bro yelled worriedly, Captain! Under the continuous assault, Super Arrow collapsed, falling to his knees as everyone watched in shock. He then mumbled, this little devil is actually this powerful. I totally underestimated him. His body slowly evaporated and the system announced that Super Arrow had been eliminated. The surrounding lackeys were terrified. That guy's way too OP. The captain's dead. We gotta run. Third Bro's face went completely pale. The group scattered and ran, but how could they escape the eyes of a berserk wolf? It was silently observing its prey. It then lunged at Third Bro, delivering a series of fatal blows. Jiang Zi stood by, not needing to say a word, thinking to himself, today I'm going to enjoy finishing you all off. The proctor looked at the boy and thought silently, this kid's talent is terrifying, but a talent like this has to be recruited to serve the country. Otherwise, the consequences could be disastrous. Just as everything was settled, a few people rushed in, yelling, the long arm of the law is here. We've arrived. He was overjoyed. Great, my people are here. Don't let anyone escape. Capture them all. The newcomers chased after and rounded up the remnants of Super Arrow's crew, Meanwhile, Jiang Zi was only interested in the spoils of war. Damn, no wonder he's a high-level adventurer. This guy is loaded. The system announced that he had obtained 2 high-grade soul orbs, 18 mid-grade orbs, and 77 low-grade orbs, plus 2 health recovery potions, 1 invitation letter, and 3 pieces of equipment. There was a letter. He picked it up, wondering, I wonder what this is. The system displayed the information. Invitation letter, quality, S, a one-time use pass to the death zone. He wondered to himself, the death zone? What's that? I don't remember seeing this in the Demon Realm guide. After a moment, he put it away. First things first, he had to absorb these high-grade soul orbs. Just as he finished absorbing them, the proctor ran over and said, Brother Z, that was an absolutely outstanding performance back there. He clapped him on the shoulder and asked, Are you interested in joining the Demon Realm Bureau and serving the country? The boy put a hand on his chin, lost in thought for a moment. The guy took out a pen and paper and wrote something down. All right, to each their own, I won't force you. This is my number. Just contact me if you need anything. Looking at the info in his hand, the boy replied, Okay, got it. He then turned to enter the next floor. The proctor called out to stop him. Brother Z, one more thing. He reminded him, I don't know how strong you'll become in the future, but I hope you'll always remember that the blood of the great Xia flows through your veins. The boy raised his hand in a wave. I know. Then, Jiang Zi quietly stepped through the portal to the 3rd floor. Amidst a vast mountain range was a teleportation circle. This was the gathering point at the entrance to the 3rd floor. Jiang Zi scanned his surroundings. This floor seems way less crowded than the previous one. The demonic beasts are also a lot stronger. If you're not strong enough, coming here is just a suicide mission. He then opened his guide to see what kind of monsters were on the 3rd floor. The monster list included goblin warriors and goblin mages. So the beasts on this floor aren't insects or animals, but humanoids. This should be interesting. He raised his hand to check the time. Very quickly, he left the demon realm and returned to the house he shared with his sister. Seeing that it was dark, he walked down to the living room wondering, It's so dark in here. Why hasn't anyone turned on the lights? He went to his sister's room and knocked. Zhang Feng, are you asleep? But no matter how many times he called, there was no reply. Jiang Zi started to worry a little. He opened the door and said, I'm coming in. The room was completely empty. Jiang Zi was getting confused. Why the hell wasn't she home yet? He pulled out his phone. Something must have happened. He had to give her a call. It was already past 11:30, and his screen showed 15 missed calls. Jiang Zi answered, Hello, is this Pan Pan? This is Chang Feng's older brother. The voice on the other end immediately screamed, Why are you just picking up now? Get your ass over to Cloud Pavilion Club, fast. Sensing something was seriously wrong, he asked worriedly, What happened to Chang Feng? Jiang Zi rushed over to the Cloud Pavilion Club. It was the most high-end club in Tianfeng. What the hell was his sister doing here? Seeing him charging in, the guards immediately blocked his path. 2 security guards in black suits asked him, Hey kid, what are you doing here? Extremely worried about his sister's safety, Jiang Zi was pissed off. Don't tell me she works at a place like this. Is this what she meant? Whoever dares to touch her, I will absolutely make them pay. He blew past the guards, slamming a fist into each of their guts until they coughed up blood, then ran straight inside. The 2 men in suits were collapsed on the ground. Jiang Zi ran up, ready to bust through the door. Inside the club, an arrogant fat guy was yelling, I gave you a chance and you're still gonna play games? I told you to have a drink with Chen Feng and you're acting like this? The guy pulled out a bank card, puffing on a cigarette as he smirked. Here's a card with 10,000 yuan on it. Now get over here and pour us some drinks. Coming to a place like this and still acting like some pure, innocent virgin. It's disgusting. With that, he threw the card in front of Chang Feng. Her friend Pan Pan stepped forward, trying to smooth things over with a smile. Honored guest, my friend doesn't know how to drink. How about I drink for her? The fat guy shoved Pan Pan to the ground and snapped. Who the hell do you think you are? The one Chen Feng wants is her. He pointed a finger in Chang Feng's face and snarled. Let me tell you something. You are entertaining this honored guest tonight. The helpless girl was being forced to drink. Just then, a dark figure burst through the door, his loud voice grabbing everyone's attention. Jiang Zi's fists were clenched tight. Honored guest? I don't give a damn what kind of guest you are. If you dare touch a single hair on my sister's head, I'll break your legs. Seeing her brother, Zhang Feng whispered, Big bro. A guard behind the fat guy arrogantly sneered. You little punk. You really want to start shit with the Tianqian group? You got a death wish. Hearing the group's name, Pan Pan thought in shock, Don't tell me that's Wu Tiancheng. This is bad. Really bad. His influence in Jiangbei is massive, and he has a ton of demonic realm powerhouses under him. Without a second thought, Jiang Zi bent down and picked up the card. Seeing this, the fat guy smirked smugly. Now that's more like it. It's always better to just be obedient, isn't it? Holding the card, he shot back. You think this little card is enough to touch my sister? With that, he flung the card straight at him, coolly adding, "You're dreaming, old man." The card flew right at his face like a dart, and his expression twisted in a flash of fear. Instantly, the young man who'd been sitting silently on the couch leaped in front of the fat guy. He then reached out and snatched the card out of the air. His speed was insane. A young, blonde-haired man stood in front of Tiancheng, a calm, relaxed smile on his face. Even Jiang Zi had to admit his speed was impressive. The fat guy, feeling bold again, pointed at him and ordered, "Men, get him for me. Beat him to death." Following the order, two bodyguards jumped forward, rushing to attack Jiang Zi. At the same time, a woman's voice yelled out, telling them to stop. A woman in a crimson cheongsam stepped out. She was stunningly beautiful with an overwhelming presence. "You dare cause trouble in my Cloud Pavilion Club?" She walked closer with a smile. "Aya, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Boss Wu. What brings you to my humble Cloud Pavilion Club today?" In her mind, she thought, "This guy is a real piece of work, but I should probably show him some face." Feeling empowered, the fat guy stepped forward arrogantly. "Jiang Ti, your girls here have way too many rules. My friend and I aren't having any fun." Jiang Ti replied humbly, "Boss Wu, you're a big shot. Why lower yourself to arguing with kids? How about we just let this go?" Hearing this, he immediately screamed in her face, "Let it go? Are you people on drugs or something? Let it go? I think it's about time Tianfeng City got a new owner." Jiang Ti raised her hand slightly and gave a small laugh. "Boss Wu, you're always welcome whenever you want to visit Tianfeng." Then she pointed straight at his face. "But if you're here to cause trouble, then you better crawl back to Jiangbei." The people in the club all reacted at once. Who the hell does Jiangbei think they are? Coming here and acting like they own the place. Jiang Ti's right, they're taking this way too far. Don't be scared, little sister. The law will deal with these scumbags. Fatty Tiansheng sneered at the crowd. "Just you lot? If it weren't for my money funding the demonic realm powerhouses to fight off the demonic beasts, would any of you even be alive today?" He laughed sinisterly, pointing towards Changfeng. "I'm definitely taking this little brat with me today." Jiang Ti, looking displeased, replied, "Is that so? Then don't blame me for what happens next." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up, her long leg kicking out towards the fatso. In a flash, the blonde-haired Chen Feng moved to block her. He then countered, knocking Jiang Ti flat on her back. He looked completely unbothered, raising a hand to rub his neck. Wu Tiancheng laughed loudly. "Chen Feng, you truly live up to your name as Jiangbei's only S-rank powerhouse in the last 10 years. Lying on the ground, Jiang Ti glared as the fat man laughed sinisterly and gave an order. "Bring that little wench over here. Let's see who dares to stop me now." Two tall bodyguards approached as Jiang Feng stood there, cowering in fear. One of them reached out to grab her, but a figure instantly zipped in and pulled her aside. Jiang Zi followed up with a knee straight to the guy's face, roaring, "Get your filthy hands off my sister." Seeing this, that Chen punk got all hyped up, raising his hand and letting out a woe at him. Jiang Zi, holding his little sister, spoke up. "I already said it. Lay a finger on my sister, and I'll take you down." Chen Feng gave him a compliment. "Damn, that was fast." The fat dude behind him chimed in, "Yo, are you a demon realm adventurer too?" Miss Jiang got up, still wincing in pain, and asked, "Hey kiddo, what's your agility stat? How are you so fast?" Meanwhile, Chen Feng was sizing him up, thinking, "My agility stat is already at 11. I can't believe someone's actually faster than me." He slicked his hair back and said, "Now this is getting fun. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Chen Feng, a senior at Longhu High in Jiangbei. What's your name?" Before he could answer, Chen Feng heard Jiang Zi's introduction and stepped forward. "I can't believe you're in the same grade as me." He held out a hand in challenge. "What a damn coincidence. Let's see what you've got." Jiang Zi just put an arm around his sister's shoulder and started to walk away. "Sorry, man, not interested." That answer made Chen Feng's face go dark. Suddenly, Jiang Zi sensed something flying towards him. He whipped around and sent a wine bottle flying with a kick. Then, he shot a death glare at the punk who threw it. Chen Feng just raised his hands and smirked. "Whoops, you caught me. Your speed is seriously no joke." From behind, Miss Jiang warned, "His raw power is insane, at least 800 kilograms. You need to be careful." Jiang Zi turned to tell Jiang Feng, "Go wait over there for a minute, sis. We'll go home as soon as I'm done dealing with this guy." The two faced each other, and Jiang Zi stepped forward, looking dead serious. Chen Feng spoke up. "There's only one person like you in all of Jiangbei. I can't believe I ran into you today. This must be my lucky day." He gave a wicked grin. "Hope you can actually give me a real surprise." The second he said that, he shot forward. Miss Jiang, watching from the side, thought worriedly, so that Chen Feng kid was hiding his true power this whole time. His very first punch must have packed 1,000 kilograms of force, but Jiang Zi just casually sidestepped, dodging it with ease. He thought to himself, "Speed is my edge. I gotta finish this quick." Then, Jiang Zi immediately countered with his own punch, forcing Chen Feng to quickly throw up an arm to block. He was knocked back a step and actually complimented him. Not half bad. Too bad that punch felt like a love tap to me. Before Chen Feng could even recover, Jiang Zi used his speed to flash behind him, leaving him and everyone else completely stunned. Chen Feng immediately spun around, yelling, "Too fast," just as a fist came hurtling toward his face. Chen Feng scrambled to block it, shouting, "How the hell can he be this fast?" Jiang Zi zipped behind Chen Feng again. He couldn't keep up at all, grimacing as he thought, "Damn it, just what is this guy's speed stat? How can he be this fast?" Fatty Tian Chang was sweating bullets, thinking to himself in a panic, "No way. To think a monster like this was hiding in a backwater city like Tianfeng. We totally underestimated him." Not giving him a chance to defend, Jiang Zi slammed a powerful fist right into the center of Chen Feng's back, making him cry out in pain. Pan Pan said to Jiang Feng in amazement, "Your brother's usually so sweet and gentle. I had no idea he was this freaking strong." The little girl just smiled and replied, "My big brother's just a bit on the humble side." Chen Feng was hurting, but he quickly composed himself and spun back around to face him. Jiang Zi was ready. Chen Feng clutched his arm, which was throbbing with pain. He winced, cursing, "Shit." Jiang Zi just smirked at him. "Chen Feng, looks like you can't even lift your arm anymore. You still want to go?" He kept clutching the arm he used to block, clearly in agony, and for a moment, the whole club went dead silent. Wu Tiancheng turned to him in a panic. "Chen Feng, a true hero knows when to retreat. We'll get him back another day." He thought, this is Tianfeng City. For a monster like this to just show up out of nowhere, the best play here is to dip. Now, Chen Feng was pissed, but there was nothing he could do, so he just yelled, "Jiang Zi, I'll remember this face. The national tournament is in 3 months. After I get into the Qingdai Martial Arts Academy, I'll hunt you down personally." Jiang Zi just smiled and replied, "What a coincidence. I'm planning to get into Qingdai Martial Arts Academy too. Who knows, we might end up being classmates." Chen Feng snapped back. You think you have what it takes? Sure, you're fast, but your physical strength and spirit power won't even pass the minimum requirement. I mean, if you were really all that, you wouldn't have let your little sister." Jiang Zi smiled coldly and held up a hand. "You don't need to worry about me. You should be more concerned about that arm of yours. Until then, feel free to look me up at Qingdai." The two punks turned and headed for the door, but he couldn't resist turning back for one last taunt. "I have no idea where you get off being so damn confident." The crowd in the club started shouting, "Yeah, get the hell out. You think your dirty money makes you special, trying to bully us folks from Tianfeng? Yeah, look who made a fool of themselves now." Jiang Zi put an arm around his sister. "It's getting late. Jiang Feng, let's head home." But just as they were about to leave, Miss Jiang called out, "Young man, please wait." She continued, "I really can't thank you enough for today. If it's not too much trouble, would you mind coming upstairs to talk for a bit? I have a few things I'd like to say to you." Jiang Feng turned to her brother and said, "Miss Jiang is a good person, bro." Hearing his sister say that, he turned back and agreed. Up in Miss Jiang's room, the brother and sister were sitting on the couch as she approached them. Then she put a check on the table and said, "Jiang Zi, my dude, here's 500,000. Consider it a little token of my appreciation." Staring at the massive pile of cash, Jiang Zi said, "Look, I'm kind of short on cash right now, but I can't just take your money like this." He thought to himself, 500,000 is enough to cover my sister's hospital bills. Jiang Pai explained, "Jiang Zi, my man, I'll be straight with you. You saw it today, me and that Yu Tiancheng punk from the Tiancheng group have beef. Today, he brought that Chen Feng guy with him, clearly trying to stir up trouble at my place. This money is to ask for your help. If you weren't here today, I would have been toast." Jiang Feng turned to her brother, pouting. "Come on, just help Jiang Pai." Giving in to his sister, Jiang Zi replied, "All right, fine, I'll take the money for now. As for that Chen Feng guy, the next time they come looking for trouble, I'll definitely step in and help." Jiang Pai immediately thanked him, and the two siblings stood up to leave. Jiang Zi said, "Don't sweat it. If there's nothing else, we're gonna head out." Jiang Pai offered to have someone drive them home, but he turned her down. As the two of them walked out of the club, Jiang Zi turned to his sister. "Jiang Feng, you are never coming to a place like this again." She meekly replied, "I know I was wrong, but the pay here is seriously good." He said harshly, "I don't care how good it is, you're not working here." Realizing she'd said the wrong thing, Jiang Feng quickly backpedaled. I know. Then, she flashed a cute, charming smile to butter him up. "Bro, you looked so cool during the fight today." Hearing that, he seemed to soften up a bit, adding, "Cool. What are you talking about? Let's just hurry home so you can get some sleep. You have school tomorrow morning." The next morning, at Tianfeng High School, just as Jiang Zi was opening the classroom door to leave, a voice called out to him. It was Wang Yang, who came running over bawling, "My dude, you almost never got to see me again. Yesterday, I was this close to getting captured." The kid wailed, "If the big boss Rakshasa hadn't saved my life, I'd probably be in pieces right now." Jiang Zi tried to push Fatty Yang's face away, saying, "You got seriously lucky, man. Let's go. I have to get home and cook for my sister." As he walked, he thought, man, this fatty's memory is surprisingly sharp. In Fatty Yang's eyes, the great Rakshasa was a true powerhouse. He even wanted to beg him to be his master. As Jiang Zi was walking down the hallway, someone blocked his path and said, "Hey man." The guy stepped forward to introduce himself. "I'm Zheng Hao. I wanted to ask you something. Yesterday, after school, you were the one cleaning the dojo, right?" Jiang Zi remembered him. This was the guy who had awakened an A-rank talent. Crap. Did he see me when I was logging the score on the strength tester? Zheng Hao seemed excited and got right up in his face, asking again. "So, did you happen to see who used the machine back then?" Jiang Zi stammered, "Sorry, I didn't see anything." He thought for a moment before saying anything else. Then, he quickly turned to leave. "I've still got stuff to do. I'm heading out." He thought to himself, "Phew, that was close. He hasn't figured it out yet. Looks like I need to be way more careful. I absolutely cannot let my talent be exposed." Watching the student hurry away, Zheng Hao grew suspicious. Could it actually be him? His friend beside him said, "No way. That's Zhang Zi from class 8. In the last preliminary test, he didn't even crack the top 100 in the school. It's definitely not him." Zheng Hao crossed his arms, lost in thought. "All right then, we'll just have to wait for the global competition. The truth will come out eventually." While his sister was washing the dishes, Zhang Zi sat watching a news report announcing that a dangerous wanted criminal had recently escaped to Tianfeng City. It warned residents to be careful and advised students to avoid going out at night unless it was important. After watching, Zhang Zi told his sister, "Zhang Feng, I'm heading into the demon domain first. It's not safe outside lately, so be a good girl and stay in the house, okay?" She obediently nodded. Zhang Zi then returned to the 3rd floor of the demon domain. Zhang Zi was now checking the stats of his summoned monsters. Although he'd managed to acquire the heaven-swallowing frog, his losses had been pretty heavy. His team now had 5 empty spots that needed to be filled as soon as possible. His summon roster currently had 5 open slots. He opened his demon domain guide, saw the goblin warrior and goblin mage, and thought, "I wonder how tough the monsters on the 3rd floor are." While he was lost in thought, he heard cries for help from a distance. A party of 3 was surrounded by a mob of goblins. They were warning each other to be careful. These goblins' attacks are super strong. Before they could even get their bearings, the guy with the shield up front had a look of sheer panic on his face. A goblin warrior charged forward, sending his shield flying as everyone watched in shock. At the same time, a goblin mage launched a volley of magic spells, causing the 3 of them to continuously lose health as they scrambled to get away. Watching from a tree, Zhang Zi observed, 3 melee fighters can't even handle a single goblin. Looks like both these types are pretty tough. He summoned his monsters. "All right, guys, it's your time to shine. Heaven-swallowing frog, get him." As soon as it got the command, it immediately started gathering energy in its mouth. Then, it leaped out and blasted the goblin warrior with fire, dealing over 300 damage. Next up, it was the lava turtle's turn. It used its massive body to crush the goblin warrior, but the goblin instantly raised its shield. Zhang Zi's jaw dropped. What the hell? I can't believe it actually managed to block that. Seeing its teammate get attacked, the goblin mage immediately fired magic rocks at the lava turtle, dealing a ton of damage. He anxiously pulled down his face mask and cursed, "Damn it, this goblin's rock throw is way too OP." In no time, the lava turtle was defeated, collapsing and vaporizing. Zhang Zi gave an order, Yi Kun Tian, switch targets. Go after the rock goblin first. Yi Kun Tian immediately blasted it with fire. A single hit wiped out over 400 HP, nearly taking it down. It had only a sliver of health left. Seizing the moment, he summoned the ironclad wolf and ordered it to finish the target. Sensing the danger, the goblin mage immediately turned tail and ran, ditching the goblin warrior there. Zhang Zi couldn't believe it. Seriously, they just dip when they're losing a fight? Seeing its teammate run away, the goblin warrior looked completely stunned too. The goblin mage just booked it, not even glancing back. Zhang Zi summoned the brutal bunny, and in the blink of an eye, it was already closing in on the goblin mage. Over here, only the goblin warrior was left to face 2 bosses and Zhang Zi. He spoke up. "You're the only one left. You still want to put up a stubborn fight? Get him." Following the command, the wolf unleashed a flurry of attacks. Getting hammered by the bosses from the 1st and 2nd floors, the goblin warrior's health dropped continuously until it fell. Watching it slowly fade away, he said, "You were pretty tough. It took a whole 10 minutes to take you down." Then, he used his talent skill to summon it. "Come on out, my little pet. Let's see just how beastly your stats are." Level 1, Goblin Warrior, 450 HP, 290 attack, 300 defense. Zhang Zi exclaimed. Its attack and defense stats are both insane, as expected of a monster from the 3rd floor of the demon realm. Even though it has no skills, Its stats are even stronger than a level 3 brutal bunny. He kept looking at the screen. Speaking of the brutal bunny, why hasn't it come back yet? It's been gone for so long. Just as he was wondering, a notification popped up. Your brutal bunny has died. Jiang Zi was totally shocked, wondering what the hell had happened. How did my little bunny die? A sound came from the bushes, making him turn around, wondering what it was. A massive army of goblins was approaching, their footsteps thundering. They looked incredibly aggressive as they charged towards him. Jiang Zi panicked. Holy crap, that damn rock goblin called its entire crew for backup. With that, he bolted. Why are there so many of them? Is my entire army of summons going to get completely wiped out? It's better to recall them first. With the goblin army hot on his heels, Jiang Zi raced towards the waiting area of the 3rd floor. The goblin leader signaled for the whole horde to stop as they got close to the altar area. Jiang Zi, now safe inside, turned around panting and looked at them. These guys even know not to get close to the altar. They're actually pretty smart. Some people in the altar area saw this and started mocking him. Damn, what did that guy do to pull so much aggro from the goblins? Don't tell me he hit on the goblin chief's wife or something. Dude's got some weird taste. Seeing they had no more chances, the goblins turned and left. As they walked away, every single one of them had a furious look on its face. Jiang Zi leaned back exhaustedly and reviewed the situation. These goblins were seriously cunning. Not only do they know how to run, but they even bring back a massive army of reinforcements. The best strategy right now is to not give them a chance to escape. But how do I do that? Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had just figured out a method. Jiang Zi shot to his feet, slamming a fist into his palm and yelled, "How could I have forgotten about that?" This startled the people standing around him a bit. He stood on a tall tree, secretly observing the goblins. He hid carefully behind the massive trees, not daring to show his face. Right now, if they saw him, they would probably call for backup immediately to attack. Jiang Zi thought to himself, looks like you guys have a set formation for both ranged and melee combat. This time, I'm gonna blow your minds. Jiang Zi leaped out, summoned his monsters, and commanded, "Go, my pets, attack those goblins for me." The moment they were summoned, the lava turtle and the newly captured goblin warrior immediately charged forward to attack. He also ordered the shadow wolf to join in. The tactic of overwhelming them with sheer numbers was working pretty well. The goblin's health was dropping continuously. Then, they quickly took down that goblin, not giving it a chance to escape and call for help. This time, they were completely overwhelmed. Nearby, another goblin was just standing there looking dazed. All of Jiang Zi's monsters turned to look at it. He smirked. Now you're the only one left. The goblin mage had only a sliver of health left and was frozen in place, facing a ferocious ironclad wolf. Knowing it couldn't win, it immediately turned and ran. Jiang Zi grinned triumphantly. I knew you were going to run. He then immediately summoned a poison spider and ordered it to use its web to attack. The web instantly wrapped around the goblin's legs, making it faceplant into the ground. It looked up. Before, it was a massive army. Jiang Zi sneered. I thought you were good at running? Now, finish it for me. The goblin was shaking like a leaf, but there was no way it could fight back. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the goblin forest. After recruiting the elf mage, he checked out its stats and was impressed. This guy's range damage was insane, all the way up to 330. Its damage was almost on par with the shadow wolf. No wonder it hit so damn hard. Nope, I've definitely got to summon a few more of these. With his mind made up, he raised his hand and ordered his beasts. All right, boys, charge. We're gonna wipe out every single one of these elves. And so, it was the same old guerrilla tactic. He kept picking off the elves one by one. The poison spider's web attack was seriously effective. Not to mention, the devouring frog's long-range fire breath was also a huge help. Still, there were losses. Jiang Zi's level 3 lava turtle died, but in exchange, he managed to capture more elves to replace it. His army had a new look. 7 elves, 1 poison spider, and 2 big bosses. Finally, the squad was full. Jiang Zi stroked his chin, thinking, this time, I'm gonna go see what the boss of the 3rd level of the demon realm actually looks like. Amidst the vast, overlapping mountains in the dense forest, the final boss stood before him. Jiang Zi observed from above and said, looks like the boss on this floor is way stronger than the previous ones. The great elf king boss had countless little elves following him. A one-on-one fight was going to be tricky. Someone behind him was recruiting S-rank talent, leading newbies to fight the boss. If you want to join, hop on. We're leaving as soon as we hit 100 people. Jiang Zi thought to himself, making a profit by leading newbies to a boss fight, there's just way too many of them. Because there was no one supervising the area, it created an opportunity for scumbags like them to make a dirty profit. Robberies and assaults happened all the time. Jiang Zi could only turn a blind eye. Just another scammer. Suddenly, from behind, the guy raised his hand, waving and calling out to him. He smiled and said, interested in joining my team? We just need 5 more people and we'll be full. The trip is totally free, and you guys get to keep whatever you get after killing the boss. We won't take a thing." He turned to look at the guy and thought, "It's too crowded here. I need to find a place with fewer people. With my summon squad, getting in step by step won't be a problem." Zhang Zi flatly refused. "No thanks. I prefer to roll solo." The people in the party started talking trash, stuff like "what nerve," turning down an offer from an expert. And what a weirdo. He's just asking to die. They decided to just ignore him. Whether he lived or died had nothing to do with them. Hiding behind a large tree and observing, Zhang Zi thought, "Not only are there fewer people here, but there are also very few enemies. I'll break in from this spot." With that, he reached behind his back, grabbed an arrow, and summoned his monsters. Then he commanded them, "Go, my babies. Elf wolves, move out." Fighting side by side, the devouring frog and the elf mage used their ranged attacks. The surprise attack on the enemy elf mage made its health drop like a rock, and it was easily annihilated. As for close combat, the elf warriors clashed, and with massive support from the iron-toothed wolf, the summoned army had the upper hand. From that direction, he quickly advanced into the inner area, heading towards the large tent in the middle. Holding the loot in his hand, he felt that he'd really managed to collect a ton of soul orbs on this trip. Zhang Zi took out the guidebook and looked at the revealed map. Right in front of him, the great elf king boss was inside. He stood before a door with an elf symbol on it, and from inside, he could hear cries for help. Zhang Zi heard it too and wondered, "Don't tell me someone is already fighting the boss?" Inside the tent, people were running for their lives, mixed with screams of "the elves are killing us" and cries for help. Behind them was a horde of elves, led by one with a long beard and bloodthirsty eyes. It laughed gleefully, continuously attacking and finishing off the players. The survivors were surrounded by elves, with almost no way out. The boss just stood there, completely unfazed. Watching the situation from outside, Zhang Zi realized, "Wait, isn't that the same group of people from before? What the hell happened? That guy in the purple cloak is there too, but why isn't he helping them now?" Without waiting any longer, the elf warriors leaped in and attacked the newbies. The massacre didn't stop, and the boss also started charging in to attack the players. The adventurers fell one after another, vaporizing from the system. This meant their lives outside the demon realm were gone too. An entire team of almost 100 people had been wiped out. Where they vanished, soul orbs appeared. The elf boss sat on its throne. At this moment, Zhang Zi slowly began to understand what was going on. That guy in the purple cloak was never an S-rank talent expert. He was just the one in charge of leading newbies to their deaths. Then, he would find a chance to collect the soul orbs with this piece of equipment. Zhang Zi slowly snuck in. He looked at the soul orbs in his own hand and could only sigh. All these low-level soul orbs were paid for with the lives of those newbies. That purple cloak guy is a real piece of work. Lost in thought, not paying attention to his surroundings, a dagger suddenly came flying at him. It struck the soul orb in his hand, then stuck into the ground right in front of him. It was then that Zhang Zi realized, "Crap, did they finally spot me?" Then it yelled, "Some punk who doesn't know his place." The moment the great king boss finished speaking, the elf warriors immediately charged, rushing towards Zhang Zi to attack. But he quickly jumped back, summoned his own elves, and then commanded them to block the attacks from the surrounding enemies. A totally wild scene unfolded in front of them. Goblins were attacking other goblins. It was impossible to tell who was going to win. Meanwhile, the other goblins just sat there quietly, watching it all go down. Zhang Zi watched them and muttered, "As long as the goblin warriors can keep these mobs busy, I'll have the opening I need to fight solo." With that, he summoned his poison spider to attack with its web, while he himself jumped to the side, drew his bow, and started firing. The poison spider instantly shot its silk, launching a web at the goblin king boss. Zhang Zi also summoned 2 more goblin warriors to charge in and help him take the boss down. Just then, the boss roared, "Ants! You're nothing but a bunch of ants." Then it swung its arms, shattering the summoned goblin's swords. In a single strike, it wiped one out, leaving the other barely clinging to life with a sliver of health. Seeing this, Zhang Zi was completely shocked. So that's his whirlwind special skill. Is this damage for real? It's insane. He dropped to one knee, drew his bow, and commanded, "Goblin mages and ranged fighters, focus your fire on the boss." On his command, they all attacked at once. A barrage of special moves, fire, breath, thrown rocks, magic spells, and arrows flew through the air. All these deadly attacks were aimed straight at the goblin boss, but he just stood there, calmly waiting. How was he going to block all that? The goblin boss roared, "You reckless fools who don't know your place. I sentence you all to death." Then, it grabbed 2 massive blades and swung them, neutralizing the ranged attacks. However, a few attacks still got through, dealing some damage and chipping away at its health. Zhang Zi was stunned, not expecting the boss to be able to block with dual blades. Except for the goblin mage's fireballs, it blocked at least half of the other physical attacks. Instantly, a summoned goblin warrior appeared, raising its shield to block and absorb the blows. Zhang Zi focused, observing and thinking. This guy's offense and defense are both off the charts. The mobs over there are about to get wiped out. What now? Should I just fall back? Suddenly, a sword with a dark, sinister aura appeared out of nowhere. It plunged right into his side as a voice rang out, "Die." The figure in the purple and green cloak revealed himself. In his hand was a dagger, dripping with blood. Clutching his bleeding side in pain, Zhang Zi pointed a finger at him and yelled, "So it was you," he thought to himself. "I can't believe I forgot to watch out for this kiss of death guy. What a despicable bastard." The guy licked the dagger in his hand and said, "I'm surprised. You took a fatal blow like that and you're still not dead. Looks like your stats are pretty impressive. My special talent is invisibility. As long as I don't attack or take damage, I can stay stealth forever. Pretty cool, huh?" Zhang Zi grimaced and shot back. "That talent of yours is pretty useless against monsters. But for ambushing other people, it's top tier. I guess that's how you get your cheap shots in." The guy admitted without a second thought, "Exactly. If you hadn't shown up, I would have farmed a mountain of soul orbs by now. So for that, you're gonna have to die." The situation was not looking good for him. With the Goblin King boss behind him and Kiss of Death in front, Zhang Zi was completely boxed in. Behind him, the Goblin King was relentlessly wailing on Zhang Zi's summoned goblin warriors, making them vanish one by one. Seeing the notification that his summons had been killed by the Goblin King, a look of pure panic flashed across his face. The guy in the purple cloak taunted him. "What's wrong? Still not ready to give up?" Zhang Zi's health bar was now down to a single pixel. A spark ignited in his eyes. It looked like he just figured out a way to get out of this mess. Zhang Zi immediately summoned his poison spider and commanded it to use its web attack. The web shot straight for Kiss of Death. By the time he realized what was happening, his face was a mask of fear and panic. He blurted out, "Damn, I got careless," but it was too late. He was already trapped by the web on the floor. He snarled at him, "You think tying me up with this stupid web is gonna let you escape? The Goblin King's real enemy isn't me." Zhang Zi brought a finger to his lips, shushing him. "Who said anything about running? I've got to stick around to loot your corpse, after all." He commanded his summons to regroup. Then he recalled them all into his monster space. Kiss of Death screamed in terror, "Are you insane, you little punk?" Zhang Zi took off, yelling back over his shoulder, "I'm not the crazy one. You're the one who's about to lose his mind. I've recalled all my summons and now I'm getting out of the boss's aggro range. If he's not going to attack you, who else is there?" And just as he predicted, the massive boss stomped over to him, raising its two blades, ready to bring them down. Pinned down by the web, he couldn't move an inch. All he could do was scream, "I walked right into this bastard's trap." The goblin boss had a deathly look in its eyes. Even though it had some intelligence, it basically wasn't smart enough to figure out who the real enemy was. As the blades came slicing down, Kiss of Death frantically activated a skill, cursing Zhang Zi under his breath. "You little shit, don't think for a second your plan worked. I've still got my invisibility skill." The prey in front of it suddenly vanished, leaving the Goblin King completely baffled. It just sat there, frozen, and not daring to move. "You little bastard, I'll remember your face. Once I get out of this mess, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth." The web had 25 seconds of duration left, but at that very moment, Chungtrak showed up again and Tu Vong Chivan freaked out. "What the hell? Why is that punk back? What is he trying to pull?" He held the bow in his hand, raised his other hand to scratch his head, and gave him a smirk. Then, he took out an arrow and aimed it forward. The boss said, "So you were hiding, huh? Well then, let me give you a hand." With that, he let go, and the arrow flew straight ahead. The arrow slammed right into the guy's shoulder, making him fall backward, completely exposed, screaming in pain. As his body slowly became visible, he shouted in disbelief, "I was invisible. How the hell did you see me?" Right then, the goblin boss looked down at its target on the ground. Meanwhile, the guy clutched his chest, thinking, "I'm so screwed." The Goblin King opened its mouth, glaring at Tu Vong Chivan with a death stare. Then it slashed him across the back, causing him insane pain as his HP dropped like crazy. He dropped to his knees, planting his hands on the ground, his whole body shaking as he mumbled, "Just 5 more seconds. I have to hang on for 5 more seconds." But it wasn't that easy. Another spider web shot out, and just like that, he was stuck for another 50 seconds. His eyes widened as he screamed. Chungtrak stood there laughing his ass off. "I don't even need to see you. I just need to see my spider webs, idiot." He raised his bow and continued, "How's it feel getting wrecked by the boss? Pretty awesome, right? You love watching other people get tortured to death, don't you? Well, now it's your turn." He aimed an arrow straight at the guy's stomach, sending him flying backward, screaming in pain. Right after that, the Goblin King swung its blade down again. Seeing the blade about to smash his face in, Tu Vong Chivan whimpered, "Even if I die, I'm taking you down with me." And just like that, the massive blade sliced right through him, ending his life. Watching his body slowly fade away, Chungtrak said, "You brought this on yourself, dumbass. You deserved it." After that, he summoned his beasts again. Alright, now it's our turn to get in on the action. With Tu Vong Chi Vun taken out, it was now a showdown between the two remaining forces. On one side was Chung Trak with his army of summons, and on the other was the Goblin King with its horde of minions. But before jumping into the fight, he took a moment to loot the stuff Tu Vong Chi Vun had left behind. This dude had a lot of gear. There was a gauntlet called the White Silk Gauntlet, which increased damage by 50. Chung Trak put it on, thinking to himself, this piece of gear is sick. An extra 50 damage? My attack stats are finally getting a boost. He then drew his bow and fired an arrow straight at the Goblin King standing in front of him. Buffed with the new attack power, the arrow flew with way more force. However, when it hit the Goblin boss's head, the arrow just bounced right off, not doing a single point of damage. He let out a bitter laugh. Something was way off with his attack. It still didn't even leave a scratch. Annoyed by what felt like a tickle, the enraged Goblin boss charged forward, using its Cyclone Slash to attack the summoned goblins in front. It roared as it slashed down. You pathetic insects! The summoned goblin warriors were hit repeatedly, losing health and disappearing one by one. The system announced the deaths of the level 1 goblins as they poofed right in front of his eyes. Chung Trak was getting a little worried now. The damage from that boss's Cyclone Slash is insane. Plus, it's an AoE attack. This is messed up. I gotta come up with a new plan. He immediately summoned his poison spider and ordered it to attack with its web. The spider shot out a web, aiming right for the Goblin King's legs, holding it in place, but the attack still came down, forcing Chung Trak to jump back to dodge it. The spider silk's hold seemed incredibly strong. Even the blade that had just swung down got caught in the web, stuck tight and unable to be pulled free. Seizing the opportunity, he recalled his melee monsters and ordered his ranged attackers to get ready. Once everything was in position, Siege Ton Tin unleashed its most powerful flame breath attack. The goblin mages hurled magic stones, never missing their mark. The Goblin King was completely immobilized, trying to raise its blade to block the incoming magic stones. Chung Trak pulled down his face mask and smirked. Is this enough to deal with you? By now, its entire body was engulfed in Siege Ton Tin's massive flames. It could block the stones, but it couldn't stop the fire. As it burned, its health plummeted, dropping all the way down to just 9%. Chung Trak clutched the wound on his stomach and cheered them on. Just a little more. We're almost there. Its health was only at 9%. Keep hitting it with ranged attacks. Being trapped in one spot and constantly bombarded by ranged attacks left the goblin boss completely defenseless. Suddenly, a flame ignited in its eyes. Siege Ton Tin's finishing blow slammed into it, causing a massive explosion all around it as it roared in agony. Finally, its health hit 0%. It collapsed, and its body vaporized right in front of him. Along with it, a bunch of soul orbs appeared. Chung Trak was so happy he started screaming, "We finally won." Suddenly, the boss's throne started to change. It began to crack apart, revealing a bright light from within. The stone on the throne crumbled away, revealing a spatial teleportation circle. As Chung Trak picked up the loot, he looked at the portal and said, "No wonder I couldn't find the teleportation gate. It was hidden in the boss's throne all along." Holding a blue soul orb in his hand, he smiled. Damn, as expected from a boss, it even dropped a high-grade soul orb. Then, he raised his hand and used his talent skill, summoning the goblin boss he had just defeated. Get up. Stop, just lying there. From within the summoning circle, the boss's body slowly emerged. It was revived, but as something completely different. Its body was still intact, and the two massive blades on its back hadn't changed at all. Even its vicious glowing red eyes were the same, but its status had changed. Zhang Zi looked at it and flashed a friendly smile. The goblin boss kneeled before its new master. He laughed and said to it, "You're a stubborn one, aren't you?" Zhang Zi smugly patted its head. "But from now on, you're one of my minions." Looking at the Summon Beast book interface, I now have 3 bosses. Heavenly Ekthan, the Elite Iron, Fanged Wolf, and the Goblin King. The wolf stats are the lowest of the 3, but hey, it's an elite monster that's about to rank up anyway. I've still got 5 empty slots. Later, I gotta add 3 Goblin Warriors and 2 Goblin Mages. Zhang Zi thought, but for now, I should head to the 4th floor, otherwise the boss will respawn pretty damn quick. He rubbed his chin and grinned. Later, I can try summoning a few more bosses and some Goblin Kings. I'll be unstoppable. Just as he was about to step through the portal, someone approached and yelled, "Hey, freeze!" Then they charged at Zhang Zi, demanding that he drop his weapon and surrender immediately. In a flash, the group had him surrounded. Looking at the emblems on their chests, he recognized them from the Demon Realm Management Bureau. There were way too many of them surrounding him now, at least a dozen people. The curly-haired guy with twin swords spoke up. Zhang Zi answered, "What are you guys talking about? I wasn't even in a party. I think you've got the wrong guy." The guy pointed his sword at him and shot back. "Don't play dumb. We got a tip that someone's pretending to be a pro, running free mob hunting parties just to scam newbies. In the span of 1 year, he's caused 3 incidents, leading to hundreds of deaths. Jingqin also stepped forward. We're the control squad from the Demon Realm Management Bureau. There's nowhere to run today. You're not getting away. Drop your weapon and come with us. If you even think about resisting, you'll have to face the consequences. Then, Jingqin chimed in, don't even think about trying to escape to the 4th floor through that stone gate. We've already set up a perimeter. If you don't drop your weapon, we'll be forced to act. Zhang Zi looked at them, thinking, there are more than 10 of them, and judging by their gear, they're definitely not your average adventurers. If I fight back, I'm not sure I can win. He immediately raised his hands in surrender. Looks like I've got no choice but to go with them. What a crappy day. But just then, someone stepped forward and raised a hand to stop them. Hold on, he's not the criminal. Zhang Zi recognized him. It was a familiar face. He blurted out, it's you? Turns out, it was the disciplinarian he'd met before on the 3rd floor. The man waved and smiled at him. Rakshasa, my brother. What a coincidence, meeting you here again. The others nearby greeted him as manager. Hearing this, he put a hand on his chin and asked, Manager, I thought you were a disciplinarian. When'd you get promoted? The manager laughed and replied, it's all thanks to you, actually. Because of that case we cracked together last time, the higher-ups made an exception and promoted me. He walked over and shook his hand. I'm now the manager of the control division. Zhang Zi waved it off. You're being way too formal. It was nothing. Seriously. No need for thanks. Jingqin turned to report, sir, when we arrived, he was the only one here. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? The manager smiled and said to them, everyone, let me break it down for you. First off, Rakshasa is a friend of mine. I trust that he's not the criminal. Besides, according to the informant's description, the criminal scamming new adventurers in the demon realm is someone called Death's Question. After explaining to the group, he turned to Zhang Zi. Oh yeah, Rakshasa, did you happen to see Death's Question around here? And what about the new adventurers he just tricked? He shook his head honestly. You guys are too late. All the new adventurers have been wiped out. Everyone around was completely stunned. The manager cried out, what? All of them were wiped out? No way. He bit his nails in frustration. Another 100 people dead. That bastard, Death's Question, is seriously twisted. I swear I'm going to catch him, Zhang Zi sighed. Afraid that's never going to happen, because I already killed him. No one could believe what they just heard. They all shot back. What? Jingqin spoke up. According to the Bureau's files, Death's Question claims to have an S-rank talent, and he's a high-level adventurer who's been grinding in the demon realm for years. His title is Master Assassin. He's a seriously formidable opponent. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, Zhang Zi brought up his system window and said, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can just look at my kill log. And sure enough, on his kill log was the name Death's Question. A kill log records the names of all enemies an adventurer has defeated in the area. Jingqin was floored. He just cleared the 3rd floor and he already took down an expert with a master rating? The curly-haired guy added, and in a one-on-one fight, no less. That's insane. The manager looked at him and asked, did you really kill him? How the hell did you pull that off? Everyone around started whispering, totally in awe of Zhang Zi's talent. There was no way they could have pulled off something like that back in the day. They had to follow the pros and slowly grind their way up to where they are now. The manager clapped him on the shoulder, praising him happily. Rakshasa, you never cease to amaze me. Seriously, the new generation is something else. Thanks for taking out that menace for everyone. Zhang Zi just smirked. Don't mention it, it was nothing. Then he turned to the portal and said, if there's nothing else, I'm taking off. But the manager quickly stopped him. Hold on, Rakshasa. There's one more thing you need to know. Deathpool was actually a member of a shadow organization in the demon realm called Dawnlight. The name sounds all righteous and stuff, but that group is actually twisted as hell. We at the Demon Realm Management Bureau have been investigating that organization, but they're insanely good at covering their tracks. On top of that, their members are all super strong and cunning, so we've basically gotten nowhere. He added, since you took out one of their people, they're definitely going to target you now. To guarantee your safety, I recommend you join the Demon Realm Management Bureau. Zhang Zi raised a hand to his chin, mulling over the name Dawnlight. Then he stepped into the portal to the 4th floor and waved, saying, no need to join your bureau. I'll remember the name. I can watch my own back. Watching such a talent walk away, the manager clenched his fist a little regretfully, but it only strengthened his resolve. All right, one day, you will join us at the Demon Realm Management Bureau. On the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, the landscape was completely barren, a stark contrast to the lush forest of the 3rd floor. All the adventurers were gathered in a huge crowd at the altar. It was a pretty bizarre sight. Zhang Zi, who had just arrived and was totally clueless, wondered, what the heck is going on? The crowd was getting rowdy. What right does the Demon Realm Management Bureau have to keep us from going out? The Demon Realm belongs to all of us. They can't just block it off whenever they feel like it. They demanded, What's this nonsense about a dead zone appearing on the 4th floor? You'd have to be crazy to believe them. This is definitely some conspiracy to hide something from us. Zhang Zi felt a headache coming on. The Demon Realm Management Bureau again? In the crowd, someone shouted. A dead zone on the 4th floor? Only an idiot would believe you people. The loudmouth yelled, it's all a conspiracy. Stop trying to monopolize the 4th floor. Zhang Zi stood to the side, observing quietly. He thought, a dead zone? Huh? I have an invitation to a dead zone in my inventory. I wonder if it's connected to this. Just then, the supervisor for the 4th floor spoke up. The Demon Realm Management Bureau's mission is to maintain and protect the stability of the Demon Realm. We would never act as your enemy. He began to explain, a dead zone has truly appeared on the 4th floor. I'm sure many of you don't know what a dead zone is. Because the Demon Realm Handbook has no records of it, please allow me to explain to everyone. A dead zone is actually a separate spatial dimension. We haven't been able to fully study the specifics of this dimension yet. All we know is that it appears randomly on one of the Demon Realm's floors without any warning signs. The beasts inside are incredibly bloodthirsty, and there are even demonic beings in there. What's more, the difficulty of the 4th floor has suddenly skyrocketed to the same level as the 10th floor. That's why we've blocked everyone from entering the 4th floor. It's just too dangerous. We hope you all understand. The loudmouth wasn't done yet and screamed, why the hell should I believe a word you say? I don't buy any of your crap. I want out. The supervisor replied, if you insist on leaving, I can let you. Hearing this, the loudmouth spat on the ground and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then, a member of the bureau opened the gate for him. As he stepped out, he said defiantly, yeah, I'm going out. You think I'm scared of you? He didn't forget to point back at the supervisor, adding, you really think I'm some kind of coward? The supervisor closed his eyes, not even bothering to engage. He could only sigh, watching a stubborn fool run off to get himself killed. Then he turned back to the crowd inside and said, if anyone else insists on leaving, I'll let them all out. At this, the people inside became hesitant, asking each other, should we go? They were still skeptical. Is there really a dead zone? While they were still wavering, a scream came from outside. It was the loudmouth from before, running back. His body was mutating as he ran toward the altar, screaming, I'm mutating. This is horrible. He collapsed right in front of the magic barrier, saying, it's terrifying. The monsters have all mutated. They were chasing me like crazy, trying to kill me. I'm lucky I'm a fast runner, or I would have been toast out there. His body trembled. The crowd erupted in murmurs, shocked that there really was a dead zone. I suggest that for the next few days, no one logs into the 4th floor of the Demon Realm. Wait until the dead zone disappears before returning to this level. The adventurers were a bit worried and bummed out. We can't log in? For several days? Well, what's the point of hanging around here then? Might as well log off and chill. Zhang Zi watched as everyone on the 4th floor logged out of the Demon Realm one by one. He also thought to himself, it's getting late. If I can't go out, I should probably just head home. Good thing tomorrow's Saturday, so no school. Meanwhile, somewhere on another floor of the Demon Realm, a giant beast stood holding a massive scythe. Facing, it was a swordsman in a red cloak, who looked tiny in comparison. The swordsman looked at it and smiled, then placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw. He pushed off the ground and lunged toward it, drawing his sword in a flash. A series of powerful slashes rained down all over the giant beast's body. Among them, a blade of sword energy shot straight for its face. The monster slowly disintegrated, and from its corpse dropped an enormous demon soul orb. The swordsman walked over and sheathed his sword. Then he reached down and picked up the demon soul orb. He then tapped on a system notification. You have received a new message. Would you like to view it? The moment he clicked it, a red screen appeared with the words, Death Pool has been defeated by Rakshasa. The swordsman brought a hand to his chin and smiled. Rakshasa. Huh. Now this is interesting. Then this guy helps him out, getting ready to face another massive monster, which turns out to be the boss of the 22nd floor, meaning his power level is insane. The next morning at Zhang Zi's house, the two siblings were making breakfast. He told his sister, Zhang Feng, you be a good girl and do your homework at home. I gotta go out for a bit. He picked up his phone and continued. Zhang Panpan said her cousin has a job that's perfect for me. Zhang Feng looked a little worried. Zhang Panpan's cousin? I heard his job is super dangerous. He stepped out the door, turning back to wave goodbye to his sister, reassuring her. Don't worry, you know what I can do. Just be good at home, Kay? Zhang Feng obediently nodded. In some rundown, abandoned part of the city, he scratched his head, looking around, totally lost, but still couldn't find anyone. He glanced at his phone, wondering, where the hell is Zhang Panpan? The address is definitely right here. While he was zoning out, from a distance, Panpan waved and called out, Big bro, Zhang Zi, over here. The young girl grinned, waving with a fresh, vibrant smile as she called out, I'm over here. Then, she opened the warehouse door and said, my cousin is inside. He asked, this place looks like it's been abandoned for ages. The two of them headed inside, where four guys were standing around a small table, talking. Pan spoke up, then turned to him and said, "Big bro Zhang Zi, this is my cousin, Lu Kai." Lu Kai looked like a real stand-up guy. He held out his hand and said, Pan told me you've got skills and you're strapped for cash, right? You want to join my crew? Zhang Zi scratched his head, flustered. I'm definitely looking for a job, but I still have no idea what you guys actually do. Lu Kai let out a sigh and replied, we're going to the Luan Ham Zone. Hearing that sent a shiver down his spine. The Luan Ham Zone, Lu Kai continued. You probably know that a lot of cities have fallen lately because of the monster invasion. However, the Luan Ham Zone doesn't just have monsters, it's also loaded with treasure, like money, antiques, and valuable paintings. A lot of rich dudes have their eyes on this stuff, wanting to add it to their collections. This gig is seriously dangerous. If you're unlucky, you'll run into monsters. And because the National Security Bureau forbids regular people from going in there, what we're doing is totally illegal. But for the money, we don't give a damn about the risks. The four of them looked united and determined. From behind, a guy named Shi Gang stepped forward, clapping Lu Kai on the shoulder and adding, high risk, high reward. Come on, kid, work with us. Feng Zi, in the red shirt, also cheerfully chimed in to persuade him. One trip, 300,000 each. So, what do you say, kid? You in? Standing behind them was Lao Ba, a bald dude who looked kinda tough. Zhang Zi thought to himself, that's not a small amount of money. My sister's life is on the line. The money from selling the demon soul orbs and the 500,000 from Jiang Pai, plus another 300,000, and that'll be enough for her kidney transplant. And just like that, he happily agreed to join the crew and head to the Luan Ham Zone. Lu Kai was thrilled, throwing an arm around his shoulder and laughing loudly. Attaboy, you've got guts. And there's more good news. The client said this mission is super high difficulty, so the pay is doubled. We're talking a total of 3 million. The other guys in the crew lit up at that. Hearing the number 3 million got everyone hyped. Split up, that was 600,000 each. Zhang Zi asked, so what are we looking for this time? Lu Kai replied, it's a scroll painting from the 5 Dynasties period. He added, the location is the Jiangdong Museum, 4 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late, everyone. The next day, Zhang Zi came downstairs, yawning big time, and asked, Zhang Feng, why are you up so early? Aren't you going to be tired? The girl smiled, it's fine. I knew you had to get up early, so I got up to make you breakfast. Noticing 2 red apples on the table, he asked where they came from and got the reply. The new neighbor next door gave them to us. Zhang Feng even added that the old guy was really friendly. Zhang Zi mumbled while chewing on some bread. Resources are super scarce right now, especially fresh fruits and vegetables. These 2 apples must have cost at least a few hundred. This new neighbor is pretty generous. He stepped outside, turning back to tell his sister, you keep them and eat them. And next time, don't just take stuff from strangers, okay? Zhang Feng obediently listened, telling her brother to be careful. Walking to the meeting spot, still munching on his bread, Zhang Zi thought, this trip is going to be crazy dangerous. Last night, before bed, I absorbed all the remaining demon soul orbs. The system displayed his status page. Basically, all his stats were higher than a normal person's, with Zhang Zi having prioritized strength and agility. His current strength stat was 14, a punch with the force of 10,000 pounds. He was just hoping everything would go smoothly and they wouldn't run into any monsters. In front of him now was the city wall, a scene of desolate ruins. Underneath a massive forbidden sign, Lu Kai's crew of 4 was already there waiting. When they saw him, they raised their hands and called him over. Lu Kai handed Zhang Zi a chicken and said, take this, use it in a pinch. He had no clue what the chicken was for, so Lu Kai explained, pit fiends love to eat corpses. If you get targeted, just toss the chicken for them to eat and make a run for it. Stuffing the chicken in his bag, Zhang Zi grabbed the rope with both hands. It started to rain. This was his first real high-risk mission. Then he kicked off the city wall and started climbing over to the Luan Ham Zone, where the others were waiting up top. After a while, Zhang Zi finally made it. Spread out before him and the rest of the crew was the totally wrecked and disastrous landscape of the Luan Ham Zone. Lu Kai clapped him on the shoulder and said, you're Pan's friend, so I don't want anything happening to you. Just stick with me, listen to my orders, and I guarantee you'll get back home safe. A team of 5 walked down the deserted road of the danger zone. No risk, no reward. Lao Ba walked up and asked, boss, after this gig, let's find a chance to send the kid back. Lugging around dead weight is a real pain. Lu Kai agreed with him. In front of them now was a large building, but the entrance was completely blocked by a pile of rubble and dirt. This was the pickup point. Zhang Zi wondered, how are we supposed to get in? Lu Kai called out, Feng Zi, you find it yet? The guy was climbing the rubble pile in front of them, searching for an entrance. After pulling away a few wooden planks, a blue sign was revealed. It was an exit sign with an arrow pointing to the right. He turned back with a smile and announced, boss, over here. Lu Kai immediately ordered Lao Ba to the front. He cracked his knuckles, looking ready for a fight, and told everyone to step aside. Then, he threw a crazy powerful punch right at the spot where the sign was. The punch looked strong, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. A huge hole appeared. The entrance was clear. Lao Ba stood there, looking extremely confident. Lu Kai turned and said, "That Lao Ba guy. His strength stat is only 12. Jiang Zi thought to himself, that's even lower than mine. Everyone headed inside together. Lu Kai warned them. Pit demons love hiding in the dark. This place is pitch black. A monster could be hiding in here, so everyone needs to be on high alert. With flashlights in hand, the team walked through the dark hallway, where a few human skeletons were scattered around. After walking for a bit, they reached an iron door. Lu Kai stepped forward and gently pushed the door open with both hands. The place they entered was a museum's exhibition hall. Lu Kai told everyone to split up but reminded them to be careful. After they all fanned out to search, Lu Kai stood in front of an inkwash painting. Looking at the nameplate below, he saw the painting was called Spring River Boating. He read the name of the painting. It seemed this wasn't the one the client wanted. From behind him, Jiang Zi asked, "Is a gift for Prince Wang Zikun this one?" Lu Kai pulled out his phone, comparing the photo on it with the painting in front of him. Looked like this was it. He was thrilled, his face beaming with joy. Then, he immediately took the painting down with professional skill. Gently now. Feng Zi laughed out loud. Mission accomplished. As soon as we get the cash, I'm heading to the Yongding Club to mess around with some girls. Jiang Zi felt something was off. Aren't we missing someone? Everyone looked around. Feng Zi asked, "Where's Shigang?" Lu Kai quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and called, "Shigang, copy, over." Lao Ba, standing beside him, grimaced. The guy was just here. How'd he just vanish? As the team leader, Lu Kai was a bit worried. "We can't wait here," he said. "This place is way too dangerous." He decided to leave a message for Shigang while the team would leave first, but from a hole in the ceiling above them, a pair of glowing red, dangerous eyes looked down. He was crawling out, staring down at the four people below. With his sharp senses, Jiang Zi noticed something was wrong, turned back, and wondered. What was that sound? With a loud crash, something huge fell from the upper floor. Lu Kai and the others were terrified. Shit, can't believe we ran right into it. From within the cloud of dust, a massive green foot stepped out. It was a level 2 pit demon. It had a giant eye right in the middle of its chest and a disgusting appearance. Seeing it, Lao Ba immediately leaped into action. Throwing a punch, he yelled to the others, "You guys protect the scroll, I'll deal with this thing." He jumped at it with a dagger in his hand, slashing straight at its body. Lao Ba put all his strength into the downward slash with his weapon, but the monster's skin was so thick and tough that it snapped the dagger, stunning him. Lao Ba cursed, "Damn it, this thing's hide is tough as hell." Instantly, it swiped at Lao Ba with its huge hand and sharp claws. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend himself, but the blow was so powerful it sent him flying. The others cried out Lao Ba's name in worry. From beneath the monster's massive shadow, he slowly got to his feet. He was in incredible pain, his arm bruised and limp. "My arm's probably busted, but I'm fine," he said weakly. Jiang Zi thought worriedly, "This monster is insane." Lao Ba weighed over 100 kilos, and the monster sent him flying into a wall with a single hit. The monster aimed its grotesque mouth at them and roared, kicking up dust everywhere. He clenched his jaw, his face pale with fear. Z suddenly remembered something. Jiang Zi quickly pulled the chicken out of his bag. Seizing the moment it opened its mouth to eat the chicken, the team told each other to make a run for it. But the small chicken was barely an appetizer for the beast, and it immediately chased after them. Seeing the two guys behind him moving slowly, Jiang Zi turned to look back. He saw the monster about to strike down, and both Feng Zi and Lao Ba were completely frozen. He took off his glasses and swore, "Shit." Then he pulled out a gun, fired, and yelled, "Boss, you guys go on ahead. I'll risk it all against this monster." Caught off guard by the attack, the monster quickly raised its hand to block the bullets. Lao Ba, holding a grenade, said, "Today, we two brothers will put our lives on the line. If we're gonna die, we die together." With that, he threw the grenade at the monster and yelled, "Boss, run now." The moment the grenade hit the monster, it exploded, blowing the creature to bits, while the fate of the two men remained unknown. Uncle Lu Kai and Jiang Zi watched the massive explosion, their hearts sinking. While the kid was worried sick about the other two, all Uncle Lu Kai could do was cover his face in grief. But he immediately pulled himself together, turned to the kid, and said now was not the time for mourning. Then he grabbed Jiang Zi's hand and pulled him toward the exit. At the hole they first crawled through, Uncle Lu Kai said that as soon as they crawl out of this hole, they'll be safe. So the two of them scrambled out, and in no time, they reached the outside. As they stood at the mouth of the hole, about to get out, Uncle Lu Kai suddenly froze. What was waiting for them made him both shocked and terrified. Right in front of them, another massive and ferocious pit demon was staring them down. Amidst the ruins, it wasn't just one, but nearly a dozen pit demons surrounding them. Seeing fresh meat, The monsters got super excited, the eyes on their stomachs widening and turning red as they charged at the two of them. He pulled out his gun, tossed the backpack with the painting to Jiang Zi, and gave him instructions. The scroll is in the bag. You run ahead, my sister. I'm leaving her in your care from now on. The kid cried out, no way. If we're going together. Uncle Lu Kai raised his gun, charged forward, and pointed it at the monsters screaming. Then he rushed in, firing nonstop and cursing. Die, you disgusting freaks. But the bullets didn't seem to do a damn thing. The eye on its stomach just followed Uncle Lu Kai's every move. Being the captain, his skills weren't half bad. Uncle Lu Kai quickly jumped backward to dodge the attack. But before he could even land, another pit demon leaped in to attack. He quickly pulled out another grenade and used his mouth to pull the pin. Then he threw it straight ahead. The explosion sent the monster's corpse flying. Just as the smoke and dust settled, a familiar mouth with 3 rows of sharp teeth appeared. A pit demon was standing right behind Uncle Lu Kai, drooling as it stared at its prey. Seeing this, Jiang Zi screamed a warning. Captain Uncle Lu, watch out. Uncle Lu Kai froze, staring at it. His body completely trapped in its giant hand, unable to move a muscle. It swung its arm and threw him against a wall, making the gun in his hand snap in two. As for Uncle Lu Kai himself, he was in absolute agony, his face contorted as he tried to endure the pain. He grabbed a nearby rock trying to stand up, but couldn't. Uncle Lu Kai slumped down and sighed, damn it all. Looking at the monster charging at him, he thought, is this really where I die? The monster leaped forward with its sharp claws ready to strike, while Uncle Lu Kai just sat there, braced for impact. Seeing this, Jiang Zi clenched his fist and instantly dashed forward at maximum speed. In a flash, he was standing right in front of Uncle Lu Kai, shielding him. Seeing that insane speed, Uncle Lu Kai stared at the kid in front of him with utter astonishment. Then the kid started cussing, you damn monster. He then clenched his fist, jumped up, and went one-on-one with it. He punched the pit demon right in the palm of its hand, the incredible force sending it flying backward. Uncle Lu Kai was amazed. Holy crap, your strength is insane. You can actually go head-to-head with a monster. After knocking the pit demon back, Jiang Zi clutched his arm and turned to say something. It's not a problem, but fighting a monster head-on is definitely not the way to go. He continued, there are too many of them. If they all attack at once, we don't stand a chance. Hearing this, Uncle Lu Kai replied, don't worry, pit demons have a specific trait. They don't fight over prey. Unless the current one gives up, the others won't charge in at the same time. And he was right. Besides the one in front of them, the others around were just growling but made no move to attack. Jiang Zi clenched his fist confidently. If that's the case, then I'm good. Having been knocked back, the pit demon was pissed, and the veins on its face were bulging. Seeing the eye on its stomach open wide, the kid asked, you're strong, but I wonder how fast you are. It just roared, drool flying from its mouth, then reached out its 2 massive arms to grab him. But with a speed of 15, all it grabbed was empty air. Jiang Zi had already jumped away. He leaped into the air, forcing it to look up at him. He pulled back his fist, ready to slam it down, yelling, go to hell. Jiang Zi landed a punch that shattered its face, destroying one of its eyes. A green fluid gushed out from the wound that was the monster's blood. It roared in pain, while Jiang Zi quickly landed and regained his balance. The pit demon took that chance and immediately swung its arm to grab him. Uncle Lu Kai sat there, barely conscious, and managed to praise Jiang Zi. You're awesome, kid. That was a hell of a punch, before breaking into a coughing fit. Now that it was blind in one eye, the pit demon was absolutely furious. The moment the kid's feet touched the ground, it charged at him. Then its entire body collapsed right in front of the two. He raised his fist and said, that last attack was dangerous. Good thing I'm fast enough. Looking at his own powerful fist, he sighed. That's one down. But as soon as one died, another rushed in to take its place. Jiang Zi stood there watching them, 3 more left. Today, I'm fighting you guys till the end. The 2 monsters looked at each other to see which one would go first. One of the 3 ran toward him, while the other 2 stayed back, waiting for their turn. Jiang Zi got into a fighting stance, fists raised and ready. Suddenly, something to his side caught his attention. Someone's foot stepped on his shoulder. A red-haired girl in a super hot, skin-tight outfit and neon glasses used his shoulder as a springboard to launch herself forward, leaving him completely stunned. She jumped up and punched the pit demon in the face, then immediately and nimbly jumped back. It quickly turned to look at the girl, then raised a hand to its face and charged at her. As the monster slammed its hands down, with her insane reflexes, that last axe kick landed a critical hit, shattering the monster's bones and splitting its body in 2. And just like that, it was taken down, leaving everyone completely stunned. Jiang Zi was shook. This girl was a beast. The force from that kick had to be at least 2,000 kilograms. The girl stood there, turned around, and called out to him, hey kiddo, which made him jump. While he was still stunned and stammering, a yellow car pulled up from behind. As the car drove up to the girl, the remaining monsters started to make their move. She said something to Jiang Zi. He let out a huge, unconscious yell as Uncle Lu Kai struggled to get back on his feet. The person in the car yelled, "Big sis, hurry, get in the car. Another horde is coming." Hearing that, the girl immediately turned and bolted for the car. She jumped in and slammed the door, telling the person next to her, "Floor it." Behind them, a few monsters were trying to give chase. The driver immediately slammed the gear stick, stomped on the gas, and the car shot off at breakneck speed, going full throttle. Tearing down the road, it flew over a pothole and went airborne. Behind them, the horde of monsters was massive. As the car sped away, Jiang Zi looked back, completely in awe. This was the first time he'd ever faced these monsters in real life. A huge one was blocking the road ahead, getting ready to attack. The car rammed straight into them, sending the entire group flying. The driver spoke up, "Big sis, there are way too many of them. If we lead them all to the city wall and they attack the Enfang city, we're going to be in deep trouble." Looking at the number of monsters and hearing what he said, she realized he had a point. She sat for a moment, trying to come up with a plan. Then she turned back and called out to Jiang Zi. Turns out, he was so busy staring at the monsters chasing them through the rear window that he jumped when she called his name. The red-haired girl opened the sunroof and continued, "If you don't want to die, then give me a hand." Then she picked up a bag, tossed it onto his lap, and said, "Get up and do something. Don't make me regret saving your ass." He opened the bag. Inside, it was packed with grenades and smoke bombs. He was still wondering what they were when the red-haired girl barked an order. "Those are flashbangs. Throw them out the back to drive those monsters away." The car kept racing on as the two of them climbed onto the roof. Grenades and flashbangs were tossed out, followed by a series of massive explosions that sent monsters flying into the air. Jiang Zi and the red-haired girl stared them down. They were getting close to the city wall. The girl took out a grenade and pulled the pin. On his side, Jiang Zi also pulled the pin on a flashbang, ready to throw. It wasn't just one or two. They simultaneously threw nearly a dozen bombs of all kinds at the horde of monsters. The pit fiend monsters, being dumb as rocks, just mindlessly charged forward as the bombs were about to detonate right in their faces. One massive explosion followed another, and with them, the scorched flesh of the monsters. The small car sped away behind a screen of smoke and fire. In a flash, they had put some distance between them, shaking off the monsters left lying there. Sitting back in his seat, Jiang Zi wondered, who the hell is this girl? How does she have so many weapons and bombs? The driver turned back and asked the two of them, "What the hell did you guys do? Why did you have a whole horde of pit fiends on your tail?" Uncle Lu Kai put a hand on Jiang Zi's shoulder and answered, "We didn't do anything. We just wanted to go to our hometown to visit our ancestors' graves. We never expected to run into them." The two of them didn't pay much attention to the awkward explanation. They didn't buy it, but they didn't really care either. The girl turned back and asked Jiang Zi, "What's your name, kiddo? Back there, fighting those monsters? You were quick on your feet and pretty brave too. I'm impressed." He straightforwardly introduced himself as Jiang Zi. The girl complimented his cool name and added, "Next time, don't go to the Lunhen district to scavenge for stuff. You'll get yourself killed, no joke, unless you're a high-level demon domain user." He thought to himself with a bit of worry. Even though this girl's identity is a total mystery, it doesn't seem like they mean any harm. The girl added, "The city wall is just up ahead. You guys have someone injured, so you should get to a hospital quickly. This is as far as we'll take you." The two brothers immediately thanked them both. Jiang Zi helped Uncle Lu Kai out of the car and asked, "Who the hell were they?" His brother replied, "I have no idea. Probably high-level demon domain users. Otherwise, there's no way they could have taken down those pit fiends so easily." He turned to watch them leave inside. "What rotten luck. My backpack got shredded by a monster." Uncle Lu Kai clutched his aching chest and sighed. It was fate. Consider it a small price to pay to stay alive. Walking towards the city wall, he added, "What's lost is lost. At least we're still alive." That afternoon, at the city hospital, after leaving the Lunhen district, Jiang Zi had brought Uncle Lu Kai for a checkup. Walking through the hospital corridor, he pulled out his phone, scratching his head and saying, "Man, today was one hell of a dangerous ride." Looking at his phone, Jiang Zi thought to himself, if that girl hadn't shown up out of nowhere, Uncle Lu Kai and I would have been goners for sure. Walking up the stairs, he was still bummed about losing the calligraphy scroll. If I hadn't lost it, at least I would have had something to show for today instead of coming back empty-handed. As he was walking, he accidentally bumped into a man wearing a hat and a mask, his face completely covered, who was carrying a case on his back. With his sharp senses, Jiang Zi realized, why does this guy's build look so damn familiar? The two walked past each other. The man looked a bit chubby and raised a hand to pull his hat down further. He remembered it then. That build was a dead ringer for Thiet Kwong, the guy who had suddenly vanished while everyone was searching for the scroll. He eyed the guy, and just like that, he started tailing him, trying to see where this dude was going and what he was up to. Jiang Zi hung back, keeping his distance as he silently shadowed the man in the hat. The guy weaved through all sorts of streets, and Zhang Zhe did his best to stay hidden. Then, the dude ducked into a small, deserted alley. Zhang Zi pressed himself against a wall, watching. He slowly peeked out, careful not to let that creep spot him. The young guy pulled out his phone and called his boss. That bastard reported, "Yeah, I'm here. No one's on my tail." "Don't worry." Zhang Zi cursed under his breath. That goddamn bastard. Could he be the one behind all this? A moment after the call, two shadowy figures walked up to him. The boss was in the lead, smoking a cigarette. Trailing him was this bald bodyguard with a long-ass scar across his face. The boss smirked at the guy and asked, "The thing I needed. You bring it?" Tai Gang pulled a box from behind his back, handing it over with a smile. "Of course I brought it," he said. Then that punk opened it and asked, "So, where's my cash?" The boss reached for the painting, replying, "You'll get every last cent." He unrolled the painting to check it out, saying, "Gotta hand it to you. You're ruthless and don't hesitate at all." After confirming the painting was legit, the boss rolled it back up and looked at Tai Gang, impressed. "To hog all 3 million for yourself, you even screwed over a buddy you've known for more than 10 years. Damn, that's cold-blooded." Hiding behind the wall and hearing the whole thing go down, Zhang Zi cursed to himself, "That bastard Tai Gang, to pull this kind of shit just for money." Once the boss was satisfied, he signaled the bald bodyguard, who brought over a big suitcase. He popped it open. Inside was 3 million in cash. Tai Gang immediately snatched the suitcase full of cash, turning away and muttering, "Being ruthless is how you get ahead." But the next second, the bodyguard jammed a gun right into Tai Gang's head, stopping him dead in his tracks. The guy spun around, stammering nervously, What do you guys want?" He didn't get an answer. What he got was a bullet straight to the dome. He collapsed backward, dead on the spot. The boss just stood there, staring down at the guy's body in a pool of blood. He repeated Tai Gang's own words about being ruthless, agreeing that it made a hell of a lot of sense. When it comes to being ruthless, the boss is on another level. Then, the bald bodyguard walked over and took the suitcase of money from Tai Gang's corpse. The boss held the painting, smirking, "I have to be way more ruthless than you." The boss turned to leave, saying, "I can't stand scum-sucking lowlifes like him." In the middle of the alley, a corpse just lay there. In a world like this, one guy getting wasted is no big deal. The other two just walked away in silence. Seeing all that shit go down, all Zhang Zi could do was slap a hand over his mouth to stop himself from making any noise. He was totally floored. A clean shot to the head, killing someone without even blinking. He couldn't help but wonder, who the hell is this Boss Lee, really? Seeing that the two guys were long gone down the alley, Zhang Zi decided it was time to bounce. Before he knew it, night had fallen. He headed home and found Zhang Feng waiting for him outside the door. Zhang Zi was walking pretty fast. After everything he'd just seen, he was a little freaked out. Zhang Feng grinned and waved at her brother. "Hey, you're back. How was work?" His face was a bit grim as he answered, "Don't even ask. Today was something else. Let's just hurry up and get inside." Right as they were about to head in, the door to the house next door opened and someone stepped out. Zhang Feng piped up. "Hey, mister," she said. "This is the neighbor who gave us the apples." The guy turned and looked at him. No freaking way. It was Boss Lee's bodyguard. The same guy who just blew Tai Gang's brains out. Acting like nothing happened, the guy smiled and turned to greet him. "Hey there. You must be Zhang Feng's big brother, right?" It hit him like a ton of bricks. He thought to himself, that scar on his face. How is it exactly the same as Boss Lee's bodyguard? Zhang Zi instinctively moved to block Zhang Feng, forcing a smile as he replied, Hi there. Thanks for the apples." The guy stayed totally chill. "Don't mention it. We're neighbors, we've got to look out for each other." Little Zhang Feng, clueless as ever, piped up. "Yeah, want to come have dinner at our place, mister?" Zhang Zi cut her off. "I'm super tired today. Maybe some other time, okay? We're gonna head inside now." With that, he shoved his little sister inside. She still turned back to wave at the guy. "Come over for dinner sometime when you're free." Then, the door slammed shut. The scar-faced neighbor stood there with a trash bag in his hand, just watching. By now, he seemed to have noticed something was up, his expression turning a little wary. The second they were inside, while Zhang Zi was still reeling about the neighbor, he thought, no way. How can the scar on that guy's forehead be identical to the hitman's? Could they actually be the same person? He immediately spun around and said he had to go out for a bit, leaving Zhang Feng totally confused since he'd just gotten home and was already taking off again. Zhang Zi went to the window, then turned back to warn her, "Stay inside and lock the door. You hear me? Don't go out." He decided he had to figure this out, otherwise he and his sister were going to be in deep shit. And with that, Zhang Zi leaped from his balcony over to the neighbor's house. Whoa, who knew? The neighbor's balcony was covered in lime powder. He realized that luckily his agility stat was at 15, so dodging it wasn't too hard. Zhang Zi slowly slid the window open. Yeah, no normal person sets up traps like this. Stepping into the neighbor's room, he saw the furniture was way too simple. plus there was that lime powder on the balcony. This dude was definitely not some ordinary guy. After snooping around for a bit, he found a small box under the bed. He pulled it out, slowly opened it, and inside he found a file and a bunch of papers. Right there, staring him in the face, was a level 1 Demon Realm expert certificate bearing the name Hong Han Fi. Gripping the certificate, he scowled. So it is that bastard. He even disguised himself as some middle-aged dude, trying to get the house right next to mine. For real, what the hell is he trying to pull? As he was lost in thought, he heard the clomping of footsteps from the stairs, getting closer and closer. Getting closer, Zhang Zhe was startled and looked towards the door. Han Fei opened the door, stepped in, and said, "Hey kid, you gonna come out on your own, or do I have to drag you out?" He wasn't wearing a hat, revealing a bald head and a long, nasty-looking scar, a sinister smirk on his face. Hearing Han Fei's voice calling for him, Zhang Zi, hiding under the bed, thought, "I hope he doesn't find me. If I get caught, my only option is to fight him to the death." He stepped inside, a sinister smirk on his face and a gun in his hand. Zhang Zi tried to stay completely still, but he was sweating nervously. The guy got closer to the bed, saying as he walked, "Stop hiding. I know you're still in this room." Han Fei cocked his gun, a wicked grin on his face, ready to take out his opponent. Zhang Zi felt a jolt of fear at that moment. It's over. He found me. Figures for a high-level guy like him. However, the clock was ticking. It was almost 8 p.m. Just as the clock struck 8, a loud alarm blared. He was startled. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. At the same time, the alarm clock wouldn't stop ringing. A wicked glint appeared in Han Fei's eyes, and he grinned. "Found you." The alarm accidentally gave away Zhang Zi's location, a look of fear on his face. The guy stood there and fired his gun towards the blaring sound. The bullet flew towards him at an incredible speed. Just as it was about to hit, Zhang Zi's watch crackled with electricity. The bullet was right in front of his face, but that was the exact moment he entered the demon realm. Zhang Zi vanished in that instant. From the outside, a blinding blue light erupted from the room, along with the sound of a gunshot. He stood there, the barrel of his gun smoking, staring at the bed. Then, he kicked the bed over, sending it flying, to find Zhang Zi, but there was nothing there. He pulled the bullet out from where it was lodged in the floor. Han Fei examined it and said, "The gate to the demon realm opens at 8 o'clock. That damn kid must have gone in." He smirked sinisterly, unable to hide the evil in his eyes or his excitement for his prey, then threw the bullet to the ground. Meanwhile, on the path into the demon realm, Zhang Zi's outfit transformed into his Rakshasa identity. Looking at his status screen, he thought, "He totally found me. That guy is definitely going to camp by the bed, waiting for me to come back, and I can't stay in the demon realm forever." Zhang Zi worried. "In 12 hours, when my stamina runs out, I'll be kicked out of the demon realm. What am I supposed to do?" The system screen asked him which floor of the demon realm he wanted to return to. Zhang Zi thought, "I have to get ridiculously strong in the next 12 hours, or else there's no way I can fight that psycho." Without a second's hesitation, he immediately chose the 4th floor. Back at the 4th floor's altar, everything was the same. The adventurers were still gathered there, too scared to go outside because of the death zone. Zhang Zi's figure slowly materialized. He was officially back on the 4th floor. Looking around, he wondered in confusion, "Don't tell me the death zone is still here?" If he couldn't leave the altar, how was Zhang Zi supposed to grind mobs to power up? A few people in front of him were talking. The guys from the Demon Realm Management Bureau said the death zone would appear soon and told us to wait. The guy next to him swore, "Damn it, I've been waiting for over 10 hours. How much longer do we have to wait?" People all around were asking about the current situation when someone said, "The death zone will only disappear when the boss inside is defeated, and I heard a squad of high-level players is getting ready to go in." Someone else added, "You need a death zone invitation to get in. Without one, you can't enter. Only killing bosses has a chance of dropping an invitation. A 1% chance." Zhang Zi quietly listened in. Newbies like us shouldn't even dream about it. The rewards in the death zone are insane, but the risk is just as high. Going in there is a death sentence, so even if someone gave me an invitation for free, I wouldn't take it. From his inventory, he checked the info on the death zone invitation. It was a type of pass that disappeared after a single use. After reading the information, he was a little shocked, never expecting that the key to entering the death zone was right in his hands. He'd gotten it after defeating the Mad Doctor. After he used it, a blood-red rift in space appeared, along with a question from the system. "The gate to the death zone is opened. Do you wish to use the invitation to enter?" Zhang Zi thought it over. "I've already cleared the first 3 floors, so there's no reward for going back to grind mobs there, but I can't get into the 4th floor proper. On top of that, there's that high-level freak in the real world waiting to kill me. Looks like I have no other choice." With that, he clicked agree. Using the death zone invitation was his only hope to power up quickly. A notification appeared. "Use successful. Entering the death zone in 3 seconds. Please prepare." The system began to count down, and the invitation letter started to burn away. Streams of blue energy swirled around his body. When the countdown hit 1, a teleportation gate lit up beneath Jiang Zi's feet. His entire body was enveloped in a mystical blue and black light as he officially entered the death zone. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to the death zone. A few adventurers were already there, and the entire space was shrouded in a creepy, blood-red color. Since he was new, he didn't really get what was going on. There were some other newbies who had also risked coming here. What's more, there were foreigners. Jiang Zi wondered, aren't the demon realms for each country supposed to be separate? So why are there so many foreigners here? Looking around, he saw a black person and, based on their clothes, someone from Japan, too. He was lost in thought when a hand tapped him on the shoulder. He jumped a bit, whipping his head around to look. And no way, it was the girl he'd saved back when that elite wolf boss popped up Liu Yueying. She gave him a little wave. Liu Yueying looked pretty stoked, saying, I finally found you. She stepped closer, all grateful. You saved my life last time, and I've been looking everywhere to pay you back. I couldn't find you anywhere. It's crazy that we ran into each other here. The old guy with white hair and a sword on his back went, oh, and asked, Liu Yueying, is this the dude who helped you distract that shadow wolf? She smiled and replied, yeah, Uncle Liu. He's the one who saved me that day. Jiang Zi just waved it off. Ah, it was nothing. Seriously. Don't even mention it. Liu Yueying made the intros. This is my uncle, Uncle Liu. His full handle is Uncle Liu. And behind him is my little brother, Chonghach Jia Chimeng. The kid in the back, holding some kind of orb, waved at Jiang Zi. Then, Uncle Liu offered some advice. He warned him. But listen, this place ain't like the demon realm. Not only are the monsters way more vicious, but it's also crawling with foreign players. Fights break out all the time over monster claims and item drops here. Uncle Liu stepped up with an offer. So you shouldn't go solo. You're better off rolling with us. The little bro chimed in, yeah, Sat. Uncle Liu is an elite tier player. You'll be totally safe with us. Hearing those words, elite tier, Jiang Zi was a little stunned. This guy's power level was no joke. According to the Demon Realm Handbook, player power rankings are split into 6 tiers: Rookie and Skilled, Elite, Powerful, Transcendent, and finally the ultimate title of Supreme. He couldn't believe the guy in front of him was elite tier. His strength was clearly the real deal. Jiang Zi thought to himself, this is my first time in the Death Realm. I'm a total noob here. This place is seriously dangerous. He shook Uncle Liu's hand and said, actually, this is my first run in the Death Realm. If you'll really let me tag along, that'd be awesome. The old man clapped him on the shoulder, impressed. Not arrogant or full of yourself. I like your attitude, kid. Standing nearby, Liu Yueying heard that and cracked a small smile. She was starting to like this guy and had been worried he might refuse. If he had, she'd never have gotten to repay him for saving her. Then, a system notification popped up. Sat has joined the party. Uncle Liu spoke up. Now that Sat's in the party, we're officially teammates. I think we should all share our talents, so we can coordinate better if we run into trouble. Jiang Zi didn't hesitate to agree. Uncle Liu raised a hand as a bright green monster charged at them. His sword lit up, and he instantly used Repel. It sent the monster flying backwards. The skill description reads, knocks the target back 10 paces and paralyzes them for 30 seconds. As for the little bro, his skill is Illusion, which can create a phantom of a target that lasts for 1 hour. Right away, the kid used his skill to create a copy of himself. The illusion can only stand there though. It can't fight. It was Liu Yueying's turn. My talent is Light Slash. You probably saw it last time. So, what's your talent? Jiang Zi thought, well, people are going to find out sooner or later. Might as well just tell them now. My talent is Summoning. As he said it, a blue glowing circle appeared at his feet, and then he raised his hand, conjuring another circle of light in his palm. The light was so bright, the kid had to shield his eyes. A goblin appeared in front of everyone. It was a goblin warrior, a monster from the 3rd floor. Its appearance left the 3 of them totally shocked. Liu Yueying breathed. That's insane. Uncle Liu praised him too. Now that's a hell of a skill. Liu Yueying asked him, do the monsters you summon follow your commands? Jiang Zi nodded. Uncle Liu turned to leave, saying, all right, that's enough intros for now. The other players have already gone into the village. If they kill-steal all the bosses, we'll be leaving empty-handed. After that, they all hurried inside. Jiang Zi asked, the bosses in the Death Realm are more dangerous than in the Demon Realm, right? What kind of items do they drop? Uncle Liu answered, yup. The Death Realm is a standalone instance. It drops good stuff like non-elemental soul orbs, high-end gear, and rare props, but it's twice as dangerous. He continued, I brought Liu Yueying and the kid here this time to let them see what it's really like. The 4 of them quietly made their way down the village path in the Death Realm. Up ahead, it looked like a fight was going down. There was a huge explosion. Jiang Zi saw it and wondered, what the hell is going on? There are 2 sides fighting. One side is players, and the other looks like villagers. But They're mutated, Uncle Lou said. Those villagers are probably being controlled by something. That's why they're like that. Let's head into the village and find the boss first. Leaving the conflict and explosions behind them, the four of them ran ahead. Uncle Lou took the lead, reminding everyone, stay close to me, do not get separated. They ducked into another alley. This whole village seemed to be a maze. Uncle Lou added, the buildings here are all about the same length, too. The four of them kept running, their hurried footsteps echoing with no end in sight. Suddenly, something caught Jiangxi's attention. He turned back to the others and said, wait, this isn't right. I think we've already been through here. Lu Yuang agreed. You're right. Looks like we just ran in a complete circle. Jiangxi froze. He could feel something coming. Lu Yuang seemed to realize it too. The ground was trembling slightly, and a horrifying sound echoed from the distance. The team of four stood exposed on a deserted street in town. A zombie appeared, growling, its jaws hanging open with bloodlust. Behind it was a horde of freakish zombies with weapons in their hands. The monsters were advancing on them. With the thundering footsteps of the monsters, they realized they were surrounded from both ends as a massive number of them closed in. Uncle Lou spoke up to calm everyone. Don't panic. He drew his greatsword and said, I'll take the front. Lu Yu Yeying, you take the rear. Xiao Tian and Lassie Xingdi will handle the center. We fight on the move, and whatever you do not split up. Everyone agreed, and they immediately got into formation, fighting off the enemies as they moved. The zombies all roared in unison, revealing their terrifyingly sharp fangs. They leaped at them from all directions. A goblin mage and a goblin warrior were summoned, and the two creatures jumped out, ready for a fight. In the back, Xiao Tian trembled with fear. Jiangxi thought, judging by the look on his face, he's a newbie too. Compared to the monsters, the goblins seemed way weaker. Their health was dropping way too fast in a head-on fight. Meanwhile, the zombies were only taking a third of the damage the goblins were. Jiangxi was a bit startled. What the hell? How are these monsters' attack and defense stats so high? While he was lost in thought, a zombie attacked him. Noticing this, Uncle Lou quickly pushed off his feet, spun around, and leaped toward him. He then dashed forward and unleashed a horizontal slash that completely vaporized the monster. Uncle Lou glanced at him, thinking, I figured since he managed to save Lu Yuing, he couldn't be that bad, but I guess I expected too much. Seizing the momentum, he continued to carve a path through the horde, conveniently taking out a few more to support Zhang Zhe and Xiao Tian's flank. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky, along with massive bolts of lightning. Lu Yuiying yelled a warning. Uncle Lou, watch out. Uncle Lou flinched. What the hell was that? Someone's ambushing me. Just as he realized it, he was hit by another attack, losing nearly 300 HP. Just then, a figure in a red cloak stepped out and said, Well, my lord, we meet again. He was known as the mysterious doctor, and with a staff in his hand, it seemed the lightning bolt had been generated by the orb on its tip. It seemed they knew each other. Uncle Lou spoke up. So, it was you. The moment he finished speaking, the man raised his staff again, and the orb and the lightning crackling around it turned red. He aimed the orb upwards, mumbled something, and cast his spell, Fireball Technique. A red orb of lightning appeared above Uncle Lou, shooting out long bolts of electricity. He yelled, It's a paralysis effect. I can't move. Everyone, be careful. As soon as he finished, a massive, heaven-shaking explosion went off. Uncle Lou dropped to one knee, one hand on his leg, the other propped on his sword, as a black, murderous aura radiated from his entire body. Lu Yueying called out his name worriedly and quickly ran toward him, but from a distance, an arrow came flying straight for her. At the last second, Lu Yueying swung her sword and sliced the arrow in two. Far off, on the roof of a building, stood the dark silhouette of an archer. She was a night elf, with the appearance of one from the elven race. She was the one who had fired that arrow. Jiangxi summoned a goblin warrior and commanded, Goblin, forward. It had barely taken a few steps before another dark figure holding an axe blocked its path. Then, he slammed his axe down in front of it with immense force, releasing an incredibly powerful pressure wave. His name was Harrisorn, and he had a dark, rugged appearance. Jiangxi looked at him nervously. This guy's attack power is insane. Uncle Lou seemed to know them from before, pointing and yelling, Damn it, it's you three ghosts again. I let you go once before, and I can't believe you dare come back looking for death a second time. The three of them looked completely calm, as if they had come prepared. Uncle Lou gritted his teeth and cursed again. You truly are shameless bastards. The mysterious doctor spoke up. Well now, I didn't expect you to bring 3 newbies with you today, did I? How could we possibly pass up an opportunity like this? He raised his staff to the sky and continued, As long as we're the ones left standing in the end, who gives a damn about being shameless? The moment he finished speaking, his staff called down another massive bolt of lightning that struck Uncle Lou directly. Getting hit by several attacks in a row left him a bit numb from the damage. He thought to himself, damn it, another paralysis effect. If this keeps up, I might actually die here. Uncle Lou took out a vial of green liquid, thinking, These animals really want to fight to the death. But I've got 2 juniors from my clan behind me. He downed the liquid in one gulp, to the 2 juniors' astonishment. As her martial uncle, he was especially worried about Liu Yuang. She was the future hope of their clan, and he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to her. After drinking it, Uncle Liu crushed the vial, and a green aura erupted from his body. His health was instantly and rapidly restored. Then he raised his greatsword and roared, "Bring it on, you bastards." The mysterious doctor laughed loudly. I can't believe the old geezer actually dared to use an activation potion. Sure, it gives him a 30-second buff where he's immune to all negative effects, but the price is that he takes an extra 20% damage. Liu Yuing's face was filled with worry as she softly called out, "Uncle Liu." She knew that by using the activation potion, her uncle was prepared to risk his own life. The old man stood alone, blocking the 3 foreigners, determined to use his old body to protect the kids. Then he turned and yelled, "Yu Ying, I'm getting out of here right now, don't worry about me." Even though they heard him, she and the other 2 knew he was in a bad spot, but there was nothing they could do to help. Harry's son immediately leaped up, bringing his huge axe down and screaming, "Not a single one of you is getting away." Uncle Liu stepped in to block him, shouting, "Save your breath." Then he swung his sword, knocking Harry's son back and making him drop his axe. Yu Ying was frozen to the spot, just watching and worrying. Then she steeled herself, turned away, and told the other 2 to follow her. But it wasn't that simple. The shadow elf raised her bow, aiming 3 arrows at them. "Trying to run? Let's see how far you get." The moment she finished speaking, she let go. 3 arrows shot straight for them, but weirdly, they moved with agility instead of flying in a straight line. Seeing this, the 3 of them immediately bolted, but the arrows got closer and closer. What's more, even when they dodged, the arrows would just change direction and keep chasing them. Yu Ying anxiously warned them, "This is her talent skill. Everyone be careful." As she spoke, the attack landed. However, the level gap was just too huge. Yu Ying could only block 2 arrows, and the last one slipped past. Her eyes widened as she gasped, "Crap." The arrow slammed right into Yu Ying's chest, making her lose over 400 HP in one hit. Luckily, the arrow hit just below her shoulder, not a fatal shot to the heart, so she grit her teeth and pulled it out. Clutching the painful wound, Yu Ying said, "Their target is Uncle Liu. They probably won't come after us for now." Xiao Dian, next to her, asked worriedly, "Sis, what do we do now?" The 3 continued to move as Yu Ying replied, "Let's find a place to hide first. Once the Death Zone boss is killed, we can get out of here." Hiding behind some ruined boulders, they saw a massive lightning bolt crash down in the distance. It looked like the battle over on 3's side was getting super intense. Zhang Zi stepped forward and asked, "Hey, I have a question. I thought adventurers from different countries could only grind monsters in their own country's demon realms. So how did your Uncle Liu end up with beef against those foreign adventurers?" At that moment, the only things left in his summon list were 2 goblin mages and a few low-level bosses he hadn't used yet. Yu Ying answered, "The demon realms of different countries really aren't connected, but death zones are different. Uncle Liu probably clashed with those guys sometime before." Xiao Dian slumped to the ground, blaming himself. "This is all my fault. If I'd known how dangerous the death zone was, I wouldn't have insisted on coming here. My talent skill is basically useless." Zhang Zi walked over to encourage him, "Don't be so negative. Your talent skill is actually really strong. You just haven't figured out how to use it properly yet." Xiao Dian held his head, his face twisted. "Stop trying to make me feel better. What good are the illusions I summon?" Yu Ying suddenly flinched and asked, "Stop talking. Do you guys hear that?" All 3 of them whipped around, and something made them stare in shock. A massive foot with an iron shackle and chain around its ankle. A wide mouth with huge-ass teeth, drool dripping down. The thing in front of them had a seriously terrifying name, the Butcher of Death, and right in the middle of its stomach was another wide mouth filled with incredibly sharp teeth. The 3 of them silently hid behind a large boulder, watching the monster. It seemed like it hadn't spotted them yet. Yu Ying panicked, "Oh my god, I think we've run into the boss." Xiao Dian held his head, "Holy crap, how are we this unlucky? We just got out of one hellhole, and now we're face to face with a boss." She worried, "What do we do? If Uncle Liu were here, we might have a chance. But with just the 3 of us, it's basically suicide." Zhang Zi raised a hand to signal, "Don't freak out. The boss hasn't seen us yet." Xiao Dian sat there, trembling all over. "What are we gonna do? Foreign adventurers behind us, the Butcher of Death in front of us. We're so dead this time." Zhang Zi watched the kid, thinking that they couldn't just stand around and wait to die. He closed his eyes and said, "If this is how it is, then the 3 of us will take down the boss together." His words shocked Yu Ying a little. Zhang Zi took his bow out of his inventory, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Hearing this, Xiao Dian immediately stood up and said, "That's a death zone boss. How are we supposed to beat that thing?" Yu Ying agreed. "He's right. Are you sure you can kill the Butcher of Death?" Zhang Zi replied, "I'm not 100% sure, but it's better than just waiting to die. We might as well risk it. Xiao Dian put a hand on his shoulder and said, "That's still no good. What if those three guys show up while we're fighting the boss?" Zhang Zi smiled. "That's a great question. That's when your talent skill will finally come in handy." Xiao Dian was confused. "My talent? What do you mean?" Meanwhile, over on the other side, the three foreign adventurers were standing around with a few monster corpses. Harry's son stomped on a monster's body and cursed. "Son of a bitch. I can't believe that Raging Corpse Wind Chaser still had a random teleport scroll he could use." With that, he let out a sinister laugh and swung his axe, finishing off the monster in front of him. "There are a ton of soul orbs around them, dropped from the mobs." He added, "If I remember right, that thing is crazy expensive. The market price is at least tens of thousands of dollars. Damn, this dude's loaded." The Dark Elf frowned, bending down to pick up a soul orb. "Guess he just got lucky. If he hadn't, we would have definitely gotten our revenge today." The masked doctor spoke up. "Don't sweat it. His health was down to just 10%. If he teleported into a place swarming with monsters, you really think he'd survive?" Hearing that, he smirked. "Exactly. It'd be perfect if he teleported right next to the boss and got instantly wasted." Harry's son, standing nearby, laughed out loud. "Man, I hope so." Suddenly, something caught the masked doctor's eye, and his gaze sharpened. The Dark Elf and Harry's son were the same. They all stared in that direction and yelled, "Hey, look!" Through the clouds of dust, the grotesque face of the Death Butcher boss emerged. Staring at the monster, they exclaimed, "It really is the boss." They faced it with complete confidence. The dust around the boss gradually settled, revealing its colossal body. Harry laughed heartily. "We've hit the jackpot. This boss is carrying a ton of gold. Let's take it down quick, before anyone else shows up." The doctor agreed. "Damn, we're lucky. I can't believe we get to fight the boss." The Dark Elf laughed and added, "That S-rank gear is all mine." Then, she unleashed her arrow rain skill, aiming straight for the boss. But weirdly enough, the arrows flew right through its body. Where they hit, small ripples appeared, and the doctor yelled out, "Immune to physical attacks? Then how about this?" He summoned a fireball in front of him, getting ready to blast it. A blast of combined fire and lightning shot out from the orb on his staff, heading straight for the monster. But it was completely unfazed, standing its ground. Just like before, the attacks went right through its body. The doctor shouted in disbelief, "What the hell is happening? How did this boss take 0 damage from 2 crazy powerful attacks like that?" Harry, standing beside them with a twisted look on his face, muttered, "This is so damn weird. I've never run into a boss like this before. It's intangible." The doctor theorized, "It must be one of the boss's skills. When it gets attacked, it turns transparent." Meanwhile, the gang was watching them through the blue orb in Xiao Dian's hand. These guys are so full of themselves. So, it was just an illusion. Xiao Dian turned to the others and said, "You two better hurry. My illusion only lasts for 1 hour." Liu Yuang asked, "So what's the plan?" Zhang Zi replied, "We definitely can't just charge in blindly. We need to slowly figure out its weakness first." With that, he raised his hand to summon them. "Come on out, all of you." As soon as the words left his mouth, all of his beasts materialized. The sky-swallowing frog, the Goblin King, a swarm of smaller goblins, and even the elite wolf. Liu Yuang covered her mouth, shocked. "No way. You can summon the bosses from floors 1, 2, and 3? I seriously thought you could only summon little mobs." As it appeared, the elite iron-toothed wolf let out a low growl, radiating a deadly aura. It had transformed, leveling up to level 2, and looked a hell of a lot stronger. Its eyes were glowing. Zhang Zi gave the command, "We're short on time. You two, get in there and attack." The moment he spoke, the sky-swallowing frog and the Goblin King leaped forward, joining the small goblins and the iron-toothed wolf as they prepared to attack the boss. Seeing Zhang Zi's summoned creatures charging, the Death Butcher suddenly spoke, a bunch of pathetic insects. With that, it raised its massive cleaver and slammed it down on the iron-toothed wolf. Sensing the danger, Zhang Zi yelled for the elite wolf to get out of the way. Obeying its master, the wolf leaped into the air just as the giant cleaver smashed into the ground, dodging the blow. Then, the butcher sized up its target and immediately countered, landing a devastating blow on the wolf's back and snarling, "Can you feel the presence of death? Die!" The hit cost the wolf nearly 400 HP. The power gap was insane. Struck by the vicious blow, the iron-toothed wolf collapsed to the ground in pain. Zhang Zi clenched his fists, thinking, so this is what a Death Realm boss is like. Its power is on another level. Even though it was outnumbered, the boss remained calm and confident, roaring, "You're just a bunch of insects. Don't even think you can defeat me." Zhang Zi said to Liu Yuang, "This Death Realm boss is no joke." She replied, "Your iron-toothed wolf is no match for it. We need to charge in together, or it won't last long against that Death Butcher." He agreed, instantly summoning the poisonous spider and commanding it to attack with its web. Multiple strands of silk shot toward the Death Butcher, catching it completely off guard. Its legs were pinned to the ground, trapped by the spiderwebs. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yuang leaped into the air, sword in hand. She unleashed her serial slash. At the same time, Zhang Zi took advantage of the butcher's immobility and ordered his ranged monsters to attack. The sky-swallowing frog immediately shot a jet of fire at the boss. They used their numbers to wear the death butcher down. With its feet trapped, all it could do was stand there and take the punishment, its health constantly dropping. The mouth on its stomach let out a roar. "I will devour your flesh and drink your blood." Zhang Zi looked on, surprised. Damn, this boss is smart. It figured out he was the one controlling the summons, so it unleashed its full power to attack him directly. Instantly, the Goblin King's twin swords clashed against the butcher's weapon. The impact from the two weapons clashing with such incredible force made Zhang Zi's monster stagger back in shock. With that huge knife still in its hand, it slashed at the ogre overlord and screamed, "Eat this," making the ogre lose over 300 health. Zhang Zi was like, "Holy crap, that's insane. It's the Bone Shatter skill." It drops defense and speed by 20% to crank up the damage. Asura popped up right behind the boss. He used his sharp claws to slash at the butcher's back. The butcher swung its knife high and stabbed it right through the wolf, screaming, "Your life is mine." And just like that, 687 of the wolf's health vanished. Seeing it all go down, Zhang Zi panicked and screamed for his elite shadow wolf. But it was too late. The wolf got totally vaporized and he couldn't do a thing about it. He choked out, full of rage, "Damn it. That bastard killed my elite shadow wolf." Liu Yueying shot him a look and said, "This is no time to get all emotional. If we don't take down this boss, we're all dead meat." Meanwhile, Tu Din wasn't in great shape either. Back to Zhang Zi, who pulled out his bow and arrow. "You son of a bitch, I'm coming for you," and ordered his poison spider to keep spamming its web attack. Then he immediately yelled, "Sky-swallowing serpent, keep up the ranged attacks. Burn that damn boss with your fire." Its massive body was way too slow to escape the serpent's flames. It just stood there in a blazing inferno, its health bar getting torched non-stop. Seeing their chance, Liu Yuang rushed in to press the attack. She kept hammering it with slashes and yelled, "Everyone, push forward. All-out attack." Pretty soon, the boss was down to a sliver of health. But before they could even cheer, a red aura started swirling around the deathly butcher. Zhang Zi quickly yelled a warning, "Watch out, it's about to enter phase 2. Startled, Liu Yuang raised her sword and took a step back. But instead of attacking, the deathly butcher turned tail and ran, completely confusing both of them. Zhang Zi wondered to himself, "Wait, why the hell is the boss running? What's it trying to pull?" It ran back towards the pile of corpses behind it. Then it started gorging on them to heal up, mumbling while it chewed, "Ag, want, meat." By the time they figured it out, it was probably too late. Zhang Zi was shocked too, asking, "This boss can actually eat to regen health." The entire party and their summons could only watch as the deathly butcher chowed down to heal itself. Zhang Zi immediately barked out an order, "Stop it from healing, now. Range squad, attack, and charge up a fire blast for me." The sky-swallowing serpent instantly clamped its jaws shut, gathering a massive amount of fire in its mouth to charge up a super powerful blow. Then it unleashed it, aiming a massive fireball straight at the butcher boss's location. The collision set off a massive explosion. The attack stopped it from eating, and it let out a furious roar before charging right at them. Zhang Zi ordered the spider to use its web attack to pin the boss down and keep it away from the sky-swallowing serpent. Once again, its legs were trapped by the spider web, completely immobilizing it. All it could do was flail its weapon around uselessly. Liu Yueying seized the opportunity, leaping up and using her ultimate skill, Light Slash, to strike the boss directly. From behind, the Ogre Overlord launched a surprise attack with its dual blades, giving the boss no time to react. The brutal slash across its back made the boss stagger and roar in pain. And Zhang Zi yelled out, "Everyone, just a little more. This boss is almost down." Liu Yueying agreed, yelling for everyone to keep pushing and hyping up the team. They hit it with a relentless barrage of ranged attacks, while the Ogre Overlord kept up the pressure with its high-speed, close-range assault. The deathly butcher's health started draining like crazy, dropping without any sign of stopping. Zhang Zi took aim, drew his bow, and pointed it right at the boss. He yelled, "Now, die!" The second the words left his mouth, the arrow slammed right into its forehead, dealing a massive critical hit. The deathly butcher tilted its head back to the sky and let out a final, agonizing scream. It tried to reach a hand towards him, sputtering, I can't accept this." And with those last words, its colossal body came crashing down. It was totally unreal. Tu Din turned to her sister and asked, "Wait, did we actually kill the boss?" System notifications started popping up one after another. The Deadlands boss, the Deathly Butcher, has been successfully defeated by Asura. Congratulations. Tons of demon soul orbs dropped from the boss's corpse, along with a bunch of gear. Tu Din grinned, "I'm taking one. This is so hype. So sick. We finally took down the boss." Among the loot, There was a sick-looking bow. Jiang Zi went over and picked it up. The item info popped up. Bloodthirst Longbow. S rank. Damage. 410 to 600. Special property. Converts 10% of damage dealt into health for the wielder. Jiang Zi held it up, amazed. Whoa, an S-rank weapon. And it's a bow, just my type. Lu Yuying smiled and said, and it's got life steal. You're seriously lucky. That bow is perfect for you. Some people grind in the Deadlands for a decade and never see a single S-rank weapon. Jiang Zi held the bow high, and a powerful, blood-red aura radiated from it, feeling like it could pierce the very sky. He thought to himself, this thing is insane. I can actually feel a bloodthirsty aura coming from it. Jiang Zi sorted through the loot. In total, they got over 16 attribute demon soul orbs and 1 flash scroll. 4 quick-use potions. I'll take the scroll, and we'll split the rest 50-50. Liu Yueying quickly held up her hands, waving them as if to refuse her share. But before she could even say a word, a notification popped up that Asura had already mailed the items to her inbox. He looked at her and said, I already mailed them. Don't even try to refuse. We took down that boss as a team. She felt a little awkward and thought to herself, this stuff can help us challenge the demon realm's floors. As they were splitting it, the mysterious doctor showed up, screaming, so this is where you've been hiding, you damn Granshaw scumbags. The 3 foreigners stood there, looking totally pissed off for being tricked and stalled for so long by Xiao Dian's illusion. Seeing them, the kid got a little worried. Oh crap, it's them. Lu Yuying also stepped forward, saying, well, if it isn't you guys, Harry-sun roared, enough talking, just kill them all and take our stuff back. The moment he finished speaking, he grabbed the large axe in his hand and charged furiously towards Jiang Zi's group of 3. Looking back at the summoned monsters, there were only a few left. If we fight them head-on, our chances are slim. We need to get out of this death zone, now. Xiao Dian agreed, yeah, he's right. We already took down the boss anyway, so we should just get out of here. But Lu Yuying disagreed. She decided to stay. She then drew her sword and said, you two go on ahead. These bastards killed Uncle Lu. I have to get my revenge. Hearing that Lu Yuying wanted to stay for revenge, Xiao Dian quickly turned his head in fear. Count me out. I don't want to die. I'm out of here. Jiang Zi just stood there, thinking to himself, this Lu Yuying is so damn stubborn. Am I really just going to leave her here, all by herself? Seeing he still hadn't left, she turned and asked, why are you still here? This is my personal grudge. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Zi replied coldly, you're right. Your personal grudge really has nothing to do with me. But there's no way in hell I'm just going to stand here and watch these 3 foreigners get away. He immediately summoned a beast, saying, come on out and let them get a taste of your power. In front of the 3, a cloud of dust rose as the monster appeared. Both Harry and the Dark Elf's eyes widened in horror when they saw the summoned monster before them, because it was the Slaughter Fiend Butcher, the boss of this death zone, slowly materializing. As soon as it appeared, filled with pent-up rage, it roared and swung the knife in its hand straight ahead. The group of foreigners were confused. What the hell is happening? Did the Slaughter Fiend Butcher just respawn? I've never heard of a death zone boss respawning after being killed. Am I seeing things? The mysterious doctor remained pretty calm. You're not seeing things. Another one really did just appear. Harry-sun immediately asked why this Slaughter Fiend Butcher wasn't attacking those 2 from Grand Xia. Lu Yuying lowered her head slightly to hide her falling tears, saying, Uncle Lu, I'm here to avenge you. Just as she opened her mailbox, she got a notification. She had received a letter from Raging Wind Chaser, who was none other than her Uncle Lu. Through a quick chat between the 2, it turned out he was still alive and was telling them to get out of there quickly. After receiving the message, Lu Yuying immediately prepared to leave. She turned to Jiang Zi with a smile. This is great. Uncle Lu is still alive. He told us to leave quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuying took off, telling him she'd see him at the altar on the 4th floor. Jiang Zi gave a bewildered smile. Geez, this girl? I don't even know what to say to her anymore. Meanwhile, up ahead, the Butcher boss and Harry-sun were about to clash. Just as he swung his axe down, the boss was no longer there, and the axe hit nothing but air. He wondered, why did the Slaughter Fiend Butcher just disappear? Back at the altar on the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, all 4 members of the party had regrouped. Lu Yuying was overjoyed to see her Uncle Lu safe and sound. Seeing them, he laughed loudly and praised them. Rakshasa, Lu Yuying, you 2 did a great job. He clapped Jiang Zi on the shoulder in admiration. Kid, you were really something else. Well done. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Then he turned to Xiao Dian and said, you need to start learning from Rakshasa. Just look at yourself. You're a total mess. Uncle Lu came closer, putting a friendly arm around Jiang Zi and whispering, hey, kid, our family is, you know, pretty prestigious. And as it happens, Lu Yuying doesn't have a boyfriend, and I think you 2 are about the same age. You should try getting to know each other. Lu Yuying blurted out in embarrassment. Uncle Lu, what are you even talking about? He stood there laughing heartily. All right, I'll stop talking. I'll just let things between you two develop naturally. Zhang Zhe turned and asked, Oh right, senior, there's something I'd like to ask your guidance on. Hearing this, the older man told him to speak freely. He wanted to ask how to defeat a Tier 1 Demon Realm expert. Zhang Zhe thought, I'll deal with this romance stuff later. Right now, there's still a killer in the real world waiting to take me out. He mused. Even though the Lu family isn't the biggest in Grand Xia, they're still top tier, with some serious power. Hearing this, Uncle Lu asked, a Demon Realm expert? Rakshasa, are you in some kind of trouble right now? He held out his hand and continued, No need to be so formal. Just tell me straight up. I can help you settle the score. He smiled. I appreciate the kind offer, but I think I can handle this myself. Looking at his own status screen, he thought to himself, a debt of gratitude is the hardest thing in the world to repay. It's better if I just handle this on my own. I've got 8 high-grade, non-elemental demon soul orbs in my possession. Once I absorb them, my power will definitely see a huge boost. Xiao Dian spoke up. Big bro Rakshasa, Demon Realm experts are way stronger than we think. You definitely shouldn't do anything reckless and risk your life. Uncle Lu added a reminder. If you want to take on a Demon Realm expert, besides being strong enough yourself, you also have to focus on targeting your opponent's weakness. Zhang Zi was confused. What's that supposed to mean? Uncle Lu explained, to become a Demon Realm powerhouse, you have to pass a test. Level 1 is simple. You just need your 4 core stats to hit the required standard, and you're through. But some powerhouses, wanting to be even more outstanding in the final stages, pump all their points into one specific stat right from the start. If a Demon Realm powerhouse invests a lot of essence into strength, their power will be absolutely insane. Their attack power will be way higher than other Demon Realm fighters. It's the same for agility for the assassin class or spirit for the mage class. Zhang Zi seemed to be getting it, saying, So even if we're at the same level, our different core stats can create a huge gap between us. Then, he looked at his own stat sheet. Among the 4 attributes, his agility was at 15, the highest it could be. If he kept adding to it, his movement speed and attack speed would increase, giving him a huge advantage in a fight and a much better chance of winning. Then, thinking about Huang Hanfei waiting outside, he wondered, I wonder what kind of advantage that guy has. Xiao Dian raised her hand to interrupt. Uncle Lu, Sis Yuang. Reminded by Xiao Dian, Yuang walked over and said to Zhang Zi, Well, if there's nothing else, we're going to head out. Before leaving, Yuang sent him a friend request. Her figure slowly vanished, but not before she reminded him, You'd better be careful on your own. Zhang Zi said he would and said goodbye to her, then accepted the friend request. After an exhausting boss hunt, it was finally time to face the guy waiting outside. He looked at the number of demon soul orbs in his inventory. It's finally my turn. I have to absorb all of these demon soul orbs first. He stood there and began to absorb them. A bright ring of light shone around him. His agility had now been boosted to 26 points. He then decided to leave the demon realm and face the challenge, preparing to risk it all. From outside the window of Huang Hanfei's apartment, a blinding light flashed, along with small sparks of lightning. Zhang Zi appeared, but there was no one in the room. He wondered, where the hell did that Huang Hanfei guy go? He suddenly realized he had been gone for so long, and Zhang Feng was home alone. No way. At that thought, he immediately bolted outside and ran home. He threw open the door and rushed inside, shouting Zhang Feng's name at the top of his lungs. Huang Hanfei was sitting next to the little girl on the sofa in the living room. Seeing him, she just whimpered, Brother. In his hand was a knife. He was peeling an apple, waiting for him to return. He said, Well, kid, you're back sooner than I expected. He took a bite of the apple and looked at Zhang Zi with a sly glint in his eyes and a dangerous smile. He told him, Sit down first. We're going to discuss this like civilized people. Zhang Zi, both angry and worried, blurted out, You let my sister go. Huang Hanfei raised the knife, looked at Zhang Feng, and said with a laugh, Letting her go is impossible. Now that she's seen my true face, she'd definitely run to the cops. He immediately asked him, Then what the hell do you want? Zhang Feng was terrified, with tears welling in her eyes. I won't tell the police. Please just let me go. I'm begging you, mister. He pressed the knife against the little girl's neck. You're asking me what I want? Obviously, I'm going to sell you and your sister's organs on the black market. They'll fetch a lot of money. He laughed loudly. Let me tell you too, right now, you guys are my personal jackpot. Then he leaned close to Zhang Feng's ear and whispered, How could I possibly let you two get hurt? Just as things got tense, there was a continuous knocking at the door that made all 3 of them jump. He scowled at Zhang Zi and asked, Did you dare call the police? He immediately denied it. Of course not. He ordered him to go open the door and not to try any funny business, since Zhang Feng was still in his hands. As he walked to the door, Zhang Zi thought, I only texted teacher Lu Wei just now. There's no way he could get here this fast. As he cracked the door open, a delivery bag appeared. Turns out it was a delivery girl. She held up the box and said, "Hello, the food you ordered has been delivered. Enjoy your meal." Jiang Zi was pretty surprised and replied, "I didn't order any fast food. I think you've got the wrong address." The girl just stood there, puzzled. How can that be? She tilted her head to one side to look inside and continued, "The address is clearly right here." "What is this? Are you trying to blame someone else?" the girl asked. "Or maybe those two in there ordered it." Jiang Zi got angry, not wanting to involve an innocent person, and shouted at the girl, "I already told you we didn't order any food. Now go home." The delivery girl stood there, banging on the door in anger. "That is so uncalled for. What's with the attitude? You think we delivery people aren't human?" The door slowly closed and the girl turned to walk away, muttering, "What is with these people, acting all high and mighty? Seriously." But suddenly the girl smiled dangerously, then took off her hat and said, "So you really are here. That $1.5 million reward is about to be mine." Sensing something was wrong, he stood up, knife in one hand, and the other hand holding Jiang Feng tightly. "Get out, we're going somewhere else." The three of them walked to the car outside. Jiang Zi asked where they were going, and he just ordered him into the car. Cut the crap. Getting into the car, he comforted his sister. "Don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you." He was getting impatient. "Stop dawdling, move it." From a distance, something came flying towards them. But he was a level 1 demon realm powerhouse after all. He reacted instantly and dodged the thing. His eyes went wide. "In your dreams. Whoever you are, get out here, or I'm gonna kill this kid." It was the girl from earlier. She just stood there, raised her hand to signal, and was like, "So you messed up, huh? But hey, if you want to kill her, go right ahead." The girl had changed her outfit. She stepped forward, twirling a dagger in her hand, and added, "It'll make things way easier for us to settle this." Jiang Zi realized it was the delivery girl from before. Han Fei just laughed and said, "This little chick is a bounty hunter, right? So, what's your price? But you really think you can catch me all by yourself?" The girl just flashed a confident grin, showing off the throwing darts in her hand as she shot back. "Don't underestimate people, old man." "Don't believe me? Let's find out." The second she said that, she hurled the darts straight at him. He just laughed his ass off. "Don't forget, I've got a human shield right here." Jiang Zi totally freaked and jumped out, worried sick about his sister. He blocked one of the darts, but the other one zipped right between Han Fei and Jiang Feng, forcing the dude to let her go. Seeing his chance, Jiang Zi immediately spun around. Then he dashed in, pulling Jiang Feng away right from under Han Fei's nose. He then leaped back to a safe distance, leaving the guy totally stunned. His speed was on a whole other level now. The girl was shocked. "Damn, this guy's fast. I can't believe he caught my dart with his bare hands." He stood protectively in front of Jiang Feng and called her out. "Hey, you almost hurt my sister." She put her hands on her hips and shot back. "It wasn't on purpose. Who told her to stand in front of that criminal anyway?" Han Fei cut in with a booming laugh. "You know, I wasn't originally planning to go on a killing spree today, but I guess that's not an option anymore." He let out a cold laugh, rubbing his bald head. The girl immediately charged, not forgetting to yell, "Anyone not involved, get the hell out of the way." Han Fei adjusted his glasses with a smirk. "Hey, this kid's got some serious speed stats." He crouched down, and a dark purple aura started glowing from his eyes. The move hit, and the girl suddenly looked like she was floating in a void, completely hypnotized. Seeing the girl totally dazed, he laughed loudly. "Poured all your stats into agility, huh? Your mental resistance must be garbage. Of course you can't escape my mental control skill. You want to catch me? Just you wait and see how I'm going to send you all packing." Jiang Zi thought worriedly. "Oh crap, why isn't she moving? Looks like she's been controlled. Is this a mental control skill? I can't believe his specialty is mental power." He clenched his fists and rushed towards the guy. If that's the case, this is my chance to finish him off. While the guy was distracted, Jiang Zi used his speed advantage and bolted towards him. Han Fei whipped out a gun, cocked it, and turned around, cursing, "You little punk." But before he could even get a good look, he took a massive punch from Jiang Zi right to the gut. As he was falling back, he still managed to aim his gun but couldn't pull the trigger in time. Jiang Zi slammed a kick right into his face, sending the gun flying. He landed face first on the ground, mumbling, "This damn kid. How are you so fast?" Jiang Zi sighed. If that guy had pulled out his gun from the start, who knows how this would have ended. Jiang Feng ran over. "Bro, are you okay?" he answered, catching his breath. "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Han Fei was out cold on the ground after taking that massive hit. He walked over to the girl. Jiang Feng wondered what was wrong with her, and he explained she was probably hypnotized by that guy. "This bounty hunter chick seriously only cares about money. She almost got you hurt back there." Jiang Feng took a peek and asked, "So should we help her or what?" Jiang Zi was blunt. "She brought this on herself. Why should we help her? The little girl turned around with a mischievous look and said, "Hey, you got a pen? A permanent marker would be best." He quickly went to grab one. About 10 minutes later, the authorities showed up, along with a bunch of people from the neighborhood. Teacher Lu Wei arrived and said to him, "Zhang Zi, you got some serious guts. Didn't I text you to not make a move and wait for the cops? Do you have any idea that 7 people have died at his hands?" He scratched his head. "Sorry, Teacher Lu Wei. I didn't have time to check my phone." A police officer came over, patted the teacher on the shoulder, and said, "Hey, don't be so hard on him. This kid is basically the hero of Tianfeng City today. We've been hunting that guy for 2 years. He always managed to escape, but today, your student caught him. You should be proud of him." Teacher Lu smiled. "Of course I'm proud, but I was just worried about the safety of him and his sister. But I have to ask, Zhang Zi, how did you even take this guy down? He's a powerhouse from the demon realm." He paused to think. "I should probably hide my real power for now. It's not the right time to tell Teacher Lu." He pointed to the girl next to him and said, "Obviously, I couldn't have beaten him on my own. It was all thanks to her help. Looks like she got hit by Han Fei's hypnosis spell. She's completely paralyzed." According to the cop, the girl's name was Shen Mengdi. Standing in front of her, the officer continued, "She's a veteran bounty hunter, a level 1 demon realm powerhouse. She catches a lot of criminals, but man, she also gives us a ton of headaches." He turned to Jiang Feng and asked, "But what's up with her face?" The kid blushed and answered slyly, "No idea. Her face was like that when we found her." A turtle and 2 streams of tears had been drawn on Mengdi's face, and it looked pretty freaking hilarious. The police were taking her and the criminal back to the station. The cop didn't forget to tell Zhang Zi that Han Fei's bounty of 1.5 million would be split 50-50 between him and Mengdi. "No way. 750,000 each? Is that for real? That's a crap ton of money." He happily hugged Jiang Feng. "Thanks, officer. This is awesome." The total amount they pooled was enough to pay the hospital fees for his sister's surgery. At 8 p.m., at the Jiang brothers' house, Han Fei's place next door had been sealed off by the cops. Lying on his bed, Zhang Zi pulled out his demon realm watch. "It's time. The death realm has been cleared. The 4th floor of the demon realm is probably open for business again." He tapped the watch. A jolt of electricity sparked. "4th floor of the demon realm, here I come." At the altar on the 4th floor of the demon realm, a pretty big crowd had already shown up after being locked down for days because of the death realm. People were nonstop shouting out recruitment offers with fat rewards. Zhang Zi thought, "Looks like this place is back to normal. We can come and go as we please now." He opened his guidebook. After that last battle, his team had a ton of empty slots. But now that he had the Slaughterer of the Dead, plus the Goblin King and Yi Kuntian, it probably wouldn't be a huge deal. Zhang Zi checked the monster list for the 4th floor. There were pighead ogres with 2 huge spiked maces. He thought to himself, the intel on these monsters is pretty basic, but their damage output looks like no joke. I better go scout things out first. He went in solo, entering a bleak and desolate place called the Forest of Burnt Ruins. Behind the barren branches, monsters with glowing red eyes peeked out. It was a pighead ogre with sharp tusks, just standing there, watching him silently. Spotting them, Zhang Zi immediately got ready to summon his monsters. These pig heads showed up right on time. He raised his arm with 2 summoning slots, and the 2 big shots, the Goblin King and the Slaughterer of the Dead, appeared looking totally badass. The pighead ogres grimaced, drooling at the sight of a human. Facing them were 2 bosses, one of whom was the crazy powerful boss from the Death Realm. 2 pighead ogres leaped up, swinging their maces right at him. Zhang Zi ordered the Goblin King to get in front and prepare to surround them. It raised its 2 huge blades, blocking their entire attack and all the damage. Zhang Zi frowned. Whoa, its damage resistance is actually pretty high. Seizing the chance, as he finished speaking, it threw out a hook attached to a chain, aiming straight for the necks of the 2 pighead ogres. One hit landed on both of them, and they each lost almost 500 health. Zhang Zi was impressed. Damn, that's some insane damage. But behind him, a harpy was flying in. It was launching a sneak attack, ready to sink its sharp talons into him. He quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Uncle Luckily, Zhang Zi's speed was nothing to scoff at. Watching it fly back up, he said, "So that's a harpy, huh? Super fast." Without skipping a beat, he pulled out his S-class weapon, raising the bloodlust longbow, and said, "I'm about to show you the power of an S-class weapon." He aimed right at the harpy in the sky and yelled, "Time to die." But, the draw strength wasn't enough. The arrow fell short before it even reached the monster, which was super embarrassing. So, to save face, he summoned Yi Kuntian and ordered it to chase the harpy away with fireballs. Yi Kuntian clamped its mouth shut to build up energy, then launched a fireball into the air, aiming straight for where the harpy was hovering. But with its insane speed, it owned the sky, dodging one after another. But suddenly, a much bigger fireball than usual came flying, catching it off guard. The blast radius was too big, it couldn't dodge. It lost over 300 health. Zhang Zi laughed triumphantly. Let's see you run now. About an hour later, he had collected a bunch more summons from the 4th floor to replace the goblins he'd lost. While collecting the demon soul orbs, he said, "Good thing the defense on the pighead ogres and harpies isn't too high, otherwise I'd probably be screwed." He raised his hand to summon, and a summoned harpy appeared in front of him. With the addition of the pighead ogres and harpies, his summoned army was back at full strength. His power was seriously boosted. Looking at his list of summons, he felt pretty damn proud. Yeah, this lineup is looking pretty stacked. Looking at his summon board, Zhang Zi was confident he was ready to go say hello to the 4th floor boss. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. "Help me. Someone's trying to kill me." He froze, quietly checking out the situation. It was a bunny-eared girl being chased by a man from behind who was yelling, "Get back here. I'm going to teach you a lesson today." The two of them were getting closer to where Zhang Zi was. The man kept shouting, "I'm definitely going to deal with you today." He stood there thinking, why does this kind of crap always happen everywhere? I should probably just stay out of it. Before he could leave, the girl, Zhang Feng, leaped forward and grabbed his leg, pleading, "Big bro, please save me. There's a guy behind me trying to kill me." She put on a pitiful face, her eyes welling up with tears, as she continued, "Please, sir, just." Zhang Zi cut her off coldly. "Sorry, I can't help you. You should get back to the altar. You'll be safe there." But she just clung on tighter, not letting go. "The job you gave me, I finished it all. Now they're chasing me all the way here. You can't just ditch me like this. I already turned in all the stuff to you." Zhang Zi was stunned. What the hell was this girl talking about? Was she trying to pin the blame on him? The man walked up. His name was Hot-Tempered Long Wang. He said, "So you're the one behind the scenes, pulling her strings. I hate people like you the most. Today, I'm doing everyone a favor and taking out the trash." Zhang Zi tried to explain. "Whoa, dude, you're way too hot-headed. I don't even know this girl." But the guy wouldn't listen. He stomped his foot and continued, "You ditch your teammate the second there's trouble? You call yourself a man? Just die already." As soon as he finished, he swung his staff down, unleashing his mountain-shaking staff skill, aiming right for him. Zhang Feng seized the opportunity to jump behind him and bolt. Zhang Zi cursed. "Oh hell, this psycho. Not only does he have a bad temper, but he's got a screw loose, too." As Zhang Feng ran off, she didn't forget to wave, kicking mud all over him. "Big bro, I'm leaving this guy to you. I'm out of here." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Moonlight, Zhang Feng has stolen 3 intermediate-level demon soul orbs from you." He pulled up his item list to check and said, "So that girl's a petty thief. No wonder Hot-Tempered Long Wang was chasing her like that." The Long Wang was still raising his staff, getting ready to smash it down. "Hand over the stuff that brat stole, now." Zhang Zi tried to explain again. "I seriously don't know her. Besides, she just ripped me off for 3 demon soul orbs too." But the guy wasn't listening. He slammed his staff down, shouting, "Don't try and fool me." At this point, it was hopeless. Zhang Zi sighed, "What a complete idiot. Looks like you won't be happy until we throw down." Zhang Zi summoned Yi Kunshin and the poisonous spider and launched a web attack. The staff was caught tight in the spider web. Hot-Tempered Long Wang was confused. "How the hell is there a poisonous spider on the 4th floor of the demon realm?" he asked in alarm. "You know summoning magic? Is that your innate skill?" Zhang Zi didn't answer. Next up was Yi Kunshin. He gestured with his hand, ordering it to attack with a fireball. Trapped and unable to move, all the Long Wang could do when the fireball came was raise his arms to block. The attack easily blew away nearly 200 of his health points. Pulling out a potion, he yelled at him, "Damn it, if you've got any guts, stop using that web to hold me down. Let's fight head-on and see who's stronger." With that, he raised a red liquid and chugged it down. Afterward, the Long Wang's whole body started to glow red. He powered up, shattering the web around his feet. Zhang Zi wondered, what the hell did that guy just drink? I can't believe he actually broke free from the web. Just then, the Long Wang leaped up and brought his staff down, aiming right for Zhang Zi's face. But with his insane speed, he easily hopped backward to dodge the blow. The guy was shocked. Damn, this kid is fast. But his expression was still determined. Before he could finish his thought, a massive blade came slashing down at the staff in the Long Wang's hand. The Goblin King appeared. He started to worry. Just how many monsters can this guy even summon? He thought, the Goblin King is just a 3rd floor boss, but I'm all by myself right now. Without my team, I don't think I can take it on. Zhang Zi didn't hesitate, raising his hand again to summon another beast just to show off. The enormous Death Butcher appeared behind Hot-Tempered Long Wang, making him stutter. "Oh my god, are you kidding me?" Its massive body, its hideous face, and that cleaver. Hot-Tempered Long Wang dropped his staff and groaned, "That's the Death Butcher. I can't believe someone can actually summon this thing." He collapsed to the ground and put his hands up. "Okay, stop. No more fighting. I give up." Afterward, he drank a healing potion, flipped him the bird, and said, "Even though I surrendered, I'm not cool with this. If you have any balls, get rid of your monsters and let's fight one-on-one. Jiang Zi walked over and replied, and how would that be fair? He stood there and continued, my talent skill is summoning. If you won't let me use my skills, what am I supposed to fight with? What did that Moonlight Zhang Feng steal from you? Anyway, the guy crushed the empty potion vial in his hand, grimacing. Well, I still call BS on that. Aren't you two in on this together, and now you're asking me that? Are you trying to piss me off until I explode? Jiang Zi closed his eyes, completely fed up. Dude, for the last time, we are not on the same team. He showed him the notification about his stolen items and said, she stole my stuff, too. If you don't believe me, look for yourself. It was only then that hot-tempered Long Wang realized what happened. He awkwardly scratched his nose. For real, I guess I got it all wrong. The hot-tempered Long Wang scratched his head shyly. That was totally my bad. A misunderstanding. Sorry about that. Jiang Zi didn't hold a grudge and recalled his beasts. He looked at the guy thinking, this guy might be straightforward and maybe has a few screws loose, but his morals are actually pretty decent. He admits when he's wrong, which is pretty rare these days. The guy grinned like nothing happened and held out his hand for a shake. Hey, let's just say a fight is one way to get to know someone. Add me as a friend, yeah? Jiang Zi looked at him and smiled. It had been a while since he'd met someone so genuine. He shook his hand, laughing as he agreed. A notification popped up. You have added hot-tempered Long Wang to your friends list. Once they were friends, he turned and waved goodbye. If you ever need help with anything, just hit me up. I've got to meet up with my friends to grind mobs. I'm heading out, catch you later. Jiang Zi waved back at him. This Long Wang's way of doing things is a bit simple and crude, but he's also pretty interesting. Jiang Zi opened his guidebook to check it. I've wasted so much time. I need to hurry up and find the 4th floor boss to fight. This floor is like a total maze. Without a map, it would be really easy to get lost. He looked ahead and said, according to the map, if we keep going this way, we'll hit the boss's area. After walking for a bit, Jiang Zi reached a place called the Barren Stone Forest, with tall stone pillars sticking up like a jungle. Then, he heard cries for help from a distance. He wondered why he always heard someone crying for help whenever he got near a boss. This voice, though, it sounded way too familiar. And just as he thought, looking over from where he was, he saw Tu Tho cowering behind a huge rock while the boss slammed down its massive axe. Behind it, a pig demon stood watching with its hands clasped behind its back. That boss was the Minotaur Chieftain. It had a fierce and powerful aura, its whole body radiating green energy as it raised its axe, ready to strike again. Tu Tho trembled behind the cracked rock, screaming, is anyone there? Help me! Somebody, please save me! The girl was clutching a seal egg, crying desperately, someone, please save me! I don't want to die. Jiang Zi watched and thought to himself, yup, it's that brat. Guess karma finally caught up with her, huh? Suddenly, he noticed the pig-headed monster in the back. Its name was a little weird, and its expression wasn't normal, either. The pig demon suddenly spoke up. You damn brat, you dared to steal my stuff? You deserve to die. From the system, he learned its name was Back Nat Vu. Jiang Zi thought, okay, that Nguyet Quan Tu Tho chick stealing from people is annoying as hell, but her crime isn't exactly a death sentence. Isn't this going a bit too far? As for the Minotaur Chieftain, it was still full of rage, hacking away at the rock in front of it. Jiang Zi decided he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he drew his bow and fired to save Tu Tho. The arrow slammed right into the boss's head, making it lose over 100 HP. It let out a small grunt and froze. Then it spun around, looked everywhere, and roared. Who dares to sneak attack this chieftain? The pig demon, Nat Vu, pointed threateningly. Who the hell are you? If you know what's good for you, stay out of this. She's a thief, and she deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Jiang Zi leaped onto a stone pillar and said, I know she's a thief, but you don't have to push her to her death. She's just a kid. Can't you give her a chance to turn things around? However, the Minotaur Chieftain had no time for explanations. It immediately charged at him, swinging its axe. The pig demon Nat Vu snapped, if you've never felt someone's pain, don't you dare preach about being merciful. You want to be the hero who saves the damsel in distress? Let's see if you've got what it takes. He shouted, this is the 4th floor's boss. There's no way you can handle it alone. Hearing that, Jiang Zi just smirked. Time for the summoning show to begin. He raised his hand and the familiar blue circle of light appeared. Come on out, let's blow their minds. The moment he finished speaking, his summoned army assembled, from the Death Butcher to the Goblin King, plus a few new monsters he'd just collected on the 4th floor. Nat Vu could only stare in disbelief. You summoned all these monsters? I can't believe a talent skill like this even exists. Faced with a crowd, the mindless Minotaur Chieftain showed no fear. It used a skill to generate an aura but stuck to its old tactics. Jiang Zi immediately had his Venomfang spider use a web attack to hold it in place, leaving the Minotaur stuck in one spot, just swinging its axe wildly. He drew his bow and ordered the whole crew to charge in together, yelling, crimson devouring flame breath. The summoned monster formation rushed forward. 3 flying birds up high, 3 pig demons down low, plus the short-range Death, Butcher, and Goblin King charging right in. Even from a distance, a single swing from the Butcher's axe dealt over 400 damage to the Minotaur. The damage was insane. Jiangzi kept aiming and firing, ordering all his summoned monsters to go all out for a quick and decisive victory. That Natvu guy watched and thought anxiously, "This damn punk can even summon bosses? Doesn't that make him basically invincible?" He clenched his fists, cursing under his breath. "In this situation, my disguise talent skill is useless. Fine, Rakshasa, I'll remember your face." Turns out, he was a player disguised as a pig demon. He turned to Tu Tho, who was still huddled up, and cursed at her. "You damn brat, you got lucky this time. Some idiot was willing to step in and save you." The girl could only sit there crying. Behind her, the fierce battle was raging, but it was almost over. Overwhelmed by the numbers and the power of the summoned bosses, the Minotaur chieftain was quickly defeated. Its massive axe fell from its hand and clattered to the ground. In an instant, just like every other time, his summoned monsters slowly faded away. The system's red screen popped up. "Congratulations, you have defeated the 4th floor boss, the Minotaur chieftain." Jiangzi walked over to collect the items and the soul orb. A full team is just terrifyingly strong. While he was picking up the loot, Tu Tu came up behind him and started to apologize. Jiangzi turned to look at her. Tu Tho held out the soul orbs she had stolen from him and continued, "I know I was wrong, big bro. Thanks for saving me. I'm returning all of this to you." After that, Tu Tho left, and Jiangzi called out to her from a distance. "From now on, don't just go around stealing people's stuff anymore. Next time, I won't be nice enough to save you like this again." Holding the soul orbs, he said, "All right, you can stop lying there now. It's time to head to the 5th floor." And, as always, his talent skill activated. The Minotaur chieftain slowly materialized before its new master, Jiangzi. He walked towards the portal and said, "Let's go. On to the 5th floor, then we can head home and get some rest." In some shabby old room, a flash of light appeared as an adventurer returned from the demonic realm. And that guy was none other than Bo Rivu, some ugly bald dude. He scowled and muttered, "Damn it, that guy was so close to getting killed by the boss, but then some jackass had to show up and ruin everything. Seriously, pisses me off." He was slurping some noodles while scrolling on his phone when he stopped at a post. On the screen was a bounty, and the target was none other than Jiangzi, whose domain name was Rakshasa. The reward for any information was between 1 to 5 million, and the person who posted it was a human named Shu Guan. Rivu laughed out loud. "This time, you're dead for sure." Monday morning at Tianfeng High School. In the hallway, students were walking around, chatting about whatever. Jiangzi overheard 2 people behind him talking about the domain forums. There was a huge bounty out for someone, and with a reward that high, the target was pretty much screwed. Hearing that, he immediately pulled out his phone to check the domain forums. The domain forums didn't belong to any organization, and its real location couldn't be traced. Adventurers from all over the world could post and interact on it, making it the most influential social media site right now. Looking at the bounty post, he thought, "I can't believe someone's actually putting up 5 million just to find me." He got a little worried when he saw the poster was that Shuguan guy. Jiangzi figured it had to be because before he died, Deathseal must have secretly sent a message, which is how those dudes knew he was the one who killed him. "I need to find some trustworthy allies in the domain. With them around, I won't have to worry about anyone trying to backstab me anymore." He thought of Uncle Lu, Lu Yuying, and even the hot-tempered Long Wang. As soon as he opened the classroom door, he heard someone inside say, "The other day, a death domain appeared, and the 4th floor got locked down so no one could get in." The guy added, "I heard the boss was taken down by one of our own from Daxia." All those foreigners just shut up and left with their faces all purple. The 2 friends seemed super proud talking about it. The Daxia nation really showed them what's up. Jiangzi sat down at his desk pretending he didn't know anything. The other guy continued, "Everyone in the death domain at the time got the notification. The one who killed the boss was Rakshasa. He's so freaking cool." Fatty Yang ran over, excitedly calling his name and said, "Did you hear that? My idol, Rakshasa, killed the death domain boss. If I ever meet him, I'm totally going to ask him to be my master." Jiangzi pushed his friend away, saying, "Then go find him. Why are you running over and hugging me for? It's not like I'm Rakshasa." Suddenly, a loud shout from the door made both Fatty Yang and Jiangzi jump and look over. "Which one of you is Jiangzi?" A punk with curly purple hair named EU kicked the door open and swaggered in. "Get your ass out here now." He leaned forward and yelled, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking for Jiangzi, so get out here." The students peeking in from the doorway started whispering, "He's awakened a B-rank talent. Jiangzi is probably going to get his ass kicked." Fatty Yang warned him, "That's you. They say he's no joke. One punch can kill a bull." Jiangzi stood up and said it was fine, telling Fatty Yang to step aside. Seeing this, EU grabbed a chair and walked over. So you're Jiang Zi, huh? You've got some balls. I heard you want to take my spot, he replied. I don't think I know you. The guy lunged, swinging the chair down and yelling, just looking at your arrogant face pisses me off. Die and get the hell out of my sight. But he didn't even flinch. He got into a stance, his eyes fixed forward. With his high agility stat, this was nothing. As he dodged the attack, Jiang Zi landed a punch that dislocated the guy's jaw. The powerful punch sent the guy flying, slamming him into a wall as he screamed in pain. Seeing this, his two lackeys quickly ran over, calling him boss and helping EU up. He cracked his knuckles, thinking, and here I thought he was supposed to be some big shot. The students watching were stunned. Down in one punch? Since when did Jiang Zi get so strong? Chen Hao, who was watching on his phone, thought, the force of that punch must be over 4,000 kilograms. How the hell did this guy do it? Why did his speed and power increase so much? Just a few days ago during the test, he was barely at 500 kilograms, and now he's over 1,000. Chen Hao clenched his fists. No way. I have to get into Wu Cheng University. No one is allowed to take that from me. That evening at home, Jiang Zi asked his little sister, oh yeah, Zhang Feng, security around school hasn't been great lately. Make sure you're careful on your way to and from class. While washing the dishes, she replied, don't worry, big bro. The guards at my all-girls school are all powerful experts from the domain. Jiang Zi felt relieved as he wiped the table. Well, that's good. It's getting late. I'm heading into the domain. Zhang Feng asked her brother, I see you go into the domain every day. What's your talent? He smiled and replied, I'll tell you when you awaken your own talent. She turned around to dry a plate and pouted. What's the big deal? I'm about to awaken my own talent skills soon anyway. After returning to his room to enter the domain, the system displayed the floors for Jiang Zi to choose from. And of course, he chose the 5th floor. The altar was surrounded by a vast, sprawling sea with seagulls flying in the sun. Jiang Zi opened his domain guidebook to check it out while looking around, and he realized there were even more people on the 5th floor than on the 4th. The people around him were staring at him with killing intent. Jiang Zi thought, I can't leave this spot right now, or they'll definitely attack me. Looking at his summoning panel, he decided it was better to go back to the 4th floor to collect bosses and build a perfect army before coming back here. No sooner said than done, he instantly vanished from the 5th floor altar, leaving the surrounding adventurers completely stunned. They were pretty salty about that. His sharp senses had allowed him to feel the danger. Those guys have no clue what floor he's on by now. Next time they run into him, it's not going to be this easy for them. Back in the wilds, Jiang Zi heads into the forest, thinking to himself, good thing I bounced so fast, otherwise that crew would have totally found me. Right now, I gotta hurry up and find the boss. Sensing someone tailing him, he calls out, who is it? Show yourself. From behind a huge tree, a familiar silhouette emerges. It's Ingiet Kwang Tiu To. He spins around, fists clenched, ready in case she tries to pull something. Immediately, Tiu To lunges and grabs onto his thigh. Jiang Zi yells, you again? Seriously? This trick again? The girl starts bawling, apologizing for the theft. Needing to know what was up, Jiang Zi crouches down and says, look, whatever it is, just calm down and tell me. Now get off my leg. Tiu Thao whimpers. If you don't agree to help me, big bro, I'm not letting go. Worried her wailing would attract other people, and for his own safety, he quickly agrees to help her. Tiu Thao instantly hops to her feet, bows, and offers him her belongings, saying, thank you so much, big bro Rakshasa. This is all the valuable stuff I have. It's all for you. He tells her to put it away, saying it's no big deal to let her tag along since he's hunting a boss anyway, but he warns her that his power has limits, so he can't make any promises. He'll just give it his all. Tiu Thao quickly thanks Rakshasa and follows him. A notification pops up on his screen. Niet Kwang Tiu Thao has joined your party. Jiang Zi turns and asks, Tiu Thao, is your special talent stealing stuff off of targets? The girl replies, yeah, that's right. It's the sleight of hand skill. I hate using it, but I don't really have a choice. An idea pops into his head. He suggests that he'll keep a monster busy while she tries using her skill on it to see what she can loot. Tiu Thao is stoked and agrees, since she's never tried to steal from a boss before. Jiang Zi then asks, so why are you trying to get to the 30th floor of the demon realm? What's up there? Looking a bit down, she replies, my dad went missing on that floor, so I want to go there to find him. He sighs. Look, people who disappear in the demon realm either end up as monster food or get killed by someone else. If neither of those happens, they get kicked out by the system after a while anyway. Eventually, the two of them arrive at the location of the Floor 4 Minotaur boss. It's already in the middle of a fight with someone, and they can hear screams for help. One critical hit after another completely wipes out the adventurers who were there before. Jiang Zi turns to Tiu Thao and says, looks like the Minotaur chieftain already wiped their whole party. We're going straight in. He raises his hand and summons his monster army. Almost a dozen of his summoned beasts immediately rush forward at his command, aiming right for the Minotaur chieftain. Zhang Zi instructs Tutho, "I'm going to taunt the boss and draw it over here. When I do, you make your move." He also orders his pets to charge and attack. The deadly butcher slices its massive knife straight into the Minotaur's shoulder, taking off nearly 700 HP. Yet Thon Thean breathes fire, Fiju harasses from the air, and the Great Goblin King along with his goblin minions rush in for a melee attack, forcing the confused boss to leap back. It immediately uses its berserk skill, slightly increasing its health and combat power. Just as he planned, the Minotaur jumps to where Zhang Zi is standing and swings its axe at him. He immediately summons his poison spider to use a web attack and trap the boss's feet. The web tightly binds its legs, immobilizing it. The Minotaur struggles to break free. Tutho quickly slips behind the boss. The kid sizes it up for a second, then prepares to activate her skill. Tutho extends her hand and a beam of pink light shoots out, heading straight for the Minotaur chieftain. A notification pops up. You have obtained a hard Minotaur horn. It's such an unexpected prize that even Tutho herself is totally shocked. The Minotaur roars in pain and instantly whips around to look at Tutho. She's just standing there, wondering what she's supposed to do with the horn. Just then, Zhang Zi steps up next to Tutho and says, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, it can't touch you." Ignoring the enraged Minotaur, he tells Tutho to keep going and not hold back. She looks a little hesitant for a moment, but then shuts her eyes, sticks out her hand, and goes for it again. This time, she gets a Minotaur hide. Having its skin literally ripped off, the Minotaur bellows in agony. Tutho taunts the boss, "You dumb bull, you can't even touch me. I'm going to strip you of everything you own." Taking the items she just looted, Zhang Zi checks them against his Demon Realm guide and realizes this stuff is actually pretty damn good. Seeing that the boss has been picked clean, he summons the deadly butcher to his side. Then he orders it to finish the Minotaur off with one killing blow. The moment the boss dies, Zhang Zi turns to Tutho and says, "All right, we got the key. You head up to floor 5 and wait for me. I'm going to go back and farm some more bosses." The girl steps into the teleportation gate, waving to him. "Big bro Rakshasa, I'll wait for you at the altar on floor 5. As Tutho leaves, Zhang Zi stays behind to resurrect the Minotaur chieftain and add it to his army. The Minotaur slowly forms behind him. Zhang Zi starts to walk off, saying, "Let's hurry." The floor 5 boss is still waiting to be collected. He then returns to the Great Goblin King's area on floor 3 of the Demon Realm. With his current power level, taking out the floor 3 boss is a total cakewalk for Zhang Zi. He defeats it in the blink of an eye. Since there was no one else to fight over the boss, he gets to keep all the loot. Adding the Great Goblin King to his collection brings him to a total of 10 summons. He looks at his full roster of monsters, every single one of them is seriously powerful. Zhang Zi confidently stepped onto the 5th floor. Back at the 5th floor altar, it was water everywhere. Looked like this was some kind of ocean-themed floor. The moment he appeared, Zhang Feng ran over, calling him Big Bro Rakshasa. The kid said, "These people have definitely seen the bounty board. You gotta be careful. They're gonna cause trouble for you." He turned and replied, "Don't worry. In a bit, they won't dare to try anything sketchy." In the distance, Moonlit Shadow's party was walking over. She waved and called out to him, "Hey Rakshasa, we meet again." The hot-headed Long Wang pointed at Zhang Feng and yelled, "Is that the thief?" He went up to Zhang Zi and asked, "Bro, why are you hanging out with her?" "Don't tell me you two are actually in on it together," he answered. "It's not what you think. Zhang Feng has turned over a new leaf. I guarantee she won't steal anymore." The kid held out a few soul orbs to Long Wang and said, "I'm sorry. I swear I won't steal again. Please forgive me." Long Wang scratched his head. "A real man doesn't hold grudges against a girl. I'll let it slide this time." Giant God stepped forward and held out his hand. "Hey there. Last time, Moonlit Shadow told me you helped her kill the ironclad wolf. You're a seriously brave dude." Zhang Zi looked troubled. "Friending me right now probably isn't a safe move. There's a whole mob waiting to kill me for the bounty." Hearing the word money, Little Princess's eyes lit up. "What was that? So you're the guy with the bounty on his head?" She walked over, grabbed his hand, and asked, "How much is the bounty on you anyway? Good things shouldn't go to outsiders. How about you let me claim that reward?" Long Wang stepped in. "You'd sell out your friends for money? Besides, didn't you just score a 1.5 million coin bounty?" The girl pouted. "Don't even bring that up. Some dude named Zhang Zi took half of it. I'm still so pissed off." Hearing that, he was startled. He thought to himself, so it was her. "I can't believe it. The money-grubbing little princess is the bounty hunter, Silent Dream Butterfly." Giant God stepped up and said, "Little princess, that's enough joking around. Rakshasa saved Moonlit Shadow's life, and he's Long Wang's friend. We should be doing everything we can to help each other." Long Wang slapped him on the back and laughed. "Let me tell you guys, Rakshasa's talent skill is insane. He can summon monsters to help him fight, and get this, he can even summon bosses. The young guy with the long spear, One Night Autumn, stepped forward in shock. What? Summon a boss? Everyone started murmuring. If that's true, Rakshasa's skill must be S rank or higher, he replied humbly. A little higher than S rank. Long Wang's jaw dropped. What? Holy crap, you mean it's SS rank? He added. There aren't even 500 adventurers in all of Great Xia with talents that are S rank or above. Giant God was amazed. I can't believe we're meeting an adventurer with an SS rank talent skill. Zhang Zi scratched his head. You're giving me too much credit. I'm just a newbie. I'll still be counting on you guys to look out for me from now on. Giant God walked over and said, since we're all acquainted now, let's be friends. I've never been friends with someone who has an SS rank skill like you before. Just like that, he became friends with Little Princess, One Night Autumn, and Giant God. Zhang Feng looked at him with admiration. An SS rank talent. So freaking strong. I can't believe I accidentally latched onto a sugar daddy. Zhang Zi turned to look at her, then said to the others, if we're making a party, add Zhang Feng too. I promised to get her to the 30th floor to find her dad. She doesn't need a cut of the loot or anything. She just needs to clear the stage. Long Wang scratched his face and said, I'm cool with it, but I don't know about the others. Little Princess spoke up from the back, breaking the group's silence. She turned away and said, what's with the silence? Everyone trying to be a saint. We're the ones who'll be on the front lines anyway. We should at least charge a service fee. Long Wang grumbled that all she cared about was money. Turns out, Giant God was the party leader. He agreed to cover Zhang Feng's service fee himself. Moonlit Shadow came over and said with a smile, Little Princess is the grumpy old lady of our group. Even though her eyes light up at the sight of money, she's actually got a really kind heart. Her skills are pretty good, it's just her attitude that sucks sometimes. Don't mind her. After sorting things out, Giant God turned back to everyone and said, get ready, we're moving out. This time, we're definitely going to beat the 5th floor's boss, the Water Surge Witch. The party set off, and the other warriors didn't dare to give him any more trouble. Moonlit Shadow reminded them. From the 5th floor on, the mobs and bosses are super strong, so we have to be careful. While moving and fighting mobs, everyone reminded each other that there were a ton of smaller monsters to kill. Everyone, focus on finishing this quick. Don't waste energy or healing potions. The mobs on this floor looked like fish from the deep sea, with sharp fins and teeth. Giant God was at the front, using the huge shield on his back to protect everyone behind him. On top of that, he was the core of their formation, supporting his teammates. Zhang Zi thought to himself, no way. His talent skill is an S-rank defensive aura. The monsters on the 5th floor were called Wave Surfers, fish-headed monsters with sharp fins, teeth, and claws, but this team was seriously strong. Long Wang charged in and unleashed a move that took 400 HP off the monster, but the second it lost some health, a Tide Caller used a healing skill on it. Hearing that, Moonlit Shadow immediately drew her sword and rushed in to help, yelling, leave it to me. Then she used a light blade slash, striking the Wave Surfer head-on. While the monsters were still dazed, they suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. Their feet were frozen to the ground, and they couldn't move. They turned back and saw One Autumn Night casting Ice Seal Rain. He yelled, let's wrap this up, fast. The entire mob of mermen was basically frozen, solid, and packed into one spot, just screaming their heads off. Zhang Zi was completely stunned, thinking, damn, this team's coordination is flawless. 2OC's eyes widened in admiration. They're seriously good. The mobs are completely immobilized. The impatient Long Wang then charged in, finishing them off with his staff. Yuan Ying was just as impressive. Zhang Zi thought to himself that joining such a powerful team would be a massive boost for him. I don't have to fight solo anymore. But man, I haven't even had a chance to jump in. After they took care of everything, the team kept moving forward towards a huge stone pillar on the shoreline. It was covered in ancient carvings. Zhu Shen walked over, placed his hand on it, and spoke. Everyone, come and touch this stone. Once we receive the water god's blessing, we're diving into the ocean. Zhang Zi was confused. The water god's blessing? What's that? Yuan Ying explained, the boss is at the bottom of the sea. To fight it, we have to dive, so getting the water god's blessing is non-negotiable. So, Zhang Zi followed suit and placed his hand on the stone. A notification appeared after he touched it. The water god's blessing lasts for 60 minutes. Effect, allows underwater movement without breathing. Basically, they had to clear the stage in under an hour. Long Wang laughed. If we go over the time limit, we'll start drowning and lose 10% of our HP every minute. With that, the team stepped into the ocean. Zhang Zi immediately asked, the handbook doesn't have any detailed info on the Sea Mystic Sorcerer. All we know is that it's a sorcerer-type monster. A walkthrough for this boss is worth a fortune, so nobody's gonna just post it in the public guide for free. He thought to himself, damn, if it's giving a top-tier team like this a hard time, that Sea Mystic Sorcerer must be a real piece of work. I've got to add that thing to my summon lineup. In no time, the whole party had reached the seabed. They were now approaching the boss's lair. Long Wang laughed and turned to tease little princess. So, you over that aquaphobia of yours yet? Cause I hear the next few floors are all underwater battles. She pouted and shot back. Then I'm not healing you anymore. As they were walking, a voice called out, Yo, little brother, Jushen. You guys here to fight the boss too? Seeing a familiar face, Jushen replied, Big bro, hey Lao Gui. An old man leaning on a staff, with his battered and bandaged team behind him, raised a hand. Wiped again, he said. This damn sea mystic sorcerer is just too hard to take down. We got to phase 3, but then 2 of its sacrifice attacks took out almost all our health. If we weren't quick on our feet, we'd have been goners. Jushen sighed. Yeah, its phase 3 skills are a real bitch to handle. We wiped on phase 2 last time. As he walked away, He Lao Gui said, Good luck, little bro. We're heading back to shore. We just can't beat that thing. Jushen turned to the others. He's an adventurer with an S-rank talent, and even he's been stuck on this floor for nearly a month. The top 10 players have probably sunk millions into this fight. Jiang Zi quickly asked, So what's the deal with this boss? What makes it so special? Can you fill me in? Yuan Ying explained from behind. The Sea Mystic Sorcerer is different from the other floor bosses. The fight is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1. It doesn't join the fight itself. Instead, it summons minions to protect it. After 3 waves, if any adventurers are still standing, it'll enter the fight personally, triggering Phase 2. In Phase 2, it uses an attack called Dark Heavy Strike. It deals insane damage to a single target and knocks the enemy back. Once its HP drops below 50%, it enters Phase 3, and this is where it gets really nasty. It'll start using a skill called Death Sacrifice. Death Sacrifice is an AoE that hits everyone. On top of that, the effect stacks. The first cast deals 20% damage, and then every time it uses it after that, the damage of Death Sacrifice ramps up by another 20%. Once it hits 100%, it's a guaranteed party wipe. Jiang Zi mulled it over. So that's the gimmick. Yeah, that sounds like a total nightmare to handle. The first 2 phases are manageable. The final phase is the real killer. Jushen started assigning roles. I'll be the tank. Yuan Ying, you're on damage. Chi Thu, you handle crowd control. Long Wang and Rakshasa, you're on ad control during Phase 3. If we can keep it from summoning more ads, we've got this. Filled with resolve, the whole team pushed forward. Jushen spoke for all of them, rallying the troops. Sea Mystic Sorcerer, we've come back for you. The party closed in on an altar deep on the seafloor. On it, a shadowy figure pulsed with a mysterious dark purple aura. Soon, they were within aggro range. There it was, the Sea Mystic Sorcerer, the boss of the 5th floor. In one hand, it held a staff topped with a fish head and a magic orb. In its other hand, it was charging up a huge sphere of dark energy. The creature then lifted its staff, unleashing a blast of energy. Jushen slammed his shield down and yelled for everyone to get behind him. Then he called out for Chi Thu to use Ice Seal Rain to lock down the ads. Everyone piled into Jushen's glowing defensive circle to get the defense buff. Chi Thu immediately cast Ice Seal Rain, flash freezing the swarm of ads. The fight to clear the 5th floor was officially on. Just as they planned, once the ads were CC'd, Yuan Ying and the hot-headed Long Wang immediately went all out, unloading on them and wiping them out. Jiang Zi summoned Yi Kun Tian and the Goblin King, shouting, Everyone, group up inside Jushen's defensive circle and keep your HP topped off. The ads that weren't frozen immediately swarmed the Goblin King. Under the constant assault, it got deleted before it could even fight back. Jiang Zi yelled out, Holy crap! The monsters on this floor are insane. Even the damn minions hit this hard. The Black Flag Sorcerer just stood there, pointing at the party and ordering its minions to attack. Liu Yuying tried to clear out the trash mobs as fast as she could, not forgetting to warn everyone, stay sharp. Then, it materialized right in front of him, the Black Flag Sorcerer, holding its familiar staff. Sensing the danger, Liu Yuying screamed, Long Wang, watch out. Somehow, in the blink of an eye, the Black Flag Sorcerer had teleported right behind him. He heard the warning but had no clue who it was from. All Long Wang knew was that something seriously bad was right behind him. The sorcerer stared him down with its dark purple eyes, a magic orb already charged up in its hand. A surprise dark shockwave attack slammed into him, instantly costing Long Wang over 1,500 HP. He screamed out in pain. Jiang Zi was shocked. What the hell? It can teleport? This was Little Princess's time to shine, using her unique talent, Verdant Blessing, to heal her teammate. Instantly, Long Wang's health shot back up to almost full, and he slowly got to his feet. Damn it, he yelled, totally pissed off. Why do I always get targeted first? He then swung his club in a rage, trying to smash the Black Flag Sorcerer. But weirdly, his club just hit thin air. The boss had vanished without a trace. This time, it teleported behind Liu Yuying, pulling the same cheap move it used on Long Wang. Another dark shockwave slammed right into her back, making Liu Yuying cry out in pain and drop her sword. Caught off guard by the attack, she collapsed onto the seabed. Zhang Zi saw it happen and instantly leaped forward, catching her in his arms. Liu Yuang was completely cradled in his embrace. He looked down at her, concerned, and asked, "You okay?" Liu Yuang's cheeks flushed a little as she shyly replied, I'm fine." Meanwhile, Chi Chu kept trying to use her ice storm dance, hoping to pin the boss down. The Black Flag sorcerer raised its staff, but it ended up frozen solid anyway. Chi Chu yelled, "Long Wang, now's your chance." Hearing her, he immediately raised his club, ready to smash the block of ice in front of him. One massive blow shattered the ice, revealing the boss's figure in the center. But it instantly vanished right before their eyes. In a flash, it was back on its altar, while the party scrambled to stay inside the defensive circle of light. Looks like the Black Flag sorcerer is about to change. That last hit took a decent chunk of its health. It just stood there. Giant God warned them, "Watch the sorcerer's HP. It's about to hit phase 3. Everyone, get into the formation we planned." Long Wang moved quickly, turning back to tell Zhang Zi, "Let's get in position." Hearing that, he charged forward too. Zhang Zi got to his assigned spot and quickly opened his monster summoning panel. The 5th floor monsters were way too strong. In a flash, only 3 of his bosses were left standing: the Devourer of Heavens, the Ox Head Commander, and the Deadly Butcher. He was hoping they'd be enough to hold their ground against that thing. Right then, a huge summoning portal opened up in front of Zhang Zi. A horde of charging wolfmen poured out of it, looking absolutely vicious. At this point, Zhang Zi was practically swarmed by the 5th floor monsters. There were a crazy number of them. He yelled, "Guess I gotta use monsters to fight monsters." The Deadly Butcher behind him went on a rampage, taking down tons of the charging wolfmen. In the middle of the fight, Zhang Zi had also managed to capture some of the 5th floor monsters for himself. Time to send in the new recruits. Long Wang was floored. Holy crap, that's insane. Just what you'd expect from an SS-ranked talent. While he was busy hyping up his teammate, a bunch of monsters charged out of a nearby portal and ambushed him. The sheer number of them threw him off, and he started cursing as he smashed them with his club. But the Black Flag sorcerer wasn't done yet. The staff in its hand started glowing with a dark aura, and its minions gathered all around it. Then it cast Death Sacrifice, and all the surrounding minions were absorbed one by one, turning into power for the boss. The whole party just held their ground inside the defensive circle. Watching it happen, waves of death energy shot out from the altar and slammed into them. Zhang Zi instantly lost over 800 HP. He checked the system info. Turns out that death energy was actually a death curse. Anyone hit by it takes an extra 20% magic damage. Zhang Zi cursed under his breath. Holy hell, this skill is busted. Giant God turned and yelled, "Chi Chu, freeze all the remaining mermen. Now, take them out as fast as you can. Don't give the Black Flag sorcerer any more chances." As soon as her skill hit, the mermen were instantly frozen solid. That was the signal Liu Yuing was waiting for. She drew her sword and charged in to finish them off. She swung her sword, dashing through them in a single sweep, shattering all the ice blocks. Long Wang wasn't slacking either. He was smashing them with his club while yelling, "You goddamn merman, just die already." Zhang Zi stood there thinking, right now, we don't have enough firepower to go after the boss. If this keeps dragging on, the water god's protection is going to time out. I gotta figure something out. Meanwhile, sensing something was up, the Black Flag sorcerer just flicked its hand. The death curse slammed into the front line. This time, a single hit drained over 1,100 HP. Uncle Lucally, they still had Little Princess in the back, who immediately started healing her teammates. It wasn't his turn yet, and Long Wang was low on health. He frantically turned back and yelled, "Little Princess, hurry up and heal us." She shot back, "Do I look like I'm not busy right now?" At the same time, a charging wolfman lunged at Liu Yuang. She sent it flying with a slash of her sword and then said, "Dragging this out isn't gonna work. There's no way we can wipe out all these damn mermen, not to mention the sorcerer over on the altar, who just keeps sacrificing them. One after another. Every time it sacrificed one of those minions, it drained every last drop of their life force. As they vanished, the death sacrifice was completed, and the curse was unleashed. With each attack getting stronger than the last, that final hit just now dealt over 1,500 damage. A death curse slammed right into Liu Yuang's chest, making her cry out in pain. Damn it. She staggered and clutched her chest, her sword dropping to the seafloor as her entire body trembled. One move and the whole team's nearly wiped, Di Thu exclaimed. This is bad. At this rate, we're all gonna die. Liu Yuing thought, are we going to fail again? Life and death in the demon realm is no joke. Just as the team was starting to panic, several magic staves were raised, casting healing spells on everyone. Instantly, their health was almost completely restored. Liu Yuing immediately asked, what the hell is going on? Long Wang laughed loudly. It's healing magic. Our health is back up. Everyone, look. It turned out to be the merfolk that Jiang Zi had tamed and summoned to support the team. He asked everyone, "So my summoning skill is finally useful, huh?" Long Wang roared with laughter. "Luocha, you're a freaking legend. If you hadn't summoned these merfolk to heal the team, we would have all been wiped out for sure." Q-Than also chimed in with praise. "Luocha, you're full of surprises. That's an SS rank innate skill for you." "This is amazing," Tu Kongchua cheered. "With so many merfolk healers, we've definitely got enough health to keep fighting." Q-Than raised his shield to remind them, "Everyone, give it everything you've got. Let's take down this Thaki shaman. We're about to clear this stage. No need to waste money hiring some pro anymore." With everyone on the same page, the team worked together. First up was Bing Feng Yu with the crowd control. Then, Lu Yuyang moved in for the takedown. Jiang Zi also pulled out his bow to provide some ranged support. He ordered his heaven-swallowing serpent to attack alongside him. He thought to himself, "I have to be the one to kill it if I want to be able to summon it later." The Thaki shaman was trying to sacrifice its allies to keep its assault going, but it was being harassed by ranged attacks as a fireball slowly flew towards it. Seeing the fireball, its face basically said, "What the hell is that flying at me? How is there fire underwater?" In a single hit, a massive explosion went off, wiping out nearly 2,000 of the boss's health. Everyone was completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. The Thaki shaman they had struggled so hard against, trying everything they could think of and still failing, was just obliterated in that one hit. Tu Kongchua cried out with joy. Long Wang laughed heartily. Stage cleared. Ku sighed, "Finally got the key. We can head to the 6th floor now." A notification popped up on Luocha's screen, congratulating him for defeating the Thaki shaman. A ton of items appeared after the boss died. Long Wang took the lead. "Luocha, you were the MVP, so you get first pick of the rewards." Without hesitating, Jiang Zi stepped forward. He noticed another Death Realm invitation among the pile of items. He thought, "Last time I went to the Death Realm, I summoned the Butcher of Death. If I can go again, I might find something even better." Holding the invitation, he turned back to the others and said, "You guys can split the rest of the items. Is it cool if I take this invitation?" Everyone agreed. Z2 didn't get a share since she didn't fight. She was just happy to have cleared the stage. Long Wang was already hyped to see what the 6th floor looked like. Q then turned and said, "If everyone's this pumped up, let's get going." The Demon Realm guidebook says the 6th floor is a mine, and the monsters inside are dog-headed miners. Just as everyone was cheerfully slinging their arms around each other's shoulders, getting ready to head to the 6th floor, a voice called out from behind them. It was Li Gui, who had returned. Well, little brother Q-Than." He and his teammates looked completely shocked and asked, "You guys cleared the stage already?" Ku-Van scratched his head and laughed. "We just got lucky. You guys got this, big bro Li Gui. You'll definitely nail it this time. See you on the 6th floor." The blonde dude they hired started complaining, "You call me out here without even checking? The boss is already dead and won't respawn for another 24 hours. What a complete waste of time. I'm keeping the deposit." Li Gui turned back, looking incredibly embarrassed. He quickly apologized to the guy, taking all the blame. Jiang Zi just stood there, watching it all unfold. Seeing him zoning out, Liu Yang called, "Luocha, come on, let's go." As he stepped into the portal, he thought, "Once I become a top player in the Demon Realm, people will be lining up and throwing money at me for help too." On the 6th floor of the Demon Realm, the altar was inside a cave, surrounded by sparkling red and blue gems along with pickaxes and mining tools. Looking down from above, the cave was massive, easily big enough for hundreds of people. All around were smaller cave openings that led into the ore mines. According to the guidebook, the 6th floor cave is like a maze, so there's no fixed path, and the layout inside is constantly changing. Tu then reminded everyone to be careful not to get lost. Tu Kongchua looked around, wondering, "Where's that annoying Long Wang? Where'd he disappear to?" Jiang Zi glanced around but couldn't see his teammate either. From inside the cave up ahead, Long Wang came sprinting out like his life depended on it, screaming for help as he ran. Chasing right behind him was a massive horde of dog-headed people. Who knows what the hell he did to piss them off. But luckily, Long Wang managed to make it inside just in time. The creatures stood outside, howling and screeching, while Long Wang lay face down on the ground, panting for breath. Daithu walked up and asked, "What happened to you? Why were all those dog-headed guys chasing you?" He held out a gem and said, "Because I swiped this rock from one of their mining carts." Tu Kongchua ran over, snatched the stone, and held it up, asking, "What kind of rock is this? Is it super valuable or something?" An adventurer dressed like a cowboy walked up and asked, "You guys here on the 6th floor of the Demon Realm for the first time?" He was carrying a huge sword and said with a grin, "The ore here is worth a lot, especially the black gold ore. It's a black rock that glows on the trading sites. A chunk of black gold like this can go for up to 500,000. Hearing about the cash, the little princess's eyes lit up. The cowboy added, "That's right, because these ores are used to upgrade weapons. In the blink of an eye, the stone in the little princess's hand was gone. Zhang Zi held the stone in his hand and asked, "So this is an upgrade ore. How do you actually upgrade a weapon with it?" The cowboy explained, "If you want to upgrade your weapon, you gotta go to the dwarf blacksmith's place on the 10th floor. The higher the grade of your gear, the higher the grade of ore you'll need. The one in your hand is just a normal chunk of ore, probably worth about 10,000, that's it." "Yes," the princess snatched it, her eyes sparkling. 10,000 isn't chump change. If we collect like 10 of these, we'll be loaded. Zhang Zi thought, this S-rank bow has some serious damage potential, but its level isn't that high. It's time to upgrade it. Chi Thu stepped forward and said, "Since we're already on this floor, besides grinding mobs, we might as well collect some ore. We might need it later on." "Deal," the princess said excitedly. Giant God, as the team captain, smiled and said, "It's getting pretty late. Fighting the Black Knight Sorcerer took way too much time. Everyone should head back and rest up to recover your strength." Lu Yuang agreed they should rest up and fight tomorrow, while the little princess, obsessed with money, wanted to find more ore. But in the end, she went along with the group. Zhang Zi told everyone he was logging off first. "It's getting late. My little sis is probably asleep by now." After saying their goodbyes, everyone left the 6th floor altar and returned to the real world. The next day, at the city police department, Zhang Zi showed up to collect his reward money as scheduled. She raised her voice, "So, you're that Zhang Zi, huh? I remember your face now." She walked over, nagging, "It was bad enough you made me lose half my reward money, but you just had to draw a damn turtle on my face. You're such a freaking jerk." He shot back, "I didn't draw any turtle on your face." Meng Dia pointed at him, still denying it. "I might have been hypnotized, but I was totally aware. You and your sister did it. It took forever to wash off." Zhang Zi just ignored her. "You're one to talk. You don't give a damn about anyone's life as long as you get paid." The girl turned away and replied, "To me, money is more important than anything. Besides money, there's nothing else." Zhang Zi wondered, did something happen to this girl to make her worship money so much? While they were arguing, a huge crowd of reporters rushed over with microphones in hand. It's the heroes who captured the criminal, Hong Han-Fai. They kept firing off questions, asking him to recount what happened. Zhang Zi was stunned. Other reporters asked about which academy he was going to choose, and they even dug deeper, asking about the details and what he was thinking when he saved Mong Deep. Hearing that, she stepped up and snapped, "I didn't need him to save me." But a reporter reminded her, "But you were clearly hypnotized, just standing there, totally under his control." Back at home, Tu Fong was watching the news. City hero Zhang Zi, the teenager who helped police defeat a criminal. In just one night, he had become famous all over the city. He walked away saying it was just catching one criminal, no need to blow it out of proportion. People will forget about it soon. Zhang Zi went to his room, turning back to tell his sister to study and rest after she finished eating, while he got ready to enter the demon realm again. Zhang Zi was back on the 6th floor of the demon realm. The scenery was the same, but this floor seemed to have way fewer adventurers. He checked out the list. Besides them, there were 3 twin wolves, a Black Knight Sorcerer, and the bosses, the Sky-Devouring Serpent and the Deadly Butcher. All right. The princess appeared, waving at him. "You're here early." He looked at Mong Diap and thought, "Why'd I have to run into her again? Good thing she doesn't know who I really am." Lu Yueying came up from behind and asked, "The bounty on your head has gone up to 5 million. What did you do to piss off the Dawn Guild?" He scratched his head. "I don't want to mess with them, but trouble just keeps finding me." She reminded him, "You should be careful in the demon realm. Stick with the team when you're out there." She stepped forward sincerely. "If you need to, you can contact me. I'll get online and grind with you. At least it'll be a little safer." Lu Yueying's phone number popped up on the screen. She had just sent it to him. Zhang Zi asked, "Your personal phone number is a security risk. Is it really okay to give it to some random guy you've never even met?" But she trusted he wasn't a bad person. As for him, he decided not to save the number. Lu Yueying walked away sadly, saying, "Well, suit yourself then." Watching her walk away, he wondered, is she pissed? What a weird girl. The rest of the team had arrived. Giant God asked, "How's everyone doing? Let's move out." Long Wang laughed loudly. "Kobold miners. I'm just gonna pick a cave and charge right in." The party moved through the cave. Zhang Zi thought that the monsters in the demon realm were getting stronger and stronger. At first, the lava turtles seemed tough, but now they're weak as hell, can't even take one hit. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from inside the cave. Giant God warned everyone to watch out. Over here, an axe slammed into the ground. In front of them was a smaller cave with 2 kobolds standing guard. They had lit candles on their heads, iron shackles around their necks, and axes in their hands. Seeing them charge, Giant God yelled, "Same strategy as always, I'll tank the mobs, Chi Thu on crowd control, Little Princess on heals, and the rest of you on DPS." Even with the help of his shield and defensive aura, the monster's attack still dealt 79 damage to Giant God. Zhang Zi was shocked. Their attack is insane. Giant God's defense is so high, but he still took damage. He immediately threw up a defensive light shield, reminding everyone to watch out and not get hit. Chithu unleashed her ice storm, a frozen rain that showered down, freezing the mobs and chipping away a bit of their health. Add in Long Wang's melee attack. One swing of his staff did almost 400 damage. With Liu Yueying's combo strikes, the kobold's health was dropping like a rock. Jiang Zi summoned his beast to help out, but he held back on summoning the Black Flag Witch Doctor. Its defense is pretty low, and it'd be a total waste if it got killed right now. One of the kobolds was frozen solid but was already trying to break free, and just like that, somehow, it shattered the ice almost instantly. With the pickaxe in its hand, it swung down hard on Long Wang, landing a massive hit that cost him nearly 500 HP. Chithu was confused. Her ice storm was supposed to freeze them for 60 seconds, but it wore off in barely over 10. She wondered if these things could resist it. Jiang Zi was shocked. An A-rank talent skill being resisted that much? No way. He thought to himself that if he didn't upgrade his gear, this skill would probably be useless on higher floors. Long Wang, after taking the hit, quickly fell back and yelled for a heal. Little Princess immediately cast Green Blessing, while Jiang Zi ordered his summons to pitch in with support heals. This brought back a good chunk of Long Wang's health. Meanwhile, Liu Yueying jumped into attack and get him out of that jam. Her attack power is seriously insane. Watching the monster fade away, she sighed. Finally, one of them was down. Giant God had high defense but couldn't counterattack. He got beat down to less than half his health and yelled, "There's still one over here. Everyone, focus fire on it." Jiang Zi drew his bow, attacking from a distance with Devourer. The shot created a massive explosion that sent the monster flying and dealt over 600 damage. At the same time, the Death Butcher, Long Wang, and Liu Yueying piled on the damage, wailing on it until it was dead. Giant God was starting to get spooked. Just fighting two of them was this hard. They needed to get stronger. These little mobs hit hard and have a ton of health. I can't even imagine how messed up the boss is going to be. From the cave entrance behind them, two more pairs of eyes and two flickering lights appeared, barking. Giant God warned everyone to be careful. Sure enough, two more kobolds stepped out with pickaxes. The moment she saw them, Chithu cast Ice Storm to freeze them in their tracks. Since the freeze wouldn't last long, Long Wang seized the opportunity, leaping up and swinging his staff down. The second he made contact, the kobold broke through the ice, charged forward, and knocked him backward, even making him drop his staff. Over on Jiang Zi's side, he ordered the Death Butcher to attack the monster and save Long Wang. He stumbled back, complaining, "I can't take this anymore. Let's just go back to the 5th floor." Giant God tried to cheer them up. "Don't get discouraged, everyone." Liu Yueying turned to Rakshasa and asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Zi replied, "I just noticed something. Something that might help us deal with these kobolds." He continued, "Haven't you guys noticed? On their heads. They're all wearing the exact same thing." Liu Yueying pointed, realizing, "Wait, do they all have a candle on their heads? Is that how they see where they're going?" Jiang Zi drew his bow, aimed at a charging kobold, and answered, "Exactly. When we first started fighting, I accidentally shot the candle off one of their heads. It immediately stopped attacking and just spun around in circles. As he finished speaking, he released the arrow. The kobold's weakness is the candle. Let me prove it to you all." Just as he said that, the arrow flew and knocked the candle clean off the mob's head. Without its light source, it just stood there, turning back and forth, totally lost. Liu Yueying burst out laughing. "Looks like they can't see a thing now." Long Wang started laughing his ass off too. So the candle really is their weakness. "Rakshasa, my dude, you're a freaking genius." Seizing the chance, he jumped in and started wailing on the kobold, which just stood there and took the beating until it died. Liu Yueying joined in on the fun, landing a few sword strikes that made its health plummet. Watching the mob get wiped out right in front of them, everyone was totally hyped. Giant God walked over, grinning from ear to ear, and praised Jiang Zi. He didn't forget to try and set up an offline party with Little Princess after they cleared this stage. However, Jiang Zi was super cautious. There's a bounty on his head, so showing his real face would just cause trouble for everyone. Giant God had almost forgotten about that. While the others were picking up loot, Jiang Zi checked the boss info. According to the Demon Realm Guide, the lair of the boss is in the deepest part of the 6th floor. It's called the Kobold Mine Lord. It has a massive health pool, pretty high defense and attack, and an explosive charge skill. This promises to be one tough-as-nails boss. Giant God said to the party, "Now that we know their weakness, dealing with them should be way easier. Let's hurry up and go meet the 6th floor boss." Everyone looked pretty pumped. They moved through the deep ore caves, with the only light coming from the red quartz crystals around them. After a while, a cave appeared in front of them, looking super deep and dark. Jiang Zi pointed at it and said, "This is the boss's lair." Long Wang looked in and grinned. "We finally found it. Let's hurry up and check it out." Giant God reminded them, "Everyone, be careful. This boss is no joke. He's got a really powerful skill that explosive charge thing. It deals a ton of damage and stuns you too. However, when they went inside, they saw another party already fighting the boss, and its health was already pretty low. Jiangzi's voice was a bit down. It looked like someone had already snatched it up before him. Off to the side, a long-haired girl was leaning against a stone wall, watching everyone fight the boss. She seemed to be an acquaintance of the little princess, who blurted out, "Why is it her?" The girl over there heard her and glanced over. She was Luo Yan, the little fairy, and as soon as she saw the little princess, she turned and sneered. I was wondering who it was. Turns out, it's the great Miss Shen. She continued her taunts. The demon realm is a small world, huh? Never thought I'd run into the great Miss Shen here. Has your family paid off all its debts yet? The little princess shot back, annoyed. Don't get so cocky. Even if the Shen family is in decline, it's not your place, you new money trash, to look down on us. Luo Yan turned around and scoffed. What's wrong with me being rich? Everyone over there are my subordinates. Yours are just a bunch of weak fakes. The little princess snapped. Shut your damn mouth. They're my friends, not my subordinates. While they were arguing, one of Luo Yan's lackeys, dual-wielding pistols, jumped over to report, Miss. We're about to finish off the boss. Do you know those people? She pointed arrogantly at the little princess and replied, Of course I know her. She used to find every way imaginable to humiliate me. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Back then, I swore I would get my dignity back. Luo Yan said with a smirk, Listen up, you guys in the back, as long as you leave her team and join mine. I promise that all the items dropped by the boss will go to you. On top of that, I'll add a bonus of 1 million. Hearing her trying to sow discord among his teammates, the little princess was shaking with anger. The Long Wang shouted, Take back your filthy words. I might be broke, but I have never sold out my friends. The Juggernaut stepped up in agreement. I don't care what beef you two had before, but right now, she's our friend. So I'd advise you to drop any ideas of buying us off. Luo Yan on the other side was still acting all high and mighty, saying, A bunch of clueless idiots. If you want to be broke just like her, then get lost. I've already claimed the boss on this floor. The Long Wang was pissed. You think you own the demon realm? On what grounds? The subordinate standing behind her stepped forward, pointing his guns at the party, and said, On these grounds. Go ahead and try us if you don't believe it. The Long Wang was ready to take them on, but Jiangzi stopped him. They're all equipped with S-rank weapons. How are we supposed to fight them? Luo Yan said confidently. Looks like you're not completely clueless after all. The cowboy with the guns added, If you know you can't win, then why don't you get the hell out of here? The Long Wang asked why he was being held back, and Jiangzi replied, Don't rush it. I've already figured out a way to deal with them. Meanwhile, the battle with the boss was slowly coming to an end. The boss was down to just a sliver of health. Then, from the outside, an arrow hit a barrel, causing it to explode. Seeing the huge explosion behind her, Luo Yan asked in a panic, What the hell is going on? Everything was fine. Why did these explosive barrels just blow up? But it didn't stop there. The arrows shot by Jiangzi continued to target the other barrels set up in the area. A series of massive explosions rocked the entire cave. The group fighting the boss saw this and scattered in panic. Luo Yan could only stand there, screaming at them not to run around and to kill the boss first. Watching from the outside, the little princess was absolutely delighted, laughing with glee. The Long Wang praised him excitedly. You're a freaking god archer. That was awesome. When Luo Yan heard that, she turned around and pointed at them, cursing. Was this your doing? You low-life scumbags. As they argued, the ground began to shake, then cracked into pieces. It seemed there was another cave below, and the explosion had just caused this. Everyone was a little worried. Liu Yuying wondered, what's happening? It feels like the cave is about to collapse. In an instant, the cave gave way, and everyone, including the boss, fell down below. For the other adventurers, landing wasn't too difficult, but for Princess Luo Yan, that fall felt like it nearly killed her, and she cried out for help. From the stone steps around them, familiar red eyes appeared. The masked cowboy reported worriedly, There are too many dog-headed men, miss. We're surrounded. Terrified, Luo Yan demanded he think of a way out, because dying in the demon realm meant dying in the real world too. But right at that moment, her last remaining subordinate also abandoned her. He was out of options, there were too many mobs, and he didn't want to die either. So he used a teleportation scroll, leaving the deep cave and abandoning his mistress there. That ungrateful traitor. Luo Yan raised her hands to cover her face and screamed, bracing for the worst. Just then, Icewind Dance appeared, freezing the mobs right in front of her. Above them was Jiang Zei's party. The little princess spoke up, Hello, Miss Guo. Seeing everyone, Luo Yan quickly begged them to save her. Meng Di smiled and said, We can save you, but on one condition. You know we're pretty poor, so how about 5 million per person? Surrounded by a horde of dog-headed men, Luo Yan cried out, What do you mean, 5 million per person? Hearing that, Meng Di turned away. Fine, if you think it's too much. But is money really more important than your life? She frantically tried to stop her, accepting the condition of 5 million per person. Then she added, "I'll give you my butler's phone number. He'll transfer the money. Just save me first." Ming Dai stood with her hands on her hips, smiling. Since Miss Guo is being so generous, this will be easy to solve. Then she threw a rope down to her. The strong Long Wang was in charge of pulling her up from the deep cavern. 10 minutes later, a notification popped up from the butler confirming the promised money transfer, and the team members were stoked to get paid. They let her go immediately. She was totally fuming, clenching her fists and looking pissed off, thinking, "Oh, don't you worry. I'll remember every single one of you." Long Wang tried to talk some sense into the little princess about taking 3,500 gold from her, but Meng Dai just shot back with a sly look. Her family's loaded. This much cash is a fair price for her life, don't you think? But all Zhang Zi gave a crap about was the boss waiting down below. If they didn't take it out, the gate to the next floor wouldn't even show up. The whole squad was itching to take this boss down, but looking down from above, things looked pretty sketchy since it was protected by a massive swarm of smaller mobs. Long Wang turned to the expeditionary sharpshooter. "We're counting on you again, man. You're the only one here who can attack from a distance. We'll lure the monsters out, you just set up an ambush from up here." As soon as he finished speaking, the party jumped down, everyone putting their faith in Zhang Zi's archery skills. This crew had been fighting together for a long time, so their synergy was off the charts. The second the battle started, everyone was in position. Jushin just had to say, "Same old plan," and everyone knew exactly what to do, ready to fight. Suddenly, Long Wang froze for a second. The candlehead monster in front of him had way more candles on its head than usual. The boss was bigger, had something like a pack of firecrackers strapped to its body, and a whopping 10 candles on its head, which made Long Wang a little nervous. He was a bit stunned. "Just leave the candles to me. I'll find an opening and take them out." The moment he said it, an arrow flew out and snuffed one of the candles on the boss's head. But the next arrow was instantly smacked out of the air by a massive anchor it pulled out. He was a little shocked, not expecting this boss to actually know how to protect the candles on its head. Since there were way too many mobs, Qizhu quickly froze a bunch of them to take some of the pressure off her teammates, but the damage was basically nothing. This was going to take forever, and she was not feeling it. On top of that, the boss suddenly threw out a heavy pack of explosives. Seeing the massive bomb floating over their heads, Long Wang shouted, "Yu Ying, watch out. Don't get hit by that blast, its damage is insane." Just as everyone was starting to worry, an arrow slammed into the pack of explosives. It blew up in midair. Turns out, Zhang Zi had handled it before it could even drop. Long Wang immediately gave him a thumbs up. Yu Ying looked up gratefully, thinking, "He saved me again." She summoned another long-range weapon, the heaven-swallowing frog, and ordered it to attack the boss with fireballs. Following her command, it launched powerful fireballs. After taking 2 hits to the back, the Candlehead boss lost over 600 health. Long Wang hyped everyone up, "Just keep chipping away at it until it's exhausted. If we're patient enough, we'll definitely clear this stage." Pissed off from the hit, the boss reached into its pants and pulled something out, which kind of surprised Long Wang. It yanked out 2 more packs of explosives, let out a shriek, and chucked them into the air. From his perch, Zhang Zi only had time to yell for everyone to dodge. Down below, the team got hit by the area of effect damage and lost a lot of health. Jushin, hiding behind his massive shield, reminded the little princess to keep an eye on everyone's health. She worried. "The boss is using its skill again. Don't tell me it's an infinite skill." After regaining the upper hand with its explosives, the boss roared and charged at the party. It looked pretty damn intimidating with a bomb pack in each hand, but then Zhang Zi nailed it with an arrow that both stopped it in its tracks and snuffed out one of the candles on its head. He yelled, "Now's our chance to take this boss down. I'll take care of shooting out the candles, or it'll just keep spamming that move." After getting a heal from the little princess, Yu Ying charged forward to attack. They had to take this thing down fast. The damage from its skill was just too insane. She leaped over its head and unleashed a sword combo, dealing a lot more damage now. Long Wang also charged in, whacking the boss on the head with his staff. He roared, "I'm putting my life on the line. It's either this thing dies or I do." Over on the side, Jushin struggled to maintain the defensive barrier to support everyone, while yelling for them to go all out. Up above, the heaven-swallowing frog and Zhang Zi didn't let up, continuously raining down attacks from a distance. Getting hammered from all sides, and since its health was already super low, it was taken down pretty quickly. Its body glowed red as it slowly collapsed. Long Wang laughed, overjoyed. "We finally took it down." But Jushin quickly shouted a warning. "Something's not right. I think it's about to self-destruct." Hearing that, everyone's face filled with shock. Self-destruct. Jushin recklessly charged forward with his shield. "You son of a bitch, come and dance with me." Everyone watching was terrified. This was a seriously dangerous move. He could get himself killed just like that. But it was too late. He shoved the boss as far away as he could. Zhang Zi immediately jumped down, thinking, "This boss is a total nightmare. I can't believe it even has a self-destruct move." Worried, Everyone scanned the cloud of dust, asking where Jushen was. His shield lay on the ground, shattered into a million tiny pieces. The team knelt beside the fragments of the shield, mourning Jushen. Just as Jiang Zi landed, a familiar voice cut in, "What are you all crying for?" From behind a nearby rock, a hand reached out. It was Jushen. He was sitting there with his clothes all tattered, but he was smiling. "Don't start crying yet. I'm not dead." Everyone swarmed him, all worried about his reckless stunt and telling him to never do that again. Looking at the defeated boss in front of him, Jushen sighed, "Man, this was a heavy loss. All of my gear is completely busted." The little princess excitedly called everyone over. "Guys, get over here. Come see what awesome loot this boss dropped." She holds it up. "This right here is black gold ore, and a single chunk like this is worth over 1,000,000. The little princess hands it to Giant God, saying, "This is for you. You did the most work." Everyone agrees, especially Chi Thursday, but Giant God just wanted to split it evenly with the whole party. He turns to look at Giant God. Besides, Rakshasa pulled a ton of weight this time too, but he was just like everyone else. He wanted the guy to just take it and use it to get some new gear. Fine, no more arguing. Giant God finally takes the black gold ore, but he tells everyone they're done for the day. Once they've upgraded their gear, the party's heading to the 7th floor. Everyone's stoked and agrees. Another dungeon cleared, even if it was a little rough. After that, they all bail from the boss's cave and head for the altar. Little Princess walks up behind Jiang Zi and asks if he's busy later. He's straight up about it. "Nah, it's still early. I got nothing going on." She gets all hyped. "Awesome. Then meet at the 6th floor altar in 30 minutes. You, me, and Long Wang are gonna go grind for some cash." He's in. He logs off first, tells everyone see ya in 30, and heads back to his place. He crashes on his bed and whips out his phone. He's got 30 minutes before they meet up, so he jumps on the trading market to buy some more gear. With the 5 million Zhang Feng gave him, he's got a cool 10 million now. He spots a pair of S-rank boots that look perfect for Zhang Feng and decides to buy them for her. He can't just take her money for nothing, and plus, this'll help keep her safe. He also clocks an item called the silver necklace, which boosts your talent skill by 10%. Zhang Zi thinks, "Damn, this thing is sick. For anyone else, whatever, but for me, this means I can summon one more monster." So he totally buys it. A notification pops up. "Your 2 selected items have been purchased successfully, awaiting seller confirmation." Zhang Zi cracks a smile. "All right, it's almost time. Better get to the 6th floor and meet up with them." Back at the 6th floor Demon Realm altar, ready for another cash run. The 4 of them are all there. Long Wang asks Little Princess what the plan is for making money. She's like, "It's super simple. We're gonna go collect ore." "Duh. You still remember where that ore was last time, right?" He's like, "Yeah, he remembers. But isn't she worried it's like super dangerous?" She just shoves Long Wang out the door, saying, "It's not dangerous at all. I'll be on heels this time, and we've got Rakshasa handling the damage." Little Princess makes sure to add, "And by the way, you collect your own ore. Anyone who doesn't pull their weight gets nothing." Zhang Feng gets the hint and chimes in, "Don't worry, I won't take a cut from anyone. But whatever I get, I'm just gonna give it to big bro Rakshasa." When they get to the spot from last time, Long Wang chucks a small rock at the cave entrance to check things out. Right away, 2 kobolds jump out and attack. Jiang Zi yells for everyone to be careful and get ready to fight. He immediately goes for their heads. Long Wang gets a heal and then charges in to take on the other one. Zhang Feng uses her skill too, popping up from behind. Long Wang sees her and snaps, "Zhang Feng, get away from me. You keep hanging around and they're gonna aggro on you." But she just keeps zipping around the mob, saying, "Chill out, I can take care of myself." Then she bounces back to Jiang Zi to show off. "Hey, I swiped some junk." He gives her a lecture, "Kiddo, you gotta be more careful. You're gonna get yourself hurt." After they take out the last mob, Long Wang says, "Right outside this cave is the spot where I borrowed that ore last time." Little Princess bolts ahead, all excited. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go." Long Wang just says, "Go on, you'll see when we get there. It's not gonna be easy." In front of them is this massive ore mine, and it's swarming with kobolds mining down below. Little Princess looks down, totally psyched. "Whoa, look at all that ore. If we grab all of it, we're gonna make a killing." Long Wang just laughs bitterly. "Are you serious? The one piece I grabbed the other day weighed over 10 kilograms. You can't exactly carry a lot of them." Jiang Zi thinks to himself, "Carrying capacity is based on your strength stat. Right now, I've got 16 points, and my punch is over 1,000 kilograms. A bag of ore is like 2,000 kilograms. Yeah, no way I can carry that." He tells everyone to check their stats and figure out how much they can carry. Jiang Zi can probably carry about 60 pieces, Long Wang around 50, and Little Princess. Since she dumped all her points into spirit, she can only carry like 18. Jiang Zi makes the call. "Okay, new plan. We lure the mobs one by one and kill them. It's too dangerous otherwise." Long Wang is on board with that. "We're not going to die for some ore." Jiang Zi's job is to pull the mobs, then they'll all jump and kill them. He tells Zhang Feng to find a safe spot and hide. He heads down and fires an arrow, intentionally missing a kobold just to get its attention and pull it away. It whips its head around and sees him jumping back up. Its instincts kick in, and it immediately chases after him, only to get ambushed by Long Wang. An hour later, killing them one by one is draining everyone. While Long Wang is whining, Little Princess says, "Just a few more and we're done. After this, I'll treat you to a massive feast." Holding the ore, Little Princess says, "Let's take this haul back and sell it for now." So Zhangzi calls Zhang Feng out. The kid just smiles. "I was just exploring a bit. I've got something cool to give you later." Zhangzi is curious, but she wants it to be a surprise, so she won't spill. So everyone lugs the ore and heads out. Back at the altar, Long Wang starts complaining again. "Man, I'm totally wiped," hoping to sell it for a high price. Inside the altar, a ton of merchants are buying up ore. In the middle, 2 ore buyers are shouting their lungs out, offering a high price for black gold ore. The little princess came over to ask about selling regular ore, but those guys weren't buying, they only wanted black gold ore. This kind of ticked the little princess off, like, what kind of business are they even running? A guy in armor came over and asked them how many pieces they'd collected. The young master is in a real hurry. They reported that after shouting for a whole hour, they'd only managed to buy a single piece of black ore. So, they immediately got chewed out. "You 2 useless pieces of crap. Chen Fong Fong has been stuck on the 7th floor for days and needs ore to craft more gear. If you guys screw up the young master's entrance exam for the Martial God University, you better watch your own damn necks." Hearing that really scared the 2 of them. Zhangzi was getting antsy. Damn, this guy's aggressive, yelling at those 2 like they're his kids. Zhangzi remembered the debt from the Cloud Summit Society. "Chen Feng, I'm definitely going to beat you to the 8th floor." The little princess told everyone that if they weren't buying, they'd just take the ore to the trading hall and split the profits 3 ways. And so, they left. It was getting late anyway. About time to leave the demon realm. Zhang Feng walked over shyly. "Big bro, Luosha, I have something I want to give you." She held out a piece of black gold ore. "Big bro Luosha, look what this is." He was shocked. "Black gold ore? Where in the world did you get this?" Zhang Feng explained, "While everyone was fighting mobs, I snuck up behind one of those Choo-Choo monsters and swiped it." He smiled. "You already gave me money earlier, so you should just keep this." But she shook her head. "This ore will help you get stronger, and you'll get me to the 30th floor sooner. That way, I can see my dad again." He nodded. "All right, then I guess I owe you one." The 2 agreed to log off and meet up again tomorrow. Even though the bow was S rank, its damage wasn't high enough. He figured that if he reinforced it with the black gold ore, his weapon would be way more effective. The next day at the hospital, Zhangzi went to see Dr. Yang to ask about buying the permanent usage rights for an artificial kidney. The doctor quoted him a price. Dr. Yang then suggested, "There's a new batch of kidneys coming in next month. They're a better model, but the price is a little higher. Why don't you wait until then?" Zhangzi agreed, deciding to wait another month to buy the absolute best for his sister. While they were talking, someone opened the door and walked in. Both of them were startled and looked toward the door, wondering what was going on. A bald, tough-looking dude in a black suit said, "I've got something urgent. I need to speak with Dr. Yang alone." The doctor patted Zhangzi on the shoulder and told him to head home, saying he'd call with any news. Zhangzi agreed and left. Dr. Yang asked the man, "What's so urgent that you had to rush in like that?" The man replied, "We've received an order from headquarters. They're telling us we have to pull off a big job in the demon realm by tonight." After leaving the hospital, Zhangzi realized he still didn't have enough money. "Within 1 month, I absolutely have to get the best artificial kidney for my sister. I gotta find a way to make more money in the demon realm." On the 7th floor of the demon realm, in a massive place called the Giant's Cave, thick mist surrounded the altar, and people were murmuring amongst themselves. "This is terrifying. He kills anyone he sees." Uncle Lu stood in the middle, trying to calm everyone down. Seeing Zhangzi, he greeted him, and Zhangzi returned the greeting. "So Uncle Lu is also part of the Demon Realm Management Bureau? What's going on here? Why isn't anyone fighting mobs?" Uncle Lu explained. "Some psycho showed up. Kills on sight. He's super strong, already killed more than 10 people." Uncle Lu warned. "Right now, every floor has criminals murdering solo adventurers. Everyone should wait until this is all sorted out before entering the demon realm." Outside, someone was being held hostage. A person yelled, "There he is, the murderer." Everyone pointed in that direction, saying, "The murderer." He was holding a knife in his hand. His name was Demonic Smile. Acting like a total freak, he held the knife to an adventurer's throat and said, "The Demon Realm Management Bureau? Huh. This is what happens to nosy bastards." The second he finished speaking, he slit the guy's throat. The person was instantly wiped out. So damn brutal. After the kill, he immediately vanished right in front of everyone. Uncle Lu shouted, "He's from Violet Light. I can't believe they dared openly declare war on us." He drew his sword and rushed outside to find him. with Liu Yuying following right behind. The adventurers at the altar pointed. Someone's rushing out of the altar. They tried to warn them, but the two didn't listen and kept chasing after Uncle Liu. Seeing them behind him, he asked, "Why are you two following me?" Liu Yuying replied, "There are two paths here. Which way should we go, Uncle Liu?" The old man replied, "We're out of time. Just pick a path, and you two stick close to me." And so, they went in. Behind them, a lizard was silently watching. The lizard's form gradually shifted into demonic smile. He laughed and said, "Today, all three of you will become my prey." His talent is shapeshifting. At level 2, he can transform into monsters. Noticing something was off, all three of them stopped in their tracks and looked behind them. Uncle Liu warned, "Be careful, that's a false savage giant, one of the minor mobs on the 7th floor. They're not very smart and they're slow, but they're incredibly strong." Right then, in front of them, besides the two false savage giants, there was also a super dangerous man-eating demon giant. It has a huge health pool and, on top of that, a super annoying silence skill. After checking its info, Jiangzi said, "This man-eating demon giant skills are seriously no joke." Uncle Liu nodded. "That's right, its skill conceal your own abilities." Uncle Liu jumped up as he spoke. "The only way through here is to take out these 3 sorcerers. The uncle says he'll lure one of them away first." On the other side, Jiangzi draws his bow and lets an arrow fly. Then, Liu Yuying also jumps in to attack, using a chain sword skill alongside 6th Uncle. The young master summons a few more pets to heal up and keeps spamming arrows at the sorcerer. 6th Uncle laughs as he gets healed. "Yo, your 4 mermen pack a decent heal, huh?" Under the constant assault, the sorcerer finally goes down. Jiangzi jumps over and says, "The other 2 aren't going to be easy to deal with at all." Observing them on the sly, he sees the 2 mages are standing way too close. They have to kill the ogre mage first. Even though its skills are powerful, its HP and defense are super low. Once they've agreed on the plan, he leaps forward and tells Liu Yuying to focus all her attacks on the ogre mage, while Rakshasa handles healing them and hitting it from range. The ogre mage is crazy perceptive. The moment it spots them, it orders the savage sorcerer to attack the enemy. On top of that, it conjures 2 creepy red circles in its hands, mumbling something to cast a silent spell. Then it aims right at Liu Yuying. After getting hit, she yells, "Oh crap, I can't use my light slash." Liu Yuying gets hit with an 80-second silence, so 6th Uncle immediately leaps forward, swinging his sword. The savage sorcerer raises its staff, chanting, "Enemy is strong. Kill the enemy." The uncle parries the attack with his sword and turns to ask Liu Yuying, "How much longer on your skill cooldown?" She answers, 40 seconds left. Sensing things are going south, Jiangzi jumps in and takes the hit for his uncle, who looks a little shocked. He turns back and says, "6th Uncle, you're the team's main DPS. There's no way we can let your skills get locked down. I'm on range duty, so just leave this ogre mage's silence crap to me." He reminds everyone, focus fire and take it down first. Don't let it cast any more skills. The second her silence wears off, Liu Yuying rushes in with a combo attack. That, plus the damage from 6th Uncle, is enough to finish off the ogre mage. It lets out a roar, spits up blood, then slowly keels over and vanishes. Meanwhile, Liu Yuying is still laying into the other one. There's only one enemy left. They've pretty much got this in the bag, but Jiangzi has a feeling something's off. He asks, if 2 of these giant mages were blocking the path, how the hell did that assassin get past them? Something comes flying towards his uncle. Jiangzi barely has time to yell, "6th Uncle, look out." He takes a hit right in the shoulder. What the hell was that? He wonders. A lizard lunges out, and 6th Uncle is confused. Why is a basilisk on the 7th floor of the demon realm? But being a veteran, he quickly realizes it's a shape-shifting spell. After taking 2 hits and losing over 2,000 HP, 6th Uncle swears, "Damn it, this thing's damage output is insane." It lets out a wicked laugh. "A little late to the party, aren't we? You're all going to be a nice meal for me today." 6th Uncle immediately tells the 2 of them to get close so he can protect them. He warns them, that guy shapeshifted into a basilisk. It can change colors to camouflage itself, so watch out for sneak attacks. Jiangzi immediately answers, "If that's his game, then I'll just make him show his true face." He instantly raises his hand to use his summoning skill, and a whole lineup of bosses from his summon list materializes. His original plan was to take out the archer first, but seeing a damn army of bosses appear leaves him totally stunned. He thinks to himself, "Wait, is that the Deadly Butcher too? That's a boss from the realm of death. Don't tell me he summoned all these bosses?" Jiangzi orders the heaven-swallowing serpent to spray fire everywhere to force out the demonic smile. The massive AoE from the fireballs instantly reveals his position up above. Right away, the Deadly Butcher, with its extending cleaver, and an arrow from Jiangzi slam right into his back, making him scream in agony. He grips the scepter in his hand, giving them a defiant grin. Looks like he's planning to use it to escape. A teleportation circle appears under him. He laughs maniacally and says, Our group, Shuguan, will never stop hunting you down. Just you wait. Sixth uncle swings his sword, but it's too late. He just stands there cursing, son of a bitch. Lu Yueying asks, just how dangerous is this Shuguan group? Sixth uncle answers, never, ever underestimate them. Years ago, I led a team to wipe out one of their dens. The result? The entire team was wiped out, and every single member was incredibly powerful. Both Lu Yuyang and his uncle are pretty worried, telling him he needs to be careful. Jiangzi gets it, but all he can do is deal with whatever they throw at him. The three of them head out. Sixth uncle says, who knows where that bastard ran off to? We should probably just head back to the altar and log off for now. We can figure this out after things have cooled down. Demonic Smile teleports to some unknown location. He sits there, muttering to himself, that Rakshasa guy is no joke. I've got to report this to the boss. In the Shuguan team chat, he recaps what just went down. Over by the city walls of Tianfeng City, a massive explosion goes off. Jiang Feng rushes in, panicked, and asks, bro, what's going on outside? Jiang Zi looks out the window. The noise came from the city wall. You go get dressed first. I'm gonna go check it out. A monster appears on the building across the street. Jiang Feng screams in terror. Bro, look, that's a demon pit monster. He steps in front of his little sister. It's okay, I'm here. Don't be scared. Jiang Feng nervously backs away behind him. In a flash, the monster leaps across and smashes through their apartment window. Jiang Zi says with urgency, we gotta get to the shelter, now. It'll be safe there. The two of them immediately bolt out of the apartment. Outside, the streets are filled with people running around in a total panic, screaming everywhere. The monsters are invading. A massive monster is about to attack a kid, and Jiang Zi totally freaks, rushing in to save them. He snatches the kid, lands a kick on the monster, and tells Jiang Feng to get to the shelter first. But it's too late. They're cornered by three monsters. He tries to calm the kid down. Don't be scared. I'm here. Suddenly, a spear flies down out of nowhere, followed by a voice. You freaking monster. It's that red-haired girl, the one who saved him and Lu Kai before. When he sees a monster about to ambush her, Jiang Zi screams, watch out. The mysterious girl just flips into the air, totally dodging its attack. He's like, damn, she's fast. Jiang Zi watches her pull off these insane moves and thinks to himself, and she's crazy strong too. In no time, the mystery girl takes down the pit demon. That thing was vicious, but it was no match for her. From a distance, some people come running up, totally panicked and yelling. She just calmly tells them, take this thing back. Give it to Professor Yao Yang. The four guys all shout, got it. She looks over at Jiang Zi. So, you live around here. Get to the refugee camp. Don't come back until the monsters are gone. He's stoked. Awesome. As the girl flies off into the night, his sister asks, bro, you know her? She seems super powerful. Jiang Zi just gives a grunt. Right then, he's lost in thought. Just give me some time. I'll definitely surpass her. The next morning, the news is all about how the Demon Realm monster invasion totally wrecked the city's transportation. He's just chilling at home, scrolling on his phone, thinking, the Siguan organization is just slaughtering everyone in the Demon Realm. That same night, the Forbidden Cave monsters invaded the city too. Wait, are the Siguan and the Forbidden Cave monsters working together? On his phone, everyone's blowing up about the Forbidden Cave monsters, begging the Demon Realm masters to take these things out. He sits up. Something about this is definitely not right. Night falls fast, and a huge crowd has gathered, looking like they're at some kind of festival. Jiang Zi's crew had already shown up at some point, looked like they were waiting for him, and right on cue, Jiang Zi appears. The second Zhu Shen sees him, he walks up like, this monster invasion is seriously bad. Long Wang looks pissed. He's just bummed that he's not strong enough, otherwise he would have wanted to risk it all against those monsters. Zhu Shen immediately agreed, but first, they had to upgrade themselves because the Death Squad members had already retreated. They needed to discuss how to beat this floor's boss. Rakshasa stepped forward, saying that according to the Demon Realm guidebook, this floor's boss can only be fought by a maximum of 3 people. Long Wang didn't understand why they could only fight with that many people. Zhu Shen also spoke up. That's right, I've heard about this too. Let's walk and figure out a plan as we go. Everyone agreed. He explained that the boss's lair only opens once every 12 hours, and only one team can enter at a time. The team size couldn't exceed 3 people. Little Princess was worried because everyone had a specific role, and they couldn't afford to lose anyone. Zhu Shen turned around. I have an idea. We can split into 2 waves with 3 people in each. The first wave will include me, Yi Ji-Chu, and Golden Coin Little Princess. I'll be the tank, Ji-Chu will handle crowd control, and Little Princess will heal. The second wave will be Rakshasa, Lu Yuang, and Long Wang. Rakshasa seems to be a versatile master, and his mermaid nurse can help everyone heal. Besides, both Long Wang and Lu Yuying are main attackers, so their monster killing efficiency is extremely high. I'm sure your team's clear speed will be even faster. Long Wang mulled it over. Sounds pretty good. Jiang Feng spoke up. What about me? What am I supposed to do? Rakshasa turned to her. Jiang Feng, don't worry. After I clear the stage, I'll definitely come back for you. Jiang Feng obediently agreed. Okay. Jushen pointed ahead. All right, let's stick to that plan for now. Right up ahead is the lair of the giant two-headed monster. Let's move out. He noticed there were no small monsters ahead. Someone's definitely been here before. They quickly walked over, and sure enough, there were people, a lot of them. Rakshasa looked around. The person at the front was Chen Feng of the Chen family. Just hearing the name, he could already tell the guy was arrogant. He thought to himself, so that's Chen Feng Juan. Jushen stepped forward and said, that guy, Feng Yun Jushi, you can tell he's a master just by looking at him, at least elite level or higher. Feng Yun Jushi spoke arrogantly. Today is an important moment for our Chen family's Chen Feng to fight the boss of the Demon Realm's 7th floor. I suggest you all wait a bit. The crowd grumbled in protest. On what grounds? The boss belongs to everyone. We'll fight when we want to fight. You think you can stop us? The old man was impatient. Young man, words are backed by strength. If you refuse to take my advice, don't blame this old man for not being polite. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his blade and slammed it into the ground, knocking everyone back and clearing a space. Rakshasa was impressed. Damn, he's strong. Jushen wasn't surprised. That old geezer is obviously no joke. Let's just stay on the sidelines and watch for now. Rakshasa followed his advice. But Long Wang had already rushed forward. You rotten old man, what's with all the cheap tricks? I want to see just how tough you really are. Eat my staff. As Long Wang's staff attacks flew out, the old man quickly raised his blade and effortlessly parried them without any difficulty. Feng Yun Jushi became even more smug, sheathing his sword and looking at Long Wang. Young man, you don't know your place. Long Wang's health bar had actually dropped significantly. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Is this old geezer really that powerful? With just one strike. Rakshasa and Jushen quickly moved forward to stop him. He's already this dangerous with just one blade, and he's carrying another one on his back. That old Feng Yun Jushi's power is on another level, and his spirit energy is incredibly high. Chen Feng of the Chen family looks smug. The Demon Realm is a place where the big fish eat the small fish. If you're not strong enough, then just obediently get lost. It won't be too late for you all to go after this young master is done with the boss. Long Wang was so furious he was grinding his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He furiously charged forward, wanting to hit the Chen punk, but everyone pulled him back. At that moment, Chen Feng was getting impatient because it had been half an hour, and the minions still hadn't appeared. Feng Yun reassured him, don't be hasty. The respawn time for those minions isn't fixed, but once they appear, the door will open, and they'll be the first to charge in and take out the boss. Little Princess Yuran didn't know what minions they were waiting for. Rakshasa thought to himself, if the time isn't fixed, isn't that just like waiting for a lucky break to fight the boss? A bystander explained, normally, this door doesn't open. Only when the minions come to deliver food to the boss can they rush in. That's why that group is here. After hearing this, Rakshasa finally understood. He said, I have an idea. Lu Yuyin was curious. What is it? Before he could finish speaking, the minions appeared. The crowd began to stir. They're here. Everyone, back off. After these two are done with the boss, it'll be our turn. The minion quickly carried out a suckling pig on a platter and slowly entered the cave. As soon as Chen Feng saw it, he got antsy. Once the door opens, we can go in and fight the boss. The old man replied, that's right. Soon Chen Feng will reach the 8th floor. From a distance, a fierce red arrow flew and shot the minion down. Chen Feng was shocked. Hearing a sound, he turned around, annoyed. That Rakshasa punk? Are you crazy? Why the hell would you attack the minion? If I can't fight this boss, it won't be your turn, not even in your next life. Rakshasa calmly replied. Whether it's our turn to fight the boss or not doesn't matter. What matters is that today, I'm definitely killing this minion. Chen Feng had never been spoken to with such insolence. He was furious. What the hell? Are you crazy or something? You actually have the balls to get in my way, and you're still not backing down. If you're not going to let us fight the boss, then you can forget about fighting it too. Let's see who backs down first. Giant God and Long Wang stepped forward to back him up, like, if it comes down to it, we'll all just wipe here. Chen Feng yelled, totally pissed. Fine, today, I'm going to show you losers what the Chen family is made of. What I, Chen Feng, am made of. But Yun Feng stepped in to stop him, explaining that the gatekeeper had already caused a huge mess in the Demon Realm, and both the Demon Realm Management Bureau and National Security were investigating. If someone got killed right now, it would be a huge headache for the Chen family. Even that guy got a little scared. Consider this your lucky day. But if I'm not fighting the boss, then none of you are either. You all can just rot here and wait for nothing. Rakshasa, not backing down an inch, replied, you don't have to worry about that. Even if I wipe out the mobs, everyone will still get a shot at the boss. Chen Feng burst out laughing. What a freaking joke. Everyone gets to fight the boss? Yeah, right. Keep waiting. Maybe you'll get your chance next year. Rakshasa couldn't be bothered arguing with a blowhard like him. He just raised his bow and let an arrow fly. The mob got pelted with arrow after arrow. In just a split second, Rakshasa took down the massive thing. Everyone watching was completely stunned. This just made Chen Feng fly into a rage, and he started cussing Rakshasa out. Yun Feng tried to calm him down, telling him to just chill for now, and he'd make sure the boss was still his when the mob respawned. But the dude just wouldn't shut up. Man, running into a guy like this is just the worst. You two, stay here. Old Cao and I are going to go take a break. His two lackeys immediately did as they were told. The rest of the crowd was totally demoralized. Some people were about to log off, having no clue when they'd get to fight the boss. But Rakshasa told them to just hang on a little longer, reminding them he'd promised everyone would get to fight the boss. The crowd started grumbling, all pissed off because he'd already killed the mob. It would take at least 4 or 5 hours for it to respawn, and by then, that Chen family punk would be back. They figured he was just trying to keep their spirits up. Nobody actually believed him. Seeing that no one believed them, Rakshasa's crew didn't bother explaining and just left. The crowd behind them started mocking him for having the guts to stand up to Quang Shi. Giant God looked confused and asked, Blood Emperor Rakshasa, dude, I have mad respect for what you just did, but I seriously don't get why you did it. Rakshasa just gave a small smile. No rush, I'm about to show you all why. The moment he said that, he summoned a small demon, leaving everyone completely gobsmacked. Liu Yuyang gasped, Oh my god, I get it now. Long Wang cheered up too. We're so dumb. How could we forget that Blood Emperor Rakshasa's innate talent is summoning? Dude, you're a freaking genius. After summoning the little demon, he gave it a command. The demon immediately did what Rakshasa told it to. It carried a suckling pig over to the door, stood there, and let out a huge shout. The door swung open instantly, and everyone's jaws dropped. What the hell just happened? Why is the door open? Giant God said, Damn. Good thing you came up with that clutch plan. All right, stick to the plan, you three. Head in first. I'll wait out here. The others quickly agreed. Liu Yuying promised they'd come back for the rest of them after the fight was over. The two goons Chen Feng left behind started whispering to each other. Inside the cave, the trio found a massive two-headed monster, and it looked like it was sleeping. Sensing intruders, the other head snapped awake and shot a nasty glare at Rakshasa's crew. The horned head mumbled stupidly, Hungry. Where's the food? The other head roared back in anger. You moron, there is no food. They're intruders. The horned head shot back, No, you're the idiot. Just kill them. Kill all the intruders. While the two heads were bickering, Long Wang charged in and slammed his staff right into the horned one's face. Ow, that hurts, it shrieked. The other head, furious, swung a massive, sharp axe right at Long Wang. The axe crashed violently into the ground. Long Wang was thrown back, taking 1,185 points of damage. Rakshasa flinched. This thing's power is seriously dangerous. Everyone, watch out. Rakshasa quickly summoned his geckos to join the battle. Liu Yuying went in for a fierce slash, but it only dealt 102 damage. Ugh, my damage is pathetic, she complained. She jumped up, going for a direct hit to its head, but the two-headed beast suddenly grabbed her and slammed her hard into the ground. The impact kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Seeing how bad things were, Long Wang rushed in. Liu Yuying, I got you. The second the two-headed monster saw Long Wang, it went completely psycho. It grabbed Liu Yuying by the leg and started using her as a club to bash him over and over. Blood sprayed from both of their mouths. The two of them scrambled back to their feet, getting into position, as Rakshasa's minions rushed forward to heal them. Rakshasa also summoned the sky-swallowing serpent, which began breathing fire. And it wasn't just the serpent, a whole army of other beasts was sent out to launch a full-on assault against the two-headed monster. It roared in frustration. Damn it, how the hell can they summon so many creatures? Let's show these punks what we're really made of. After that, both heads fused into one. It let out a deafening roar and unleashed a massive attack. Then, it reached out its hand and did something. A head burst up from the ground, its two blue eyes glowing ominously. In a flash, its magic created another two-headed monster, and this new one looked just as vicious. One of them started moving towards Rakshasa, catching him off guard. Whoa! A two-headed giant. We've got to stop one of them from teleporting. Liu Yuying yelled out, worried. Be careful. The other head was totally swarmed by Rakshasa's monster soldiers, and it was busy fighting them off. Meanwhile, Rakshasa's crew was handling the other one. He said out loud, The main head is still the boss, after all. I can't believe they took it down that easily. This two-headed giant is a real pain to fight. Looks like we need a new strategy. The other head just kept wailing on the dragon on the ground, roaring, Die, die, die. Rakshasa was freaking out. This boss is a total nightmare. I've got to take it down. Over here, Liu Yuying shouted, Long Wang, let me help you. Then they both charged forward. Rakshasa summoned the Death Butcher. Get him for me. The butcher viciously charged in, landing a heavy blow on the two-headed monster. With the three of them working together, the monster's power quickly dropped by 5,755. Rakshasa continued. A combo attack? That's some serious damage. How'd you two pull that off? Liu Yuing was surprised. What's going on? Long Wang was also stunned, just blurting out a single sentence. The two-headed monster screamed, "It hurts so bad. They actually managed to wound me." The one-horned head added, "Yeah, it hurts like hell. Hurry up and kill them all for me." Rakshasa raised his bow. "Why don't you two try that again?" Long Wang and Liu Yuyang immediately agreed and did just that. They moved in, both striking the two heads at the same time, and its power was seriously drained. The monster raged, "Kill them." Rakshasa was confused. What happened? Why didn't the combo attack trigger this time? Long Wang's health dropped by 1,297. He screamed, "That hurts. Huiyan Dia, hurry and get your mermaid healer out here to heal me." Liu Yuying was also shocked. Why did it fail this time? Is there some kind of success rate to it? He added, "I think I get it now. Long Wang, Liu Yuying, you two, try it one more time." Then he also ordered the Death Butcher to advance. The two of them listened and charged in at the same time. Long Wang was pissed. "You overgrown brute, get over here and fight me for real." This time, the two-headed giant's health really did drop by a ton, which meant they had to team up to be able to kill it. Liu Yuying was thrilled. It worked. Rakshasa landed and said, "Just as I thought. You need to sync up your special skills to attack at the same time to trigger the combo again. And it seems like my summoned beast can increase the success rate too." The two-headed monster was now frantically charging at them, screaming, "Kill him! Kill all these pathetic intruders." Seeing it get closer, Rakshasa yelled, "Watch out! Get out of the way!" Everyone listened to Rakshasa's plan. Since it had 2 health bars, they just needed to drain both to kill it. Then, he said, "Everyone, let's use a combo attack on the head that can use magic first. We'll take them down one by one." Fire Tongue quickly blasted a powerful stream of fire at the one-horned monster, and the intense flames roared to life. Liu Yuyang attacked from behind. Long Wang, let's hit him with another combo. I think we're about to take this boss down. He laughed. Awesome. And just like that, one of its health bars was completely gone. The remaining head panicked. "Brother." Rakshasa drew his bow, aiming straight ahead. Let me finish it off. That's the only way I can summon it." His arrow shot out, flying straight towards the two-headed giant, which could only stand there, unable to fight back. Finally, he dealt the finishing blow. The arrow flew and viciously slammed right into its chest, causing the monster to collapse. Rakshasa was ecstatic. "We won. We cleared the level." Everyone was super satisfied with what they'd accomplished. After the two-headed giant fell, Rakshasa immediately used his summoning technique to bring it under his command. The system announced, "Congratulations on defeating the two-headed giant boss of the 7th floor." Long Wang cheered. "So awesome, we actually beat the 7th floor's boss." After completing the mission, the three of them walked over to the mountain of gold in front of them to check it out. Standing before a glittering mountain of treasure like this, the three of them couldn't help but be stunned and overjoyed. Who knows what they'll decide to take from all this? Rakshasa stepped forward and picked up a red sword from the middle of the treasure pile. It seemed like that was the first thing that caught his eye. Rakshasa looked at Liu Yuang. "An A-rank one-handed sword. It's perfect for you." "An A-rank one-handed sword for me?" But, seeing her hesitate, he said, "Don't hesitate. You're the only one who can use this sword. It belongs to you." Liu Yuang was touched. "Thank you." Rakshasa gave Long Wang an A-rank piece of armor, and the guy was totally blown away. The two of them agreed that since they'd been given these precious items, Rakshasa should just take all the rest. He raised his hand. "All right then, let's pack up the items and head to the 8th floor's altar first, then we'll go back and find the others." Everyone agreed to the plan. The three of them quickly reached the 8th floor of the demon realm. Liu Yuyang gasped, "Whoa, this place is gorgeous." Long Wang explained that his father once told him that before it was overrun by demonic monsters, the grasslands were their homeland, meaning the grasslands were gone now. Rakshasa thought to himself that the last time he saw a view this beautiful was in his past life. Suddenly, a strange noise made Rakshasa curious. What was that? An army was heading right for them. Long Wang looked over and screamed in panic. "It's centaurs. There are so many centaur cavalry." From a distance, a ton of people came scrambling over, yelling, "Those centaurs are terrifying." Long Vung said, "That's a whole army. Hundreds of monsters all packed together. How the hell are we supposed to fight that?" An old man spoke up. "You definitely can't beat them alone. You need an army of at least 100 to wipe out this cavalry." He pointed at them. "You 3 new adventurers, want to join our team? Right now, we're just a few dozen people short of 300. Once we have enough, we can move out together and wipe out their cavalry." Lasat stepped forward. "Hey there, are there any requirements to join your team?" The old man said, "Of course, there are requirements. First, you have to follow commands. Second, the loot distribution is decided by the team leader. And finally, each member has to pay a joining fee of 10 soul orbs. Because I'm getting old, and commanding this many people is tough work. Surely you guys can spare a little pocket change for that." Lasat thought to himself, "Figures, another con artist. Thanks for the kind offer, old man, but we're not looking to join a team right now. Our friend is still waiting for us on the 7th floor, so we gotta go." The second he said that, they vanished. The old man shouted after them, "Hey, don't leave so fast. The fee is negotiable. If you don't have 10 orbs, 5 will do." Longvung was pissed. That damn scammer. Did he really think we're a bunch of clueless newbies? If Lasat hadn't held him back, he would have chewed that old man out. Weird An reasoned with him. "Just ignore guys like that. He's not worth your time." Lasat agreed with her. In the distance, they saw Kuthun's group. Weird An called out, "Kuthun, little princess, we're back." Chithu beamed, "Big bro Lasat, you guys are back." But Trenthi was shocked. "What are you guys doing here? My subordinate told me you guys already went into the boss area." That same guy stepped forward. "Young master, it's him, that archer named Lasat. I think he's the one who summoned the mini centaur." Trenthiu snapped, "How is that even possible?" Lasat paid him no mind. "Kuthun, I'll open the gate for you guys. After you're done, could you come back here for a sec? I want to clear the stage with you and Teal Tho." Kuthun agreed happily. "Sure, no problem." He added, "Lasat, you guys be careful. We'll be right back after we deal with the mobs." Lasat nodded. Fong Von stepped forward. "I can't believe a talent skill like that actually exists." "Hey, Lasat, I just saw you summon that mini centaur. Your talent skill is pretty interesting. Is it A rank or S rank?" Longvung jumped in. "My friend's talent skill is S rank." "Yeah, what about it? Pretty awesome, huh?" For a second, Lasat didn't know what to say. Fong Von Kusir continued, "So it's an S rank talent, no wonder. Listen, Lasat, I have some connections with the security bureau. The country is desperately looking for talented people like you. Would you be interested in joining the security bureau?" Hearing this, Longvung freaked out. "What? The National Security Bureau?" Lasat thought to himself, "Never thought Fong Von Kusir would have connections to the National Security Bureau. The National Security Bureau is the most important agency in the Great Xia Nation." But he refused. "Thank you for the kind offer, sir, but I'm still a student. I haven't even gotten my level 1 Demon Realm certification yet. For now, I'm not planning on joining the Security Bureau." Trenthiu said irritably, "Elder Tao, were you just trying to pull him onto our side?" The man replied, "I was. His talent is extremely powerful. If he joins us, it'll be a massive asset for the Trun family down the line. But if he ends up working for that old fool Dong Feng, then we'll have to eliminate him." Longvung chimed in, "Lasat, I seriously don't get you. You actually turned down the Security Bureau? What do you want, then? Aiming for the heavens? Is that it?" Lasat replied, "I just don't get a good vibe from Fong Von Kusir. I feel like he's a schemer." Longvung was at a loss for words. "I think you're just insane." Weird An explained, "Please don't mind Longvung. He's just really blunt. He's just worried about you and hopes you'll work for the Security Bureau." Lasat interrupted, "I get it, but everyone has to walk their own path." 3 hours later, everyone finally regrouped on the 8th floor, which was a grassland. Noktho was in awe. "This place, it's like a dream. I can't believe I'm actually on the 8th floor." Chithu was thrilled too. "You two are incredible. It took you guys less than 30 minutes to wipe out all those centaurs." Kuthen said humbly that it was because they'd already fought this boss twice, plus the one Lasat summoned was also super strong. Longvung spoke up, "Guys, it's getting late. It's already 3 in the morning. If I don't log off and rest, I'm gonna pass out." Everyone agreed. They were all wiped out from the day's events, so they decided to log off and get some rest. And just like that, they all quickly logged off. Before she left, Weir An made sure to say goodbye to him. The next morning, Chung Trak came downstairs and told his sister, "Teal Fong, I'm off to school." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay." Just as he walked out the door, a fancy black car pulled up right in front of his house. A woman in a flowing red dress stepped out of the car. Chung Trak was surprised. "Miss Jiang?" The woman quickly walked over. "Chung Trak, get in the car. I'm taking you to the biggest charity event in Teen Fong City." But he told her he wasn't really interested. She tried to persuade him. "This isn't just any regular event. All the famous big shots in Teen Fong City are going to be there. And the guest of honor today is the head of the Medical Device Corporation. The one that sold your sister her artificial kidney." Now that got Chung Trak's attention. Miss Jiang continued, "Get in. We'll talk on the way. I have to take you to get cleaned up and changed first. The event is about to start." He was confused. "Huh. I have to change?" A little while later, they were standing in front of a luxurious skyscraper. The press and celebrities had already gathered there early. The place looked like some freaking mansion inside. Chung Trak rolled up with this girl, Jian, and they actually looked pretty good together. He was totally floored by how fancy the place was. Jian got all smug. Like, see? Told you I wasn't messing with you. All the big shots in Vanguard City are here. Go check the place out. I gotta go say hi to some of the bigwigs first. He was like, yeah, go do your thing. So he started wandering around the hall by himself. Then boom, Chung Trak spots Vung Dung and totally lights up. Yo, you're here too? Vung Dung walks over. So, Chung Trak, who brought you to a place like this? You can't get in without an invite, you know. Before Chung Trak could even answer, Trun Fong shows up. Vung Dung freaks out. What the hell? You know Trun Fong? Chung Trak is quick to say he doesn't. Trun Fong, all arrogant, just tilts his head back, takes a sip of his drink, and looks off in the distance. Well, if it isn't. The jerk swaggers over, talking all loud. Whoa, is that Nguyen An? I've been looking everywhere for you. Trun Fong gets all up in her space, no shame at all. Nguyen An, weren't you acting all high and mighty in the demon realm yesterday? She's pissed. Trun, get your hands off me. But Trun Fong doesn't back down. Come on, Nguyen An, you were so feisty. Anyway, Nguyen An is getting more and more pissed off at this creep's harassment. Are you insane? I have no idea what crap you're talking about. This shameless bastard still wouldn't quit. He keeps harassing her. Nguyen An, don't walk away now. She's so mad she's just gritting her teeth, totally speechless. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from a distance. Nguyen An, it's Chung Trak. Seeing how cornered she is, he steps in to get her out of there. But it looks like she doesn't recognize him. She's thinking, this guy. He seems so familiar. Who is he? Chung Trak walks up. Hey Nguyen An, come on. I'll introduce you to some of my friends. The rich brat gets aggressive. Hold it. I remember you. Your name's Chung Trak, isn't it? Chung Trak plays it cool. Do I know you? You got the wrong guy? I have no clue who you are. Oh, wait, I remember now. You're that piece of scum, right? Trun Fong, totally humiliated, flies into a rage. He throws a punch straight at Chung Trak's face. You bastard. You got a death wish? But Chung Trak is totally calm. He doesn't even move, just raises a hand and easily blocks the punch. Suddenly, Uncle Six comes over. Tren, that's enough. Do you really think this is Jiang Bei? Nguyen An and Chung Trak are both relieved he showed up just in time, while Trun Fong is pissed, gritting his teeth because he knows he's been shut down. He steps forward and explains that yeah, their families did promise them to each other back in the day, but things are different now, and this ain't Jiang Bei. Trun Fong is seething with resentment. He storms off, but not before shouting back. Just wait. After the martial arts tournament is over, I'm coming to your house to propose for real. Nguyen An steps up, pissed off. That guy is such a scumbag. Uncle Six. Then he walks over to Chung Trak. Young man, thank you for helping Nguyen An. We've met before, haven't we? He replies cheerfully. You look kind of familiar to me too, but I can't remember where from. My friend's waiting for me, so I gotta go. Chung Trak figures it's probably not a good idea to reveal who he is right now. Watching him walk away, Uncle Six asks, Nguyen An, that kid seems really familiar, doesn't he? Nguyen An agrees, saying he feels super familiar, but she can't place him. When she realizes he's teasing her, Nguyen An blushes. Uncle Six laughs. All right, no more messing around. The big shot we're waiting for should be here any minute. You need to come with me. So that's the real reason they're here today. Vung Dung comes up to him. Dude, you're so naive. You actually picked a fight with Trun Fong. He's all chill about it. It's not like I wanted to start something with the guy. Suddenly, seeing everyone buzzing around the entrance, Chung Trak wonders, who are they all waiting for? A voice rings out, welcoming Minister Dong Fang. Everyone rushes forward. Minister Dong Fang. Chung Trak looks at the girl next to him. It's her. Vung Dung is shocked. You've got to be kidding me. Don't tell me you even know Minister Dong Fang from the Ministry of National Security? He's stunned. So she's the Minister of Security. The girl looks over at Chung Trak and thinks, I can't believe he's here too. Jian is on stage as the MC, announcing loudly, and now, for the second part of our evening, the auction. The item up for bid is this calligraphy scroll, Ode to General Wang. The second he sees the scroll, he's shocked. Ha! What's this scroll doing here? He thinks for a second, then scans the crowd, and just as he suspected, Boss Li is there. This bastard is making money off the lives of Old Ba and Feng Zi. This is just sick, so inhuman. I have to get justice for them. He walks over to Vung Dung. Hey man, I need you to do something for me. Vung Dung is surprised. What is it? We don't know what he told him, but Vung Dung is shocked. Chung Trak, this is seriously dangerous. He reassures him, it's cool. If it's too much, I'll figure something else out. But Vung Dung immediately agrees. I got it, no problem. After that, Vung Dung quietly slips backstage. The MC announces, the starting bid for Ode to General Wang is 5 million. Anyone who wants this masterpiece can start the bidding now. The crowd below starts buzzing, and the price is already up to 6 million. Suddenly, A huge image pops up on the screen behind the MC. It's a picture of that boss holding the very same scroll. The crowd starts murmuring, "Hey, isn't that Boss Lee on the screen?" And it looks like he's holding the Ode to General Wang scroll. Boss Lee screams, "What the hell is this? Who's broadcasting this?" In the recording, the model. The second he got his hands on the painting, that dude had his guys waste the person who brought it to him. Top story, Boss Lee, what's the deal with this? Got anything to say for yourself? He totally freaks out. Who is it? Show yourself. Who the hell dares to frame me? Zhang Zi steps up. If you didn't want anyone to find out, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. You can't hide your little murder and rob scheme forever. Does everyone want to know who the killer in this footage is? That old guy glares at him, pissed. Who do you think you are, accusing me of crap like that? Zhang Zi walks over to Xiao Qin. She continues. And isn't the identity of the killer in this footage none other than Huang Hanfei, the serial killer who was just busted by the cops a few days ago? The whole crowd starts buzzing. What? No way Boss Lee is really mixed up with a serial killer, is he? The girl quickly chimes in. I just checked. The man in the video is definitely Huang Hanfei. Arrest that Lee guy, now. Once the truth was out, everyone was completely floored. Some people actually thought he was some patriotic businessman. They never guessed he was a murderer. They can't believe he was that kind of scum. They were totally fooled by his fake-ass persona. After that, everyone was hyping up the kid, but Zhang Zi couldn't care less. He was just thinking, Lao Ba, Feng Zi, I got revenge for you guys. The minister was impressed. Xiao Qin, you've really got a knack for spotting talent. This kid is something else. She admits, thanks for the high praise, sir. He just laughs and says, not even trying to be humble, huh? But seriously, this kid's got guts and brains. He's definitely going to be a major player someday. Let's go. Uncle will take you to meet Minister Dongfang. Yu Ying watches him walk away and can't help but smile. Uncle Six steps forward, respectfully asking about the minister's health and introducing Yu Ying as his niece. He wants to nominate her to join the National Security Department. The minister happily waves him over. Old Six, how's your old man doing? It's been almost 10 years since he and I last saw each other. Uncle Six continues, Yu Ying was lucky enough to awaken an S-rank talent. She's only a Tier 1 powerhouse now, but I guarantee my niece will get her Tier 2 Demon Domain powerhouse certification. I'm hoping you can get her in, Minister. Yu Ying also quickly greets him. The minister looks pleased. Not bad. The new wave is really pushing out the old. He steps closer. Look, Old Six, I personally don't have a problem with it, but we still gotta follow the rules. After all, we don't want people talking smack behind our backs, right? Uncle Six stammers a bit. The minister continues, Director Xiao Qin is handling HR for the National Security Department right now. You can take it up with her. I'm staying out of it. Uncle Six is stoked. I'll be counting on you to help my niece get into the department. Xiao Qin is all for it. As long as she meets our criteria, getting into the National Security Department will be a piece of cake. But if she doesn't make the cut, I hope you'll understand. Meanwhile, Sister Jiang comes over. Zhangze, you were so badass. I can't believe you had the guts to expose that snake, Boss Lee. The head of the Medical Device Corporation already gave the green light. You're getting first dibs on the new artificial kidney. He happily thanks her. Well, if everything's all good and there's nothing else, then I'm gonna head out. But Sister Jiang tries to get him to stay, asking if he doesn't want to network with all the big shots here. Zhang Zhe just smoothly dodges it, saying he's not great at schmoozing. Then he just says bye to her and leaves. Sister Jiang is just standing there, stunned, thinking to herself, you're still so green. So many people would kill for the chance he just walked away from tonight. Seeing her spaced out, Uncle Six tries to cheer her up. Yu Ying, don't worry about it. Getting into the National Security Department is going to be no problem. But she says, that's not it, Uncle. I was just watching the guy who bailed me out earlier. Then it hits her. Uncle, don't you think he looks a lot like someone? He's confused. Like who? Yu Ying says, Rakshasa. Uncle Six is shocked. Rakshasa from the Demon Domain? You mean that archer kid? Yu Ying adds, yeah, I just have a feeling the two of them are really similar. He says, well, why don't you just hop into the Demon Domain and ask him yourself? Yu Ying's eyes light up. Oh my god, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? I'm gonna log into the Demon Domain and ask him right now. Then she quickly says bye to her uncle and takes off. Uncle Six thinks to himself, looks like this kid's got it bad. Huh. Rakshasa, oh Rakshasa, you're a real heartbreaker, aren't you? To actually manage to charm the prized jewel of the Liu family. Over on the 8th floor of the Demon Domain, a huge crowd was already gathered. Rakshasa quickly popped in with his bow and arrow. Looks like he logged on the second he got back. Chi-Chu sighs, some monster hunt this is. This is more like a suicide mission. Long Wang chimes in, for real, it's never been this brutal before. Zhangzi rushes over and asks what's up. Long Wang explains that Yu Ying was busy today and couldn't log on. So they went monster hunting by themselves. They ended up running into an army of over 100 centaurs and almost got wiped. Zhang Zi is shocked. Because there's only a few of them. There's no way they could beat an army that big unless they had, like, hundreds or thousands of people. Jushen says it's because the Tier 2 powerhouse exam is coming up, and if they keep dragging their feet, they'll never level up. Right then, Yuing logs on. She sheepishly apologizes for being late. Long Wang's like, it's cool. We just got our asses handed to us is all. The second she arrives, she's already wondering why Rakshasa won't just admit he's Zhangzi. Is there some reason he can't? Little Princess steps forward. All right, everyone's here. Let's go kill some monsters. So, Giant God starts breaking it down for us. The mobs on the 8th floor are centaurs, and they come in 3 different classes. He says, since everyone's here, we'll talk strategy while we're on the move. Those 3 classes are centaur archers, and they have insane aim. The second they sense any danger, they'll immediately back off to keep their distance from us adventurers. Then there are the centaur warriors. They're not exactly speed demons, but they're decked out in full iron armor with giant axes. Their brute strength is off the charts. On top of that, you've got centaur assassins. They're super agile, insanely fast, and rocking thick leather armor. They deal a stupid amount of damage to moving targets. The whole area is patrolled by 3 squads of them, so yeah, this hunt is shaping up to be a total nightmare. Rakshasa tells everyone to be careful and stay hidden. There's bound to be some centaurs up ahead, he says. Everyone quickly agrees. Then, out of nowhere, Giant God yells, "Look out, guys, it's a centaur warrior." He immediately grabs the shield off his back and throws it up to block. Giant God quickly tells Rakshasa, "Dude, you went through hell to capture that boss. It'd be way too risky if you get swarmed by these centaurs, so don't summon it for now. Can you try to pull just one of them over here first?" Rakshasa thinks to himself, he's right. I gotta be smart about using my summoned boss. Having to go back and capture it all over again would be a total waste of time. Rakshasa quickly draws his bow and fires an arrow at the centaur nearest to them. The thing gets totally blindsided and starts freaking out, making these weird horse noises. Rakshasa smirks, satisfied with his shot. It worked. Only one is charging at us. Let's focus on taking this one down first. The centaur charges straight for Giant God, swinging its axe. On the other side, Chithu unleashes a ton of his ice shurikens. Rakshasa yells out, "I'll attack it from a distance. You guys, aim for its lower legs where it's not armored." Everyone immediately agrees. Chithu focuses his attack, gritting his teeth as he throws out even more ice shurikens. The centaur's 4 lower legs are quickly frozen solid, leaving it stuck in place and unable to move an inch. Liu Yuang sees her chance and leaps into the air, bringing her blade down right on its head. And just like that, the centaur is dead. Long Wang shouts, "Liu Yang, Giant God, go on ahead. I'll hold on to the items for now, we can split them later." Everyone's cool with that. But Rakshasa thinks this one-by-one strategy is way too slow. He's like, screw it, why don't we just take out the rest of them all at once? The moment the words leave his mouth, he slams his hand on the ground and summons Yi Tong Tian, the butcher, and the wolf boss. Long Wang and the others are all for his idea, but Giant God chimes in that they need to learn to be self-reliant so they can handle the stronger monsters on the higher floors. Long Wang just laughs. Yeah, I get it. We gotta grind and get stronger. But can't you let me coast just this once? Rakshasa stays silent for a moment, then says, "Let's just take care of these centaur warriors first. We'll talk after." The team immediately charges, aggressively attacking the remaining centaur squad. Giant God's shield instantly gets huge, becoming like a solid wall for everyone to charge behind. The butcher and the wolf boss are right there with them, attacking the centaur mob just as fiercely. Yi Tong Tian provides backup from the rear, spewing a huge wave of fire that torches a whole bunch of the centaurs. Thanks to everyone's all-out attack, a ton of them were taken down in no time. Giant God and Long Wang are handling 3 of them at once. "Nice work," Rakshasa says, then adds, "Hey, I just had a random thought. Why don't we start our own guild?" Everyone says it's not like the idea hasn't crossed their minds, but starting a guild costs a fortune. Who's gonna foot the bill? Plus, you've got soul orbs, healing potions, gear, weapons, and a ton of other crap you have to provide for your members. And that's not even the half of it. If a member accidentally dies, the guild has to pay out a huge compensation fee. Rakshasa considers all this. Yeah, it's definitely not simple, but he knows that adventurers joining guilds is going to be the standard in the future. Giant God chimes in, "Yeah, you're right. But with our power level right now, we'll have to wait and figure that out later." The group travels a bit further and soon arrives at the centaur's lair. Giant God speaks up. Up ahead is the centaur stronghold. "Is the boss inside?" Rakshasa asks, then notices a crowd. "Hey, those guys, I think we've seen them before." Giant God explains, "That's Big Bro HW Lee." The crew quickly heads over to the crowd to say hi. They were all buzzing, trying to figure out how to beat the centaur army. Giant God cheerfully steps forward. "Big Bro HW Lee. What is it? Someone else trying to hog the boss?" The man turns around and sees them. "Oh, it's you, my little bro, Giant God." "Nah, nobody's hogging the boss. because it's the Centaur General. Hearing this, everyone's jaw drops. An elite boss from the 8th floor. Can you even imagine how powerful that thing is? No wonder everyone's just stuck here doing nothing. Rakshasa thinks to himself, the elite boss on the 1st floor was already a beast. What the hell is an elite boss from the 8th floor gonna be like? Long Wang just deflates. Ugh, let's not even think about it. Looks like there's zero hope for us today. Giant God steps forward. For now, there's no way we can clear this. Everyone should head back to the altar and just log off for the day. With no other options, they all had to agree. Lu Yueying steps forward. Rakshasa, I need to talk to you about something. But before she can finish her sentence, he's already logged off. Lu Yueying sighs. Oh well, never mind. Back at school, a familiar voice calls out. Jiangzi, you finally decided to show up. One of his classmates speaks up. Hey dude, where have you been? You'll never guess who came looking for you earlier. Zhang Zi looks surprised. Someone was looking for me? His friend leans in. Spill it, man. What's the real deal between you and the campus goddess, Lu Yueying? It was crazy early and she'd already come looking for him twice, and Zhang Zi was fumbling, trying to explain. At that exact moment, Lu Yueying was already waiting at the door. Zhang Zi, come see me. Seeing Lu Yueying looking for him, everyone upstairs was just staring with their jaws on the floor, whispering, why the hell is the goddess Lu Yueying looking for Zhang Zi? It's because they all thought Zhang Zi was way out of her league. No way they're actually dating, right? Wang Yang stepped forward. That's because you guys are clueless. The person who gets Zhang Zi the most is me, Wang Yang. Let me spill the tea for you guys about him and the goddess Lu Yueying. Everyone started buzzing since Wang Yang is his best friend. He's got to know some secrets. Wang Yang started to brag. Truth is, my boy has been crushing on the goddess Lu Yueying for ages. He's hit on her a million times. But someone on Lu Yueying's level? No way she'd say yes, right? So she shot him down every single time. This story made everyone's jaws drop. Wang Yang continued, I mean, think about it. What kind of business would a guy and a girl have that they can't let other people know about? A girl steps up. Are you trying to say the goddess Lu Yueying is pregnant with Zhang Ze's kid? Wang Yang totally panicked. Whoa, I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth. I never said it. Over by the sports field, Lu Yueying handed him a journal. Thanks for yesterday. I don't have anything to repay you with, so just take this. Inside are all my personal notes on martial arts. They might come in handy for you in the upcoming National Martial Arts Tournament. But Zhang Zi said the journal was way too valuable and that he couldn't accept it. Lu Yueying then revealed that the school only has 2 spots for Qingde Academy this time, and as far as she knows, one of those spots is already spoken for. That means there's only 1 spot left for you. You better fight for it. I'll be waiting for you at Qingde Academy. The scene shifts back to Zhang Zi's house, where his little sister yells out, Bro, you're home. She continued, Bro, she's the new homeroom teacher at our school, Miss Shang. He couldn't help but wonder, why her? Is this about what went down at that charity gala? Xiaoqing stepped forward. Hello, Zhang Zi. I'm mainly here today for a home visit. Why are you just standing at the door? Are you scared of me? Zhang Feng said cheerfully, Bro, have some fruit. Miss Shang brought it. Zhang Zi was polite. Thank you, Miss Shang. Xiaoqing continued, I've already looked over Zhang Feng's file. He sat down, acting all formal. You don't need to worry about that, Miss Shang. I can take good care of my sister. She continued, the rent here is tens of millions a year. Xiaoqing asked, Zhang Zi, what are your plans for the future? Her question caught him so off guard he was speechless for a moment. Xiaoqing stood up and cut straight to the chase. I know your real identity. If you need anything, you can reach me at this number. You're not a kid anymore. If not for yourself, you have to think about your sister. You should think it over. After that, Xiaoqing left, leaving Zhang Zi with a ton of thoughts swirling in his head. Does she want me to join the National Security Bureau? His sister came up to him. How come Miss Shang left so early? Isn't she going to hang out a bit longer? After Xiaoqing left, Zhang Zi immediately asked his sister, Zhang Feng, when did Miss Shang become the homeroom teacher at your school? The little girl answered innocently, about a week ago, bro. He thought to himself, she just started last week and she's already doing a home visit. Looks like she's had her eye on me for a while. Then he turned to leave. Zhang Feng, you're on your own for dinner, okay? I have to get to the demonic realm a little early today. Zhang Feng was curious. You go to the demonic realm every single night. Is it really that awesome in there? I want to go check it out too. On the 8th level of the demonic realm, the plains here were unbelievably beautiful. The second Asura logged on, Long Wang rushed over and yelled, Asura, over here. Long Wang was antsy. I hope some high-level player already took out the elite boss. Giant God also spoke up. Let's just go over there and see for ourselves. Suddenly, Asura noticed 2 people causing a scene on the other side. He was curious. What's going on? Piercing Shot was arguing with someone. Why aren't you recruiting archers? What the hell is wrong with us archers? The crowd started getting angry too. Yeah, why not? The other guy replied. Compared to mages, an archer's damage per second is way too low. Your defense sucks, and you need a healer to babysit you. Besides, you'd just be wasting a party slot, which is why I told you to find another team. Giant God, who was standing to the side listening, couldn't help but sigh. Man, archers in the demonic realm really have it rough. Asura stepped forward. Hey, I'm an archer too. I just saw you guys get rejected, and it gave me an idea. I want to start an all-archer guild. You guys interested in joining? Giant God was shocked. Asura, you? All the archers were stunned. What? An archer guild? Did I hear that right? Asura said he knew they wouldn't believe him, but if they joined the guild, he wouldn't charge them a single cent and would also guarantee to help them clear the 8th floor. You brave enough to take a shot? Hearing this, everyone scoffed, thinking Asura was full of crap. Giant God and Long Wang also tried to stop him because they thought a guild of only archers could never defeat the Centaur army. But Asura had his own plan. Don't you two worry. If I said it, I'll do it. Piercing Shot made up his mind instantly. All right, I believe you. It's just joining a guild. What's the big deal? The others chimed in. Yeah, I'm in too. We archers can't keep taking this crap forever. That's right, let's join. Let's just fight them. Worst case scenario, if we go down, we're taking them with us. Asura was pleased. Excellent. Then, he looked over at Chuan Xin and asked, any other archers want to join? I'm only taking exactly 100 people today. There's no fee to join, but after today, once we clear the 8th floor, anyone who wants in will have to pay. So, you guys better think fast. Real quick, everyone started scrambling to join Rakshasa's guild. They decided to just risk it all. The archers were sick of being pushed around. Jushen figured Rakshasa was already in too deep. He'd recruited so many people, it was too late to disband the guild now. Long Vang said, Rakshasa's our bro. We should trust him. Maybe we should join too. Chithu agreed with Long Vang's idea. Little Princess freaked out. What? Are you guys kidding me? How are we supposed to fight with only archers? But Lu Yueyang and Zhang Feng trusted him completely. Both of them joined the guild, and the rest quickly agreed with his decision too. Long Vang laughed and said to Rakshasa, so, is your archer guild accepting people like us? He smiled happily. Of course. Not only will I accept you, you'll be high-level members with the best perks and benefits. Zhang Feng cheered. Awesome. I'm a high-level member too. Jushin stepped forward and told Rakshasa, we can worry about perks later. First, we gotta clear this floor. How are you planning to lead this archer squad to beat the Centaur general boss on this floor? Rakshasa decided to keep it a secret for now. Chuan Xin was stoked. Chief, we've got 100 archers now. What's next? Rakshasa was surprised they recruited so fast. Everyone, head to the marketplace immediately. Each of you buy 1 iron bucket and 1 shovel. Chuan Xin was shocked. What? Iron buckets and shovels? Rakshasa said, that's right. If you can't find those, then buy any weapon you can use to dig. Like pickaxes, axes, whatever. We'll use them to fight the mobs. After telling Chuan Xin and the others to buy supplies from the shop, he got right to it. The crowd that didn't join his guild couldn't help but start murmuring when they saw so many people sign up. They thought anyone following him must be brain dead. What the hell could a bunch of archers possibly accomplish together? But Rakshasa's group didn't say a word. They just quietly headed towards the Centaur boss's location. Soon enough, a bunch of Centaur soldiers were patrolling the plains along their path. Rakshasa raised a hand, signaling, everyone, stop. He continued, from now on, every single one of you will follow my commands to the letter. Chuan Xin shouted, got it, chief. What's our battle plan? Rakshasa spoke up, I'll attack first. Everyone else, fire your arrows from the back. Chithu warned, be super careful. These Centaur cavalry are insanely fast. They can cover tens of meters in less than 5 seconds. Rakshasa stopped Ju Shen. Big bro, no need for you to step in this time. It's cool, you guys just wait. Lu Yueying said worriedly. Rakshasa, be careful. He stepped forward. All archers, on my command, hold your fire for now. Ready your bows and arrows. Lock onto the Centaur cavalry that I aggro, then wait for my signal. Everyone shouted in unison. Then, Rakshasa raised his bow and fired a single arrow straight ahead. His arrow sliced through the air and hit the Centaur right in its hind leg. The creature was startled and spun around, but it was too late to react. Enraged, it charged forward. Everyone quickly got into position, and another command rang out. Fire! A volley of arrows flew towards the creature all at once. In an instant, the Centaur's health bar was completely drained. Long Vang was floored. Holy crap, the damage output of 100 people combined. That's insane. Little Princess was also completely stunned by the sight. Next, hundreds more sharp arrows were unleashed at once, flying straight towards the remaining Centaurs. In that moment, a whole bunch of them fell. Chuan Xin laughed out loud. Hell yeah, this is awesome. Turns out we archers aren't useless after all. We just weren't fighting the right way. The others were pumped up too. So this is the real way for archers to fight, not just going solo. Rakshasa spoke up. That's right. This is the true power of archers. Then he added, loot the field. There are still a lot of trash mobs up ahead we need to clear out. By now, Chuan Xin was following his every command without question. The people who had been laughing at them earlier were now just standing there with their jaws on the floor. Holy crap, that damage is insane. Yeah, for real. One arrow from each person. I never would have thought archers could be this strong if they teamed up. Rakshasa used himself as bait again to lure the next group of centaurs, then ran back towards the archers and quickly gave the order. Fire! Where he was standing, arrows whizzed by like a brutal storm, aggressively attacking the centaurs. There was no way for them to fight back against this overwhelming power. They could only watch helplessly as they died. Jushen watched the battle from a distance, while a cheerful Long Vang went up to ask Rakshasa a question. How did you come up with this strategy of having all the archers attack together? It's a brilliant move. But he was modest. It's nothing special. I just remembered that during the Warring States period, the state of Qin had an insanely powerful army that won every battle, conquering the other 6 states. And their main weapon was the bow and arrow. Long Vang was confused. Warring States? The state of Qin? How come I've never heard of that? Rakshasa gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, of course you haven't heard of it. It's history from another world. Rakshasa's 100-man army quickly arrived at the boss's camp. Chuan Xin spoke up. Guild leader, you still haven't told us what we're supposed to do next. Another person spoke up. Yeah, guild leader. What the hell did you have us buy all these iron spears and axes for? Don't tell me you expect us to use this junk as weapons to fight monsters. He pointed toward the tents and told everyone, dig a trench around the gate. The depth of the trench needs to be greater than the height of a centaur, and the width has to be more than 10 meters. Giant God quickly figured it out. He was planning to make them fall into the trench and then wipe them all out at once. Long Wang laughed out loud. Lawsat, you're a freaking genius. Everyone quickly got to work, and a long, massive trench was dug around the centaur boss's living area. Giant God said, but there are over 100 centaurs. How are we supposed to lure them all out to spring the trap? Lasat said to leave that problem to him, but both Giant God and Lu Yuang felt it was way too dangerous and stepped forward to stop him. Giant God said if they needed bait, he should be the one to do it. His defense was high enough. But Lasat refused. He said his agility stat was almost at 50, his evasion skill was maxed out, and besides, he had this. The vial in his hand was a B-rank agility potion. The effect was a 200% increase in agility stats, lasting for 60 seconds. Giant God knew he couldn't change his mind, so all he could do was tell him to be careful. 10 minutes later, everyone had finished digging the huge trench. Lasat said, everyone, get ready. I'll lure the centaur cavalry over by myself, then use this rope to jump across the trench. Giant God was still worried. Lasat, safety first. If things go south, just run for it. Lu Yueying was also anxious. You have to be careful. Lasat told everyone not to worry. Then he jumped across alone and headed straight for the centaur camp. Back on their side, Long Wang was worried. Is Lasat going to pull this off? Although Lu Yueying was extremely worried herself, she tried to reassure herself and everyone else. We have to believe he can do it. As Lasat walked, he thought. So many tents. No wonder the boss can summon hundreds of centaur knights. Lasat hid near a tent not far away. It seemed he had spotted that centaur boss. He thought, I can't believe it's still an elite boss. Guess no one has managed to beat it yet. Whatever. I don't care if you're an elite or not, you're about to get wrecked. As soon as he thought it, he drew his bow and aimed right at the target. The moment the arrow was fired, the centaur boss managed to dodge his attack. Then, he gritted his teeth and roared in anger. You damn intruder. The centaur boss raised a yellow flag to the sky and bellowed, soldiers, hear my command. Bathe in the blood of our enemies. Lasat glanced over, silently sizing up the yellow command flag. Soon, a horde of centaur cavalry charged aggressively toward him. Their numbers kept growing, and he was thrilled that his plan was working. Come on! Come on! Hurry up and charge! Then he pulled down his mask, tilted his head back, and chugged the entire potion from the vial. He ran while taunting them. Come and get me! What? You four-legged freaks can't catch a guy with 2 legs. But in his head, he was thinking, damn, they're fast. Back on the other side, people saw him coming out and started talking. Seeing Lasat's figure getting closer, the whole team quickly drew their bows, on high alert. The bloodthirsty centaur knights also charged forward, shouting non-stop, kill, kill, kill. Lasat thought, win or lose, it all comes down to this one move. Let's see if those centaurs fall for the trap. He quickly crouched and leaped onto the rope stretched across the trench, his body soaring like a bird. Lu Yuang, standing on the other side, felt like her heart was about to leap out of her chest. She cried out in worry, Lasat. Over here, the centaur army was still charging with full force. A ton of them actually fell into the trench, their screams echoing endlessly. Seeing this, Lasat immediately gave the order, all of you, fire. Everyone in the guild followed his command. Hundreds of arrows rained down into that trench. The arrows had no eyes, borrowing momentum as they flew ferociously toward the horde of centaurs. Very quickly, they were all wiped out in one go. It looked like Lasat's method had been a complete success. Lasat quickly used Soul Summon on those centaurs, turning them into his underlings. Long Wang was stunned. Holy crap, why do I have goosebumps all over my body? That's seriously terrifying. The little princess was also in awe. Archers are scary as hell. I'm never underestimating an archer again. The people standing above the trench cheered happily. That felt so damn good. Ever since I picked the archer class, I've never felt this awesome. Someone else chimed in. Yeah, that's right. Before, all we did was dodge and attack. Monsters chasing us from behind while we ran ahead, shooting a couple of arrows here and there. It was so lame. This time, I feel so damn proud. Now, I don't think of archers as a weak class anymore. Everyone looked down into the trench at their handiwork, feeling incredibly proud of themselves and their teammates. Lasat stepped forward. All right, everyone get ready to clean up the battlefield. All the loot goes into the guild's shared warehouse, then we'll divide it all at once. Everyone cheered and jumped down into the trench, happily collecting their spoils of war. One person shouted with glee, almost 300 centaur knights. How many soul orbs is that going to be? This is freaking amazing. Long Wang felt useless. Suddenly, I feel like we were totally redundant. Did we even help at all? Giant God was always the most careful one. He didn't let the victory get to his head and warned them anxiously. The boss summons a total of 3 waves of centaur knights. This was just the first wave. The next 2 waves are going to be even more vicious. Rakshasa. You gotta be careful. Lu Yueying agreed with Ku Than. Rakshasa told everyone not to sweat it because he'd prepped enough agility potions. The moment he finished talking, he leaped to the other side. Everyone, clean up the battlefield. I'm going to pull the mobs first. Lu Yueying nodded. Be careful. In a flash, Rakshasa once again advanced toward the centaur boss's campfire. An army even more aggressive than the last was lured out by him, and Rakshasa effortlessly sprinted back toward the group. But damn, this second wave was way more aggressive than the first. Every single one of them had blood-red eyes. Ku then was on alert. Oh, crap. This time it's heavy centaur cavalry. The second he saw Rakshasa, he yelled, "Can our arrows even get through the heavy cavalry's armor?" Rakshasa shot back. No time to hesitate. Let's just give it a shot. Then, hundreds of arrows were unleashed. He gave the order, speed boost. Pierce their damn armor. Next, he yelled, "Everyone, hit him with everything you've got. Pop your skills if you have them. We can't let it all fall apart at a time like this." The arrows flew, but they stood no chance of piercing that tough armor. Even when they did land a hit, the damage was super low. It barely even scratched them. Ku then was worried. I can't believe the damage output is this pathetic. The archer's arrows aren't doing a thing to the heavy cavalry's armor. What are we gonna do? Long Wang was getting anxious too. If we just keep shooting like this. Ku Than and Long Wang were already starting to panic, thinking maybe they should just fall back to preserve their forces. Rakshasa thought to himself, if we retreat now, all this effort will go down the drain. It'll definitely make all the guild members lose faith in me. He put a hand to his chin, calculating carefully. It might even cause a bunch of members to straight up quit the guild. Just as he finished his thought, Rakshasa raised his hand for everyone to cease fire. Ku then was surprised. Rakshasa, are we retreating? He gave a wicked grin. Retreat? You kidding me? How can we possibly retreat before we've killed the boss? Everyone was shocked. There's no way we can kill this mob of heavy cavalry, he continued. Then for now, we won't kill them. Ku Than was confused. Don't kill them? Rakshasa, the more you talk, the less sense you're making. He said, we can't kill him anyway. For now, everyone just trap these centaur cavalry in the pit. I'll go aggro the boss and the final wave of cavalry over here. We'll just take out the boss directly and be done with it. Lu Yueying and Long Wang were stunned. What? You're gonna pull the boss and the mobs over here all by yourself? That's way too dangerous. You gotta be joking, right? You'd be facing a suicide mission. No, scratch that. A mission with 0 chance of survival. Ku Than tried his best to talk him out of it. Pulling a stunt like that is too risky. Even if we do it your way, we can't possibly beat them. But Rakshasa just told everyone to trust him. He had a plan, and they should just wait there. Suddenly, as he was about to leave, a hand grabbed Rakshasa and pulled him back. You're not going. Liu Yueying yelled. Don't forget, that's an elite boss. One hit from him is an instant kill. Don't risk your life. Just retreat with the rest of us. Rakshasa completely ignored what she said, his attention fixed on how red her face was. Even at a time like this, Rakshasa was still messing around. If you want to convince me, then you have to let me kiss you. Liu Yueying was taken aback, but she blushed and agreed. Fine, I'll let you kiss me. The moment she let her guard down, he launched himself over the pit. Psych, you actually fell for that? Liu Yueying yelled in frustration. Rakshasa, you absolute jerk. Xuan Xin also called out after him, Guild leader, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Rakshasa summoned the wolf boss and shouted, "Don't worry, everyone. Nothing's gonna happen to me." In his head, he thought, "Heh, I didn't realize I was that important to her." The archer's jaws dropped in utter amazement. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Is the guild leader really riding the alpha wolf? The crowd was buzzing with excitement. He looked so badass. On his side, Rakshasa yelled, "Enough talk. My guy, Alpha Wolf, let the bombs fly." The wolf boss quickly and powerfully hurled bombs toward the other boss. The alpha wolf barked a few times, as if to say it understood, then got to work. The center boss on the other side roared aggressively, "You pathetic humans, you must have a death wish." His final wave of cavalry charged forward along with their general. Rakshasa landed on the ground. "Alpha Wolf, my guy, it's all on you now. Just keep spamming those bombs." The wolf barked a few more times, and then the wolf boss went on a frantic bombing spree. As for Rakshasa, he quickly downed a potion to move faster. The powerful bomb blast sent a few cavalrymen flying. Rakshasa thought, "There are too many cavalry. If I don't deal with them, there's no way I can fight the boss." He raised his bow, aiming straight for the centaur boss. "This is the last potion. Sorry, my guy, Alpha Wolf, I'm gonna have to sacrifice you." The boss advanced, roaring, "You bold humans dare to invade my camp. The only way out is death." Rakshasa didn't back down. "We'll see who's doing the dying today." The centaur cavalry was now aggressively attacking the alpha wolf. It let out a few barks, but it seemed there was no escape. Rakshasa had already made a quick getaway from the camp, leaving the wolf all alone and surrounded. He thought to himself, "Alpha Wolf, my guy, sorry again. You have to be the sacrifice." It was quickly taken down by the centaur cavalry, letting out earth-shaking howls of pain. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the entire area. Everyone wondered, what was that? Did the centaur boss really go after him? Rakshasa had pulled off the first step. He thought to himself, pleased, "Come on, bring it on. I want to see just how tough this elite boss really is." Everyone watched in awe. Damn, Rakshasa is a beast. He took out over 100 cavalrymen all by himself. Jushen roared, "Everyone, get ready. The second that boss is in range, we focus all our firepower and take it down." Rakshasa zipped up the rope. The centaur elite boss roared, "Die, you pathetic humans," he yelled back. "All right, guys, the boss is here. Give it everything you've got." Everyone roared back with fighting spirit. "Bros, let's light I am up. Waste that bastard. Our leader risked his life to pull the boss here. We can't screw this up." At that moment, his army was completely in sync. Hundreds of arrows flew out, viciously soaring straight toward that herd of centaurs. Seeing the massive horde, the archers on this side focused all their energy on the arrows in their hands. "We've got to go all out, guys. Smoke him." Dozens of them charged forward. Some were struck down by arrows, others fell into the pit and died. They managed to take out a good number like this, but the boss was still completely unfazed. Not a single arrow could even pierce its armor. "You think these pathetic little tricks can hurt me?" The centaur general roared in frustration. "You worthless humans. I'll paint my banner red with your blood." Over on the other side, Chuan Xin commanded the archers to aim right at it and fire. The centaur boss launched a sharp spear from its back. The long spear shot through the air and pierced straight through Chuan Xin, draining 2,183 of his HP. Jushen was horrified. "Shit, you've got to be kidding me. That damn boss can not only block every single arrow, but its damage output is insane too." Everyone rushed forward to surround and support Chuan Xin. Jushen called out, "Everyone, watch out and dodge. Don't let its spears hit you." Seeing what was happening, Rakshasa had an idea. "So this is an elite boss, huh? If that's how it is." He slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "Come forth. It's finally your turn to fight." The Black Flag sorcerer was quickly summoned. It was massive and ferocious. Everyone stared in amazement. "Isn't that the Black Flag sorcerer? How did it get here?" Long Wang said excitedly. "Rakshasa is a freaking genius. I can't believe he thought of this. How could I forget he had this move up his sleeve?" The Black Flag sorcerer was fierce, and Rakshasa was just as intense. "Black Flag sorcerer, it's time to show them your King's Fall technique." As soon as he finished speaking, it unleashed a wave of dark energy, roaring as it stared down the centaur boss. It summoned something that looked incredibly dark and sinister. It held the thing in its hand, then viciously launched an attack at the centaur boss. The centaur general, caught in the middle, was completely enveloped by the death sacrifice and screamed in agony. System announcement. Death Curse, Level 1. When hit by the Black Flag Sorcerer's curse, the target will be afflicted. The centaur boss now recognized the Black Flag Sorcerer's skill. It furiously hurled its spear forward. "So it's a curse. You goddamn centaur. Go to hell." The spear tore through the air, hurtling straight towards the Black Flag Sorcerer. But Jushin quickly raised his shield to block for it, shouting, "We can't let the boss hit the Black Flag Sorcerer." Taking that one hit cost him 486 HP. Lu Yuying and Long Wang moved up together. Alright then, Liu Yuying, let's take this boss in close combat. I've been holding back on this bastard for way too long. On the other side, Chuan Xin and the remaining archers also quickly attacked. Rakshasa shouted, "Ranged attackers, focus fire on the boss." The death curse struck again, draining the centaur of 37,598 HP. At the same time, Liu Yuying and Long Wang also rushed into attack. Rakshasa watched the situation unfold, tense. It's still not dead? By now, the centaur general was truly furious. It roared madly, "Damn you! You miserable humans, just die. All of you." A massive explosion erupted. This was rumbling thunder, dealing 1,000 damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius and stunning them for 15 seconds. Long Wang and Liu Yuying struggled to stay on their feet. Seeing the critical situation, Rakshasa and Jushen also grit their teeth and charged forward, screaming at the other two, "Look out." Rakshasa quickly shielded Liu Yuying and summoned his two-headed monster. The centaur boss was still roaring ferociously as it charged, "Pathetic humans, die." The spear viciously struck towards the Black Flag sorcerer. And this time, there was no one there to block for it. Rakshasa panicked. "We're screwed." This attack from the centaur boss successfully left the Black Flag sorcerer on the brink of death. With only a sliver of health left, it refused to go down and used Death Sacrifice to land one more hit on the centaur boss. Faced with his deathly aura, the boss had no way to counter it, but it seemed the Black Flag sorcerer had used the last of its HP for this move, and afterward, it collapsed completely. System announcement. Your summoned follower, the Black Flag sorcerer, has been defeated. Rakshasa cursed, "Damn it, that crit damage is insane." Seeing the centaur general standing there all smug, he got pissed off and fired an arrow at it, yelling, "You're pissing me off. Screw it, we're going all in. All ranged attackers, focus the boss. Sky-swallowing toad, light him up. It's all on you, buddy." At Rakshasa's command, hundreds of arrows flew straight at the centaur boss, and the toad wasn't slacking either, blasting a massive fireball right at that dude. Getting hammered like that out of nowhere, the centaur boss couldn't even block. His health bar was dropping fast. Liu Yuying was stoked. Whoa, why is the damage so insane? Meanwhile, Rakshasa was watching closely, figuring out which attack was draining the guy's HP the fastest. Seizing the moment, Liu Yuying charged in, sword ready, looking like she wanted to land the final blow. Rakshasa yelled, "I get it now. The curse debuff on the boss is still active. It's boosting all magic damage, and even the light slash is hitting way harder." Rakshasa gripped his bow. "My weapon has a lifesteal effect, so my damage output should be jacked up too, right?" The centaur boss was screaming, "You pathetic mortals, you can't kill me." But nobody gave a crap and just kept rushing him. He reared up his hooves at Liu Yuying and roared, "Die." Rakshasa was pissed. "Son of a bitch. Why is my damage so damn low? This is bullshit. Sky-swallowing toad, keep blasting him with fire. Don't give him a chance to use his skills." The toad did as he was told and blasted out a huge flame. The explosion was so massive that even Long Wang and Liu Yuying had to brace themselves just to stay standing. That attack took a huge chunk out of the dude's health bar. By now, the centaur boss was totally out of health. He let out one last massive, ground-shaking roar. And just like that, Rakshasa finally took down the 8th floor boss. The guy collapsed, totally owned. Long Wang just stared at the corpse, stunned. Did we really just kill the elite boss? He couldn't believe they'd actually managed to take down that aggressive bastard. Then the system notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 8th floor of the demon realm, the centaur general." Rakshasa let out a satisfied laugh. Everyone else was shocked too. Chuan Xin spoke up. "Oh my god, we actually cleared it. Guild leader, you're a freaking legend." Tho was hyped too. "Awesome. I can finally move on to the next floor." The crowd started buzzing. "The guild leader is insane. He totally delivered on his promise. Guild leader, I'll follow you forever." Little Princess's eyes were sparkling. "I've never seen so much loot drop at once. We're gonna be rich," Rakshasa shouted. "All right, everyone, time to loot the battlefield." On the other side, everyone cheered and rushed down into the chasm to grab their spoils. Rakshasa walked up. "Let's see what kind of good stuff this elite boss dropped," he said, stepping forward to check it out. A system notification read, "Level 5 Golden War Saber. Damage 1,600 to 3,400. Effect plus 20% attack speed. Durability 700 out of 700. Rakshasa thought to himself, "So it's an S-rank weapon." He grinned. A 20% attack speed boost. The stats aren't bad either, totally what you'd expect from an S-rank weapon. Then he held up the sword. The centaur general dropped this S-rank weapon. "Anyone who wants it, speak up. We'll figure out who gets it." But everyone shouted back at the same time, "No need to figure anything out. Guild leader, you take it. If it weren't for you, guild leader, we never would have cleared this stage, and everyone would still be dissing archers." This reward is just our way of saying thanks to you. They felt like they already got the better end of the deal. For an archer, getting back their pride and confidence is worth more than anything, so they weren't about to ask for more. If you wanted to pay a pro to carry you through a dungeon clear, it'd cost at least 100,000 each, but Rakshasa didn't charge them a dime. That's already going above and beyond. Q then stepped up. In today's battle, Rakshasa was the one who called the shots, and he single-handedly turned the tide to wipe out the mobs. So it's only fair that he gets the loot. It makes perfect sense. Rakshasa spoke up. Look, I get where you're all coming from, but there's way too much loot today for me to take it all myself. Everyone here is a member of the guild now. And as your guild leader, it's my job to look out for every single member. So for this battle, I don't care how much you contributed if you were here, you get a cut. Little Princess cheered, hooray, my credit card is totally maxed out. All the other archers were thrilled they'd found such an awesome leader. Q then reminded them from the side. It's about that time. We should head to the portal. The group trailing behind them was shocked. They couldn't see the elite boss or the centaur cavalry anywhere. When one of them spotted Rakshasa's crew of archers, he freaked out. He figured they'd all been wiped out by the boss, but seeing how triumphant they looked, did they actually clear out the boss and the entire centaur cavalry? These guys couldn't believe what they were seeing. I mean, what could a bunch of useless, trash-tier archers possibly do? But the boss and his cavalry were gone, and only the archers were left standing. They probably just got carried by some pro player, they told themselves to feel better. Meanwhile, Rakshasa's crew was already heading for the portal to the next floor. Tu couldn't hold it in and cheered. I can't wait. 9th floor of the demon realm, here we come. On the 9th floor, the whole vibe was super gloomy, reeking of death and making everyone's skin crawl. People were like, holy crap, where the hell are we? Is this the underworld or something? This is creepy as hell. According to the Demon Realm guide, this place is supposed to be seriously messed up. The monsters here are all part of some evil cult, super brutal and bloodthirsty. Looks like the guide wasn't kidding. Princess Nep whined from behind Rakshasa, can we just skip this floor? I'm scared of blood. Jushin stepped forward. We all just went through a crazy tough battle today. Everyone's totally wiped. How about we just tell everyone to log off for now? Tomorrow night you and I can go explore the 9th floor of the Demon Realm. Rakshasa thought that made sense. All right, we'll do as you say. Lu Yueying stepped forward. It really is getting late. Long Wine also said he was so beat today he could barely move. Rakshasa agreed with everyone. Today's battle was seriously insane and brutal. Jushin said, everyone's exhausted, so log off and get some rest. Lu Yueying shyly approached Rakshasa and stammered, Rakshasa, you should get some rest, okay? He was surprised by her acting like this, but just gave a flat reply. Okay. Watching Rakshasa walk away, Lu Yueying stood there thinking, is he really that person? The next day at school, everyone was just messing around and goofing off. Wang Yang panicked, the national competition is almost here. What am I going to do? Zhang Zi glanced over. I think you should just focus on studying for the next few days. You might still have a shot. Wang Yang continued, I heard one of the 2 spots for Qingdai Academy from our school has already been decided. Zhang Zi acted like he didn't know. Wait, they have pre-selected candidates? Wang Yang told him, yeah. Zhang Zi added, I don't care who they pre-selected. I'm getting into Qingdai Academy no matter what. In the middle of the schoolyard, a crowd was buzzing. Our representative is so lame. How could he lose to a girl? Don't make us look bad. Wang Yang was shocked. No way. Why is there a fight breaking out all of a sudden? People always start fighting whenever exams get close. The girl boasted arrogantly, is everyone here weak as hell? You think you can get into Qingdai Academy with that little power? She was Lily. Seeing Zhang Zi, the girl yelled, hey, you! The kid over there, come and fight me. When she saw he was ignoring her, she screamed, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or something? Wang Yang whispered, I think Lily is a student at Qingdai Academy. She's so aggressive. But Zhang Zi didn't care. Just ignore her. Let's go. It seemed like this was the first time she'd ever been ignored like that. Lily couldn't take it, gritting her teeth in anger. Then she bolted toward Zhang Zi, shouting, you annoying brat. Lily was clearly super arrogant. Without saying a word, she charged like a maniac and threw a punch straight at Zhang Zi. But he didn't go easy on her just because she was a girl. Zhang Zi raised his hand and grabbed her leg tightly, successfully blocking the kick. Realizing he had read her attack, Lily grit her teeth in frustration, glaring at him with a hateful look. But she didn't back down. You're pretty quick, kid. Not bad, dodging that. Let's see if you can land a hit this time, Lily. He ducked to dodge, thinking to himself, looks like Lily's specialty is kicking attacks. I remember Lu Yueying's notebook had some moves for dealing with these kinds of kicks. As soon as he thought that, he bent down and swept her leg right out from under her, making Lily lose her balance and fall. She let out a startled scream and then slammed onto the ground. That looked like it really hurt. Zhang Zi had successfully taken Lily down thanks to the book Lu Yueying gave him. Lily seemed to recognize the move he just used, thinking, that move. It looks like the cloud descending moon. Zhang Zi didn't stick around. He didn't want to get tangled up in this mess. I'm busy. I'm done playing with you. If you still want to fight, wait until I get into Qingdai Academy, then you can come find me. The crowd started murmuring, isn't that the guy who cleans the martial arts training room? I can't believe he beat that violent girl. I think that's him. He's usually so quiet. Who knew he was a secret master? I don't care who he is. Bottom line, he got rid of that she-devil. That was awesome. On the 9th floor of the demon realm, everyone had already gathered. Rakshasa rushed over and saw a bunch of messages from the others, basically saying they went ahead to explore the 9th floor. If you see this message, just wait for us at the altar. When the others saw him, they rushed over happily. Guild leader, I've been looking all over for you. Rakshasa was surprised. You're a member of the guild. The guy named Moshu said, that's right, I'm a member of the guild you lead. Guild leader. Rakshasa said politely, oh my bad. I added a ton of people all at once, so I can't remember everyone. Did you need me for something? Moshu said, guild leader, you have to get to the 8th floor of the demon realm and save our guild brothers. Rakshasa was shocked. The 8th floor of the demon realm? Weren't you guys exploring with big bro Ju Shen? He tearfully explained that because they were too weak, they didn't go with Yi Jianchuan Shin's party and went to the 8th floor to train instead. But then, they got viciously hunted down by 5 centaur knights. They panicked and ran into a nearby ravine to hide, but it turned out to be a dead end. Guild leader, you have to go save them. Rakshasa quickly agreed. All right, stop crying, wait for me to send a message and then I'll go with you to check things out. Moshu said he'd go on ahead to scout the path. While Rakshasa was focused on leaving a message for everyone, this guy revealed a wicked grin. On the 8th floor of the demon realm, the surrounding area was eerily quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. He pointed. They're in there. We're almost there. But Rakshasa felt like this place didn't look like a normal ravine. He asked again, are you sure we're not lost? Why does this ravine have so many flags and fortifications? Moshu insisted they weren't mistaken, saying the flags on the ground were left by the centaur knights. Then he pointed into the distance. Guild leader, our people are trapped up there. Rakshasa watched them for a sec, sizing them up. Don't rush this, he thought. The guy was a little surprised to see him suddenly act like that. Rakshasa did the math. 7 heavy centaur cavalry. But saving the guy was top priority. Then Rakshasa slammed his hand on the ground, looking like he was about to summon his monster to fight. The centaur general he'd tamed before immediately appeared. Moshuo freaked out. The centaur general was here? Looks like this idiot had no clue Rakshasa had already captured this boss. He told the guy, don't be scared. He's my summon. General. After Rakshasa gave the order, the centaur let out a savage roar and charged forward. The beast moved with insane speed, spear in hand, and charged aggressively at the enemy. A squad of centaur cavalry quickly rushed out, having spotted intruders in their lair. The centaur general single-handedly broke through their formation, brutally attacking the lower-level cavalry. Rakshasa yelled, what are you just standing there for? I'll draw the aggro. You go save him. Now. Only then did Moshuo snap out of it and stammer, yes. Rakshasa stood his ground, firing arrows to bait the remaining centaur cavalry, while the other dude turned and left, a crafty look in his eyes. The guy grabbed his bow and quickly ran into a camp not far away, but Rakshasa still felt like something was off. Gotta make this quick, he thought. This place gives me a weird vibe. The centaur general leaped into the air and came down with a vicious thunder stomp. His kick sent the cavalry flying ass over heels. He'd already killed so many, but they just kept coming. Rakshasa was shocked. There's still more? Suddenly, someone zipped past him in silence. He sensed it instantly. Who's there? The centaur general seemed to have sensed the danger around him too. He launched a powerful kick, stomping down hard. His hooves slammed into the ground with a loud boom, making the very earth tremble. Rakshasa muttered, knew it. Something is seriously wrong here. Attack. That mass creep was suddenly revealed, knocked flat on the ground by the centaur boss's stomp. But before Rakshasa could ask a thing, the centaur general viciously threw a spear. And from a distant tower, an arrow came, screaming through the air, aimed straight for Rakshasa. But he dodged the attack in a flash. When he looked to see where the arrow came from, he was stunned. It was Moshuo. You set me up? So that whole act was just a ploy to get Rakshasa alone and make him an easy target. Moshuo laughed his ass off. Guildmaster, don't blame me. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for getting on the second official's bad side. The bounty on your head is in the tens of millions now. With that kind of cash on the line, we're practically drooling over it. Rakshasa quickly raised his bow and aimed at them. Just the 3 of you? You think you can kill me? Pathetic. His arrow shot out in a blur, piercing Moshuo's left shoulder. The guy cried out in pain, shit, goddammit, Rakshasa. You're dead meat today. Let me fill you in. This isn't just some random ravine. This is the training ground for the entire centaur army. He gloated. The real centaur general is on his way back right now. You're not getting out of this one. Unless you think you can take down a whole damn army of centaur cavalry by yourself. Rakshasa whipped his head around at the loud noise. It was just like Moshuo said. In an instant, an army of 100 of them had surrounded him and his centaur boss. Moshuo screamed, "They're back! The centaur cavalry is back!" Then he laughed like a maniac. "Rakshasa, you are so dead. You guys, record everything. I want the whole scene of Rakshasa getting slaughtered by the centaur cavalry. Don't miss a single detail. We'll send it to them as proof to collect the bounty." The guy next to him was hyped. "Don't rush me. I'm already recording." They really thought they were about to hit the jackpot. But things didn't go the way they thought. A system prompt appeared. Confirm use of random teleport scroll. Rakshasa thought to himself, "I can't believe I got played by these insects. I'm not going to give them the satisfaction." The guys up top were still shouting down, "What's the deal? Why isn't he using a random teleport scroll to bail? Did he give up? Is he trying to off himself?" They even thought he'd start begging for his life, terrified of the centaur army. But of course, they wouldn't help him. Rakshasa had to die today so they could cash in. Moshuo pointed down and yelled, "Rakshasa, what? You giving up? Or are you going to beg me to spare your pathetic life? In your dreams, I'm not letting you go unless you can offer me more than the bounty." Over here, the centaur army finally charged toward him. They started laughing even harder. "Rakshasa, this is the end of the line for you. That 15 million bounty is as good as ours." Rakshasa replied, cocky as ever, "Looks like you guys have got it all wrong. Now, I'm coming to take your lives. Daring to use my goodwill to screw me over? You're going to pay for that." Moshuo just laughed. "Have you lost your damn mind from fear? You're the one who's going to die here. Those 500 centaur cavalry behind you aren't just for show, you know. Why don't you deal with them first, then come find us? Just lay down and die, Rakshasa." But, contrary to what they expected, the cavalry just stood there surrounding him, like he was their commander. They didn't attack at all. He grinned, totally satisfied. "Like I said, now I'm coming for you." Moshuo's eyes went wide, his jaw hit the floor. He was so scared he could only stammer, "W what? How? How is this possible?" The two goons next to him were just as stunned. What was happening was completely beyond anything they could have imagined. The centaur cavalry should have torn Rakshasa to shreds by now. They had no damn clue what was going on. Rakshasa spoke up, "General, order the cavalry to attack the watchtower." The centaur general immediately obeyed. Then, he grabbed a red flag and signaled the troops. "Everyone, charge." Hearing their commander's order, the cavalry charged aggressively toward that watchtower. They yelled, "Forward! Forward!" There were tons of them, like a swarm of ants. Moshu's crew freaked out. "What the hell? Why is the centaur cavalry charging at us? Something's not right." They saw Rakshasa first. They're supposed to be focusing all their attacks on Rakshasa. Those guys were still standing there completely confused, wondering why the hell this army was suddenly taking orders from Rakshasa. But the cavalry didn't say a word. They just focused on destroying the tower, just as Rakshasa had ordered. A stammering voice yelled out, "Rakshasa, our master will never forgive you." Then, Moshu's entire crew was quickly wiped out by the cavalry. Rakshasa stood on the sidelines and said, "Remember what I told you? Anyone who dares to cross me dies a horrible death." Over on a cliff, a guy with his face completely covered was watching him. Rakshasa is a real piece of work. That guy quickly sent a recording of the battle and a message saying that all of Moshu's people were dead, killed by the centaur cavalry. The person who got the message was pretty surprised. After handling his business, Rakshasa quickly returned to the 9th floor where everyone else was already back. Chuan Xin shouted, "Guild leader." He started to explain, "There are traps everywhere, and the cultists on this floor are completely insane." Rakshasa pulled out a notebook and jotted down that the monsters on this floor were mainly cultists, including the red-robed ones and the blue-robed ones. After the red-robed cultists die, their bodies transform into these ugly monsters and just keep on fighting the adventurers. Their attack and defense stats double, and normal attacks barely do any damage to them. The blue-robed cultists are even worse. Even though their attack and defense stats aren't high, and adventurers can kill them pretty easily. But after you kill them, they put a curse on the adventurer who killed them. Ju Shen added, "That's right. The curses include, but aren't limited to, defense down, attack down, speed down, a constant health drain, stun, you name it. There are over a dozen different types." Long Wang was getting pissed just thinking about it. "And they last for a full hour of Demon Realm time. How are we supposed to fight like that?" Ju Shen continued. "The scariest part is still the boss. That head cultist is a real pain to deal with. His room is crawling with poisonous cockroaches. The poison roaches' attacks are toxic. Once an adventurer gets poisoned, they start losing health continuously and need an antidote immediately. The head cultist doesn't even attack until all the poison roaches are dead. He uses dark magic to attack. If you get hit, all of your stats drop to 0, and you become totally useless. That status effect stays on you until the boss is killed. Not only that, but after he dies, the head cultist enters a second phase. He gets possessed by an evil god and turns into a giant, evil creature. To take down the head cultist, you need at least 10 adventurers who are rated as elite class. Otherwise, don't even think about trying to take him on. Rakshasa said, "We need an adventurer who can support and remove debuffs. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to clear this floor." But Long Wang said it's really hard to find a support player. Long Wang's idea was for everyone to buy activation potions. That item can cancel any debuff and also increases your damage resistance. The thing is, they're kind of expensive, but nobody agreed because not only are they pricey, they're also a rare drop. Rakshasa wondered, why isn't Liu Ying here today? She didn't come? Long Wang said, Liu Ying had a family emergency. Plus she has to register for her college exams tomorrow, so she couldn't come today. Rakshasa said, all right, let's just call it a day. A lot of us are still cursed, so it's going to be hard to keep fighting anyway. Everyone looked bummed out. This is seriously tough. Where are we supposed to find a support player? Everyone quickly logged off. At the Liu family estate, Liu Ying was wearing a sparring uniform, a look of pure determination on her face. She walked up to greet her sparring partner and got ready for the match. The person across from her was Tang Chao Wei, who said, cousin, I'm kinda clumsy, so you have to go easy on me, okay? Liu Ying called her out. Tang Chao Wei, drop the whole damsel in distress's act. You're the champion of the 40th Student Martial Arts Tournament, with guaranteed admission into Qingda University, an S-rank talent who's already been scouted by the Ministry of National Security. Chao Wei charged forward. But you're the one who said I couldn't get into Class A at Qingda. So watch this. Liu Ying said, you shouldn't underestimate people. Every year, Class A is full of hidden aces. For example, in our own Class A, there are quite a few people who have super high ratings in the demon realm, and are powerhouses there too. Chao Wei shot back, cousin, is this all you've got? I'm thinking Class A is just so-so. As the two were fighting intensely, Lily walked up. Young Miss Liu Ying. Chao Wei looked over, surprised. Lily, are you hurt? Lily looked pissed. I went to school today looking for a challenge and ran into this annoying kid. I never expected him to know the Tang family's martial arts. Chao Wei was shocked. What? The Tang family's martial arts? Are you sure you saw that right? Lily insisted she was absolutely sure. Chao Wei was furious. I can't believe this. He must be Dad's illegitimate son from one of his old flings. Let's go. Come home with me so we can make him answer for this. Lily ran after her. Young miss, please don't be so rash. You two don't really look like blood siblings. Vi then insisted. Enough talk. I'm going to see my dad in person and get some straight answers. Her cousin sighed as he watched her go. This cousin of his had never worked for anything in her life, yet she could waltz right into Thandai Academy. Seriously, raw talent like that is enough to make anyone jealous. Over at the National Martial Arts Tournament, Zhang Zi was already there. One student was buzzing. Hey, today's the application deadline. Have you decided which school you're signing up for? Another one said, what's there to decide? It's just a bunch of third-rate schools anyway. Suddenly, Zhang Zi's phone went off. He quickly answered, Fan, what's up? On the other end, a panicked voice said, Zhang Zi, Truong Fong couldn't make it to school today. The teacher asked me to call and find out why she's absent. Zhang Zi was alarmed. What? She's not at school? But we left the house together this morning. Fan said, okay, I get it. I'll call your sister right now. Just then, a strange message from an unknown number popped up on his phone right after he heard his sister had skipped school. The message was a picture of his sister tied up with a note. If you want your sister back home safe, drop out of the National Martial Arts Tournament. Get out of Tianfang City, don't try any funny business, and don't even think about calling the cops. Otherwise, you can come pick up your sister's corpse. Zhang Zi grit his teeth in frustration. Who the hell did this? Who kidnapped Tu Fong? Could it be? My identity in the demon domain has been exposed? No way. If they wanted ransom money, they wouldn't be telling me to drop out of the tournament. What am I supposed to do now? Zhang Zi looked around in a panic. What should I do? To him, his sister was the only family he had left in the entire world. Suddenly, he remembered Tu Cam and quickly pulled out a business card with Hang Tu Cam's info on it. The second she picked up, Zhang Zi got straight to the point. Is this Hang Tu Cam? I need you to do something for me. In some abandoned area, everything was in ruins. It looked like no one had been around for ages. A couple of goons were talking, when is the boss gonna get here and take this chick? I don't want to spend the night in this creepy, busted-up place. The other one shot back, you're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? This is what the boss ordered. We'd better do it right, or else. Suddenly, one of them freaked out, stammering, Dude, someone's here. The other guy snapped, What are you babbling about someone's here for? The two thugs were now so scared they were speechless. Zhang Zi had found them. He kicked the door open and stormed in. Where's my sister? The guy was shocked. Zhang Zi, don't come any closer, or you'll regret it. The words had barely left his mouth before Jiang Zi smashed his fist into the guy's face, sending him flying. The thug stammered as he dropped to his knees. "Your sister's in there. She's safe. Nothing's happened to her." He roared, "Talk. Who ordered you to do this? Spit it out, and I might let you live." Terrified, the guy blurted out, "It was Tran Hao. He's the one who told me to kidnap your sister." Jiang Zi grit his teeth. "It was him? Just to get into Thandai Academy, he'd go as far as kidnapping my sister. That bastard." Furious, Jiang Zi stormed straight to the martial arts training hall, yelling, "Get out of the way, move." Looks like he was seriously pissed off. He blew past everyone, ignoring their shocked stares. Meanwhile, Tran Hao was on the phone. It got exposed. "So Jiang Zi isn't as simple as I thought." Before he could even finish the call, Jiang Zi kicked the door in and shouted, "Tran Hao, get your ass out here." The moment he saw him, he laid into him. "Tran Hao, I can't believe you'd stoop so low as to kidnap my sister just to make me quit the tournament. You made a huge mistake." The guy didn't even deny it. "Your power is greater than I expected. You're way stronger than me, and you're an obstacle in my path to Thandai Academy." He continued, "To get into Thandai Academy, I have to eliminate every obstacle, and you are no exception." Then, Tran Hao downed some kind of purple potion. Who knows what kind of trick he was pulling now? Tran Hao gave a wicked grin as his face began to change. "What did I drink? You'll find out soon enough, and by the time you do, you'll be on your way to meet the Grim Reaper." The second he finished talking, he threw a vicious punch. Jiang Zi blocked it, gritting his teeth. The power was insane. He was shoved backward, mentally calculating. That punch had at least 200 kilograms of force behind it. How did he get so strong? Jiang Zi demanded. "What the hell did you drink?" Tran Hao charged forward aggressively. "Go ask the Grim Reaper yourself." Another punch flew straight at Jiang Zi. It seems Tran Hao was seriously obsessed with this so-called friend. Seeing him dodge attack after attack, the guy just smirked smugly. "Is dodging all you know how to do?" Tran Hao's fist slammed into the wall and it instantly shattered. Tran Hao sneered. "Jiang Zi, if you're a man, stop dodging and fight me head-on." He shot back. "I'm not stupid enough to smash an egg against a rock. If I'm going to counter, I have to pick the right moment to strike." Finally, he made his move. Jiang Zi landed a direct hit to Tran Hao's stomach, sending him to the ground. Jiang Zi said fiercely, "That punch was for my sister." Tran Hao struggled to get up. "Jiang Zi, you despicable bastard." But that bastard gritted his teeth and forced himself back up to keep fighting. The surprise attack was so fast, Chen Zhe couldn't even react. His eyes shot open. Crap. Chen Hao lunged at him, viciously grabbing Chen Zhe by the throat, and all he could do was cry out. The guy was acting like a total psycho, pinning Chen Zhe to the ground with a smug look. But just when it seemed like it was over, Chen Hao was sent flying. Chen Zhe was just as surprised, totally stunned. The force was insane, slamming Chen Hao straight into a wall. It cracked on impact, and his face contorted in pain. Turns out, it was Xiao Qin. She took him down with a single kick, and it was already more than Chen Hao could handle. Xiao Qin asked coldly, "Chen Zhe, you okay?" Looks like this Chen Hao loser was no match for her. Chen Zhe coughed a couple of times. "Any later, and I would have been a goner." Xiao Qin replied nonchalantly, "If I knew that, I would have taken my time." Then she ordered her people, "Take him back." Straight to the lab. They immediately did as they were told and left. Chen Hao looked like a corpse. His eyes were totally dazed and lifeless, his face pale and empty. Chen Zhe said, "I don't know what he drank, but his powers suddenly went through the roof." Xiao Qin replied, "That's the reason I'm here." This shocked him. "What? A forbidden drug from the demon realm? How's that even possible? Stuff from the demon realm isn't supposed to show up in the real world." She explained, "A lot of the records in the demon realm handbook are outdated. Things have changed in the last 2 years. Some shady characters have created special containers. They're using them to smuggle items from the demon realm into the real world. What he drank was most likely that forbidden drug. I'll have to interrogate him to get the full story." Just as she finished speaking, 2 police officers arrived with his little sister. She looked like she was about to cry. "Bro." The moment she saw him, Jiang Feng's voice trembled. "Bro, I was so scared. Tianfeng City is way too dangerous." Chen Zhe comforted her. "It's okay, Jiang Feng, don't be afraid. I'm here now." Xiao Qin spoke up. "All right, Chen Zhe, take your sister home. I need to stay and deal with the scene." He didn't want to hang around anyway, so he agreed. "Okay, we're heading out. Just hit me up if anything happens." Xiao Qin just gave a cold hum of agreement. Zhang Feng said to him, "Oh yeah, bro, today's the deadline to register for the exam. Did you sign up yet?" Chen Zhe reassured her, "Don't worry, Jiang Feng. I already signed up. I'm definitely getting into Qingdai Academy, and then I'll earn money to cure you." The little girl asked, "So, does that mean I'll get to go into the demon realm too?" On the 9th floor of the demon realm, a huge crowd had already gathered. Looks like a lot of people managed to clear the 8th floor. As soon as she saw him, Liu Yuang asked worriedly, "Why are you so late?" Did something happen? He said sheepishly, "Sorry about that. I ran into a bit of trouble, but it's all sorted out. Don't worry." Liu Yuang replied, "That's a relief." Zhu Shen came forward. "Leader, you're finally here. Everyone's here. But how the hell are we going to clear this 9th floor?" Chuan Xin also chimed in. "Without any support adventurers, this is going to be really tough." Rakshasa said he'd already posted on the forums trying to recruit some support players, and even promised them a cut of the loot. But so far, nobody's hit him up. Zhu Shen sighed. "Support players are hard enough to find as it is, and elite ones are even rarer." Long Wang said, "Actually, I know a super good support adventurer, and they even run with a whole crew of other support players. It's just..." He trailed off, hesitating. Zhu Shen said, annoyed, "Long Wang, you know someone, and you're only telling us now." Little Princess chimed in, "Yeah, just what? Stop stalling and spit it out, man." Long Wang said helplessly, "It's just that. This person is extremely selfish and greedy." Little Princess shot back, "How greedy we talking?" So Long Wang explained, "Based on their past demands, they'll probably want to take all the loot for themselves." Liu Yueying and Zhu Shen both yelled in shock. "What? They take all the loot? Alone?" Little Princess was pissed. "Damn, and I thought I was greedy." Chun Xin and Rakshasa were also completely floored by this. Long Wang said, "Yeah, that's why I didn't bring him up. He's one of my dad's old classmates. I heard he used to be one of the top players in the National Security Department, but then he left for some reason. After that, he recruited his own team of support adventurers." Zhu Shen figured, if he's from the National Security Department, then his skills and power must be legit. Rakshasa said, "That's our guy. He's exactly who we need. I really want to see just how powerful he is." Rakshasa told Long Wang's group that they were desperate for a talented support adventurer. Long Wang got the message. "I'll hit him up tomorrow. Since he's an old classmate of my dad's, it should be easier to talk things out. You guys just wait to hear from me." Chuan Xin added, "Looks like we're not getting anything done today. Might as well log off early." Rakshasa said, "Actually, I have an idea. I want to go check out the shrine. Chuan Xin and Big Bro Zhu Shen, if you guys aren't busy, you should come with me to scope things out." Chuan Xin happily agreed right away. Zhu Shen also replied, "All right, let's do it. The rest of you can log off and rest up. The 3 of us are going to go scout out the shrine." Zhu Shen said that all the monsters on this floor are gathered inside the temple, so as long as we don't go through that door, we'll be totally safe. Rakshasa said, "Then let's just head straight in." Everyone agreed. The people around them started whispering when they saw them go in. Just 3 of them dare to come here? Another group of idiots looking to die. They quickly arrived in front of the temple. Zhu Shen spoke up to remind everyone, "Be careful, this is an evil aura." A system notification popped up. Under the effect of the evil aura, human skill damage is increased by 10%. Rakshasa said this place was as terrifying as he'd heard. They were already hit with the debuff before even fighting any monsters. Zhu Shen continued, "Past this corridor is the boss's room, and it's crawling with evil cultists." Chuan Xin chimed in, "Yeah, the last time we stepped in there, we got hit with their damn curse." Rakshasa told the 2 of them. "All right, let's call it a day then. It seems trying to clear this without a support class is damn near impossible. Chuan Xin, you should still party up with the guys tonight. Both offense and defense need to be online to grind levels on the 8th floor." Chuan Xin quickly agreed. Rakshasa added, "Let's head back for now. Hopefully, the Long Wang will find that amazing support adventurer by tomorrow." On the outskirts of Tianlong City, luxury cars were driving down the empty streets. It looked like they belonged to government officials. A police officer looked at Chen Hao. "I'm surprised. You're so young, but you're a real stubborn bastard. But we're almost at the security department headquarters. You'll be forced to spill everything then." The officer driving also chimed in. "Hey kid, just wait till you meet Professor Wu Yang. You'll obediently tell us the whole story yourself." Suddenly, Xiaoqin panicked. Something was flying toward their car. She yelled, "Watch out, look ahead." But it seemed her warning came a little too late. Huge boulders rolled down from out of nowhere, blocking the police car's path. Some cars flipped over, while others were completely unable to move. It looked like they were cornered. Xiaoqin looked up at the top of a ruined building. It seemed there was a figure standing there. The masked man looked at her, his expression unreadable. So the rumors really are true. As soon as Xiaoqin spotted her target, she leaped into the air without a second of hesitation, flying straight towards him. She shouted in frustration, "Who the hell are you?" With her weapon in hand, she lunged aggressively at the masked man. But just as her attack was about to land, he successfully dodged it. Xiaoqin gritted her teeth in annoyance. "You're too fast. Who the hell are you, really?" The masked man replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that the victorious light of Shu Guang will shine upon this place." Xiaoqin asked, surprised, "You're Shu Guang?" As soon as she finished speaking, he threw up his cloak, and dozens of bats flew out from under it, blocking Xiaoqin's vision. Then she panicked. "Oh crap, I fell for a diversion." When she looked back, the car was gone. In the morning, at the National Martial Arts Tournament, a huge crowd had already gathered. Yang Zi walked down the stairs, talking to himself. The competition's almost here. I just gotta push a little harder. A familiar voice called out, Zhang Zi. He was surprised. Chief Shang. Xiaoqin said coldly, just call me Shang Xiaoqin. Drop the stuffy political titles. She got straight to the point. Right, I have some bad news for you. Someone kidnapped Chen Hao. Zhang Zi was horrified. What? Kidnapped? Xiaoqin reassured him, don't get any crazy ideas. I came to ask you when you're going to repay the favor for helping you find your sister. Zhang Zi didn't hesitate. Anytime. Xiaoqin was satisfied. Perfect. Then join the security department and become my partner. Zhang Zi looked a bit conflicted about that. I have the competition in a few days. Xiaoqin handed him a piece of paper. Zhang Zi took it, confused. What's this? Xiaoqin started to leave, but she didn't forget to explain. Just follow the address on there and find that person. She'll give you special training. I guarantee you'll be able to get into Qingda Academy. Zhang Zi was stunned. Is a deal that good for real? The scene changed to a small house, where a woman with large and small gift bags was leading her child. Professor Pang, please tutor my son. I'll pay you whatever you want. At the same time, Zhang Zi was looking at the paper from Xiaoqin, muttering to himself as he walked, this has to be the place. Just as he arrived, the woman was also there. Zhang Zi paid her no mind, raising his hand to knock on the door. Hello. Is Professor Pang home? Xiang Xiaoqin sent me. The moment the person heard her name, the door flew open. So you're the talent that annoying little brat was talking about? Zhang Zi was surprised by the nickname she used. Suddenly, Professor Pang threw a punch at Zhang Zi, who quickly dodged the attack. Then she swung at him again, and Zhang Zi managed to dodge it once more. But it seemed like he couldn't keep dodging forever. A kick flew out, aimed straight at his stomach. He took the hit and fell to the ground with a grunt. The little boy who saw this ran scared and hid behind his mother. Professor Pang turned to the other woman and said, Ma'am, your son has no talent. I can't teach him. You should just keep your money. Then the professor pointed at him, Hey kid, the fact that you dodged 2 of my kicks proves you've got real natural talent. Get in the house with me. Zhang Zi clutched his chest in shock. Damn, she hits really hard. Soon, screams could be heard from inside the professor's house. Ag, Professor Pang, please. Night fell quickly. Zhang Feng called out, Big bro, it's time for dinner. You're mumbling, Qi entering the core, refining my energy, dragon's nest far from the face, yin and yang intersecting. Zhang Feng was surprised. Bro, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and eat. You stood up and shouted excitedly. I get it now. I finally get it. Then you started laughing like a maniac. Zhang Feng was startled. Big bro, are you okay? What did you figure out? You explained to your sister. Lately, I've been studying the dragon's breath technique from a master and I finally had my own breakthrough. It's insane, like impossibly deep. Tonight, I've got to hit the demon domain and grind for more demon soul orbs to boost my stats. The little girl looked lost. The dragon's breath technique? Is it really that good? She was worried about her brother. To get into Qingda Academy. Aren't you risking your life a little too much for this? Zhang Zi shoveled a huge bowl of rice. Qingda Academy is just a stepping stone for me to get stronger. After dinner, on the 9th floor of the demon domain, everyone saw Rakshasa arrive and asked, Long Wang isn't here yet? Did the plan change or something? Giant God said, Not yet. We've been in the domain for half an hour already. Just as they finished speaking, Long Wang's voice echoed, Rakshasa, we're here. He brought a middle-aged man with him. His handle in the demon domain was Lan Fong. Giant God spoke up, Finally, you guys are the only ones we were waiting for. Long Wang quickly said, Let me give a quick intro. This is that crazy powerful support adventurer I was telling you about. This dude's gonna help us clear the 9th floor of the demon domain. The man spoke up, So you're the guild leader he mentioned? Let's get the terms straight. All the spoils of war belong to me. Rakshasa spoke, No problem. As long as you can help us clear the 9th floor, all the rewards are yours. A system notification popped up. Lan Fong has joined the party. The man was satisfied. You gave me your word. Let's get going. Piercing Heart was shocked. Just you alone? Our team has over 100 people. How are you going to control all of us? Lan Fong was confident. So what if I'm alone? I can still guarantee all of you will make it to the final boss. Seeing everyone's confused faces, he smirked. Don't believe me? Then watch this. Lan Fong quickly summoned the green barrier. Everyone there was enveloped in a green light, standing there completely stunned. The system announced, the effect of this skill is that teammates within a 100-meter radius will have the effects of their demon soul orbs increased by 100%. Debuff effects are reduced by 60% and the effect's duration is indefinite. Everyone was in awe. This buff is amazing. Piercing Heart's jaw dropped as he yelled, Holy crap, debuff effects are reduced by 60% and it lasts forever. Turns out he wasn't just talking big. This guy's a real pro. Lan Fong was pleased. Now that you've seen it, let's move out. My time is valuable, so don't you dare waste it. Rakshasa whispered, Long Wang, Lan Fong's talent skill is seriously powerful. Is it S rank? Long Wang replied. Nope, I heard from my dad that it's apparently A rank. Rakshasa was puzzled. An A rank talent skill is that strong? You sure you're not mistaken? Long Wang said he wasn't mistaken. You see that crystal orb weapon he has? That's not some ordinary weapon. Rakshasa went, oh. The item in Lan Fong's hand is the S rank Orb of Blessing, with damage from 240 to 400. Its effect is to increase the effect of talent skills by 100%. Durability is 99 out of 99. Rakshasa wondered, increases talent skill effects by 100%. No wonder he was so confident earlier. Because this orb doubles his A-rank talent skill, it might even surpass an S-rank talent. Lan Fong continued, enemies will start their attack from this point on. As long as you stay within my green barrier, I guarantee you'll be buffed. If you leave the formation, don't blame me when things go south. The deeper they went, the darker and colder the atmosphere became. Zhang Feng was scared. This place is so creepy. On the ground, bodies were strewn everywhere, most of them dead with their eyes open, stark white and terrifying to look at. In the distance, evil cultists were already there, waiting for everyone to arrive, like grim reapers waiting to take their souls. Lan Fong said, I'm only responsible for buffing and blocking curses. You guys handle killing the monsters yourselves. Rakshasa immediately agreed, and they slowly approached the evil cultists. Giant God and Long Wang went. Rakshasa gave the order, Group 1, focus your attack on the red-robed cultist on the left. Group 2, focus your attack on the blue-robed cultist on the right. Group 3, focus on the blue-robed cultist on the left. Fire. At his command, hundreds of arrows tore through the wind, hurtling towards the evil cultists. Piercing Heart laughed smugly, get a taste of being taken down in an instant. An arrow struck a blue-robed cultist, and the oil lamp in his hand began to sway. The thing fell to the ground and shattered. Rakshasa told everyone, everybody, pay attention. The curse is here. The system also quickly announced, Level 1 Vicious Curse. Effect increases damage by 10%, influenced by evil aura, effect increased by 10%. Immediately after, a green light enveloped everyone. This left the whole group stunned. Lan Fong said, I promised I'd get you through this floor. You guys just focus on unleashing your attacks. With a pro like this helping them, everyone's spirits quickly lifted as they happily raised their weapons. Long Wang laughed out loud. This feeling is awesome. I can finally go all out. Jichu, standing beside him, chimed in agreement. All right, everyone, let's wrap this up. Over here, he and Rakshasa were also completely focused. A chaotic battle broke out, with archers in the back supporting the frontline fighters. Lang Feng looked at Zhang Feng. Hey kid, why aren't you out there fighting mobs? She answered blankly. I'm like really bad at fighting. I can't do it. He snapped. Your teammates are out there fighting for their lives and you're just sitting here chilling. Zhang Feng didn't care. What's it to you? Aren't you just sitting here chilling, too? He was speechless with anger. This damn kid. A shower of hundreds of arrows rained down on the evil cultists, and for a moment, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. Lang Feng stood in front of a door. After you loot all their stuff, make sure you hand it all over to me. He turned his head and continued. Also, behind this door is the final boss, the High Priest. I have something to say. Rakshasa was surprised. What is it? He said, because there are too many of you, if you want me to help you fight the boss, you'll have to pay extra. This stunned Rakshasa. What? Pay extra? Long Wang was also shocked. Uncle Tai. Didn't we already agree on the terms? Now you want more money? That's totally unfair. He smirked. Little Long, I'm only here as a favor to you and your old man. If other people wanted to hire me, it'd cost them 1 million gold. The reward from that boss ain't even a fraction of that. Your team's too big, and the poisonous snakes in there are a pain to deal with. It's not easy protecting squishy players like you. Giant God spoke up. The boss's venom is lethal. If you don't cure it instantly, you'll die in a flash. Rakshasa got straight to the point. So how much do you want? He answered greedily. I'll just charge per head. The fee for each person is 500,000. This old dude was way too greedy. The price he quoted made everyone's jaws drop as they all yelled in unison. What? Everyone spoke up. That fee is a total ripoff. There are so many of us. Where are we supposed to get that kind of money? Zhang Feng pointed at him angrily. You're being completely unreasonable. You'd throw away your honor just for money. The girl who had always been gentle suddenly stepped forward aggressively. Selfish people like you will never have true friends. When you die, you'll walk the path to the afterlife all alone. Even ghosts and demons will look down on you. Suddenly, hearing her cursing him out, Lang Feng became agitated. What did you just say? Who taught you those words? Seeing how worked up he was, Rakshasa quickly stepped in front of her. Sorry, my friend got a little emotional. Please don't. But he ignored Rakshasa's words and stepped forward to ask again. Hey kid, Where did you hear those words you just said? Speak up. Jiang Feng stammered. It was my dad who said it. Leng Feng was curious. Your dad? What's your dad's name? Is it Cao Yi? Jiang Feng was shocked. My dad's name is Cao Yi. Don't tell me you've forgotten him. She pushed forward, demanding, have you forgotten my father? Leng Feng didn't deny it. Of course, I remember him. Your father was my superior, and more than that, he was my mentor. She got emotional. What? You and my dad were colleagues? You worked at the National Security Department too? Then do you know what happened to my dad on the 30th floor? Why hasn't he come back yet? Leng Feng panicked. He suddenly gritted his teeth, helpless. My life. When I was at death's door. It was your father who saved me. Jiang Feng pressed urgently. Then tell me, where on earth is my father? Is he alive or dead? Long Wang stepped forward. I once heard my father mention that something huge happened back then, which is why Uncle Tai left the security department. Leng Feng began to recount the story. Back then, there were a total of 7 people on my team. Your father was the captain. He led our team, along with 3 A-rank experts, to explore the 30th floor of the Demon Realm. At that time, our team was the first group of adventurers to ever encounter the 30th floor boss. Rakshasa stepped forward. The 30th floor boss. Was it the Snow Woman? Leng Feng confirmed. That's right, it was the Snow Woman. He continued. Our team was fooled by her gentle and fragile appearance. There were 10 of us in total. 4 of us were S-rank talents alone. Every single one of them was incredibly powerful, but we never expected that. The Snow Woman used just a single skill, and out of the 10 of us, 6 were frozen solid into statues of ice. Captain Cao, in order to protect the remaining members and help us retreat safely. He was also hit by the Snow Woman's skill and frozen into a statue of ice. Jiang Feng cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Dad, I will definitely go to the 30th floor to find you. Leng Feng tried to stop her. No, the reason I told you this story is to warn you not to go. You're too weak right now. Going there would just be throwing your life away. But Jiang Feng was completely confident. It's okay. I've found my allies. Leng Feng was surprised. Allies? What friends? How much are they charging you? Jiang Feng turned around. It's my big bro, Rakshasa. He isn't charging me anything. Rakshasa said, that's right. I promised Jiang Feng I'd take her to the 30th floor to find her father. Jiang Feng is my friend. Leng Feng thought for a moment. All right, since you put it that way, I'll make an exception just this once. I'll help you guys clear the High Priest boss free of charge. Giant God was shocked. A second ago, he was demanding a crazy price, and now he says he won't take a single cent. Can something this good be true? Jiang Feng was touched. Uncle Tai has finally seen the light. He got embarrassed. What do you mean seen the light? I've always been a good guy. It's getting late. Let's get moving. Leng Feng warned, once we're inside, we'll be in the boss's line of sight immediately, so everyone be careful. The group shouted in unison, Roger. Inside was a seriously messed up sight. All kinds of poisonous cobras were slithering all over the damn floor. The 9th floor boss was pissed. Hey, you lowlifes who dared to trespass in this holy temple and profane the gods, get ready for your punishment. The second he finished talking, all those snakes whipped around and stared daggers at Lan Fong. Lan Fong yelled, don't think these snakes just spit poison. Their attack power is no joke. With an archer's defense stats, you guys won't last long. Don't even think about fighting them up close. Rakshasa chimed in, we don't need to get anywhere near those snakes. Everyone, get information. Chuanshin, you're in the back, piercing wind. Hundreds of arrows zipped towards the swarm of snakes. Everyone tried their best to keep a safe distance from those things. The snakes got wiped out pretty damn fast, but there were still a ton more of them. Lan Fong walked up and praised him. You're damn smart, kid. Coming up with a plan to group the archers together like that. You're basically saving the archer class that everyone says is useless. Meanwhile, Chi Thu was quickly chucking ice shurikens at the snakes, freezing them solid and killing them. The arrows kept flying. Looks like they successfully wiped out the first wave of poisonous snakes using Rakshasa's plan. Loot dropped all over the place, and these sparkling, multicolored orbs appeared, getting everyone hyped. Rakshasa said, Uncle Tai, we. Lan Fong just laughed, shaking his head. All right, forget it. Seeing how broke you all look, I don't even need this loot. Just split it among yourselves. Chuanshin yelled excitedly, yeah, Uncle Tai, you're the man. How awesome is this, guys? So cool. Tiu, though, looked at him happily. Uncle Tai, that was a really cool thing to do. If my dad knew, he'd totally praise you for it. Rakshasa stepped forward. Uncle Tai, how are we going to take down the High Priest? He replied, the High Priest's power isn't all that great at this stage. His damage output is pretty low too, so you guys can relax. The only thing you gotta watch out for is his dark magic. That stuff is nasty. If you get hit by it, all your stats will get slashed by 50%. Long Wang stepped up. Wait, that can't be right. I remember the Demon Realm handbook said all stats drop to 0. Why is it only 50%? Lanfang explained, because when they wrote that handbook, the people who tested it had stats similar to you guys now, around 20 to 30. So when their stats dropped, it went to 0, which made them mistakenly think the spell just wipes your stats completely. It's the same deal with the dark magic's duration. It doesn't last forever, only for 60 minutes. Rakshasa got it. So now that we have your 6-colored bottle, Uncle Tai, which reduces debuffs by 60%, we don't have to worry about not being able to fight the High Priest. Lan Fong continued, it's not that simple. When the High Priest enters Phase 3, he transforms into a giant snake demon. His attack power becomes insane, and he's got these rampage attacks that can poison more than 10 people at once. Not only that, but he also has lifesteal. Each time, he'll drain 50% of a player's health to heal himself and stay alive longer. Liu Yueying was scared. Man, that sounds seriously terrifying. The others started getting antsy too. Rakshasa said, don't freak out, everyone. There are so many of us, and we've got Uncle Tai backing us up. We'll totally be fine. Long Wang stepped forward. Finally, it's time for us melee fighters to shine. Liu Yueying quickly moved up too. Rakshasa ordered, I'm attacking the boss. Everyone, get ready. A piercing arrow shot straight into the 9th floor boss's chest, making him let out a furious roar. The priest continued, you arrogant fools who don't believe in the holy god. You lowly mortals can just go die. Rakshasa yelled, Kuthan, you hold the boss's aggro. Kithu, crowd control. Melee and ranged teams pour on the damage. Everyone, watch your asses. Everyone yelled back in unison. Got it. Then, a protective barrier surrounded everyone there. Long Wang yelled, pissed off. This is driving me crazy. I'm getting my revenge this time for sure. Lan Fong praised him. He doesn't panic when things get hairy. Rakshasa's leadership skills are really good. Tutu, you made the right call, befriending that kid. Tiu, though, was happy too. Yeah, he is. Rakshasa is amazing. He can even summon a boss, you know. Lan Fong was stunned. What? You're saying his skill can summon a boss? She answered, yep, it's the heaven-swallowing serpent. Uncle Tai hesitated for a moment. Oh my god, a talent like that actually exists? If he can summon a boss, then couldn't he also summon the Snow Maiden from the 30th floor? Long Wang charged forward, yelling fiercely, eat this. Liu Yueying and Kuthan were right behind him, providing support. Rakshasa shouted, satisfied. That's it. Keep it up, everyone. Just keep attacking. The boss had actually lost a ton of health. He roared aggressively, you lowly mortals. Finally, he unleashed his ultimate move. Rakshasa yelled, everyone, watch out. It's the dark magic. But it was too late. Kuthan got hit by the spell, and she started to panic. Oh, crap. The system announced, you have been hit by the High Priest's dark magic. Kuthan's health dropped like a rock. She was sent flying before she could even react, letting out a cry. Long Wang was shocked. Holy shit, that damage is insane. The boss then immediately turned and launched another attack at him. Liu Yueying grabbed her sword and charged straight at the priest. She was now in a head-to-head melee fight with him. But it looked like even Liu Yueying was no match for this boss. He sent her flying with a single blow, and Liu Yueying's health took a massive hit. Kuthan cried out in worry, Liu Yueying, be careful. The boss was going even more berserk now. Liu Yueying was helpless on the ground, her stats totally zeroed out, unable to attack anymore. Then, she looked back in surprise. The centaur boss had been summoned in a flash by Rakshasa. The Chuanshin Guild members were all shocked and stoked to see it. The centaur boss roared, by my master's command, I will kill you. As it charged forward, Ling Feng shouted an order. All melee fighters hit by the curse, fall back. Wait for the dark magic to fade before you re-engage. Long Wang immediately complied. Rakshasa rushed over to Liu Yueying, worried. Are you okay? She blushed. I'm fine, thank you. Ju Shen said weakly. Rakshasa, this isn't going to work. Our stats are nerfed to 0, none of our attacks are doing any damage. If we drag this out, the High Priest will just strike again. Rakshasa agreed. Yeah, we definitely need a new plan. Meanwhile, the centaur boss was still hammering away at the High Priest. Long Wang panicked. Damn it, Rakshasa. Your centaur general is almost at its limit. Liu Yueying was getting anxious too. This boss's dark magic curse is such a pain. Stalling like this is pointless, Rakshasa said, recalling the centaur boss. I need to test a theory. Suddenly, the centaur boss fighting the High Priest turned transparent. The High Priest thrashed his head around and roared, you worthless mortals, show yourselves and face my judgment. Then Rakshasa summoned the centaur boss once more, and this time, its presence was even more menacing. Long Wang was shocked. Wait, the centaur general's curse debuff is gone? Rakshasa smirked, satisfied. Just as I predicted. Recalling a summon is all it takes to cleanse the debuff, he explained. General, teach that bastard some manners. The centaur general, now more ferocious than ever, hurled the long spear in its hand straight at the cultist high priest. The razor-sharp spear tore through the air, slamming straight into the priest's chest and completely wiping out his HP bar. A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, your summoned follower has defeated the high priest." Rakshasa clenched his fist, satisfied. Seeing the priest defeated, everyone was stunned. Is the high priest dead? Awesome. The guild master killed him. Long live the guild master. But the priest didn't look quite dead. He twitched, then let out a sinister laugh. Then he threw his head back and screamed, "Did you really think you could defeat me that easily? You fools." Lang Feng yelled in alarm. "Everyone, heads up. The high priest is entering phase 3. Sui Thon Thien was already prepared, and everyone else immediately went on high alert. A dark red smoke swirled around the high priest as he began to transform. A giant serpent, its body as thick as a pillar, quickly materialized before them. It glared menacingly at Rakshasa's group. "Today is the day you die, you worthless scum." It lunged wildly. Everyone scrambled to dodge, but the ground still cracked and exploded from the force. Someone screamed in terror. "This thing's power is insane." Rakshasa advanced. Big bro Shui Thon Thien quickly blasted a huge stream of fire at the high priest, chipping off a tiny bit of its health, but it was barely a scratch. The arrows they fired might as well have been tickling it. One of the archers yelled in frustration. "What the hell? Why is our damage so pathetic?" Rakshasa replied, "It's gotta be because its scale defense is crazy high. Just ignore it and keep up the attack." The high priest roared even louder. "You worthless scum, turn to dust." It spat a stream of purple poison towards the group, and someone in the crowd screamed a warning. Lang Feng shouted, "Everyone, watch your HP. If you're low, pop a health potion immediately. Don't let up on the arrows. Push a little harder, it's almost at 50% health." Thon Thien quickly blasted the high priest with another gout of fire. But strangely, it showed no intention of dodging, just tanking every single attack. It looked like its massive body made it too slow to move. The Centaur General charged forward and landed a powerful blow on the high priest, and this time, its HP dropped by a huge chunk. Rakshasa's eyes widened. Oh crap, the Centaur General just pulled the boss's aggro. Suddenly, the high priest lunged, sinking its fangs into the Centaur General's shoulder. It then lifted the general into the air, squeezing tight as its health bar plummeted. Lang Feng panicked. The serpent demon is draining the Centaur General's life. Stop it. But it was too late. After sucking the general dry, it tossed the body aside. The boss's HP shot back up to over 50%. It let out a sinister laugh. So delicious. Fresh blood. Rakshasa stepped forward. The Centaur General is down to 15% HP. I'll have to wait for it to heal before I can summon it again. Xuan Xin stood beside him. Without the Centaur General, our DPS has taken a major hit. Right now, we can only rely on Long Wang and Lu Yueing. Lang Feng said irritably, "Look, kid, your shot calling is top-notch, but your team is seriously lacking." Rakshasa retorted, "My friends just aren't at their full power yet. They're actually incredibly talented." "I'm not saying they aren't talented," the man continued. "I'm saying your team comp is trash. It has a massive flaw. You really haven't figured that out yet." Rakshasa was speechless. Lang Feng explained, "Your team has 1 tank and 2 melee fighters, 1 crowd control mage and 1 healer. On paper, it looks like a decent setup, but in reality, you've got a fatal flaw. Your damage output is pitifully low. In the demon domain, how far a team can push depends entirely on their DPS, especially magic damage. Your ice mage, Yi Ye Ji Chi Q, can control enemies and control the pace of the fight, but a mage's most important job is still killing monsters. And right now, your squad is missing a magic damage dealer." Rakshasa thought it over. The team really does have that problem. If we're going to add a new member, I'll need to talk it over with Giant God and the others. The old man continued. "Not only that, but the higher the floor, the tougher the monster's defense gets. If you need, I can introduce you to a few potential candidates, as long as they agree to join your team. I'm sure your squad will get stronger and stronger." Rakshasa cut straight to the point. "How much will it cost to get these guys to join?" Lang Feng said, "Right now, 500,000. That's for someone with A-rank talent. If you want someone stronger, the price goes up." Rakshasa turned him down. His team didn't have that kind of cash, and besides, the demon realm is a dangerous place. Who knows what's really in people's hearts? Lang Feng told him to think about it, but warned that with their current strength, they could probably only make it to the 20th or 23rd floor at best. You want to go higher? Forget it. Over on the battlefield, Long Wang charged forward recklessly, screaming, "You damn bastard, go to hell." Giant God yelled anxiously, "Long Wang, be careful." The high priest swung its massive, powerful tail right at Long Wang, knocking him flat on his ass. Little Princess freaked out. "Ugh, you idiot Long Wang. You're getting attacked, can't you even dodge? You think you're the tank or something? I can't keep up with the heals." Lu Yueing also turned and yelled, "Long Wang, are you insane? Get back here, now." The high priest looked down on the tiny humans in front of it and laughed. The end has come for you, pathetic lowlifes. A poison storm spell was quickly launched toward the group. Giant God panicked and screamed, "Watch out!" Long Wang gritted his teeth. "Little princess, keep the heals coming. We're counting on you." Over here, the whole party was already starting to choke on the poison. Little princess said she was trying to heal, but her mana was almost gone. "Hurry up and think of something." Rakshasa calculated their options. They couldn't drag this on. The snake demon's scales were as hard as steel. Normal attacks could barely scratch it. Then he shouted, "All ranged attackers, follow my lead. Aim for the snake demon's mouth." Chuan Xin was pleased. "That's a good idea. I doubt it has scales on the inside of its stomach." The snake demon took a deep breath, gathering as much poison gas as it could in its mouth. It looked like it was gearing up for a final, decisive attack. Rakshasa moved forward and yelled, "This is our chance. Everyone, get ready to aim straight for the snake demon's mouth." The second it opened its jaws to spit another cloud of poison, Rakshasa gave the order, "Fire." Hundreds of arrows shot powerfully toward the great snake's mouth. It looked like they made a breakthrough. Its health bar had dropped. Lu Yuing screamed, "Long Wang, now's your chance. The snake demon is about to die." Long Wang yelled back, satisfied. "Nice work." It furiously swung its long tail in a wide arc to block everyone's attacks. Long Wang was stunned. "What the hell is this? Why did it just curl up into an egg?" Lang Fong shouted a warning to everyone. "Don't let your guard down. The snake demon is about to escape." Long Wang turned back, shocked. "What? After all that fighting, it's just gonna run away?" Suddenly, out of nowhere, a small white snake slithered quickly toward the back of the shrine, but Zhang Feng spotted it and screamed, "Look, there's a little snake over there." Lang Fong yelled, "Don't let it get away. If it gets into that hole, all our effort will have been for nothing." Rakshasa raised his bow. "I've got this." Then he aimed straight for the target. The arrow whizzed through the air and slammed right into the back of the snake's neck. The high priest screamed, "You damn lowlifes." Rakshasa let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was close. Almost let it get away." The system notification popped up. "Congratulations, you have successfully killed the high priest." A huge pile of treasures dropped. Little princess's eyes lit up as she cheered. "Whoa, so this total jerk was hiding all this good stuff." Chuan Xin and the others were pumped up too, shouting, "Everyone gave it their all in that fight." Rakshasa bent down to look at the loot and see what valuable items they got. Suddenly, Lang Fong walked up, his face looking grim. "Rakshasa." Hearing his name called so seriously, Rakshasa looked back, curious. Over on the side, everyone was excitedly dividing up the loot. Lang Fong and Rakshasa stood apart. The old man said, "The boss is dead. My job here is done too." "Rakshasa, there's something I need to discuss with you." The two of them talked for a long time, with Rakshasa listening intently to Lang Fong. He then replied, "So what you're saying is, you hope I'll go to the 30th floor to save Zhang Feng's father?" Lang Fong said, "That's exactly what I'm asking of you. I'm begging you to save my old superior. I'm willing to pay any price." Rakshasa replied, "You don't need to pay any price. I already promised Zhang Feng, if I have the ability to save her father, I'll gladly help. But the journey to the 30th floor is going to be incredibly tough. There will be times when I'll need your help." Lang Fong said that wouldn't be a problem. Giant God came over. "Rakshasa, we're almost done collecting the loot. Let's head to the 10th floor." He quickly agreed. Lang Fong added, "You guys go on ahead to the 10th floor altar. I'm getting old. This battle dragged on for too long. My body can't take it. Please take care of Zhang Feng for me. Also, every 10 floors, there's a level boundary. The difficulty of the demon realm will ramp up, so everyone needs to be careful." Rakshasa reassured him. "Don't worry, old man. I know." After collecting the treasures, everyone quickly headed to the altar together. The crowd was buzzing. "I can't believe we actually made it to the 10th floor. It's all thanks to our guild leader." "Yeah, long live the guild leader." On the 10th floor of the demon realm, this place looks like an abandoned desert. There are also tons of animal skeletons scattered around. Everyone was amazed. This place is so desolate. According to the Demon Realm Handbook, this is a vast ancient battlefield. Look, just as it said, there are tons of skeletons from the battle. Little Princess stretched her sore body. "We fought those 9th floor freaks for 7 hours straight. It's gotta be like 3 in the morning now, right? I'm so sleepy." Yuang said, "Hey, how about we just meet up tomorrow? The exam's coming up and a lot of people need to prep for it." Rakshasa looked at her, thinking to himself, "Wait, did she figure out who I really am? How would she know I have to prep for an exam? No way." Giant God stepped forward and said, "Everyone's beat. Let's just log off for now." "What do you think, Rakshasa?" He quickly agreed. "Yeah, everyone go get some rest." After saying their goodbyes, they all logged off. Yueying and Rakshasa also said a quick goodbye, but it seemed like they both waited until everyone else was gone before leaving. Rakshasa opened his system menu to check his haul. 5 high-grade Demon Soul Orbs, 7 mid-grade, and 4 low-grade. I wonder how much I'll get from absorbing these. Then, he absorbed them all. It gave him +1 strength, +2 speed, and +2 spirit. With these stats, I should be able to pass the Qingda Academy exam, right? Morning came quickly. At Professor Pang's house, a familiar voice called out, "Hey Xiaoziz, you're here early." He whipped around looking baffled. "Xiaoziz, just use my real name, please." Professor Pang smacked him hard and yelled, "Stop getting distracted. Focus. Do exactly what I taught you." Jiang Zi cried out. He unleashed a powerful strike, his eyes filled with intense focus. Just like that, Jiang Zi threw one punch after another. The machine soon began to tremble. Watching from behind, Xiao Qin let out a gasp of surprise. Jiang Zi was also shocked. He couldn't believe he'd hit 3,000 kilograms. Xiao Qin cried out in shock, "What? It's only been a few days and he's already mastered the basics?" Seriously, Jiang Zi tried to be humble. "It's all thanks to Professor Pang's guidance." Professor Pang said, "Looks like you've got the hang of the dragon's breath technique." Then Professor Pang whacked Jiang Zi on the head with his stick again. "Enough talk, keep practicing." Xiao Qin walked over. "It's incredible. He grasped the dragon's breath technique in just a few days." Professor Pang grinned. "Xiao Qin, where on earth did you find this kid?" She said smugly, "Goes to show you how good I am at spotting talent. I worked my ass off to find a top-tier student like him, and all you do is chew me out." Professor Pang laughed. "You little brat, you're almost 30 years old and you still act like a kid. This kid really is a prodigy." After training ended, Jiang Zi was about to head home when Xiao Qin called out to him from the door, "Jiang Zi." He quickly turned. She approached him and said, "I'm going to be out of Xianfeng City for the next few days, so I can't be there to cheer you on. So, I'm wishing you good luck now. I hope you pass the Qingda Academy exam and we can be schoolmates." She continued, "During these next few days, you need to be on the lookout for the guy in this photo. He's the one who stole the soul suppressor, and he's extremely dangerous." Jiang Zi took the photo. It was Shuguan. "Got it. I'll watch out for him." Before she left, Xiao Qin added, "I've got some business with the security bureau. I have to go now. Contact me if you need help." Jiang Zi replied with a simple, "Okay." After finishing his training at Professor Pang's, Jiang Zi logged back onto the 10th floor of the Demon Realm. Everyone was already there. Seeing him arrive, Long Wang came forward and called out, "Rakshasa." Seeing everyone, Rakshasa immediately asked, "Chuanshan, what's wrong? Why the long face?" Chuanshan sighed. Lang Feng wasn't wrong. Starting from the 10th floor, the monsters get way more unpredictable. Long Wang tried to cheer him up. "What's the big deal? Real men don't whine when things get tough." Chuanshan shot back. "Then why'd you run your ass off when we faced that 10-meter-tall giant beast chariot?" Long Wang stammered. Rakshasa said, "I've checked the Demon Realm handbook. It mentions an extremely enormous monster on the 10th floor. You guys have run into it already?" Long Wang said, "Yeah, that's the one." He described it. It's over 10 meters tall and the ground shakes like crazy when it moves. On its back, there are 3 beastmen warriors, one with a bow, one with a spear. It's basically a living armored tank. How the hell are we supposed to fight that? Rakshasa stepped forward. "Now that everyone's here, let's go hunt down that monster." As Rakshasa's group moved forward, people around them started whispering, "Damn, that team is huge. Are there, like, 100 of them? What's the point of having a big group? A bunch of slow, weak-ass players like that won't survive a single hit from the giant beast." Just as his group passed by, a huge cloud of dust billowed up, and a deafening roar echoed through the area. Everyone froze to see what was going on. Giant God yelled, "Everyone, look out." Something with insane destructive power was flying right at them. Long Wang and Chuangshan gritted their teeth, unable to get a clear look. Through the cloud of dust, 3 menacing beastmen appeared. Giant God's face went pale. That giant beast chariot is massive. Even I would have a hard time blocking it. "Rakshasa, to protect our damage dealers and support, I suggest we keep our distance so we don't get hit." Chuanshin disagreed. "But if we're too far away, our archers won't be able to land their shots, so are our DPS supposed to just stand around and do nothing?" Yu Ying came forward and asked Rakshasa, "What's your call?" He was like, "Yo, you guys see that beastman holding the chains? Look at what he's doing. He's controlling the giant beast chariot with him." He went on first. "Giant God needs to go in and draw its aggro. We'll take out the beastman up front, and then the whole beast chariot will go out of control. Its danger level will drop, and once we deal with the giant beast, we'll have a way to handle the rest of those beastmen." Giant God immediately charged forward. He took his shield and slammed himself right into the massive beast in front of him. The leader dude blew a big horn, probably signaling the giant beast, which let out a ferocious roar. They rushed forward in a flash, charging straight for Giant God. In just a second, he got slammed by the giant beast and was sent flying. Giant God's shield shattered in 2. He was freaking out, thinking, "Damn, this thing's power is insane." The beast didn't stop there. It shoved its long snout towards Giant God, but he still tried his best to hold it off. Lasat yelled, "Everyone, get ready. Fire a critical volley of arrows at them." On his command, hundreds of arrows rained down on them. The beastmen were hit by the arrows and fell right off their giant beasts. The two remaining guys on top looked down, totally panicked. The giant beast went completely berserk, letting out a roar with its eyes glowing as it attacked Giant God even more viciously. Lasat yelled, full of worry, "Oh no, the beast is enraged. Giant God, run." Because of the beast rampage, the two beastmen on its back were thrown off too. It just stomped forward like a maniac with no one steering it. Long Wang gritted his teeth. The big guy got away. "Lu Yuang, let's go take care of those two beastmen." The moment he finished speaking, Long Wang and Lu Yuang charged with their weapons drawn, heading for the two beastmen. Lu Yuang and Lasat drew their bows and gave the order. Attack together. Everyone focused all their firepower on the two beastmen. They were quickly knocked away, and an arrow shot straight through one of the beastmen's chests. Long Wang said, "Finally took him down, but it sucks that the giant beast got away." Liu Yuang yelled, "Everyone, look." In the distance, a figure was standing near the raging giant beast. Lasat said, "Looks like someone's over there." He said, "It's the same giant beast from before. It's charging that person. We gotta go save them now." The giant beast stared down the guy in armor and charged straight for him. But it looked like he wasn't scared at all. He even smirked, then charged forward with his weapon. The guy's sword flashed through the air a few times, striking the giant beast directly. His speed was unreal. The moment the guy sheathed his sword was the moment the giant beast was defeated. Turns out, it was none other than Shuguan the First. He looked at him happily. "Lasat, I finally found you. Never thought I'd run into my arch nemesis in this demon realm." Lasat was shook, thinking, his attack power is insane. I could barely even see his sword strikes. Shuguan the First spoke up. "Lasat, I found you. They told me. So, you're on the 10th floor of the demon realm. I wasted a bunch of time looking all over for you." Rakshasa stepped forward. "The one-armed warden? Huh? Don't think we've met." The guy shot back. "Let's cut to the chase. I'm with the wardens. I came to find you today to invite you to join us." Rakshasa was surprised. "Join? I'm not interested in hooking up with some criminal crew." The guy pressed on. "This world is going to be overrun by monsters eventually. The only way you'll survive is by joining the wardens, so I hope you'll think about it real carefully." "You in or not?" Rakshasa's voice dripped with defiance. "And what if I still say no?" Faced with the rejection, the one-armed warden's face darkened, and he drew his sword. "Hey, kid, you really got a death wish, huh?" The razor-sharp blade was already at Rakshasa's throat. Giant God snapped. "We're not scared of you." Liu Yueying chimed in. "Rakshasa, don't join them." The hot-headed Long Wang yelled, "Yeah, you guys are nothing but trouble." Rakshasa added, "With the power we have now, we're obviously no match for you, but I will never, ever back down." They stared each other down, a death glare passing between them. It seemed the warden never expected Rakshasa to be this damn stubborn. He sheathed his sword with a cold smirk. "What a bunch of naive kids who don't know their place. Rakshasa, we'll meet again." With that, he turned his back and walked away. Long Wang fumed. "Are we really just going to let him leave like that?" Rakshasa said, "Right now, we're no match for him. This isn't the time for a showdown. The most important thing is to get stronger." He continued, "Exactly. Before Lang Feng left, he told me the coordinates of a secret camp in here and said it's a place where we can upgrade our gear. Let's go check it out." Giant God was shocked. "Wait, we can upgrade our gear?" In the distance, the one-armed warden quickly reported back to his crew. They were planning to sneak into Qingdai Academy and kill all the students. One of his lackeys said, "The teachers at Qingdai Academy are no joke." Rakshasa's group hurried forward. Long Wang was surprised. "Whoa, someone beat us to it." Rakshasa scanned the area carefully. "Looks like we're not the only ones who know this camp exists. Other people are in on it too." Little Princess looked ahead. "Those two adventurers look really familiar." Rakshasa was shocked. "It's them," Long Wang groaned. "Speak of the devil." The two people up ahead were none other than Yunfeng Jushi and Zhen Chao. He recognized him the second he saw him. Yunfeng said, "Young Master Zhen, just focus on what we're here for. Ignore everyone else." One of the guys cheered, "S-rank. I finally got an S-rank weapon." Then he burst out laughing. The other old craftsman spoke up, "Give me all the other materials too. That'll boost the quality and the chance of a successful upgrade. But let me give you a heads up. Upgrading gear isn't a 100% guarantee. There's a chance your weapon could break, so you better be sure." Rakshasa thought it over. "Looks like the failure rate is pretty high. One wrong move and you could wreck your weapon." Long Wang agreed. "Yeah, my dagger is only a tier 3, but I still can't bring myself to get rid of it." Yunfeng spoke up, "Young Master Zhen, chill out. It's just one piece of gear. You're meant for bigger things, don't get hung up on this small stuff. Zhen Xiao was sweating bullets but agreed. The old man considered it. The weapon's stats are pretty good. With these other materials, the upgrade level should get a serious boost. Then he raised his hammer and slammed it down aggressively. Little Princess and Long Wang kept taunting from the sidelines. Fail, fail. The old craftsman kept at it, when suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, your weapon upgrade was a success. Zhen Xiao cheered to himself. Sweet. Attack power is 2,700 to 3,800. The freeze effect lasts for 20 seconds. That's 10 seconds more than before. Awesome, awesome. Little Princess and Long Wang grumbled, you've got to be kidding me. Zhen Xiao's goons were all freaking out. Whoa, SS rank. That old guy looked over at Rakshasa. Next, he stepped forward, bow in hand. Yunfeng sized him up. Rakshasa's weapon has to be S rank too. Figures you can't underestimate that guy. Zhen Xiao shot back. He totally just got lucky to get an S rank weapon. The old man asked, got any materials? The higher the grade, the better. It can give the upgrade a huge boost. The old man's eyes widened. Chai Demon Scales? You even have Chai Demon Sinew. Nice, nice. This stuff is super effective. Yunfeng was stunned. Chai Demon Scales. And Sinew? That must be loot from the Chai Demon boss on the 9th floor of the Demon Realm. The guy quickly brought his hammer crashing down on Rakshasa's bow. On the first strike, a loud clang echoed out, the clash of metal sparking with a golden light. Zhang Feng cheered. Don't worry, big bro Rakshasa, it's definitely going to be a success. He stood there waiting, his fists clenched tight. Zhen Xiao stood to the side, smirking. The failure rate is like 40%. The higher the gear's rank, the higher the chance it'll fail. Mine was a success, but I doubt you're going to be that lucky. Suddenly, the old man joyfully held up the bow. A system notification popped up. Congratulations, your weapon upgrade was a success. The rank has also been boosted to SS. When attacking a target, damage is massively increased and also converts into your own health. Effect number 2. The target gets hit with a piercing debuff, losing 1% of their health every second. The effect lasts for 50 seconds. Rakshasa was stunned. The attack power is insane. The minimum is 3,400. From now on, I won't have to worry about not hitting hard enough. Moonlight stepped forward cheerfully. Congrats, Lars. You've got yourself an SS rank weapon. The Long Wang cheered, but the Long Wang was salty. Nah, my luck's always been trash. This upgrade is definitely going to fail. The giant god just winked. There aren't many weapons left in the Demon Realm. Even though the Long Wang's weapon is A rank, if it breaks, he won't have anything else to use. Chen Feng turned away, annoyed, and let out a tack. Can't believe that guy actually succeeded. Yun Feng stood by his side to comfort him. Master Chen, let's go. It's getting late. You still need to prepare for the exam. The giant god said, it is late. Everyone should head back to the Opliati altar. The Long Wang is going to go check on his father. Moonlight also went back to prepare for her exams. Lars, see you all tomorrow. Morning came quickly. At the training hall, the vice proctor, Zhang Zi, exclaimed in surprise, whoa, for real? 1,907 kilograms? The examiner read out the results. Strength, 1,907 kilograms. Speed, 2,100 meters in 30 seconds. Stamina, 624. Push-ups over 60 seconds. Mental stability test stable for 34 minutes. Oh my god. The teacher handed him the results sheet. Zhang Zi, this score is truly beyond my expectations. He said humbly, Teacher Lu Wei, I'll keep working hard. The teacher was pleased. Excellent, Zhang Zi. You haven't let me down. Get some good rest and focus on preparing for the exam. He replied happily, yes, sir. I'll be heading out then. As he was wiping his sweat with a towel, Lily and Xiaowei walked over. The three of them walked right past each other without a clue. Xiaowei casually ate a piece of candy while scanning the area. This is the place? The guys in the school started buzzing. Who are those two hotties? They don't look like your average students. Oh my god. That pin on their clothes is the Qingda Academy emblem. They're students from Qingda Academy. Seriously? What are they doing at our school? But they didn't care. Lily said, Miss, the testing area is right ahead. The teacher spoke politely. Hello, your name is? She got straight to the point, Tang Xiaowei. The teacher continued, all right, you may begin. Xiaowei gently blew on her hands twice, then approached the punching machine. She swung her fist lightly, but the force seemed insane, creating an ear-splitting sound. The force was 1,566 kilograms, which seemed to be on par with Zhang Zi's strength. The crowd got even louder. 1,566 kilograms. This girl is insane, Xiaowei gloated. So boring. This score definitely makes me number 1. What's the point of this test? They should just let me into Qingda Academy directly. A student started whispering, but she's still not as crazy as that one guy from before. The other person replied, yeah, you're right. He scored over 1,900 kilograms. Xiao Wei was startled and turned to ask, "What did you just say? Someone stronger than me? A score of 1,900 kilograms?" Soon, it was evening. Zhang Zi had returned home. He said to himself, "I'm dead tired, but at least the test is finally over." Xiao Feng ran up to him happily. "Bro, you're back." He looked worried. "Xiao Feng, what's wrong? Why the long face?" Suddenly, two uninvited guests put on fake smiles. "Zhang Zi, you're back. Your aunt and I came by to talk about something." He thought to himself, after mom and dad died, these two have always been after this house, for them to show up now. He said, annoyed, "Aunt, uncle, what brings you here all of a sudden?" Xiao Feng said, "Brother, they're here for money." Zhang Zi asked, "Surprise, money?" His aunt spoke up, "Here for money, don't make it sound so ugly. It's just that your cousin got his exam results. He's qualified to enroll in Dongda Academy, but, as you know, the tuition for Dongda isn't cheap." His uncle chimed in, "We're a little tight on cash lately, so we were hoping you could front the tuition money for now. After all, your cousin did get into the school." He calculated in his head, Dongda Academy is considered a second-rate academy. It's nothing compared to Qingda. His aunt cut him off. "Don't you dare try to play poor with us. You got a huge reward for helping the police catch that criminal. We saw it on TV." His uncle then said they only needed 400,000. He could keep the rest. Zhang Zi smiled. "You're right, uncle. My cousin got into Dongda, so as his older brother, I should definitely congratulate him." Xiao Feng was furious. "Why, they're so shameless." The uncle said, "See, at least you've still got a conscience. When your parents died, if it hadn't been for us handling things, they probably wouldn't have even had a place to be buried." His aunt laughed greedily. "Exactly. Now hurry up and give us the money." Zhang Zi continued, "Auntie, don't be so hasty. I also took the placement test today and applied to Qingda Academy. If I'm lucky enough to get in, wouldn't that mean?" His aunt and uncle were so shocked their jaws dropped. Qingda Academy. Then they both burst out laughing, so hard they were crying. His uncle said, "You think you can get into Qingda? That's the top martial arts academy in all of Great Sha." He didn't believe for a second that he could get in. His wife also jeered. "Zhang Zi says he wants to get into Qingda Academy. Hubby, did you hear that?" He just calmly replied by holding out a piece of paper. "You don't believe me? Then see for yourselves." It was the notification letter that he had been accepted into Qingda Academy. Xiao Feng screamed with joy, "Brother, congratulations. You're on the admission list for Qingda Academy." His aunt and uncle were in disbelief. "No way, absolutely no way. There must be a mistake on the list and model." The old man snapped, "Yeah, right. It's got to be a mistake. How the hell could a loser like you land something this good? Don't even try to fool me. Just hand over the cash." Zhang Zi shot back, "Even if I had it, I wouldn't give you a damn thing." Zhang Feng backed her brother up. "Exactly. Why the hell should we give you our money?" She screamed in terror as a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, squeezing it hard. Zhang Zi roared, "This is the last time I'll ever call you my uncle. From now on, if you ever dare to lay a finger on my sister again, I won't hold back. Now get the hell out of my house." The man shrieked in panic. "It hurts, it hurts. Let go." The couple scrambled out the door in a panic. Before leaving, the man didn't forget to curse at them. "You two damn brats." Zhang Zi was finally strong enough to protect his little sister. Standing behind her brother, Zhang Feng cheered, mocking them. "Man, that felt so good. I've been wanting to put them in their place for ages. We finally did it today, huh? Bro, I gotta tell my friends, you made the admission list for Qing University so they can celebrate with me." But Zhang Zi said, "It's just the admission list. I haven't been officially accepted yet. What if I get cut in the end? Wouldn't that be super embarrassing?" Now that we've kicked those pests out, Zhang Feng, get dinner ready. I have to head to the demon domain soon. The girl added, "My brother won't get cut." Zhang Feng was surprised. "You're going to the demon domain today too? Aren't we going to celebrate?" He said he had to use this time to get stronger. He couldn't slack off if he wanted to get into Qing University. On the 10th floor of the demon domain, everyone had already gathered. Diao Tuguan asked with concern, "How'd your exam go?" Chuan Xin sighed. "Don't even ask. It was a total disaster." Rakshasa walked over. "Big bro Ju Shen, congrats. The shield enhancement was a success." Ju Shen was happy. "Well, we're on the 10th floor now. I heard the boss, Sword Hero, has insane attack power. If I didn't boost my defense, I'm afraid I wouldn't last." Long Wang laughed. Lu Yueying's weapon enhancement was a success too. He looked over at Lu Yueying. "Congrats." She gave a happy MHM and then asked, "Guild leader, pretty much everyone's here. What's the plan for today?" Zhang Zi thought to himself, "Today, we're going to try and face this floor's boss. According to the Demon Domain Handbook, it's Sword Hero. The Demon Domain boss is a super strong beastman warrior named Sword Hero. His sensory skills are terrifyingly sharp, and he moves as fast as a tornado. He's got a clear head and insane sword skills. To beat him, we'll need to be ready to fight to the death. Long Wang sighed, I'm not even sure we can get to the boss. First, we gotta figure out how to deal with the giant beast chariot. Chuan Xin agreed. Yeah, last time we only made it because of Diao Tu Guan's one-shot kill. Otherwise, our regular attacks would have never taken down that giant. Lu Yueying spoke up. I asked Uncle Six about that. He suggested finding 20 corpse technique warriors to surround the giant beast chariot. Then, the rest of us focus our attacks, but casualties would be unavoidable. Zhu Shen calculated, there's no way we can find 20 corpse technique warriors right now. Rakshasa spoke up, I've thought of a way, but I'll need everyone's cooperation. They all quickly agreed. From a distance, the ferocious giant beast glared at Rakshasa's group. It was still carrying the same 3 giants on its back. Since they hadn't killed the monster yet, nothing had changed. Long Wang called out, Big bro, Zhu Shen, we're counting on you. Zhu Shen charged forward aggressively. All right, watch this. He used his S-rank skill, Raging Wave, to attack the giant beast. Just as Zhu Shen rushed in, the beast charged at him. He used all his strength to block the attack. It looked like Zhu Shen's new shield was actually effective against this giant beast. Long Wang was thrilled. Zhu Shen's new shield has a damage reflection effect. That'll let him hold aggro way more consistently. Once he's got a solid lock on the giant beast chariot's aggro, we'll make our move. Rakshasa was satisfied. Perfect. It's time. Everyone, go. Long Wang charged forward, yelling, let's go. Eat this. At the same time, Lu Yuang slashed at the giant beast. Hit by the all-out assault, its health bar dropped significantly. Long Wang gritted his teeth. Lu Yuang, is your attack stat really that high? He was a little shocked by this. From a distance, Rakshasa raised his bow, aimed, and fired. His arrow successfully struck one of the beastmen in the chest, knocking him flat on his back. It seemed like a single arrow from him was enough to kill the guy. An archer's jaw dropped, over 6,000 damage. Guild leader, that damage output is insane. Finally, the giant beast was terrified. It let out a ferocious roar and started to run away again. It was the same old story. Zhu Shen shouted to everyone, watch out, the beast is going berserk. Rakshasa ran up, big bro Zhu Shen. He and the others watched where it was running. Rakshasa spoke up, when the beast goes berserk, it doesn't have an aggro target. We attack while we chase it. Hundreds of arrows flew towards it, and its health dropped considerably. Rakshasa shouted, keep it up, everyone. This thing is a total tank. Its health is at least over 50,000. We have to kill it before it starts regenerating. The 2 remaining beastmen charged aggressively towards Zhu Shen's group. Over there, Liu Yuing, Long Wang, and Zhu Shen also focused their attacks on those 2. Zhu Shen shouted, Long Wang. Liu Yuing also charged forward, slashing straight through with her light blade, and that beastman's health dropped like a rock. Long Wang was shocked. Holy crap, Liu Yuing, your damage output is insane right now. Giant God was impressed too. Looks like upgrading your weapon is no joke. Long Wang rushed forward, screaming, I upgraded my weapon too. Then he quickly slammed his staff hard into the remaining giant. Long Wang was satisfied. Finally, dealt with. Liu Yuing spoke up, we have to move, now. Giant God immediately agreed, right, let's go. And so Giant God and Liu Yuing's crew quickly ran off to find Rakshasa. Over here, they were all ganging up on this giant monster. Even though its health was seriously low, it still wasn't dead. Liu Yuing quickly thought, we have to make this quick. Before the berserker state ends, I have to draw the giant beast aggro. Otherwise, Rakshasa is going to be in big trouble. He ignored everything around him, thinking to himself, gotta end this fight, and fast. Then, a vicious arrow shot towards the monster, and its health dropped by 10,577. Finally, he successfully killed the massive monster. Rakshasa was ecstatic. We did it. Liu Yuing was stunned. That damage is terrifyingly high. Over here, Chuan Xin also yelled, we did it. Rakshasa continued, everyone, come clean up the battlefield. Giant God said, Rakshasa, your damage has shot way up. He didn't deny it. Yeah, but I've got an even bigger surprise for you. Liu Yuing gasped, don't tell me you? Rakshasa said, that's right, appear. Then he quickly placed his hand on the ground. It looked like Rakshasa was about to summon a giant beast. Now, this monster was his mount. Rakshasa stood on its back, looking like a total badass general. Everyone below was shocked. Chuan Xin's jaw dropped. Whoa, the guildmaster can even summon a giant beast. Giant God thought to himself, Rakshasa's summoning technique is seriously amazing. Rakshasa announced loudly, big bro Giant God, now that we have a beast mount, things will be easier for you from now on. Chu and Xin, you get up here too. You're in charge of scouting the enemy's situation. Chuan Xin and Giant God replied in unison. Everyone quickly got onto the back of the enormous beast. Long Wang laughed happily. Rakshasa, you're the man. If we keep this up, we'll be unstoppable, Rakshasa said with determination. We just need to kill a few more giant beasts, and then everyone can have one to ride. At that point, we'll become a freaking army of beast riders. With that thought, his crew rode proudly on the back of the huge beast, cruising right past the other players and leaving everyone completely stunned. Chuan Xin yelled, "Watch out, monster up ahead." His expression quickly grew tense. Over there was another giant beast, Rakshasa said. Perfect timing to test out the beast's power. Let's charge straight in. He then drew his bow, aimed straight ahead, and locked onto the target. Rakshasa quickly fired an arrow, knocking that beastman down. After that successful attack, his giant beast charged forward aggressively, its opponent being the beast right in front of it. The two beasts started fighting, but it looked like Rakshasa's was at a disadvantage. He yelled, "Lu Yu Yang, Long Wang, get in there and end this fight quick. It's two more of those giants." Everyone yelled back and immediately launched their attack on the two remaining giants. With the assault team on top, Rakshasa screamed. All ranged attackers focus fire on the giant beast. Hundreds of arrows flew through the air, heading straight for that beast. Rakshasa drew his bow, and one arrow successfully pierced the other giant beast's head, taking out a huge chunk of its health. Long Wang was stoked. "I'm about to get my own giant beast." Tons of treasure appeared from its body. Next up was another giant beast, and then another one. Rakshasa and his army took down a whole bunch of them. Other players started buzzing among themselves. "Hey, have you guys heard? They say there's a group of people controlling giant beast war chariots. They've formed an entire army of giant beasts. I heard they're from the Demon Realm Management Bureau." Well, I heard a rumor that there's an adventurer with a special talent skill that lets them control the giant beast chariots with their mind, making those giants totally obedient. Long Wang cheered excitedly. "Oh my god, Rakshasa, this feeling is awesome. Onward to the Beastman Swordmaster boss. Here we come." Rakshasa calculated, the Beastman Swordmaster is just ahead. "Everyone, get ready. This might be the toughest opponent we've ever faced." He turned and said, "The Demon Realm Handbook makes it clear. The only way to beat the Beastman Swordmaster is to be ready to fight to the death. Chuan Xin, you lead the ranged attack group and provide support from the perimeter." Chuan Xin replied with a "got it." Everyone quickly moved into the Swordmaster's lair. As soon as they entered, the first thing they saw was a red-skinned giant beast, different from the ones they had just tamed. A figure was sitting proudly on top of it. It was the Beastman Swordmaster, just chilling on his giant beast, casually holding a cup. He had two skulls crushed under his feet, looking like some demon from hell out to claim souls. Seeing the intruders, he got pissed. "Pathetic humans, you dare trespass on the territory of my beast clan? I'll kill every last one of you." Giant God stepped forward. "His speed is insane. Everyone get behind my shield." His speed was no joke. In a flash, he vanished from his seat. The Swordmaster screamed as he charged, "You'll all become ghosts under my blade." A sudden explosion rocked the whole area, and Giant God quickly fell back. From behind, Rakshasa was calculating something while Long Wang yelled out, "Hey, is that Beastman Blade Master's skill cooldown super short, or does he not even have one?" Rakshasa frowned. 3 seconds. "Everyone, listen up. The boss's attacks are 3 seconds apart." Long Wang replied, "Damn, Rakshasa, you've got sharp eyes." Then Rakshasa raised his bow, aiming straight at the Blade Master, his face dead serious. He shot an arrow right at the guy's chest, taking the Blade Master completely by surprise. But he was fast enough to swing his sword and cut it down. Rakshasa immediately shouted an order, "Long Wang, Lu Yuing, this is our chance." The two of them yelled back in agreement. Lu Yuing and Long Wang flew in to attack at the same time, but the Blade Master disappeared in a flash. He used some kind of teleport skill to jump up, totally showing off. Long Wang was stunned. "He can teleport?" The Blade Master immediately unleashed his 100-shard slash. The sheer force of the blade energy terrified everyone. Rakshasa screamed a warning, "Look out, it's Whirlwind Slash." Long Wang cursed out loud. Little Princess turned and yelled, "That red-skinned giant god chariot is coming for us, too." Over here, the red monster furiously charged the archers. It created a powerful vortex that sucked in the other titans, sending them tumbling. The archers above lost their footing and couldn't attack anymore. The Blade Master fiercely swung his sword at Giant God. From behind, Lu Yuang panicked and screamed, "Be careful. This guy's strength is just insane." Giant God gritted his teeth. "We gotta think of something. We can't counterattack if this keeps up." Rakshasa stepped forward. "Heart Piercer, you take command. I'll deal with the Blade Master." Heart Piercer focused. "Got it, Captain. We'll handle that other guy." The Red Titan fiercely sucked in Rakshasa's creatures. It seemed way stronger than the others. Rakshasa furiously slammed his hand on the ground. "Come forth, High Priest, and show him the true power of dark magic." Instantly, the High Priest from the 9th floor was summoned by Rakshasa. Now, the two floor bosses were about to clash. The High Priest roared, Accept your punishment. The Blade Master stared at the swirling red dark magic, completely bewildered. He had no idea what the hell he was looking at. But a moment later, he just swung his sword and slashed violently at the weird stuff in front of him. Everyone on their side freaked out. What? Long Wang's jaw dropped. His blade can slice through dark magic? Little Princess was panicking too. This Beastman Blade Master is insanely OP. Liu Yuang stepped up. I heard from Sao that only adventurers ranked above Grand Master can counter magic with physical attacks. I never thought this boss could do it. Rakshasa's face was grim. This was not part of my plan at all. Little Princess screamed in panic, pointing forward. We have to think of something. He's coming at us again. Meanwhile, the Beastman Blade Master fiercely gripped his dual swords and charged straight at Rakshasa, screaming, "Die!" The surprise attack was so fast, he couldn't block it in time. But Giant God quickly jumped in, raising his shield to block the attack for Rakshasa. Giant God struggled. Rakshasa, we can't last much longer like this. Long Wang agreed. He's right. Maybe we should retreat for now. Rakshasa repeated the word, retreat. All right, everybody fall back. We'll leave this place and come up with a new plan. The team immediately began their retreat, but it looked like the Blade Master figured out their intention and he roared, "You worthless worms, don't even think you can escape." Then he launched a whirlwind slash right at Rakshasa's party. Giant God panicked, throwing his shield up to block it. He yelled, "You guys get back. I'll hold him off." On the other side, Liu Yang looked toward the Blade Master in horror. "Oh no, Rakshasa, your High Priest." The Blade Master unleashed a savage attack. The High Priest couldn't block the brutal strike and was killed. Again. Liu Yuang sounded bummed out. That sucks. The High Priest is dead? Giant God reassured him. Don't sweat it. The Demon Realm Guide is pretty reliable. It says the only way to beat this boss is to just keep fighting no matter what. The High Priest collapsed to the ground. White smoke and weird red markings started rising from his body. It looked just like it did before he was summoned. After dying, the High Priest transformed into a giant serpent. The system quickly announced that the Centaur Grand Boss had also been summoned. Rakshasa added, "If we really have to fight to the bitter end, then let's just go all out against this bastard." A serpent demon slithered menacingly toward the Blade Master. It was huge and fierce, with razor-sharp claws. The Blade Master gritted his teeth, furious, and charged forward. "You pathetic insects dare to desecrate the Beast Tribe's sacred land? Die." He used his whirlwind slash again, striking hard at both the High Priest and the Centaur boss. The Centaur General gritted its teeth, blocking with its sword alongside the Serpent High Priest. Giant God then stepped forward. Long Wang, Liu Yuang, the Serpent Demon, and the Centaur General are holding the Blade Master down. "This is our chance. Let's all attack him now." Following Giant God's orders, the two of them rushed forward to back up the Centaur General and the Serpent Demon. It was 4 against 1, and the Beastman Blade Master was struggling, dodging left and right. It was clear Rakshasa was dead set on taking him down. He shouted, "Liu Yuang, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and attack." Liu Yuang snapped out of it. "My bad. This Beastman Blade Master's moves are just so sick. I couldn't help but watch and try to learn from him. Sorry about that. But hey, I think I found a weak spot." Rakshasa's eyes widened. "A weakness? What is it?" She continued, "If you don't believe me, just watch. When he attacks, he doesn't dodge, and on top of that, the damage he takes when he gets hit is insane. You know it too. When the sword hero starts attacking, he doesn't defend, but the damage from his skills is just terrifying." He continued, "That's why the Demon Domain Guide says this is the only way to deal with him." At that moment, the Hyena Demon and the Centaur General had successfully chipped away a good chunk of the sword hero's health. Pissed off, he launched a direct attack at the Centaur General. "You pathetic lowlice will be turned to ash." A system notification popped up. "Your summoned follower, the Centaur General, has been killed in action." Unbelievable. A single blow from the sword hero one-shotted the Centaur General. Rakshasa cursed, pissed off. "Damn it, you dare kill my elite grade general." He yelled, "Long Wang, Liu Yuang, find an opening." Over here, the sword hero saw Rakshasa preparing to fire an arrow at him. Annoyed, he gritted his teeth, gripping his dual blades and slashing towards the boy. "Got guts, I'll give you that. But you're not escaping death." But Rakshasa was no pushover. He quickly leaped up to dodge. Of course, his damage couldn't even compare, so he had to go all in, betting everything on his speed. Rakshasa quickly dodged, jumping behind the sword hero. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. How did he dodge that? At the same time, the kid shouted again, "Long Wang, Liu Yuang." As soon as they heard Rakshasa's shout, Long Wang and Liu Yuang unleashed their ultimate moves on the sword hero at the same time, taking a huge chunk out of his HP. At the same moment, Rakshasa took aim and fired a vicious arrow straight at him. By now, the sword hero's health bar was almost empty. He screamed in pain and collapsed. He struggled to get up one last time before dying, muttering his last words, "Human, you have won." Finally, they had managed to take down the sword hero. He was finished off by Rakshasa's arrow. Long Wang just stood there, staring at the corpse in a daze. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the sword hero. Rakshasa walked forward. That's right, we took down the sword hero. Everyone, including Chuan Xin, was ecstatic. Did we really just take down the 11th floor boss? Am I dreaming? I can't believe I actually made it to the 11th floor. Our guild leader is a total beast. Rakshasa continued, I had to sacrifice a centaur general just to get you. Then, he placed his hand on the ground and shouted, Arise, sword hero. The man was quickly summoned. At your command, master, Rakshasa commanded, show me what you're made of. Go fight. At that moment, a red behemoth was viciously slaughtering Rakshasa's other beasts. The sword hero immediately obeyed, crouching down and quickly drawing his longsword. In a flash, the small figure was seen charging like a madman towards the massive monster. With just a few sword strikes, the sword hero successfully took it down. The giant red behemoth let out one last roar and collapsed. Faced with the sword hero, it too was easily defeated, and of course, Rakshasa added it to his ranks. Chuan Xin yelled, there were so many of us, and we still couldn't finish it, but that guy handled it in the blink of an eye. The sword hero's damage output is just ridiculously OP. Just a few hits and the damage was in the thousands. Guess that means no one's stronger than our guild leader now. Everyone started buzzing. On the ground, the dead red behemoths had left behind a pile of loot. Everyone moved in to collect it. Rakshasa asked, Chuan Xin, what's up? Something on your mind? He replied, I checked. 3 of our guys are missing. I checked my friends' list and their names aren't there. It's probably not good news. Rakshasa comforted him. The demon domain has always been a dangerous and cruel place. Everyone who sets foot in here is already mentally prepared for this. We shouldn't grieve too much. He continued, go ask around and see if anyone in the guild knew those 3. Then take some money from the guild funds as a consolation for their families. Chu and Xin quickly agreed. Rakshasa said to everyone, it's getting late, you've all been fighting for 6 hours straight. Let's hurry to the 11th floor altar. Everyone cheered and followed. Long Wang shouted, I can't believe we actually made it to the 11th floor. This is awesome. Long Wang looked ahead. Our journey from here is still going to be a long one. Everyone looked forward, as if contemplating their own futures. On the 11th floor of the demon domain, as soon as they arrived, everyone started murmuring, where is this? A seaport? Rakshasa chimed in, didn't you read the demon domain guide? The battleground for the 11th floor is on the sea. Jushin said, we have to board that ship and set sail to reach the final destination. Someone grumbled, I hate the sea. I get seasick. Jushin advised, everyone's exhausted today. Looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to start exploring this floor. Rakshasa quickly agreed. I probably can't make it for the next few days. I've got some stuff to take care of. Lu Yueying stepped forward. Sorry, I probably won't be able to come for the next few days either. Long Wang said he was in the same boat. The entrance exams are coming up, and the Academic Affairs Office has given us a task. Little Princess sighed, I swear you guys from Qingdai Academy. They won't even pay to hire people for the entrance exams, Rakshasa thought to himself. The Qingdai Academy entrance exams last for several days. I can't believe they're all from Qingdai. That means I'll be meeting them in the real world soon. Jushen stepped forward. Well then, let's let everyone finish up their busy stuff for a few days, and we'll meet up after that. I'm dead tired today, so I'm heading back to rest. In Xinghui City, skyscrapers were packed tightly together. It seemed to be a very bustling place. Jiang Zi stood in front of a massive school. This was Qingdai Academy, a pillar of the Great Xia Nation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from behind Jiang Zi. Hey there. Hello, could you help me with some directions? My vision's blurry. The person calling out to him was a blind girl. Jiang Zi just smiled and offered a hand. It's no big deal. Let me lead the way. Rutong replied politely. Thanks. My name's Sun Rutong. What's your name? Are you a new student this year too? Jiang Zi told her his name and said he was also a new student. The crowd was buzzing, everyone saying how tough it is to get into Qingdai, that tons of people are going to get cut. I'm so nervous. People started staring at her and whispering, what the hell? A blind girl thinks she has the right to test for Qingdai? Is this some kind of mistake? A spot at Qingdai Academy is priceless. Why waste it on a blind person? How is she supposed to fight abyss fiends if she can't even see? Exactly. I don't know what the academy was thinking. Seeing her disability, everyone just looked at her with disgust. Jiang Zi comforted her, ignore them. All that matters is your own strength. That's what gives you the right to test for this academy. Rutong seemed to cheer up. Thanks, Jiang Zi. At the registration point, everyone was lining up and waiting. Someone yelled out, get in line, get in line. Step up one by one. Looking at the guy who was talking, Jiang Zi thought in surprise, whoa, that dude looks just like the Long Wang. Suddenly, that person pointed at Luosha and yelled, hey, you, what are you staring at me for? Is there something to look at? Get your papers out and get in line. Guang Shanwai spoke up. Ju Shen, this kid's all yours. Take him to the student dorms. Ju Shen got annoyed. Hey, old Guang, don't use my demon realm name out here. Old Guang was nonchalant. Got it, old Dai. Di Yong stepped forward. Hello, new student. I'll take you to the N13 dorms. If your bag is too heavy, I can give you a hand. Jiang Zi happily thanked him and said he could carry it himself, but in his head, he was thinking, so the Long Wang's name is Guang Shanwai, and Ju Shen is called Di Yong. Over at the N13 boys' dorm, people were running around everywhere. The vibe of the school was super serious. Di Yong led the way. Dorm N13 is right up ahead. You can rest for a bit once you get there. Assembly is at 5 o'clock in the auditorium. Don't be late. Jiang Zi thanked him and said he got it. The two of them quickly said their goodbyes, and Jiang Zi called out, Thanks, man. I've got my key now. See you later. Dai Yang also gave him a cheerful goodbye, but he couldn't help thinking, weird. Why does that kid feel so familiar? Everyone, be quiet. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Principal Ran Tianshu to the stage to speak. The principal had a kind look. Good evening, everyone. I am the principal of this prestigious school with a history of over 100 years. I hope to cultivate all of you into the pillars of our nation. This is the guiding principle of our school's education. Jiang Zi stood there quietly, while someone in the crowd grumbled, This principal talks way too much. Another guy added, For real, just get to the point already. What are the admission standards this year? After he finished, Lei Zhenlong continued, Thank you, Principal Ran Tianshu, for your words. Congratulations to everyone for meeting the admission standards of Qingdai Academy, but this does not mean you are officially students of this school. Next up, I will announce the part that everyone is most interested in. The rules for this year's entrance exam will once again be an elimination-style match. To ensure the fairness of this test, you are not allowed to bring anything with you, including food, water, communication devices, or weapons. Inside the Forbidden Forest, we have placed 26 tokens. Within 72 hours, anyone who gets a token will pass the test and become an official student of Qingdai. Unfortunately, if you fail to pass the test, you will have to leave this place and find another path for yourself. During the test, we will randomly drop emergency supply bags. They will help you overcome any obstacles. As for who gets their hands on these items, that will depend on your own luck and skill. A student spoke up. Excuse me, sir. I have a question. Are there abyss fiends in the Forbidden Forest? Is our safety guaranteed? He explained. The Forbidden Forest has been inspected. There are no abyss fiends whatsoever. You can rest assured about your safety. Also, if anyone wants to back out, you just need to find an observation drone and call for help. You will then be escorted from the test site, and you will be considered to have forfeited the test. If there are no other questions, please turn in the personal items you are carrying. The crowd started buzzing. What? We have to turn in our personal stuff too? We can't even bring our weapons? Yeah, isn't that a little too harsh? Everyone quickly left the hall, and in the chaos of the pushing and shoving, Ru Tong was knocked aside. A familiar hand quickly pulled her back. Let's move up. I'll help you onto the bus. Ru Tong recognized him instantly. Is that you, Jiang Zi? Thank you. Jiang Zi replied, We're classmates. Don't worry about it. The principal stood off to the side, watching. Jiang Zi. A few days ago, Pang Tiwa mentioned he had just taken on a new disciple. I believe his name was Jiang Zi. Could you check on that for me? The female teacher quickly accepted the task, looking surprised. I can't believe Professor Pang took on another disciple. The school buses quickly drove everyone to a mountainous region. The road leading there was completely desolate and remote. Jiang Zi sat on the bus, looking out the window. It's so dark outside. The sky is totally overcast. I can't see a thing. Ru Tong spoke up. It's about to rain. Jiang Zi was surprised. How do you know? She said. I listen with my ears. I can hear lightning striking about 10 kilometers away. It'll get here soon. My eyes can't see, but my hearing is extremely sensitive. I can distinguish between hundreds of different sounds. Based on that, I can figure out everything that's happening around me. She continued, saying that in the 5th row up front, 2 guys were secretly helping each other on the test. The whimpering girl in the 9th row was complaining because she was still hungry after dinner, and then there was the 14th row. Jiang Zi said cheerfully, Ruo Tong, your hearing is insane. I want us to team up to get through this test. I'll be your eyes, and at the same time, your hearing will be a huge help. Ruo Tong smiled. Awesome, I'm in. She continued, Jiang Zi, you're a good friend. Whether I get to stay after this test or not, I want you to become a successful student. A school bus quickly took them to a completely desolate and ruined place. Everyone hurried off the bus. Jiang Zi looked around as the teacher continued. This is the test area. You are all free to act as you please. Remember to pay attention to the information on your communicators. Good luck passing the test. Jiang Zi and Ruo Tong quickly checked the system. The system announced that the first wave of tokens and emergency supply bags had been dropped. Red represented the tokens. Yellow represented the emergency supply bags. Note that the location information will only be updated once every 8 hours. Immediately after, Everyone scattered and ran in different directions. It looked like they were making their move. One of them yelled, "Hurry up, let's get to that spot, quick!" The other one replied, "First come, first served, let's go." Ruotong said worriedly, "We need to move now too, or someone else will snatch the tokens. Don't worry about me, I don't want to drag you down." Zhangzi replied, "We're not going for the tokens. First, we need to find an emergency supply bag." Ruotong was surprised since the tokens were more important to her, but he explained, "We still have 72 hours before the test ends. We can only survive if we have enough supplies. If we can stay alive, we'll find a way to snatch the tokens from others. Calm down, the test has only just begun." The two of them traveled together, and 8 hours passed by quickly. Zhangzi figured, the tokens must have all been claimed by now. We have to find a safe place to hide and rest, and wait for the second wave of emergency supply bags. Ruotong spoke up, "Zhangzi, about 15 meters to the left. I think that's a basement." He was surprised. The two of them quickly followed her directions. Zhangzi was amazed. "How did you find that?" She explained, "I heard mice squeaking from below, so I figured it must be a pretty big space." They both hurried down to explore. Zhangzi couldn't help but praise her. "Your hearing is sharper than radar," he continued. "Looks like the info just updated. The second wave of supply bags has been dropped, and there's one really close to our position." Zhangzi stood up and said, "Ruotong, you stay here. I'm going to get the supply bag." Still worried, she didn't forget to remind him to be careful. Hiding behind a large rock, Zhangzi thought, "Great, no one has taken this supply bag yet." Then he sprinted with all his might to go snatch the bag, but an arrow came flying straight at Zhangzi from out of nowhere. The person shouted, "You want to die?" The opponent approached. "This supply bag is ours. If you dare try to take it, don't blame me for what happens next." Zhangzi grimaced, calculating. They had more people and weapons, so a direct confrontation wasn't smart. Grabbing the supply bag was more important. The moment he finished his thought, he made his move. 3 arrows flew at Zhangzi in a row, but he successfully grabbed the supply bag and got away. Zhangzi's speed was incredible. In a flash, he had run deep into the forest, and the other two had no way to get a clear shot at him. The leader gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, we let him get away." The lackey standing next to him was fuming too. "That guy's way too fast. I wonder what his stats are." Outside, a light rain had started to fall. Back at the shelter, Zhangzi had quickly returned. He called out, "I'm back." Ruotong stood up. Xiao Wei, who had been standing silently to the side, finally spoke up. "What? You're Zhangzi." He raised his guard, looking at the girl in front of him. "Who are you?" "I don't think I know you." Xiao Wei took a fighting stance. "You're the Zhangzi who ranked first on the exam? I don't buy it. I want to fight you." But suddenly, her stomach rumbled loudly, making Xiao Wei blush. It seemed she was hungry too. Zhangzi paid no attention to what she said and sat right down next to Ruotong to open the supply bag. He complained as he ate compressed biscuits again. "If we ration them, they should be enough to last us until the test is over." Ruotong shivered. "It's so cold. It'd be nice if we had some hot water to drink." Xiao Wei stepped forward. "Hey, I have a lighter. How about I trade it for some of your compressed biscuits? That way, you guys can make a fire." Zhangzi replied, "I can only give you one piece. After you eat it, go find your own food." Xiao Wei looked at the tiny biscuit in her hand. How could one piece be enough? She flopped down. "This damn entrance exam. This is worse than death." Zhangzi bluntly told her to leave. "You finished the biscuit now. Isn't it time for you to go?" Xiao Wei wasn't having it. "Why? This basement isn't your house. What gives you the right to kick me out?" Zhangzi said, annoyed. "If you don't leave, that thing you're carrying will bring trouble down on us." Suddenly, Ruotong heard a strange sound and pointed upwards. "Zhangzi, someone's coming." A voice came from above. "The map shows it's in this area. Everyone, look for the token. There are stairs here. Could this be it?" The group came down aggressively. So there really were people hiding in here. "A token just appeared in this area. Which one of you took it? Hand it over." Now, the cunning Xiao Wei pointed at Zhangzi. "Him, he has the artifact." He cursed inwardly, "That dirty snake." The leader approached him. "Hey buddy, I don't want to make things difficult. Just hand over the artifact, and you won't have to get hurt." Zhangzi said he didn't have the artifact. "If you take one more step, don't blame me for what happens next." The fat guy in the group aggressively threw a punch and charged. Without a word, Zhangzi just did a spinning kick in mid-air, effortlessly sending the dude flying. The girl with him also viciously leaped up to attack him, but a single blow from Zhangzi left her sprawled on the ground. The leader had it even worse. One kick from him knocked out a tooth. After knocking all 3 of them down, Zhangzi said menacingly, "Get lost while I'm still in a good mood." As they left, they muttered to each other, "His speed is insane, and his power is no joke either. We're no match for him." Zhangzi picked up the item they dropped on the ground. "So this is what the artifact looks like. Ruo Tong came over. That group is disgusting. They already have an artifact but still try to steal from others. Zhang Zi turned to look at Xiao Wei, who stammered, "You're a guy. You wouldn't hold a grudge against a girl like me, right?" Zhang Zi held out his hand. "Give me your artifact, and I'll let this go." Xiao Wei was startled and stammered, You dare try to take my stuff. I'll fight you to the death." But in her head, she was terrified. His speed is unreal, and his strength is nothing to scoff at if we really fight. Zhang Zi quickly cracked his knuckles. Ruo Tong, standing to the side, warned anxiously, "Be careful. Her internal energy is incredibly deep. My guess is she's from either the Lu family or the Tang family. Zhang Zi, you can't underestimate her." Hearing this, Zhang Zi grew curious. "The Lu family, huh?" He then stepped forward. "Do you know Lu Yuying?" Xiao Wei didn't deny it. "Lu Yuying? She's my older cousin. You know her." Zhang Zi waved his hand and sighed. "If you're her cousin, then I won't give you a hard time. Just don't pull that crap again. You can go." Xiao Wei moved closer, trying to be friendly. "Oh, so you're my cousin's friend," she continued. "So, what kind of friends are you two? Is it some kind of special relationship? Are you lovers?" Zhang Zi snapped. "Lovers? My ass. Just get lost already. I don't want to see you again." Xiao Wei grinned mischievously. "Getting angry because you're embarrassed? Huh. Yep, there's definitely something going on. I'll ask Lu Yuying about it when I get back." I never expected to hear something so juicy this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wei leaped up and quickly vanished. Zhang Zi was annoyed. "What an annoying girl. Our position has been compromised. We need to pack up and get out of here. Find a new, safe spot." Ruo Tong quickly agreed. Zhang Zi looked at the sky. The rain isn't too heavy, but we still need to hurry and find a new hiding spot. He thought to himself, the original plan was to lay low, wait until the very end to figure out how to snatch an artifact. I never thought I'd get one by accident. Now I can't just hide safely anymore. Ruo Tong suddenly warned, "Careful, 100 meters to the northeast. There's someone there, but they're not dead yet." Zhang Zi was curious. "You stay here, I'm gonna go check it out." Ruo Tong reminded him anxiously, "Please be careful." By a large, ancient tree, a young man suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yu Ying rushed forward. "Hey, classmate, just hang in there a little longer." Suddenly noticing someone approaching, Yu Yang shouted warily, "Who's there?" She looked at him in surprise. "Zhang Zi?" He was also surprised. "Lu Yuyang, why are you here?" Yu Yang said something extremely serious had happened. 5 students had already been killed. "I don't have time to explain everything. Long story short, get back to the bus at the meeting point. It's the safest place." Zhang Zi agreed but was curious. "Is it the pit demons?" She replied. "It was a few unknown assailants. The exact situation is still unclear. I have another mission to attend to. You need to watch your own back." As soon as she finished, Yu Yang took off. She quickly reported to the others, "Minister Lei, another male student has been attacked. The culprit hasn't been found yet. Emergency announcement, the test is suspended. All candidates return to the bus at the meeting point. Return immediately." When Ruo Tong saw him come back, she ran up to him. "Zhang Zi, something's happened. There was an emergency announcement to stop the test." He said, "This seems really serious. We need to get back, now." As the two were walking, they suddenly heard a loud scream. "Help me! Don't come any closer." Ruo Tong said, "Up ahead to the right. A guy and a girl. The girl is injured." Zhang Zi said urgently, "Let's go check it out." Ahead of them was a strange man. He was walking towards Xiao Wei with a long knife. It seemed his martial arts skills were impressive, which was why she couldn't fight back against him. He advanced menacingly. "It'll be quick. In just a moment, I'll free you from your pain." As soon as he finished, he let out a sinister laugh. A voice called out from a distance, "What's so great about bullying a girl?" Hearing someone approach, the man turned his head to look, his expression dark. Zhang Zi rushed forward and kicked him straight in the head, making the clown stumble. But he quickly recovered. Xiao Wei hid behind him. "Brother-in-law, you're finally here. You're so cool." Zhang Zi snapped. "Who's your brother-in-law? You're about to die and you're still messing around." The clown sneered. "Interesting. Very interesting. 2 more of you. Huh? All right. Guess I'll have to send all 3 of you packing," Zhang Zi thought. Based on that last punch, this dude's at least a level 1 demonic martial artist, maybe even close to level 2. I gotta watch myself. The thought barely finished before he told Xiao Wei, "You protect Ruo Tong and find a chance to get out of here." Xiao Wei quickly replied, "Got it, bro-in-law." Zhang Zi channeled his inner power, a golden light enveloping him as he unleashed a soft meridian flow technique. The clown, looking a little overwhelmed, threw up his hands to block Zhang Zi's powerful attack. But he quickly recognized the technique as soft meridian flow. He yelled, "What's Bing Ti Hua to you?" Zhang Zi didn't answer, just kept attacking. "If you know my master's name, you can't be some random scrub. Dying to my dragon's breath style should be an honor." He continued, I've poured everything I have into boosting the power and speed of my dragon's breath. This one hit will settle everything. The clown gritted his teeth, shocked. What? Dragon's breath style. Before the clown could even react, a punch slammed right into his face, making him spit blood. He let out a scream and collapsed. Looks like he really wasn't a match for me, Jiang Zi thought. The power boost is insane. Guess it wasn't compatible. Got some backlash. Probably broke 2 fingers. Ruo Tong rushed forward worriedly. Jiang Zi, are you okay? Jiang Zi turned to Xiao Wei and said, let's go. Now. Just in case that guy has backup. The cheeky little girl cheered. Okay, bro-in-law, that punch was totally badass. At the bus stop, an announcement blared again. All candidates, please board the bus immediately. Lu Yuying looked at her. Xiao Wei, you're injured. You okay? Xiao Wei smiled. It's just a scratch on my hand. But man, that was dangerous. Good thing my bro-in-law showed up when he did. Lu Yuying stared, confused. Huh? Bro-in-law? Jiang Zi was at a loss for words with this chatty sister-in-law. Back at the bus depot where everyone was gathered, a girl screamed in terror. A monster. It's a pit demon. The hideous monster opened its maw full of sharp teeth and grinned wickedly. Food. Hungry. Lu Yuying yelled urgently. Everyone, hurry up. Get on the bus. Di Yong quickly gave orders too. Lu Hao, Wang Xiaoqian, Feng Yuan, you guys protect the new students. Lu Yuying, report to Minister Lei right now. The words barely out of his mouth, he grabbed his shield and charged. Lu Yuying screamed in panic. Di Yong, get back here. You can't hold it off by yourself. Di Yong yelled back. There's no time to hesitate. We have to protect the new students and get them out of here. Dai Yong faced the ferocious monster alone. He quickly raised his shield to block it, but the thing seemed useless against this pit demon. It let out a couple of awful screeches, then raised its claws and slammed them down. Di Yong panicked. I'm screwed. Jiang Zi came out of nowhere and landed a powerful kick on the monster, the force of the blow so strong it knocked out a few of its teeth. Di Yong shouted, worried. You're a rookie. What are you doing? You want to die. That's a monster. Jiang Zi replied, you remind me of a friend of mine. You're both brave as hell, so I want to help you. Liu Yuying also rushed in with her sword to back him up. She struck fiercely at the pit demon, but her attack didn't seem to faze it at all. Liu Yuying leaped into the air, frustrated. Damn, its hide is tough. Meanwhile, the monster's arms were swinging wildly, trying to grab a target. When it spotted her, it immediately switched its attack, swiping its sharp-clawed hand at Liu Yuying, who couldn't dodge in time. Jiang Zi channeled his power, gritting his teeth and yelling, Liu Yuying, move. He unleashed a powerful kick, using the dragon's breath style again. The monster was quickly knocked out cold. Liu Yuying was stunned. That's dragon's breath style. I can't believe he's from the Soft Meridian Flow School. Di Yong exclaimed in shock. Damn, that was a powerful kick. Dude, you just took down a pit demon with insane attack power. A foot landed next to the monster's body. Not bad. I gotta hand it to you kids. Holding your own against a mid-level pit demon. It was another masked guy with a mysterious vibe. Because of the mask, they couldn't see his expression. Jiang Zi asked curiously, who are you? The guy replied, who I am doesn't matter. All you need to know is that the victorious light of Shuguang will soon shine everywhere. Di Yong pointed aggressively at him. So you are from that trashy Shuguang, attacking students. You guys are the lowest of the low. The masked man drew his weapon. Well now, little ones, today is the day you all die. The moment he spoke, he lunged at Liu Yuying's group. Both Liu Yuying and Di Yong were hit, unable to counter the powerful attack in time. Seeing her in trouble, Jiang Zi rushed forward, yelling, watch out. He quickly shielded Liu Yuying with his own body, which took her completely by surprise. The masked man quickly switched his target to Jiang Zi, unleashing his sharp claws on him. The masked man continued, hey kid, you want to be a hero? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Facing the man's relentless assault, Jiang Zi gritted his teeth. Just then, a man in a suit fiercely channeled his inner power. It looked like he was on Liu Yuying's side. The man lunged forward and blocked the masked guy's killing blow. It seemed they were evenly matched. Seeing the man, everyone shouted with relief. Minister Lei's team is back, he continued. I can't believe you Shuguang punks actually dared to come to Qingdai Academy and cause trouble. You got a death wish, or something. From the police car, officers quickly rushed out to provide backup. Shuguang smirked. Minister Lei, he added, but I guess our little playdate has to end here for today. Minister Lei wasn't about to let him go and charge forward. Trying to run? It's not going to be that easy. Shuguang stood on the back of the pit demon monster and said casually, see you later, little friends. The monster charged towards Minister Lei, letting out a ferocious roar, but it was quickly taken care of by the minister. The monster was swiftly defeated and collapsed to the ground. The minister stepped on its body, glaring angrily in Shuguang's direction. With flying ghouls filling the sky, he yelled in frustration, "For God's sake!" Then he addressed the others. "Security team and all upperclassmen, do a head count immediately. Return to the school at once and treat the injured." The scene changes to the 11th floor of the demon domain, where everyone has quickly gathered. Rakshasa also logged in, calling out Long Wang's name as soon as he arrived. Long Wang stepped forward. "Rakshasa, you made it. Long time no see, man, I've missed you." Long Wang quickly noticed Rakshasa's hand. "What happened to your hand? Are you hurt?" He lifted his injured hand in pain. "It's nothing, just a scratch." Liu Yuyang also came forward. "Zhu Shen won't be able to make it this time. He's injured too." Ji Chu asked worriedly, "Is Zhu Shen okay?" Long Wang sighed. "Don't even ask. Something went wrong during this test. Zhu Shen got hurt and was hospitalized. He'll probably be stuck in bed for a few days." Chu Wenshin said gloomily, "With Zhu Shen's tank position empty, it's going to be tough for us to fight." Rakshasa looked at the girl hiding behind Liu Yuyang, thinking to himself, "Why does that girl look so much like Tang Xiaowei?" He spoke up. "Liu Yuyang, this is?" Liu Yuyang replied, "This is my best friend. She wants to join our guild and raid this place with us." Yin Yan quickly chimed in, "Hi everyone, I'm a total newbie, so please take care of me." Liu Yuying was exasperated. This little rascal is being so extra again. Rakshasa raised his hand to say hi, but thought to himself, "No doubt about it, that's the drama queen Tang Xiaowei." Chuanshin shouted, "Guild leader, everyone's here. We can head out now." Rakshasa quickly agreed, "All right, let's move out." Longwan was also eager. "Let's go, get on the ship." Yinan whispered, "Cousin, why is everyone in this guild such a pro? Is that guy Rakshasa the guild leader? Why does he cover his face?" Liu Yuying whispered back, "Keep your voice down." All of Rakshasa's people quickly boarded the large ship and set sail. Liu Yuying said, "I really don't get you. Why didn't you go with your own guild? Why did you insist on coming to mine?" Yinan said proudly, "Because I'm curious. Uncle Six said the demon domain has a pretty decent candidate. He's interested in you, so I'm going to help you see if he's worthy of the great miss of the Liu family." Liu Yuying blushed from the teasing. "Stop joking around. And don't believe everything Uncle Six says about me." Yinan continued. "Uncle Six also said Rakshasa's talent is insane, probably S rank or even SS rank. Is he as amazing as I am? I'm S rank too, you know." Liu Yuying cut her off. "How would I know? You two have never fought before," Yinan said, not at all humbly. "I'll find a chance to fight him and see who's better." Over on the other side, Zhang Feng asked curiously, "Big bro Rakshasa, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you come to the demon domain?" He pondered for a moment. "To give my family a better life. When that time comes, I'll wash my hands of this, leave the demon domain, and enjoy a peaceful life. To me, spending time with my family and loved ones is the most important thing." Yinan boldly stepped forward. "Big bro Rakshasa, I have a small request. I wonder if you could grant it." Rakshasa said politely, "Hello, feel free to ask me anything." He was secretly on guard. "The drama queen is back to cause trouble for me. Let's see what she wants." Yinan continued, "I'm sure a nice person like Big Bro Rakshasa wouldn't say no to me." Rakshasa was annoyed. "What is it? Just say it." Yinan smiled brightly. "Fight me." But he immediately refused her offer. Yinan tried to tempt him. "What? You're refusing? If you fight me, I'll tell you a secret about Liu Yuang." Rakshasa was curious. "What secret?" Yinan said, "I know what her favorite food is." Rakshasa replied flatly, "Not interested." Yinan didn't give up. "I also know what color clothes she usually wears." Rakshasa was still uninterested. "Nonsense." Yinan was surprised. "Don't you want to go after my cousin? I mean, Liu Yuyang? I'm giving you a chance here." Rakshasa said, "You're mistaken. We're just normal friends." Yinan was stubborn. "No way. There's no such thing as a purely platonic friendship between a guy and a girl. I know how it works." But Rakshasa didn't care. "Think whatever you want." Suddenly, people started screaming in panic. "Oh my god, it's a pirate ship." The crowd was in an uproar. "Damn it. Why did we have to run into pirates? Didn't the Demon Domain handbook say traveling by sea was safe?" Another person added, "You don't know. There were rumors that the Demon Domain handbook was written years ago. It's totally outdated. The stuff in there is just for kicks. You can't take it seriously." "Oh no, we're about to crash into the pirate ship." Long Wang panicked. "Holy crap, it's my first time setting sail and we've already run into pirates. This is totally insane," Rakshasa said tensely. "Everyone, stay calm. Group up and prepare for a fight." The two ships smashed into each other, and everyone on Rakshasa's side started freaking out even more. They're about to crash. Everyone was tense, just watching the situation unfold. In the end, there was no avoiding it. His ship and the pirate ship slammed into one another. The guys from the White Tribe on board roared aggressively, "Charge! Kill him!" Everyone descended into chaos. "Help me! The pirates are boarding. We're being flanked by pirates." The pirates are too damn fast. Our formation's been broken. I'm getting ganged up on by 5 of them. Help me. Rakshasa quickly barked out an order. Chuan Shin, you take command. Don't let them split us up. Everyone, rally. Then, Rakshasa quickly summoned the high priest. Use your dark magic and wipe out these invading pirates. The high priest immediately obeyed. As you command, master. A blast of red dark magic shot toward those pirate scums. Rakshasa said, Chuan Shin, aim your arrows at the cursed pirates. Try to take them down with a single shot. Chuan Shin replied, got it, brothers, focus on the targets. Hundreds of arrows flew toward the pirate horde, and for a moment, they were on the back foot. Rakshasa got annoyed. Damn, the health on these pirates is no joke. Everyone, be careful. In his head, he thought, this is bad. If this keeps up, I'll have to summon the Beastman swordsman. Jiang Feng, standing next to Chao Wei, asked, looking at your gear, you must be a mage, huh? So why aren't you up there fighting? Chao Wei replied with a smug look on her face. A pathetic fight like this isn't worth my time. And you'd probably freak out if I told you, but my innate talent is the highest rank out of everyone here. Jiang Feng sneered, what a shameless brag. I could just as easily say I have an S-rank talent too. The second Chao Wei finished her sentence, a pirate charged right at her. Squawk squawk, this hottie's mine, don't even think about it. I'm claiming her. The Long Wang yelled, hey, you, get out of there. Don't just stand there doing nothing. Liu Yueying calmly said, Long Wang, don't worry about her. She can handle this herself. Suddenly, Chao Wei cracked a wicked smile and quickly unleashed her suppression ability on that pirate. He panicked. What the hell is this? Why can't I move? Was he really taken down in a single hit? She explained, because I just increased your personal gravity by 100 times. It'll last for 100 seconds, and you won't be able to move an inch that whole time. After that, Chao Wei took out her dagger and walked over, slashing him repeatedly. The pirate's health dropped drastically. He screamed in terror. It hurts like hell. Help me. Jiang Feng was in awe. Damn, that cute little healer girl is terrifying. Rakshasa also made a note. Her innate talent is seriously powerful. Once you're hit by her skill, for 100 seconds, you're basically a sitting duck for her to slaughter. Suddenly, in the distance, another pirate laughed sinisterly. You really think a bunch of nobodies who don't know their place can set foot on my sea fortress? I'll throw every last one of you into the sea to feed the sharks. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down aggressively, while everyone just stood there, stunned. Captain Jiao aggressively grabbed his gun and started firing non-stop at the archers. Many of them were hit by his bullets and sent flying, while the rest were so terrified they could only stand there in a daze. You think they were scared? Damn it, isn't that Captain Jiao, the boss from the 11th floor? Why is he here? The Demon Domain guide said he was supposed to wait at the sea fortress for adventurers to challenge him. So why did he show up earlier than planned? And with that, everyone else decided to just YOLO it and charge forward. Hey, we've got the numbers on our side, and Captain Jiao is all alone. If we work together, we can definitely take him down. What are we waiting for? Let's fight. The Long Wang looked confused. Rakshasa, let's charge in too. We can't let those other guys get all the good loot. But Rakshasa quickly stopped him. Don't be rash. Let's observe the situation. The final boss showing up early, based on game logic. This is either a fake boss, or he'll retreat after the fight reaches a certain point. Jiao just stood still, letting everyone charge at him. Over here, the archers were also gassing each other up to charge in and kill him. That Jiao guy grabbed a rope above his head and laughed loudly. You want to catch the great Captain Jiao? You guys are still way too green. A hail of bullets was fired toward everyone. The Long Wang was stunned. Whew, good thing we didn't charge in. This boss's damage isn't high, but his firing speed is insane. I wonder what would happen if I could cut that rope Captain Jiao is holding. The moment he had that thought, Rakshasa quickly raised his bow and arrow. The rope was swinging non-stop. It was way too fast. He had to time it just right. Suddenly, he shot an arrow, successfully snapping Jiao's rope and taking him completely by surprise. The captain fell hard to the ground. He couldn't react in time and just let out a cry. But he quickly jumped back up, smiling sinisterly. You all did great, but it's useless. It's time to show these damn pests the true power of Captain Jiao. Bully, transform. The parrot on his shoulder squawked, then flapped its wings hard as its eyes turned from black to red. The bird shrieked, Bully obeys, master. Time to feast on your flesh. Just as Bully spread its wings, it used its sharp talons to snatch the people below, sending them into a panic. Then it viciously dropped the archers hard onto the ground, causing them immense pain. The Long Wang panicked. We're screwed. That giant black bird is flying right towards us. Rakshasa looked grim. I guess we have no other choice. Get ready to fight. Hey, little mink doctor, how many targets can your innate skill hold down? She quickly replied. 1. Rakshasa continued. All right. Use your gravity suppression to deal with the giant black bird. You have to make sure it's completely frozen in place, unable to move. Model, leave Captain Ju to me. Yuang was on board instantly, and the two of them coordinated their attack. She quickly used her gravity suppression to pin down the black bird and yelled, "Don't just stand there gawking. Get a move on." The bird squawked in frustration. Meanwhile, the archer squad followed Luosha's command, drawing their bows and getting ready for battle. Captain Ju let out a loud laugh. "That's enough for today. You're all more than welcome to visit my sea fortress. Polly and I will give you a very warm welcome." The second he finished talking, a cloud of black smoke surrounded him. Yuing watched, stunned. Oh no, he got away. Before leaving, Captain Ju didn't forget to add, "You guys absolutely have to come, you hear?" The bird on his shoulder, as if understanding its master, also squawked a few times. Luosha quickly told everyone, "All right, pull yourselves together. Our next destination is the captain's lair, the sea fortress." Before long, Luosha's ship arrived at the sea fortress. As everyone looked closer, they realized the sea fortress was built on a turtle's shell. Up above, it looked like Captain Ju's cronies were getting ready to attack them. Luosha sized things up. Looks like the Demonic Realm manual was right on the money. The sea fortress is built on a turtle shell, surrounded by a solid wall with cannons on top. To get to Captain Ju, we have to get past this wall and inside the fortress. But it's not going to be easy. The only way up is by using rope ladders, he continued. Looks like just getting close to the rope ladders will be a pain. The pirates on guard are attacking from above with cannons. Luosha explained, "Even after we get up there, we'll run into fully armed pirates." Long Wang asked impatiently, "So what do we do? How are we supposed to beat them?" He told everyone, "Let's just get over there and figure it out. Can't you see there are already over 100 people ahead of us?" Yuang asked how high everyone thought the wall was. Xuanxin said he guessed it was about 10 meters. 10 meters? That's doable. I have a way to get past this place. We don't need to fight over the rope ladders with everyone else. We can go straight up to the top of the wall, Luosha said, satisfied. Yuing glanced over and saw Chen Feng's group, Miss Yuran and the little princess. Ugh, talk about a small world, she grumbled. Chen Feng stepped forward. Well, if it isn't my dear future wife. What a coincidence, fancy meeting you here. Zhao Wei pointed at them in surprise. So you're really engaged to the Chen family from childhood? Yuing snapped. Don't listen to his crap. I decide who I marry. Chen Feng stepped forward. Hey, my dear future wife, come with me. My team will help us get over the wall and to the boss, Captain Ju. We'll clear this stage faster than anyone. She felt nothing but contempt. I don't need your help. Stay away from me. He wouldn't give up. Stop acting so high and mighty with me. If you insist on hanging out with this useless bunch in the demonic realm, I won't stop you. But just wait until our wedding night. I'll show you how. I'll teach you a lesson. Long Wang watched, fuming. That guy is so arrogant. I seriously want to kick him in the face. But Yu Yang quickly stopped him. Don't start a fight with him here. This is my problem. I'll deal with it myself. Luosha stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'll always be on your side. Zhao Wei also chimed in from the side. Yu Yang looked at him, her mood lifting. Thanks, Luosha. She thought to herself, did I say something wrong? The more I think about it, the more Luosha reminds me of someone. But who? Meanwhile, everyone else was already charging forward with enthusiastic war cries. Destroy the pirates, charge. Up on the fortress, the captain's lackeys had already lit the cannons. They laughed maniacally. Kill them all. Soon, piercing screams erupted from below as people were hit by the cannonballs. He scanned the area and noticed that Chen Feng's group seemed extremely well prepared, with dozens of shields protecting them. The cannonballs came flying, but the force from the shields deflected them high into the sky. Luosha mused, so that's why Chen Feng teamed up with Fairy Luoyan. He wanted to use her manpower to break through the pirates' defenses. Long Wang spoke up. Not a bad strategy. Too bad our team is pure offense and defense. The little princess said irritably, yeah, Guo Yue hired a ton of adventurers to make money in the demonic realm. Those warriors are all underlings of the Chen family. That stupid girl, he grumbled. By the time we finish off the boss, I bet she still won't have made it over the wall. Yunfeng also replied, Chen Feng, Yu Ying, and Luosha are really close. I'm afraid it's not just a simple friendship. You should probably finalize the marriage quickly before things get complicated. He got annoyed. Lately, the university's been on lockdown, so I can't get out. When the time is right, I'll go straight to the Liu family to propose. Liu Yueying will be mine, no question. Luosha took the lead. It's time, let's get started. Long Wang clenched his fist. Watch this. You guys, let's show them how we attack. Come forth, giant beast chariot. Huge beasts were instantly summoned. Xuanxin laughed loudly. I totally forgot we had these. Long Wang was thrilled too. That's right. With these big guys here, we don't have to worry about the pirate cannons anymore, and we don't have to fight the other adventurers for the ropes. Luosha mounted one of the giant beasts, gave a signal, and charged forward, ready to attack. There was a commotion among the people up ahead. The pirate cannons are insane. I charged 3 times and got blown back every single time. If I hadn't healed in time, I would have been toast. My friend got hit and there wasn't even a body left. They just exploded on impact. It's horrifying. Some people were so scared they were stuck, unable to advance or retreat. The crowd was stunned. Oh my god, everyone, look. What the hell is that? That monster is massive. Isn't that the colossal beast chariot from the 16th floor? Why is it here on the 11th floor? And it looks like there's someone on top of it. The crowd kept murmuring. It's that archer group. How did they even get a colossal beast chariot? That looks so badass. It's even cooler than Chen Feng's squad. They're reaching the city wall so easily. This is awesome. The captain's soldiers stared at the scene, completely baffled. What the hell is that thing? Fire, another one screamed. Attack. On the other side, Rakshasa quickly gave the order. Attack. Hundreds of arrows rained down on the pirates, who freaked out and fled the fortress in chaos. How did those intruders get so close? Rakshasa warned, everyone, be careful. There are people under the giant beast's feet. Don't crush them. Everyone immediately followed his command. A female warrior named Diao Chuan yelled out, Guo Yue, I'm gonna crush you. The girl below panicked. Shinmengi, are you insane? You're trying to crush me? That's straight up murder. A loud explosion went off. Rakshasa gave the order, all right guys, you can enter the fortress now. Then he jumped to the ground and added, let's move, people. We gotta keep our lead. We have to be the first ones to take down this floor's boss. Chen Feng watched from a distance, his face twisting with rage, clearly not taking this well. Losing his cool, he charged forward. I won't accept this. I have to beat that damn Rakshasa and kill this floor's boss myself. Suddenly, as he charged, something grabbed him and held him back. A bunch of pirates with sharp spears rushed out towards him. He was so freaked out all he could do was stand there and scream, when suddenly, powerful slashes came out of nowhere. Yun Feng said to him, Chen Feng, please wait for me. Don't be so reckless. But he was already blinded by hatred. Old Yun, don't stop me. I'm settling things with that bastard Rakshasa today. He stole my people. I have to kill him. Yun Feng patiently tried to calm him. Chen Feng, calm down. Rakshasa's talent skill is incredibly strong. You just saw it yourself. Chen Feng wasn't convinced. So what are we supposed to do? Just let them steal this floor's boss? Yun Feng was already calculating. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll win every battle. For now, let's just see how they handle Captain Jiao. A sinister grin spread across Chen Feng's face. Fine. This time, I'll make sure they won't know what hit them. Captain Jiao suddenly appeared, perched high above. I can't believe you actually broke through my reinforced wall. I'll turn every last one of you into food for my pet. Polly let out an excited shriek. It instantly dove towards Rakshasa's group. In a flash, it transformed into a giant black bird. Rakshasa yelled in alarm. Everyone, watch out. Chi-Chu, restrain it, now. Chi-Chu quickly used her ice seal dance on the giant bird, slowing it down for a moment. But it just glared back fiercely and screeched, damn humans. Think you can hold Polly back? Rakshasa ordered Yi Ren. You handle that giant bird, the rest of you, with me. We're taking on the captain. Then he summoned the high priest. Up above, the captain started firing down at everyone below. Rakshasa yelled, High priest! Obeying instantly, it held out its hand, received divine punishment. Meanwhile, over here, Captain Jiao's shots ripped into the archers, causing quite a few casualties. Liu Yuyang said worriedly, This boss's evasion stat is way too high. Our dark magic can't beat him. Long Wang spoke up. Then let's try getting in close. Liu Yuyang, with me. Rakshasa ordered the high priest to charge again, his mind racing. Captain Jiao is fast, but it looks like his movement pattern is fixed. Chen and Yun Feng were hiding on the side, watching the situation. Old man Yun Feng couldn't help but praise, calm and decisive. Rakshasa is no joke. Chen Feng snapped, no joke? My ass. Damn it. Yun Feng told him, calm down. There's a way to deal with them. Captain Jiao just kept aggressively aiming his gun at everyone and firing non-stop, moving around and blasting away like a maniac. The high priest was quickly riddled with bullets from the captain. Seeing the summon get taken down, Long Wang laughed. Rakshasa, so that was your move. Rakshasa immediately ordered the snake demon to draw aggro. Everyone, now's our chance. Attack the boss from behind. Chuanshin quickly yelled out as well. Just as the snake demon charged forward, hundreds of arrows from the archer squad flew towards the captain. He couldn't block in time and got hit by several arrows. At the same time, the snake demon successfully sank its fangs into the captain's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Chen Feng panicked. Crap, they're about to kill the boss. I have to go kill Rakshasa. But Yun Feng still tried to stop him. Chen Feng, don't do anything rash. The boss, the captain, seems to be enraged now. He roared, You bunch of fools. You've really pissed me off. Now I'm going to make you all die a miserable death. As soon as he finished, he let out a wicked laugh, and the whole ship suddenly began to shake violently. Rakshasa, watch out! What's happening? Everyone, be careful. Lu Yueying also panicked. What's going on now? Why is the floor shaking so hard? From under the water, a giant octopus burst through the ship, its tentacles aggressively lashing out at everyone. A female archer jumped back in terror. Captain Zhao laughed triumphantly. Allow me to introduce you to another one of my pets, the Octopus Emperor. Rakshasa was shocked. Seriously, that guy was keeping a giant octopus as a pet? Everyone, watch out for the tentacles. The second Rakshasa finished speaking, one of its tentacles slammed down hard, wiping out a ton of people. The octopus also landed a hit on the Long Wang, taking away a whopping 2,400 health, but when the Long Wang hit back, its damage was only 599. The Long Wang cursed in frustration. My damage is pathetic, damn you, octopus. Zhang Feng hid behind Rakshasa in fear. This is terrifying. We're only on the 11th floor of the demon realm, and the boss is already this hard to beat. Seeing how tense things were, Rakshasa finally had to play his trump card. He quickly summoned Beastman Kengo, who glared aggressively at the captain, dual-wielding his blades. Rakshasa gave the order, destroy that disgusting octopus emperor and kill that damn Captain Zhao. Beastman Kengo immediately obeyed and launched himself forward, swords in hand. The twin blades in his hands moved like a blur. He used his sword-intense skill, unleashing two parallel beams of blue light that shot aggressively toward the octopus. In no time, its tentacles were sliced into tiny pieces. It looked like Beastman Kengo might actually be able to take this thing down. The sliced tentacles were gone, but the remaining ones kept surging forward, their new target being Beastman Kengo. But Kengo didn't back down. He moved again with lightning speed, charging at the remaining tentacles and severing them completely. The spectators watching the fight were hyped. Beastman Kengo is the GOAT. Meanwhile, Chen Feng gritted his teeth, pissed off. Rakshasa can summon Beastman Kengo? Damn it, that's so unfair. Yun Feng thought to himself. Rakshasa's only on the 11th floor and he already has such a powerful summon. You really can't figure that guy out. Captain Zhao was annoyed. You damn beastman, you dare come to my turf? Octopus Emperor, get out here. The moment he finished speaking, a violent tremor shook the sea, tossing the ships around as a massive octopus with razor-sharp teeth emerged from the depths. The Long Wang panicked. That octopus is huge. If we sliced it up for sashimi, we'd have enough to eat for days. Zhang Feng gritted her teeth. Everyone, don't panic. Be careful not to get swept away by the sea. Rakshasa spoke up. Kengo, I'm counting on you. Beastman Kengo stood before the giant octopus's maw, twin blades at the ready, as the creature kept opening its mouth wide to intimidate him. Beastman Kengo clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with light as he quickly unleashed Whirlwind Slash. A powerful vortex of wind shot straight into the giant octopus's mouth. Afterwards, the octopus let out a roar of pain. It seemed like Kengo had finally defeated it. Rakshasa watched the situation as everyone else tensed up. He said, Kengo, finish off Captain Zhao. Kengo quickly obeyed his master's command. Understood. Then he charged toward the captain. Kengo leaped straight into the air, while the captain quickly pulled out his gun and started firing non-stop at him. Seeing his attacks had no effect on Kengo, the captain got pissed. He was sent flying into the air before crashing to the ground, muttering resentfully, no way. The system promptly announced, congratulations, you have killed Captain Zhao and his pets. The Long Wang laughed heartily. He messed with the wrong crew. Everyone cheered with joy. We took down Captain Zhao. We can go to the next floor. With the captain defeated, the gate to this floor quickly opened, and everyone moved on to the next level. After the captain died, a bunch of red orbs and weapons dropped from his body. Rakshasa went over and picked them up. Chuan Xin scratched his head awkwardly. Guild leader, I have something I want to talk to you about, but please don't overthink it. Rakshasa was surprised. What is it? Chuan Xin stammered. I want to take my brothers and temporarily lead the team for a while. This decision took Rakshasa by surprise. Chuan Xin explained, during that last battle, we realized our attacks are way too weak. The damage we do to monsters is barely even in the single digits. So, we want to go back to the previous Demon Realm floors to power up. Then we'll come back and find you guys to fight side by side with everyone again. Rakshasa said, I don't think you guys are a hindrance at all. You don't need to put so much pressure on yourselves. Everyone just scratched their heads and laughed awkwardly. Chuan Xin continued, even if you don't think we're a hindrance, if we keep going like this, we'll just become more and more useless. So, guild leader, don't worry, we're not leaving the guild. The Attack and Defense Guild will always be our home. It was so hard to find a team like this. We would never betray you. We just want to train more and improve ourselves. If we get into real trouble, we'll ask you guys for help. Rakshasa could see how determined they were. If that's the case, then I respect your choice. Just make sure you keep your brothers safe. If you run into any problems, contact us anytime. Chuan Xin replied, yes, absolutely, guild leader. You guys should hurry on to the next floor. I'll take my fellow archers to go grind some mobs and get stronger. Before leaving, Rakshasa didn't forget to remind him, Chuan Xin, remember to contact us if you need anything. We'll be waiting for you up ahead. Chuan Xin said cheerfully, you guys be careful too. Elsewhere, Chen Feng was furious. Damn you, Rakshasa. Young master, the boss is dead. We should head back and wait for it to respawn. Rakshasa's group has already moved on to the next floor. On the 12th floor of the demon realm, everyone was stunned by the scenery as soon as they arrived. Jiang Feng was thrilled. The night sky on this floor is so beautiful, little princess added. And there are stars, too. I love stargazing. But in the night sky here, there were some seriously freaky things, like beasts looking down at them from the heavens. Rakshasa said that the monsters on this floor are all elemental monsters, and they're immune to physical attacks. Only by attacking with a countering magic element will it have any effect. Otherwise, you can't deal any damage, Liu Yueying added. Meaning, for a fire type, we'll need to use water or ice magic to deal with them. If it's a wood-type monster, do we use fire type against them? Rakshasa grunted in agreement. Their team moved forward. Right now, the only mages on the team were Yiji Jiqiu and Xiao Diao Yiren. Jiqiu is an ice mage who can handle fire-type monsters, while Yiren's magic is a pure, non-elemental attack type. I can deal with all elemental monsters, but I won't cause any damage. Rakshasa mentally calculated. The currently known magic systems include fire, ice, water, earth, wood, lightning, non-elemental, and undead. For now, we only have the ice type to deal with fire-type monsters. Looks like we'll still have to find mages of other elements. Liu Yueying said that it wouldn't be easy to find so many mages on such short notice. Rakshasa agreed with her. It's late today, everyone go home and rest. We can't rush our progress anyway, since Ju Shen is still in the hospital. We have to wait for him too. Long Wang quickly agreed. It's late, let's rest for now. In the morning, at the Qingga Academy Administration Building, Principal Ran, I've come on behalf of Minister Dongfang to specifically assist the Academy in investigating this matter. The principal spoke up, Xiao Qin, you're in charge of investigating this case. I have full confidence in you. Help me send my thanks to Minister Dongfang. Xiao Qin spoke. With something like this happening at my old school, I can't just run from my responsibility. Minister Lei spoke up, Principal Ran. The biggest problem right now is the entrance exam for the candidates. With over 100 people staying here, it's going to mess with the order of our academy. The principal said that he and Xiao Qin had already discussed this. The exam will proceed as usual and the results will be out within 3 days. Whoever gets to stay, stays. Whoever has to go, goes. Minister Lei was surprised. Continue with the exam? I'm worried something unexpected might happen. Xiao Qin reassured him, don't worry. The principal has already proposed a plan to our security department to use professional equipment to conduct the student exams. Minister Lei was stunned. Professional equipment? What kind of professional equipment? Xiao Qin said it was a virtual reality combat system. It's called the Virtual Reality Combat System for short. Each test group consists of 10 people. In this system, the candidates will face abyss monsters just like in a real battle to be tested. Chao Wei asked Ruo Tong, I was assigned to Group 9. Hey blind girl, what group are you in? Ruo Tong said she was in Group 11. Then she asked Zhang Zi, you're testing in Group 3. Ruo Tong was surprised. Group 3? Doesn't that mean it's almost your turn? They're on Group 2 right now. Zhang Zi was calm. That's right. Chen Feng's crew is in Group 2. That dude is at level 15 for this test. At that moment, everyone was excitedly watching the screen. A level 15 abyss monster. Total time 1 hour and 56 minutes. He broke the record. As expected of Chen Feng, making our Jiangbei proud. Chen Feng is the GOAT. If Chen Feng is number 2, no one would dare call themselves number 1, right? Where's that punk from Jiangdong who was bragging to us earlier? Come over here and see Chen Feng's score. If any of you from Jiangdong can get even half this score, I'll call you daddy. The examiner announced that Group 2's test was over, and it was now Group 3's turn. Ruo Tong said that in the test system, levels 1 to 15 correspond to low-tier abyss monsters. Levels 16 to 30 correspond to mid-tier abyss monsters, and levels 30 and above correspond to high-tier abyss monsters. Young Master Feng is so badass, he can beat a level 15 monster. Chen Feng smirked to himself. Truth is, I've been using this VR combat system for a long time. I'm definitely taking first place this time. Chao Wei cheered. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. You got this. Chen Feng walked past him with a look of utter contempt. Zhang Zi didn't back down, shooting a death stare at Chen Feng. Young Master Feng, don't get too cocky. We'll just wait and see. Xiao Qin stood to the side. Don't you dare disappoint me. Zhang Zi quickly replied. Well, I'll do my best. Then he quickly put on the VR headset, and the test began. After the examiner announced the start of the test, Zhang Zi's gaze immediately sharpened. An abyss monster was staggering around aimlessly. Zhang Zi looked at his own 2 hands. So this is the system. It instantly launched an attack at him. Jiang Zi quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. He then threw a counterpunch right at its face, the force so strong that it completely deformed the monster's face. The people in the stands roared, "Damn, he's not weak at all. I think his name is Jiang Zi. Is he from Jiangdong?" Ruo Tong asked curiously. Did Jiang Zi win? Chao Wei tried to stay calm. He won, so relax. It's not like you can see it anyway, so what's the rush? The level 9 monster quickly charged towards him. The crowd below was buzzing. Oh my god, that guy Jiang Zi is so strong. He's already at level 9. I remember him. I think he's from Tianfeng City in Jiangdong. I can't believe Jiangdong has someone this skilled. Don't get happy too soon. It's only level 9. He's probably about to get eliminated. Trying to catch up to our Chen Feng? Jiang Zi still has a long way to go. Over here, Jiang Zi unleashed another powerful straight punch at the Abyss monster. It couldn't possibly beat him and could only take the hit. Jiang Zi was panting heavily. He'd used up way too much stamina. Although the dragon's breath method and the flowing fist technique were powerful, they also put a huge strain on his body. He had to limit their use unless it was absolutely necessary. He quickly took down the level 9 monster, but right after, a level 10 monster appeared, charging aggressively right at Jiang Zi. He and the beast clashed in close quarters combat. Dripping with sweat, Jiang Zi threw another punch at it. But it seemed this level 10 monster was smarter. It was actually able to dodge his attack. Down below, Chen Feng smirked. Level 10 Abyss monsters were starting to develop basic intelligence. If you weren't used to its attack patterns, it would be a real pain to deal with. Just wait to die, Jiang Zi. Jiang Zi thought to himself that this was going to be tough, unless he decided to use his real power. With that thought, Jiang Zi lunged forward and grabbed its neck. He used the flowing fist technique. It looked like he wanted to snap its horn. The principal, watching from the side, mused. The flowing fist technique, huh. It seems he's the last disciple of Pang Ti Hua. Xiao Qin, standing beside him, chimed in. That's right. He's already fought his way to level 16. The crowd was buzzing. They were now surrounded by mid-level monsters, their bodies covered in tentacles. Did he really make it to level 16? Jiang Zi is insane. Most of the others got knocked out around level 7 or 8. Only he and Chen Feng made it to the top 16. Now let's see if he can actually beat the level 16 Abyss monster. If he pulls this off, he totally deserved to be number 1 in the whole school. Down below, hearing everyone praise Jiang Zi like that, Chen Feng scoffed and gritted his teeth. No way. Abyss monster. Crush Jiang Zi for me. Even Xiao Qin was shocked. Jiang Zi might actually break the record. The highest record ever set by the system was only level 15. Minister Lei continued, if the level 16 Abyss monster's power is truly on par with a mid-level Abyss monster, then Jiang Zi doesn't stand a chance of breaking through. Xiao Qin said, Minister Lei, want to make a bet? Minister Yu Ran asked, a bet? On what? Over on the battlefield, Jiang Zi was already gasping for air. Fighting non-stop had drained too much of his stamina. He had just defeated the level 15 monster, but the level 16 one had already appeared right after. This thing's form was completely different from the previous ones. It had fangs and sharp tentacles on its back, and even teeth on its stomach, making it look absolutely terrifying. The moment it appeared, it lunged at Jiang Zi. He steeled himself and yelled, I'm not going to lose. Let's go all out. Jiang Zi threw a punch, but then stared in shock. What the? It was that fast, and it still managed to block my attack? The Abyss monster and Jiang Zi were quickly locked in close combat. He slammed his own head straight into the monster's. The monster quickly threw a kick, sending him flying. He looked at it, calculating silently. At most, he could only use the dragon's breath method 1 or 2 more times. He needed to stall for time and wait for the perfect moment. This thing's attacks are stronger, and it's even faster than me. I can't use the same blitz tactics as before. The crowd was murmuring as they watched the fight. What's he trying to do? Is he giving up? Did he just stop fighting? Lu Tong said, if he was going to give up, he would have just logged out. Why would he stay in the VR space? I don't get what he's planning, but I think he's finally hit his limit this time. His speed and strength are no match for the Abyss monster. What else can he even do? Lu Tong worried. Jiang Zi, come on. Liu Wei bit her lip in frustration. You can't give up. You still have to become my brother-in-law. You know. Over there, Jiang Zi stood his ground, gritting his teeth. The monster quickly charged aggressively at Jiang Zi again. It looked like it wanted to land the final blow. In his eyes, a hand with razor-sharp claws was rapidly closing in on him. The distance was almost nothing, but he calmly dodged its attack. No one knew what Jiang Zi was thinking. He grabbed one of its tentacles. The most refined move of the flowing fist technique is Tai Chi. As he said that, Jiang Zi quickly leaped back, creating a safe distance from the monster. Then, before it could even react, suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have defeated the level 16 Abyss monster. The level 17 Abyss monster will appear in 5 minutes. Xiao Qin praised him. So cool. Jiang Zhe used its own force against it. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. Minister Lei, you've totally lost the bet. Minister Lei just laughed heartily. The crowd cheered. Finally, our Jiang Dong has something to be proud of. Jiang Zi is awesome. Chen Feng screamed in frustration. No way. How could I lose to that guy? Xiao Qin spoke up. What do you think you're doing? The test isn't over yet. At this point, Jiang Zi seemed to be drenched in sweat, but he sat still, showing no signs of quitting. After 5 minutes, the level 17 abyss monster appeared. This one was way bigger and scarier than the level 16 one. The moment Jiang Zi saw it, he yelled in annoyance. You looking down on me? Then bring it on. Let's go. The abyss monster quickly charged at him, and Jiang Zi met it head on. I'll fight you with everything I've got. Suddenly, the level 17 monster vanished. Jiang Zi was surprised. What's going on? A voice rang out. The test is now over. Preparing to exit the virtual reality space, please stand by. The countdown will now begin. Jiang Zi was disappointed. It's over already? But I was just getting into the zone. I was just getting the feel for it. I might have even been able to break through my current limits, and it just ends like that? The VR pod quickly opened, and Jiang Zi cried out as the bright light hit his eyes. Xiao Qin smiled, satisfied. Little ZZ, you did great. The level 16 demon pit monster fell to you. You've passed the demon realm's master trial. Down below, the crowd roared with joy, chanting, Jiangdong's Jiang Zi, Jiangdong's Jiang Zi. When everyone saw you come down, they went wild. Master, you were sick. How'd you even manage to beat that thing? I got wiped out at level 4, but you, Master, cleared all the way to level 16. I bowed down to you, man. You have my total respect. Big bro, Jiang Zi. Are you taking on any students? I'll do anything for you. He just stood there bewildered, thinking, what the heck is going on? Chao Wei snapped, what do you think is going on? You just hit level 16, didn't you? They're all your fans now, brother-in-law. Someone rushed forward. Boss, I'm from Jiangdong too. I'm a student at Lantian School. We're from the same hometown, man. Look out for me from now on, all right? Jiang Zi quickly pushed his way out of the crowd. Fans? What fans? Anyway, I'm kinda tired. I'm heading back to the dorm first. He still had to go to the demon realm later. Ruo Tong quickly chased after him. He turned his head. Ruo Tong, what's up? She stammered. You said you were going to the demon realm. I'm still stuck on floor 11. Could you help me clear it tonight? Jiang Zi replied, well, I guess so, but you're visually impaired and the demon realm is seriously dangerous. Before he could finish, Chao Wei ran over. There's no stopping this mob. Let's bounce. Ruo Tong, I'll walk you back to your dorm. Before leaving, she made sure to call back, Jiang Zi, my outfit is a green mage robe. He quickly agreed, but that statement made him wonder. She can't see, so how would she know she's wearing a blue mage robe? Maybe someone told her. On floor 11 of the demon realm, everyone had already gathered there early. Rakshasa pushed through the crowd. A blue robe. Is that Sun Ruo Tong? I should go say hi. Rakshasa quickly walked over to greet her. You're Ruo Tong, right? The girl replied happily. Are you Jiang Zi? He said. I'll lead you through this floor's boss fight. Since you can't see, just stick close to me. The demon realm is dangerous. She stammered. I'm not trying to be weird, but actually, in the demon realm, I can see everything. Surprised, Rakshasa spun around. Her words totally threw him. Yao Yi blushed at his reaction. Looking guilty, she stammered, I'm sorry. Rakshasa thought to himself, wait, does this mean she already knows my real identity? She continued, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I swear I won't tell anyone who you are. If I break my promise, may I face the consequences. Rakshasa said, all right, you have to keep my identity a secret. You're the only one who knows. If this gets out, it'll be a huge pain in the ass. Yao Yi said, I can make a more serious oath if you want. Rakshasa waved his hand. No need, I believe you. Long Wang left a message saying that Old God could get online. He was able to get out of bed and move around, so he'd come to the demon realm. Right now, everyone was on floor 11 to help Old God catch up. Rakshasa said, what a coincidence. I've got a friend who needs to clear this floor too. Let's have everyone meet up here. Long Wang replied that they were on their way and would meet him at the altar. Rakshasa told her, my friends are about to get here. I'll introduce you to them. Yao Yi happily agreed. Long Wang's crew arrived in no time. Rakshasa immediately introduced her. This is my friend, Sky Yao Yi. She wants to explore this floor with us. Yao Yi stepped forward. I'm looking forward to working with you all. Long Wang let out a big laugh. Any friend of Rakshasa's is a friend of ours. No questions asked. Liu Yuing thought to herself, what's her deal with Rakshasa? Is that his girlfriend? Chao Wei was also trying to figure it out. Why does this girl look so damn familiar? Rakshasa continued, all right, everyone's here, so let's get this started. We are absolutely clearing floor 11 today. Let's help Old God and Sky Yao Yi get their keys so we can hit floor 12 tomorrow. Old God said gratefully, thanks, everyone. Rakshasa asked with concern, Old God, you doing okay? Old God reassured him, don't worry, the doctor already discharged me. Only then did Rakshasa relax. That's good. Everyone was confused. Whoa, this is going way too smoothly. Where are the pirates? Where's Captain Jiao? That was probably a random event. The spawn rate is usually super low. We just got lucky running into them last time. Guess this run won't be as fun. The group quickly rode the giant beast chariot, successfully reaching the captain's sea fortress. Rakshasa's team was fired up. On the chariot, Zhang Feng said irritably, get your hands off him. Don't touch my big bro, Rakshasa. Rakshasa glanced over. Zhang Feng, don't be rude. Yao Yi jumped. Oh, my bad. This is my first time riding a giant beast, so I'm still not used to it. Still not used to the name Rakshasa, Yao Yi paused, then said, you're incredible. You can even summon a giant beast chariot. What level is your talent skill? Zhang Feng boasted, pff, that's nothing. Big bro Rakshasa can even summon a boss. Yao Yi was stunned. What? He can summon a boss too? Rakshasa shouted, everyone, focus up. Quick battle, quick victory. Let's clear this stage fast. The next floor is waiting. Quick battle, quick victory. Meanwhile, the captain was already firing a relentless barrage of shots at them. But thanks to their previous experience, the team cleared the stage perfectly. Long Wang spoke up. Damn, we took down that octopus way faster this time. Lu Yuying said, it was a lot easier since we knew what to do. Rakshasa thought, all 10 slots are full, so there's no way to capture a second Captain Jiao. He quickly checked his summoning system panel. He was already halfway to the next rank. I hope I can get to rank 2 soon, he thought. Then I'll be able to summon 30 followers. He continued, Zhu Shen and Yao Yi have both gotten the keys. Let's head to the 12th floor. Long Wang sighed. It's useless, even if we go. We don't even have an elemental mage. Rakshasa said they were still missing fire, lightning, and earth mages, so they'd have to figure something out together. Zhu Shen said he knew a fire mage. But right now, she and her team are still stuck on the 10th floor, so they can't get here. Little Fairy said, so our only option is to post on the forums to recruit elemental mages. Those guys are bloodsuckers, even greedier than I am. Yao Yi said, maybe I can help out. Long Wang asked excitedly, you have friends who are mages? What are their elements? Yao Yi replied, I don't know any mages, but my skill is elemental dependency. I can add elemental attributes to weapons and equipment. Little Fairy was surprised. You're a support mage? Jushin laughed. Awesome. You're a godsend, here to save us. Rakshasa calculated in his head elemental dependency. Adding elemental attributes to weapons, that could work. He said, it's already late today. Even if we go to the 12th floor, we wouldn't be able to fight for long. Besides, I have stuff to do tomorrow. How about we all head back and rest for now? The guild warehouse has accumulated a decent amount of soul orbs. I'll take some out and distribute them for everyone to use. Tomorrow we'll challenge the 12th floor at our best. Sound good? Long Wang agreed, saying the academy had a placement test tomorrow. Zhu Shen and I both have to go help out. Rakshasa said, all right, let's call it a day then. I'll send the soul orbs directly to you all in a bit. Zhu Shen, you get some rest so you can recover quickly. Soon, it was the next day. Minister Lei made an announcement. Next up is the class placement test. You can choose to form a team or go solo. This is the homeroom teacher for Class A, Mr. Gu Tianyang. Rakshasa wondered, where's Xiang Xiaoqin? Did she finish her mission and leave already? Minister Lei continued, Teacher Gu, although you're the Class A teacher and have priority in choosing students, you must also mind your image. Tianyang spoke up. My test is simple. If you're ready, come find me in the small auditorium over there. Nu Tong stepped forward. Zhang Zi, I want to team up with you. Xiao Wei quickly chimed in. I'll be on your team too. I won't hold you back from getting into Class A. Zhang Zi was surprised. Aren't you two not on the best of terms? The two guys who were with Chen Feng gloated. You guys shouldn't get your hopes up. Getting into Class A is a total pipe dream. You'd be better off sticking with our Chen Feng for protection. After mocking Zhang Zi's group, the three of them laughed and walked away. Xiao Wei fumed. That Chen Feng guy. I really want to see him get beaten to a pulp, Zhang Zi said. Calm down, just let them go in for the test first. About 5 minutes later, the door to the teacher's room burst open, and the three people inside were sprawled out on the floor. One of them cursed angrily. What the hell, teacher? You're way too brutal. My right leg is broken. Everyone started murmuring. Did Gu Tianyang beat them up? Even Chen Feng got wrecked. I don't want to do this anymore. It's too scary. Chen Feng was furious. I am the young master of the Chen family. It's an honor for your damn school that I'm even here at Qingda Academy. How dare you reject me? If my grandpa hadn't insisted I come here, I would have been studying abroad in country M long ago. Minister Lei warned him. Chen Feng, don't be so unreasonable. The Chen family is indeed prominent, but that's not a free pass into Qingda Academy. He cursed. I don't give a damn. I'm going to study abroad. Minister Lei was annoyed. Get out of here. Now, next team. Jiang Zi went ahead. It's our turn. The three of them had just stepped inside. Seeing the teacher, Xiao Wei spoke up. No way this ugly teacher is going to be our future homeroom teacher, is he? He's so obnoxious. Jiang Zi said, to be able to beat Chen Feng that badly, he's definitely no joke. Tian Yang said calmly, are you ready? The rule is, you pass as long as you can touch me. Remember, you don't need to hold back, because I won't be holding back either. Nu Tong said, I can hear the energy moving in his body. It's really powerful. Jiang Zi also got on guard. Jiang Zi said, he's just showing off a few basic moves. Everyone be careful and stick close to me. Then, Jiang Zi and the others charged forward together. He shouted commands, I'll attack from below. Xiao Wei, you attack from above. Nu Tong, frontal assault. Seeing the three of them coordinate so smoothly, the teacher got excited. Oh ho, not bad. Great teamwork. Facing Nu Tong's attack, he swiftly and effortlessly grabbed the staff in her hands. Then in a flash, with just one move, both Nu Tong and Xiao Wei were sent flying. Zhang Zhe attacked from behind. The teacher said calmly, interesting. Trying to sneak attack me? Watch this. But it seemed his attack was also a failure. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Tian Yang landed softly on the ground. You three are stronger than the previous students, but you're still a long way off from being able to touch me. Xiao Wei complained, no fair. This ugly teacher's moves are too fast. There's no way we can touch him. Zhang Zi said he had an idea. Xiao Wei asked curiously, what is it? He replied, Xiao Wei, you and I will attack him head on. And we've got our support team in the back helping us predict his moves. After that, the three of them start planning their strategy while the teacher just calmly sips his drink. Heh, these three brats are pretty interesting. I'll play along with you guys for this round. Up above, the principal's assistant is watching and wonders, why are teacher Tian Yang's movements so slow? He's always been the type to finish fights fast, usually taking out a whole team in 10 minutes. Is he not even trying this time? But the principal understood immediately. Oh, him? He's having fun. He's definitely taken a liking to these three students. Just wait and see. Zhang Zi thinks to himself as he fights, I'm already at my max speed. Even with the Ling Shi technique, I still can't keep up with him. Just how high is his agility stat? Tian Yang muses, his name's Zhang Zi, right? His speed is decent, but he's still got a long way to go. On the side, Ritong is counting. Qiao Wei gets impatient. What's the sitch? Can you see his movements clearly yet? Ritong then quickly tells Qiao Wei, to the left. As soon as she heard her friend, Qiao Wei lunged forward. Tian Yang finds this amusing. What's this? Trying to predict my position? Ritong yells out, jump up, fall back. The teacher laughs, so you're using your hearing to pinpoint me. My turn to fight back. He then launches a fierce attack towards Ritong. I'll deal with you first. But suddenly, Ritong smirks. You fell right into my trap, teacher. For a second, Tian Yang has no idea what his student is talking about. Out of nowhere, Jiang Zi appears, using the Rujing technique to strike at the teacher, grabbing and locking his leg in place. The moment Tian Yang heard Rujing technique, he knew the kid was a disciple of Pang Tihua, but all the teacher had to do was channel a bit of his inner energy and he successfully sent all three of them flying. Qiao Wei and Ritong let out a scream. The three of them were sent sprawling on the ground. But Jiang Zi refuses to give up. He struggles back to his feet, his power is insane. The principal walks in with a satisfied smile. Excellent, excellent. To be able to force Tian Yang to use his Feng Zhen. You three are incredibly talented. Tian Yang is pleased. It wasn't a waste to come to this year's test after all. You three are a lot of fun. The assistant steps forward. Congratulations, you three have passed the placement test. You will be assigned to Class A under the guidance of teacher Tian Yang. Qiao Wei is ecstatic. It's a gold badge. Only Class A students get to wear these, and I finally got one. Now I can go back and show off to my cousin Liu Yiying. Ritong says, holding the badge in her hand, completely moved. When the crowd saw the three of them walk out, they started buzzing. I totally thought they'd be carried out too. I can't believe they actually passed. For real? They're the first team to pass the test, right? I heard Class A usually has no more than 5 students, and now there are already 3. That means there are only 2 spots left. The competition for the rest of us is going to be even more brutal. The principal announces loudly, now that the test is over, go get some rest. Be at Class A for roll call at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Don't be late. Zhang Zi quickly replies. Qiao Wei excitedly makes a phone call. Hello, Dad? I passed the placement test, so you better get a reward ready for me. Ritong runs over and whispers to him, Zhang Zi, are we going to the demon realm tonight? He grins. Of course, we're going to try and clear the 12th floor tonight. She quickly agrees. Night falls quickly, and everyone is already gathered at the 12th floor of the demon realm. The Long Wang speaks up. You two finally decided to show up? Yao Yi, hurry up and show me your elemental affinity skill. I'm dying of anticipation here. Rakshasa steps forward. Yao Yi, show everyone what you've got. She quickly agrees, then Yao Yi raises her magic staff and shouts elemental affinity. Streams of multicolored light immediately burst out around her. The system makes an announcement. Your weapon has been enchanted with the lightning element, duration 30 minutes. The Long Wang looks at his weapon excitedly and lets out a happy laugh. He's stoked. A lightning element for 30 minutes. Does that mean all my attacks will have the lightning attribute? Yao Yi says, that's right, but my innate skill has a few drawbacks. The main one is that I can't choose the element myself. Rakshasa says, no big deal. If it's not the element we need, we'll just wait for your cooldown to end. Then you can just use your innate skill again. Yao Yi agrees that it's a good idea. Afterwards, Yao Yi enchants Liu Yujing's weapon as well, and she looks at her weapon in surprise. Liu Yujing exclaims happily, awesome, my weapon got a fire element enchantment. Zhu Shen gets his weapon enchanted right after. The Long Wang is satisfied. Finally, we can go hunt some mobs. Rakshasa says, our luck's not bad. We have a pretty good mix of elements. Diao Shan Nu observes them. Those guys are so rich, using enchantment scrolls to add elements to their weapons. The Long Wang looks on, totally jealous. A single one of those things costs hundreds of thousands. There's no way we can afford that. Yao Yi's innate skill is way more practical. Suddenly, Rakshasa yells, everyone, watch out, a fire element monster. The creature charges aggressively towards the group and breathes a massive burst of flame. Zhu Shen rushes forward at the same time, using his shield to block the fire. He lost over 100 HP. The Long Wang attacks at the same time, but his attack seems to do very little damage to the monster. Seeing things get tense, Yao Yi quickly uses her ice element to provide support. Rakshasa takes aim with his bow and arrow. Man, using elemental weaknesses to attack makes this so much easier. The monster is quickly overwhelmed. It backs away in fear to create some distance, looking like it's about to make a run for it. Autumn said loudly, using counter elements is way easier than I thought. Long Wang wondered, so what element are my lightning attacks supposed to be good against? Rakshasa guessed, probably the wood element. Try it out when we run into a wood element monster in a bit. Long Wang quickly agreed. Rakshasa continued, blocking the path to grind monsters is easier than I expected. The palace of the elemental lord boss is right up ahead. Everyone, get ready. Hasn't a new elemental lord spawned yet? It's been a while since the last one, right? Yeah, it should have shown up by now. That's what I'm saying. Did something go wrong in the demon realm? If the boss doesn't spawn, how are we supposed to clear the stage? People on the forums are saying the demon realm has been super weird lately. Sometimes the boss spawns back to back, and other times it doesn't show for days. Just as they arrived, the crowd was already buzzing. Long Wang felt uneasy. Is what they're saying true? The demon realm boss isn't going to show up? Rakshasa speculated. Probably not, but with so many people gathered here, we're gonna have to wait in line. Yao Yi was confused, so what do we do? It's still really early, Rakshasa said. How about we go back and keep farming small mobs? We can get used to the rules of counter elements and farm some more loot at the same time. Yuan Ying thought that sounded like a good idea. Long Wang sighed, guess we have to. Let's hurry and kill some more monsters, otherwise my elemental buff is going to wear off. Just as everyone was about to leave, a commotion broke out up ahead. Rakshasa was curious. Looks like something's happening up there. Let's go check it out. People were scrambling back in frustration. Run! The elemental attribute boss just randomly spawned outside the palace. Damn it. We wait, and it doesn't show up. And isn't Hanta supposed to spawn inside the palace? Why the hell did it run out here? Our team is short-staffed today, or else we would have taken it down. Stop whining. Your skills can't even deal damage. When Long Wang saw the boss, he freaked out. Holy crap, Hanta is huge. Rakshasa quickly yelled, everyone, get ready. Birdie, use your gravity suppression. She stepped forward, annoyed. Don't call me Birdie. The elemental boss viciously charged toward Rakshasa's group. Its form was even more grotesque than the previous bosses. Zhu Shen attacked, but the damage he dealt was 0. He panicked. Why is my damage 0? Long Wang also rushed in and threw an attack at it. No way, all damage is 0. So how are we supposed to fight this thing? Everyone attacked together, but no one could even put a scratch on the boss. Rakshasa theorized, could this boss be non-attribute? Yuan Ying was surprised. What? Non-attribute? But when this thing charged, a single attack from it easily sent several people flying. Long Wang, who got hit, cursed. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Yuan Ying warned. Long Wang, be careful. Don't push forward for now. Birdie was tense. We have to think of something. My skill can't hold it down for much longer. Rakshasa agreed. If it's non-attribute, then there are no counter elements. Is there any way to change its state? Yao Yi stepped forward. Maybe I can give it a try. Rakshasa wondered. What are you planning to do? She said she wasn't sure, but she could try. Then, Yao Yi went up and used her subordinate element to strike the elemental boss. After being hit, its entire body was now covered in raging flames. Long Wang's jaw dropped in surprise. Whoa, you can do that? That's an awesome trick. Rakshasa praised her. The boss has turned into a fire element. Everyone, prepare to attack. Yao Yi, you're a genius. Now that the boss had an attribute, Autumn of a single person used his ice element skill and launched a powerful attack. The method actually worked. Autumn of a single person relentlessly attacked the boss. Rakshasa laughed happily. It's working. Birdie, keep the pressure on with your gravity control to lock the boss down. Birdie moved up. Got it. Jushen also quickly rushed in to support Autumn of a single person. The two of them coordinated perfectly. The boss's health is down by more than a third. Keep pushing it into a corner, Rakshasa continued. Suddenly, Jushen shouted, Everyone, be careful. Birdie yelled, Oh no, my gravity suppression doesn't seem to be working on it anymore. Just then, it charged aggressively toward Rakshasa. He said, What's going on? It seems the elemental lord is starting to change its own element. Long Wang gritted his teeth and asked, What did you say? The elemental lord struck Jushen, taking out a huge chunk of his health. It really did change. The attacks aren't working anymore, Rakshasa added. Its element will change in a bit. If it's a counter element, the damage will be higher. Seeing the boss transform again, Rakshasa warned everyone. The boss is changing again. It transformed into the metal element. At this, Rakshasa calculated, Metal element? Yuan Ying. You're a fire element. Find a chance to attack the boss. Yuan Ying immediately followed Rakshasa's command, gripping her long sword and charging straight in. As expected, Yuan Ying's attack dealt massive damage to the elemental boss. Long Wang was stunned. Yuan Ying, your damage is insane. The praise made her blush a little. Rakshasa shouted, Yuan Ying, watch out. You've got aggro now. The elemental boss, enraged, quickly rushed toward Yuan Ying. She grumbled, My timing's off by a beat. If I'd switched to the Beast Human Swordmaster, I could have definitely landed 2 or 3 hits on it just now. Long Wang was getting impatient. When is the boss going to change elements again? My lightning element can't wait much longer. Model. The elemental boss crept up on Wenon, attacking from behind so fast she couldn't even react. Rakshasa yelled, Wenon, watch out. The elemental lord sent Wenon flying, and all she could do was let out a scream. Tudai and Rakshasa were totally freaking out. Panicked, Tudai watched as Rakshasa quickly scooped Wenon up, asking, You good? Why have you been so out of it lately? Wenon stammered, Well, Rakshasa, there's something I need your help with. Rakshasa asked, What's up? She said she wanted to learn swordsmanship from the Beastman Sword Saint. Rakshasa said that was a piece of cake. Anytime. But first, we gotta beat this boss. Wenon thanked him politely. Meanwhile, the elemental boss quickly changed its element. Tudu yelled, Can you two stop making googly eyes at each other? Watch out, the boss is turning into its lightning element. Rakshasa raised his bow. His arrow cut through the wind, flying straight for the elemental boss, and viciously slammed right into its chest. Long Wang panicked. What the hell? Why didn't it do any damage? Suddenly, the elemental boss exploded. Everyone stared intently. Long Wang shouted, Whoa, Rakshasa, how the hell is your damage output so high? Even Rakshasa didn't expect the damage to be that high, and it even scored a critical hit. But real quick, the elemental boss reformed back to its normal state. Ku then yelled, Get behind me, now. Ku then sighed, As a warrior, my armor is getting more and more useless. My attack is crap, and I can't even draw aggro. Man, if only I had a talent skill like Taunt. Seeing his teammates so discouraged, Rakshasa raised his bow to help. Kuthan, hang in there a little longer. He fired an arrow, and the elemental boss lost another 5,799 health points. Long Wang laughed happily. Come on, everyone, keep it up. The boss's health is down to 1/3. Liu Yueying screamed in panic, Oh crap, you guys, look over there. The healer looked stunned. Oh no, more and more people are showing up to watch. Are they going to try to steal our boss? Long Wang said angrily. I'd like to see any of them try. Rakshasa told everyone not to worry. He had a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Rakshasa stepped forward and placed his hand on the ground. A green light enveloped his body. It looked like Rakshasa was about to summon someone again. In a flash, he summoned the Beastman Sword Saint and the giant beast. Even the captain was summoned to help out. Long Wang laughed loudly. Rakshasa, your boss minions are way more badass. He told everyone, Let's end this quick. The people who'd been watching were stunned. Oh my god, where did these bosses come from? Looks like they were summoned. Live long enough and you'll see everything. Summoning monsters is one thing. Holy crap. He can even summon bosses? Who can even compete with that? How are normal adventurers like us supposed to survive? The demon realm is getting more and more chaotic these days. Annoyed, Rakshasa charged straight at the elemental boss with his bow drawn, yelling, "Just die already." Rakshasa's critical hit made the elemental boss explode, its scream echoing in the air. The system quickly announced, "Congratulations, you have defeated the elemental lord." Rakshasa said, "It's over." Looking at all the items and weapons dropped on the ground, Long Wang laughed. "We got so much gear." Rakshasa picked up a necklace. This is a grade A elemental necklace. Spirit plus 17. Effect, indestructible. Durability is 900 out of 900. He said to Yunat, "This necklace isn't bad. It gives a plus 17 bonus to spirit. It's perfect for you. Yunat, you take it. We were lucky to have you in this fight." Long Wang agreed cheerfully. "Yeah, it's a good thing Yunat was here." Nguyen-an called out to Rakshasa, her voice tense. "I found a really serious problem." He asked, "What kind of problem?" Nguyen-an said, "It looks like the Stone Gate portal to the 13th floor of the demon realm hasn't appeared." Everyone panicked. "What?" 2D said worriedly, "It looks like she's right. Why isn't the Stone Gate showing up?" Qthan said that the gate not appearing might be related to the unusual state of the demon realm. Long Wang was bewildered. The Stone Gate still hasn't appeared. 2D said, "So did we just waste our time beating this boss? But we already got the key." The crowd quickly started buzzing. "Looks like the demon realm's stone gates aren't appearing on any of the floors, not just yours." Long Wang said that if there's no portal, everyone should head back first. If something really is happening in the demon realm, this place will get super dangerous. Nguyen-an said she'd go back and ask her uncle what the hell is going on with the demon realm. He'll definitely know. Rakshasa quickly agreed and told everyone to hurry back. "We need to pay more attention to the news these days. Maybe we'll find some answers." The next morning at school, everyone was talking. The demon realm is a total mess this time. "Did you hear? Even the guide spirits are gone. There's no way to use the spirits to choose which floor of the demon realm you want to go to." "What? Doesn't that mean we're screwed?" "And for the past few days, even the trading site has been down." 2D shouted loudly, Jiang Zi, get your ass up. We gotta get to Class A for roll call." Everyone in the guy's dorm was confused. "Who's that girl screaming this early in the morning? She's kinda cute, though." Jiang Zi lazily came out. "Didn't they say it starts at 9? It's only 8 o'clock. She huffed, "I heard only 5 people from our year got into Class A. Let's hurry up and see what the other 2 look like." Jiang Zi said he hadn't even eaten breakfast yet. Annoyed, 2D grabbed his hand and started dragging him away. "Forget breakfast. Let's go." In Class A, a student said to Nat Dong, "Hey, you're in Class A too, right? My name's Lam Tuan Duong. I'm from Hong Tin Academy in Cao Vian City. Super nice to meet ya." Nu Dong said cheerfully, "The name's Tun Nu Dong." The second Zhang Zhe and Cao Vi stepped into the classroom. Nu Dong spotted them. "Zhang Zhe, you guys are here?" The other guy happily raised his hand. "Yo, I'm Lam Tuan Duong." He walked up and greeted them cheerfully. "Hey, I'm Jiang Zi. You're in Class A too, right?" Tuan Duong said slyly. "Yup. And that dude with the glasses over there is Truong Thu Vu. He's just been sitting there reading, hasn't said a single word. I tried talking to him, but he totally ignored me. Good thing you guys showed up, or I would have died of boredom." Cao Vi stepped forward. "Oh yeah, how'd you pass the placement test? That creepy-ass teacher is no joke. It's thanks to Jiang Ze's hard work that the 3 of us managed to pass." Tuan Duong scratched his head. "Teacher Ko Thien Duong is seriously strong." He recounted, "Back then, I had to use every ounce of strength I had just to hold him back. My nose even started bleeding. I had a killer headache for days after." Jiang Zi asked, confused. "You said you held him back? What do you mean by that?" Tuan Duong said, "I've had this special ability since I was a kid to move stuff with my mind." Cao Vi's eyes went wide with shock. "An ability like that actually exists?" Nu Dong was also impressed. "That sounds freaking awesome." He continued, "I could only move small stuff before. To prep for this test, I absorbed a ton of mental soul orbs to boost my stats. Now I can move bigger and heavier things." Thu Vu finally spoke up. "Your mental power is still way too weak, especially when you're up against someone as strong as Ko Thien Duong. It's basically asking for trouble." Cao Vi was pissed. "You sound like you know it all, huh? So how'd you fight that creepy teacher?" Thu Vu said, "I didn't fight him. I was passed directly." This shocked her so much she shot up from her seat. "What? You're saying you didn't fight Ko Thien Duong and just passed the test?" Rakshasa thought to himself, "Did this guy pull some strings? Otherwise, why would he get into Class A without even taking the test?" Cao Vi was furious. "No way. You can pull strings to get into Thandai Academy?" Rakshasa couldn't believe it. Just as she was making a scene, the homeroom teacher walked in. "What's all the racket?" Then he let out a little grunt. Cao Vi said aggressively, "I'm going to report this. Someone pulled strings to get into Class A. On what grounds does he get placed here without a test?" Tuan Duong quickly covered his nose. "Ugh, he's been drinking again." The teacher said, "You're talking about him?" "That's right. I made an exception and accepted him because he solved a problem that's been giving me a headache for the past 3 years. Salvi wasn't having it. On what grounds? That's not fair. The homeroom teacher said, you'll find out soon enough whether it's fair or not. Zhang Zi stepped in to smooth things over. Let's not argue about this. Teacher Ko must have his reasons. Teacher Ko continued, enough chit-chat. I've taught at Thandai Academy for 6 years. I've mentored 2 classes, a total of 10 people, but only 4 of them managed to graduate. The success rate is pretty low. You all need to be mentally prepared, Tuan Duong Durd. So what happened to the other 6 who didn't graduate? The homeroom teacher replied. Salvi was horrified. What? They all died? The teacher continued nonchalantly. Their skills were crap. In the end, they were killed by abyss monsters. Can't blame anyone for it. The teacher's words made everyone in the room fall silent. He continued, my requirements are extremely strict, so you'll need some serious guts to pass my tests. Don't think you're hot stuff. When you're facing my tests, you're nothing. After saying that, he turned and left. That's all I have to say for today. Training starts tomorrow. You'd better cherish your last moment of freedom today. Salvi was stunned. That's it? That's all for today's class? Tuan Duong said, didn't you hear the man? We should cherish our last moment of freedom. Out on the street, a man was walking and talking to himself. I've already arranged a replacement for Kwang Dao. If Kwang Dao can't handle it, then just send him on his way. I've got 2 tails on me. I'll contact you later. The second he finished talking, he slipped into a dark alley. The guy was wearing a mask and looked shady as hell. The 2 people tailing him had Ministry of Security badges, so it looks like this dude's their target. One of them stepped forward. National Security Division, Sai Lu. We suspect you're involved with the Dawn organization. You're coming with us. The guy quickly leaped up. You think you can catch me with just the 2 of you? The National Security agent quickly drew his gun, but the guy from Dawn wasn't backing down. His speed was insane. He launched himself into the air, but at the end of the day, a person can't outrun a bullet. His back was riddled with shots, but the guy was totally calm. He gave a creepy grin and then ripped open his inner shirt. Gear from the demonic realm works better than a bulletproof vest. Bullets can't kill me. Pissed off, Tulo charged forward and threw a punch at the Dawn member. But the guy was clearly looking down on him. National security. A few $1,000 a month. Is that really worth dying for? Cut the crap and die. The 2 of them clashed, creating a surge of energy. In the end, the guy from Dawn still lost to the national security agent. Something like armor materialized around Tulo's arm. He looked down at the Dawn member on the ground, annoyed. Damn it. So what if you have gear from the demonic realm? Me too, but it looks like this fight left you with some minor injuries. Situ coughed a few times, then ordered his men to hurry up and get that guy back. Back in the classroom, the teacher said, you're all familiar with virtual reality combat gear. I've adjusted the settings for each of you. Now, use the equipment and start training for the next 24 hours. Xiao Wei was shocked. What? 24 hours? So, does that mean no sleep at all? He snapped. Sleep? You think monsters are going to wait for you to sleep? You think the enemy is going to wait? They'll just kill you while you're dead asleep. Jun Yang was surprised. Yo, why isn't Zhang Zi here yet? The teacher said. That's none of your business. I've arranged some special training for him. After all, he is Bing Tiwa's apprentice. Xiao Wei got curious. What kind of special training? Meanwhile, Zhang Zi was screaming. He was pissed. Even using the dragon's breath technique, I only moved a few meters. I can't even budge this thing. The head teacher appeared. Breathe. Focus on breathing deeply. It's been tens of minutes and you've only moved a few meters. Is this really all Bing Tiwa's apprentice is capable of? Zhang Zi focused. Deep breaths? Huh. Could the dragon's breath technique be related to breathing? Now that I think about it, Professor Bing did tell me I needed to work on my deep breathing. 1 month later, a plane was speeding through the sky. Chen Feng said, my mom already prepared everything for me. The second we land, someone will be there to pick me up. The person next to him asked, why not take a private jet? It's a total disgrace to your status having to sit with these lowlifes on a junker plane. He replied, my mom doesn't want to be too flashy. The Chen family is one of the 4 great families. After all, sending a kid to study abroad isn't exactly a badge of honor. He continued, tonight, Lieutenant Colonel Andrew, the Deputy Minister of National Security for the Hua Nation and Captain of the Shi Dao Action Team, wants to discuss future plans with you. Chen Feng lit up. Awesome, the Shi Dao Action Team. Inside, he was already cooking up a plan for revenge on Zhang Zi's crew. After a month of training, he could now lift a rock with one hand while taking a call with the other. Jiang Feng, what's so urgent? On the other end of the line, his sister announced Dr. Yang just called and said they finally have a new artificial kidney. The surgery will be in a few days. He cut in. That's awesome. Don't worry, okay? I'll definitely be home with you then. On the other end, the girl laughed innocently. Hey, big bro, one more thing. Yesterday afternoon, my homeroom teacher guided us into the demon realm. Zhang Zi was ecstatic. What, you went into the demon realm too? Zhang Feng continued. Yeah, but the demon realm is super chaotic right now. The guide spirit disappeared, so all us new students can't awaken our talents. Bro, what's your in-game name in the demon realm? He said, the situation in the demon realm has been unstable for the past month. You have to be careful in there. I'll tell you my name later. Zhang Feng said obediently, okay, I know. I miss you a ton. A surge of power suddenly enveloped his entire body. All right, Zhang Feng, I'm still training. I'll ask for some time off in a bit. I'll be by your side on the day of your surgery. As soon as he hung up, he clenched his fists tightly. The huge boulder instantly shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. Zhang Zi panicked. Oh crap, I overdid it. Rock fragments are everywhere. I'm so gonna get chewed out for this again. On the 11th floor of the demon realm, online maniac killer. At that exact moment, Liu Yueying arrived. He was surprised. You're here, she said. I'm here. You're pretty early today. Asura said, I've got something to do in a few days, so I probably won't be able to practice swordsmanship with you. Liu Yueying was surprised. What is it? Do you need my help? He said, it's cool, I can handle it myself. Let's not waste time, let's start training. Liu Yueying looked determined. I'm definitely going to beat you today, Kenshin replied. The sword moves like the wind. The one you must defeat is yourself. Kenshin started instructing Liu Yueying. You have too many stray thoughts when you draw your sword. If you want to defeat me, you have to abandon your current sword style. Liu Yueying patiently tried again. This girl was a seriously hard worker. She trained non-stop for a whole month, and her passion never died down. In the operating room, Zhang Feng was being prepped for her procedure. A doctor said, administer the anesthetic. The doctor quickly reassured her. Don't be scared, just relax like normal. Don't be too tense, Zhang Feng said. I hope after this, I won't have to be on an operating table ever again. The doctor monitored her heart rate. You're too tense. Your heart rate and blood pressure are a bit high. You can talk to me to relieve some of the stress. She said politely, thank you, doctor. I just turned 18 this year. A few days ago, my teacher guided us into the demon realm. Dr. Yang congratulated her. Oh, really? So what kind of talent skill did you awaken? She explained. The demon realm is unstable right now, so it seems we can't awaken our talents, but I'm really looking forward to it. The girl said, it would be amazing if I were as strong as my brother. He awakened an SSS rank talent, you know. Ugh, my eyelids are so heavy. I'm so sleepy. The doctor replied as he administered the anesthetic. Really? An SSS rank? This is the first time I've ever heard of someone awakening an SSS rank talent. Dr. Yang got curious, is your brother really that good? So, what's his name? The girl answered innocently. My brother told me not to tell anyone. The doctor kept pressing, Zhang Feng, I'm not a stranger. Tell me, what's your brother's name? Zhang Feng drowsily murmured that her big brother's name was Rakshasa, which totally freaked the doctor out. His eyes widened. What? Rakshasa? Then, the so-called doctor let out a wicked smirk and pulled off his mask. Zhang Zi. Rakshasa. Well, ain't this a surprise? The assistant doctor next to him asked. Totally didn't see that coming. So, boss, are we still going through with the plan? That bastard said, this girl is important. Get some guys and take her away. I'm going to use her to trade something with Rakshasa. Outside the operating room, Zhang Zi was waiting. He couldn't sit still, just pacing back and forth. A total mess. She's going to be fine. She has to be. Just as he was trying to calm himself down, his phone rang. Rakshasa scowled. Who the hell keeps calling me at a time like this? On the other end of the line, Xiao Qin was totally freaking out. Zhang Zi, why are you just now picking up? Don't let your sister go into that operating room. That doctor is bad news. He panicked. What? What the hell are you talking about? Spit it out. Make it make sense. Xiao Qin snapped. I'm telling you, that dude, Yang Nuo, he's the leader of Shu Guan. Don't let that guy operate on your sister. It's dangerous. The second he heard that, Zhang Zi panicked, hung up, and bolted straight into the operating room. He felt like his insides were on fire. A doctor quickly came out to block his way. Hey, surgery's in progress. Family members aren't allowed in here. Pissed off, he threw a punch right at the guy, yelling, get the hell out of my way. But that so-called doctor easily blocked Zhang Zi's attack with one hand. After trading just a few blows with the guy, Zhang Zi instantly knew it was Zhang Hao. The guy ripped off his mask. Zhang Zi, you've gotten stronger. Good. The stronger the better, otherwise it'll be boring as hell if I kill you too easily. The nurses and security guards started freaking out. Someone's brawling in the surgery wing hallway. Zhang Zi roared in fury, get lost, and threw a heavy punch at Zhang Hao. The hospital security guards were horrified. Oh my god, are these two even human? One punch just blew a hole clean through the wall. Another guard was shaking in his boots. Boss, if we rush in there, it's a suicide mission. We should just wait for the cops to show up. Zhang Hao laughed maniacally. After you beat me last time, I've been training my ass off. All for the sole purpose of crushing you. And by the way, your sister's already been taken. You're not saving her. Zheng Hao's words sent Zhang Zhe into a blind rage. He channeled every last bit of his energy into his fist. Zheng Hao, go to hell. With that, he slammed a straight punch right into the guy's gut, so fast that Zheng Hao couldn't even react. The force of Zhang Zi's blow was insane. It sent Zheng Hao flying into a corner, shattering the wall on impact. He explained, that's one of the meridian break techniques. It's called burst meridian. I'm telling you this before you die, just so you have an answer when the King of Hell asks what killed you. Just as Zhang Zi moved in to finish Zheng Hao off, something suddenly exploded, forcing him to jump back. Zhang Zi was shocked by who appeared. For a second, he just stared at the guy, completely stunned. It was none other than that bastard Dr. Yang. He said cheerfully, "Little Z, didn't your uncle tell you to just sit tight and wait outside?" Zheng Hao had found his backup. Zhang Zi thought to himself, that power just now was insane. It feels like power from the demonic realm. But how is that possible? He demanded angrily. Where is my sister? What the hell did you do to my sister? Dr. Yang said calmly, don't you worry. Your little sister is perfectly safe, but if you want to see her again, you'd better do exactly as your uncle here says. Zhang Zi yelled in frustration. What do you want me to do? Dr. Yang replied, it's simple. At 8 o'clock tonight, you will enter the demonic realm. We're going to trade for an item. Zhang Zi shot back. The demonic realm is unstable right now. I'm still stuck on the 13th floor. How am I supposed to? But before he could finish, a black-tipped spear came hurtling aggressively right at Dr. Yang. He just laughed. Oh, so the badass chick decided to show up too? This is turning into a real party. Xiao Qin and the police officers rushed in. Yang Nuo, you're not getting away today. He smirked. Not getting away? I don't think so. Xiao Qin stared, stunned. That's an item from the demonic realm. He continued, Zhang Zi. Oh, my mistake. I mean Rakshasa at 8 o'clock tonight. The gate to the death realm opens wide. Be there. Zhang Zi yelled, unable to accept it. Why are you targeting me? Before he left, the guy didn't forget to leave a parting shot. Because right now, you're the only person in the entire world who has an SSS rank innate skill. Xiao Qin was floored when she heard that. Wait, what? Zhang Zi, you awakened an SSS rank talent? Faced with her question. For a moment, he had no idea what to say. Back at the hideout where they were holding Zhang Feng, his goons saw him return. Boss, Yang Nuo was pissed. My identity's been compromised. We can't stay here anymore. As soon as I get the thing I want, we're getting the hell out of here. He irritably helped Zheng Hao into a chair. Right now, Zheng Hao looked like a pathetic dog, a total wreck. One of his men panicked. What? Boss, you've been hiding out in Tianfeng City for years. How did you suddenly get exposed? Yang Nuo just laughed. Because a variable entered the equation. Yang Nuo gave his orders, Dao Mu. Tonight, we're going into the death realm. I'm leaving the hostage with you. Make sure that hostage stays alive until I get what I'm after. She replied fiercely. Understood, boss. He continued, Guaishou, you and Bangzi will stand guard outside. When they show up, take out a few of them if you need to, just as a warning. The other two quickly acknowledged the order. Zhang Hao spoke up, Uncle, you have to help me kill Zhang Zhe. The man advised him, Little Hao, your injuries are too severe. You stay here and watch Zhang Feng. I'll have my beast record every second of Zhang Zi's death so you can watch. Then he added, It's still early. Everyone, go get ready. This time, I swear there won't be any screw-ups. On the 13th floor of the demon realm, Rakshasa came here alone to make a deal with Yang Nuo. The moment he logged on, he thought to himself, the death realm. It's actually appeared. A system notification popped up. The gate to the death realm has opened. Do you want to use your invitation to enter? The Long Wang's crew was stoked to see him. Rakshasa, what's up? You're here early today. Rakshasa looked surprised. Huh? Why are you guys here so early? The Long Wang burst out laughing. Rakshasa, we heard you've been grinding your sword skills solo in the Prime Shadow the last few days, so we came to check it out. Rakshasa replied, Sorry, can't do it today. I've got some important business I need to take care of in the Prime Shadow. Important business? The Long Wang asked, concerned. What is it? Can I help? Yeah, that's right, Rakshasa. Come on, tell us. His brow furrowed, and he looked seriously stressed. Rakshasa said, My little sister. She's been taken by Yi Dian Si Guan. What? Your sister was kidnapped by Yi Dian Si Guan? Rakshasa continued, He wants me to go to the death realm and find him. The Long Wang was pissed. What, son of a bitch?